I truly cannot comprehend you, my friend. You skip classes just to return and cook chicken soup for Suko? Do you really think you can survive a day without this madness? Please exercise some rationality, Luo Ge. After more than 3 months of futile devotion, can't you come to your senses? She simply does not harbor any feelings for you. Exactly, Lao Qin. You spend your days like a devoted attendant, but has she ever even glanced your way? In dormitory 404 at Modi University, three men observed Qin Luo, who was engrossed in cooking chicken soup, their expressions a mixture of pity for his plight and frustration at his stubbornness. Such sentiments have been expressed countless times over the past 3 months, but as the saying goes, it is difficult to persuade a fool. Ever since Qin Luo developed feelings for Suke 3 months ago, he seemed bewitched, indulging in his obsession to the point of madness, impervious to their counsel. For instance, he once gave Suke his umbrella during a torrential downpour, returning to his dorm drenched on her birthday. He even set up a sea of roses beneath the girls' dormitory and set off fireworks, risking reprimand from the school. When Suku expressed a desire to try a new dessert from a nearby shop, he braved the scorching sun to queue for 2 hours. These instances, and many more, had unfolded repeatedly over the past 3 months, witnessed by his concerned dorm mates. Having known each other for over 2.5 years since their freshman year, they had developed a solid camaraderie. Qin Luo, with his friendly disposition, was genuinely cherished by his brothers, who wished for his happiness rather than seeing him tormented by a woman. Thus, they consistently attempted to rouse him from his delusion. However, for over 3 months, no matter how they advised him, Qin Luo appeared blissfully content, utterly unrepentant. If Suku had outright rejected his affections or even reciprocated his efforts, perhaps his friends would have lauded his dedication, albeit with some light-hearted teasing. Yet the reality was that Suku offered no acknowledgement of his feelings, instead reveling in the attention he lavished upon her. She summoned him at will, treating him like a servant in a royal court, effortlessly commanding his devotion. His friends felt a mix of disdain for her behavior and anger at Qin Luo's willful ignorance, repeatedly urging him to reconsider. But after so many attempts at persuasion, Qin Luo merely smiled in response, or, as he did now, muttered, "You just don't understand." With a smile, he continued to type on his phone. "Suku, I've made chicken soup for you. We'll bring it over shortly. I don't want any. Come on, just have a little, it's good for your health." I said I don't want it. Can't you understand? All right, I get it. Don't be upset. How about I buy you a milk tea instead? His dismissive responses elicited gasps of disbelief from his three roommates, and as they watched him grin foolishly while texting, the burly Li Chenggang clenched his fists as if contemplating delivering a couple of punches to Qin Luo. The fashionable Wang Chun, a local, quickly intervened, offering reassurance. "Let it go. Chenggang, it's not worth it." The bespectacled Wu Xian sighed. "You can never awaken someone who pretends to be asleep," implying that Qin Luo was fully aware of his actions, but chose not to change, relishing his predicament. The three friends often lamented whether love could truly reduce a person to such foolishness. "Damn it, I can't take this anymore," Li Changgang exclaimed, storming out of the dormitory. The other two glanced at Qin Luo, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing, silently following him out. Now, only Qin Luo remained in the room. He set down his spoon and looked at the closed door, exclaiming, "Brothers, you really don't understand." Indeed, they did not understand. After all, they lacked a system. 3 months prior, Qin Luo had unexpectedly acquired a character system, in modern youth, embodying the ideals of a devoted companion. Qin Luo was well-read and familiar with internet novels, having delved into numerous stories, including those featuring systems. Thus, after a brief moment of surprise, he eagerly explored the system's functionalities. Upon binding the system, he would be randomly assigned a character that he must maintain without faltering, allowing him to sign in daily for rewards with greater duration, yielding more substantial benefits. Each character's duration was set for 100 days. Failing to maintain, it would result in a loss of rewards and an immediate reset to sign in from day one. When he first bound the system, his character was titled Devoted. It took him 10 seconds to digest the meaning of devoted, nearly prompting an expletive-laden tirade as he realized it essentially meant being a simpering fool. After his brief outburst, he redirected his focus to the campus beauty, Suku, one of the most stunning girls at Modi University, with an ethereal beauty and a demeanor as cold and pure as a snow lotus. Her allure was such that countless suitors have been vanquished by her aloofness, earning her the title of the most difficult woman to pursue at the university. The challenge of pursuing her perfectly aligned with Qin Luo's intentions, for as a devoted admirer, he needed a target that was not easily won over to prove his dedication. Thus, he promptly launched his campaign of devotion towards Su Ku, which continued unabated for over 3 months. Regrettably, the path was fraught with hardship, and even his roommates could no longer bear to witness his plight, let alone Qin Luo himself. Fortunately, it seemed that this chapter of his life was nearing its conclusion. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the 100-day sign-in for the devoted character. 100-day sign-in rewards. 1 million in currency, 5 in temperament, 5 in charm, item, magical glasses, skill, musical proficiency that a new character has been successfully bound. Formal sign-in begins tomorrow. Upon hearing the system's sudden announcement in his mind, Qin Luo was elated, nearly brought to tears. 100 days. Do you have any idea how I've endured this period? You wretched system, you've made me suffer greatly. Yet considering the generous rewards, he decided to let it slide this time, but it would not be tolerated again. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he reviewed his new character. The sight nearly caused his eyes to bulge in disbelief. A scoundrel? His new character was a scoundrel? Just a moment ago, he was a devoted admirer, and now he was to become a scoundrel. The dogged system is simply maddening. Qin Luo's expression shifted as he pondered how to successfully embody this entirely new persona. At that moment, his phone emitted a notification sound, and he instinctively glanced at the screen, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds on the contact labeled Goddess Su Ku. As the saying goes, personas are crafted for the gaze of others. Previously, in order to maintain the persona of a devoted admirer and a sentimental writer, Qin Luo had meticulously considered every detail, even down to the notes he saved in his contacts. Now that the 100-day challenge had been completed, the first thing he did upon picking up his phone was delete that note, before finally turning his attention to the message Su Ku had sent. Bring a few cups for my roommate too. I'll be waiting for you at the girls' dorm entrance. Hurry up. It was a straightforward request, exuding a sense of entitlement. In the past, Qin Luo would have eagerly replied with an okay, rushing out to buy milk tea for Su Ku without hesitation. But this time, he still responded with an okay, then leisurely made his way outside. Wow, the goddess is truly captivating no matter how many times you see her. You never tire of it. If you like her, go pursue her. What use is merely watching? Please spare me. The deeds of Luo Shun are all too clear, even with his relentless devotion. He couldn't win her over. I stand no chance. Alas, that Qin Luo is not bad-looking himself. He has at least 3 points of charm. Logically, there should be plenty of girls chasing after him. Why is he so fixated on Su Ku? Perhaps this is what it means to be a devoted admirer. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have such resolve. Su Ku's roommates are not inferior to her. Their personalities are far more agreeable. Pursuing Su Ku is less sensible than going after her roommates. Indeed, Yao Yinyin, Tang Yu, Chu Sijin, and Chu Liuyun, all 4 of them are just as charming as Su Ku, and most importantly, their personalities are much warmer. I truly don't understand why Su Ku has such high popularity. Perhaps it is her aloofness that draws people in. You know, people often crave what they cannot have. You make it sound as though the others would have better luck if they pursued her. I actually admire Luo Shun after all. Most would never dare to entertain such thoughts. Even their female roommate has fled. Yet Luo Shun has persisted for over 100 days. I truly admire that on campus, 5 elegantly poised girls walked together, attracting countless gazes along their path. Female students watched with a mixture of envy and jealousy, while male students marveled at this stunning spectacle, engaging in hushed discussions. They shared a dormitory, which had come to be known as the Goddess Dormitory at Magic City University. Since the number of girls was greater than that of boys, most female dorms housed 6 occupants, including theirs. However, one girl could not withstand the pressure of the other 5's beauty and ultimately transferred, leaving the dorm with just 5 residents. Others were unwilling to endure the pressure of being mismatched in looks, resulting in dorm 606 remaining a 5-person arrangement. This incident eventually became a humorous anecdote within the school, solidifying the status of the 606 dormitory as the Goddess Dormitory. Su Ku was already accustomed to the attention and whispers surrounding her as she walked. Ignoring the gazes and murmurs, she turned to her roommates and said, Qin Luo went to buy us milk tea. Let's wait here at the dorm entrance for a while, otherwise, we'll have to go down again later. Dressed stylishly with exquisite makeup and sporting black wavy hair with blue highlights, Yao Yinyan chuckled. How embarrassing to make him spend again. Though she said so, her tone revealed no hint of genuine embarrassment. Su could dismiss it nonchalantly. It's not much money anyway, he'll pay him back later. Yao Yinyan grinned. Indeed, there's no need to be concerned. After all, he's pursuing you. Boys are expected to spend a little when chasing girls. Otherwise, how can he demonstrate his regard for you? Tang Yu, exuding the grace of a refined lady, sighed. It's not merely a matter of money, Su Ke. You shouldn't take his kindness for granted just because he likes you. If you don't like him, you should clarify it sooner rather than later. There's truly no need to keep him hanging. Su Ke furrowed her brows. Tang Yu was the most preachy in the dorm, and she had heard similar sentiments countless times. She countered directly. When have I kept him hanging? It's not like I encouraged him, and while I haven't outright rejected him, my attitude has been quite clear. The others who pursued me have all given up. It's his stubbornness, not my fault. Yao Yinyan nodded in agreement. He is indeed quite stubborn. But truth be told, there aren't many boys as devoted as he is. As sentimental. I must admit, I've even been a bit moved by him. If you're not interested, why not let him come to me? This statement made both Tang Yu and Su Ke frown simultaneously. Tang Yu disapproved of Yao Yanyan's disruptive jest, while Su Ke replied flatly, then you should speak to him yourself and not obligated to notify him. Yao Yanyan teased, aren't you worried I might actually win him over and make you upset? Su Ke replied coolly, you're overthinking it. I have no interest in him. The identical twin sisters, Chu Sijin and Chu Yunyan, were disinterested in Su Ke and Qin Luo's situation. The elder sister was contemplating what to have for dinner, while the younger one was engrossed in her phone, watching the latest episodes of series. As the five of them strolled back to the girls' dormitory, they continued to attract the attention of passersby. Wait for Qin Luo. They refrained from heading upstairs directly, engaging in idle chatter as they waited. Just as Su Ke began to grow impatient, holding several cups of milk tea, Qin Luo finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Those around them noticed the scene and instinctively paused, casting scornful yet mocking glances at Qin Luo. Look over there, Qin is here again to fawn over the campus beauty. TSK, playing the role of a devoted admirer is all for show. The real devoted admirer is Luo Shen. I saw Su Ke waiting over there, just now. Judging by her expression, she seemed a tad impatient. Poor Luo Shen is in for it. I bet $100 that the first thing Luo Shen will say is, I'm sorry. Do you believe it? You could easily just take my $100, but you want to bet? You're something else. I'm dying of laughter. Amidst the discussions, a few jarring jeers echoed, yet those around saw nothing amiss. For over 3 months, Qin Luo's relentless devotion to Su Ke had been nothing short of astonishing. Initially, when people heard that someone was pursuing Su Ke, they merely laughed it off, thinking Qin Luo would soon give up in despair. However, at this point, they had no choice but to acknowledge him as a true force to be reckoned with. The term devoted admirer was insufficient to describe him. He was more aptly termed the king of devotion, standing out for his sheer determination, even earning the nickname Luo Shen, which, while seemingly impressive, was laced with mockery. Now, as they witnessed Qin Luo arriving with an armful of milk tea for Su Ke, they could predict with certainty what would transpire next. It would merely be yet another instance of Qin Luo attempting to curry favor with Su Ke, who would likely express her annoyance at the wait, leading Qin Luo to hastily apologize and depart, only to return the next day, eager to please once more. The king of devotion, indeed. The onlookers had grown weary of witnessing similar scenarios, yet they found themselves irresistibly drawn to the present scene, curious to see how Qin Luo would fawn over Su Ke today. Their gazes fixated on him. Qin Luo finally approached Su Ke. However, before he could utter a word, Su Ke abruptly chided him. Why did you take so long to arrive? As anticipated by the bystanders, Su Ke was evidently displeased with Qin Luo for making her wait. Qin Luo merely smiled in response, offering her a cup of milk tea. Just as Su Ke reached out to accept it, the drink bypassed her and landed in front of Tang Yu instead. Here, jasmine milk green tea. I remember you enjoy this. Qin Luo said with a grin directed at Tang Yu that he was no stranger to purchasing milk tea for the goddess group, recalling their individual preferences. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback by Qin Luo's audacious gesture, instinctively glancing at Su Ku. Su Ku's expression, initially one of surprise, quickly darkened. Her naturally aloof demeanor now appeared even more frigid as her piercing gaze fixated on Qin Luo. Though she uttered no words, the icy fury emanating from her eyes made it clear that his actions had irked her considerably. The crowd of onlookers was equally astonished, their eyes nearly bulging as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Wait, what? Oh, what does this mean? Is he really giving Tang Yu milk tea before Su Ku? Is he out his mind? Could it be that he's attempting to shift his affections from Su Ku to Tang Yu? Ridiculous. Given how obsessively he has pursued Su Ku, I could believe anyone else could have a change of heart. But him? If that were true, I'd turn upside down and start crying. What's the explanation for this situation, then? It can't be that he's using this method to complain about Su Ku's past behavior towards him. Can it? It's not impossible, but considering his personality, how could he dare? Expressions of confusion adorned the faces of the spectators, who failed to grasp the underlying significance of Qin Luo's behavior. Meanwhile, Qin Luo continued to unveil his audacious antics. Noticing that Tang Yu was still in a daze, Qin Luo urged, "Take it." Tang Yu, observing Su Ku's icy countenance, hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the drink, murmuring softly, "Thank you." Though she was uncertain of Qin Luo's motives, her ingrained politeness prevented her from allowing him to feel awkward in that moment, even if it might provoke Su Ku's displeasure. Not at all, Qin Luo replied with a gentle smile before turning to Chu Sijin and presenting a second cup of milk tea. "Hey, race yours." Chu Sijin glanced at Su Ku, hesitating. "I don't want it." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Luo interrupted, "This is a new snow milk tea from that dessert shop outside. Are you sure you don't want to try it?" At his words, Chu Sijin found herself inexplicably swallowing hard, then quietly extended her hand to accept the milk tea. "Thank you." Qin Luo smiled faintly and directed his attention to Chu Lunyan, offering the third cup of milk tea, while saying, "Hey, race the Spy family's Enya-themed milk tea for you." Chu Lunyan had intended to say something but swallowed her words upon hearing him, eagerly snatching the drink and joyfully exclaiming, "Yay! With this cup, they'll have the entire Anya family collection. I can get a family picture with a cola cup for free. Thanks to you." Qin Luo returned her gratitude with a smile. During the past 3 months of courting Su Ku, he had not conversed much with the other members of the goddess group, yet he had become well acquainted with their personalities and preferences. The surrounding onlookers were utterly flabbergasted, especially upon noticing Su Ku's ever-shifting expressions, while Qin Luo remained silent and avoided even a glance in her direction, amplifying their astonished reactions. "Wow, just wow. Can someone explain this? I'm utterly lost." "Don't even start with your confusion. I'm just as baffled. This kid is targeting the whole goddess group. He's meticulously planning this milk tea distribution. It's extraordinary." Originally, the crowd had been sparse, as many were already aware of Qin Luo's notorious reputation as a devoted admirer of Su Ku, having witnessed countless instances of his fervent adoration for her in various corners of the school. However, as Qin Luo's bold maneuvers unfolded, the crowd grew larger, their expressions filled with disbelief, and their discussions grew louder, ultimately gathering to observe as if it were an exceptionally artistic film. Su Ku, who had been simmering in silence since her initial shock, could no longer contain herself. Seizing the opportunity before Qin Luo could deliver the fourth cup of milk tea, she stepped forward, her expression devoid of emotion as she glared at him. "What do you mean by this?" Her voice rang out like the crisp collision of ice, perfectly complementing her frosty demeanor. Though devoid of inflection, the underlying anger was unmistakable. "What do you mean?" Qin Luo finally responded, his first word since encountering Su Ku that day. Then, as if struck by a realization, he slapped his forehead. "Oh, you're eager for milk tea, right? Why rush? It'll be your turn shortly. Just be patient." This simple statement widened the eyes of the onlookers even further. Su Ku was left in a state of disbelief, questioning whether her ears had betrayed her. Since their acquaintance, had he ever spoken with such boldness? Had he not always been cautious, afraid of provoking her ire? Yet now, he casually remarked, "Why rush? And it'll be your turn soon," followed by an endearing, "Just be patient." Was this the renowned ultimate admirer of the school? Su Ku fell silent, her eyes twitching in disbelief, unable to articulate a response. While the crowd was still processing this astonishing turn of events, Qin Luo presented the fourth cup of milk tea. Looking at Yao Yanyan, he said, "Here, your favorite, red bean milk tea." Yao Yanyan had been watching the spectacle unfold, her expression shifting from surprise to eager anticipation. Now that it was finally her turn, she unhesitatingly accepted the drink and cheerfully inquired, "Aren't you worried that Su Ku will be upset with you for this?" Qin Luo countered, "Why should I fear her anger?" Yao Yanyan instinctively replied, "Well, because you like her." Qin Luo blinked and questioned, "Does she like me?" At this moment, Yao Yanyan found herself a loss for words. For anyone with discernment could perceive that Su Ku harbored no affection for Qin Luo, otherwise she would not have persistently disregarded the bond between them. Observing the situation, Qin Luo remarked, "See, even you acknowledge that she does not like me. If that is the case, why would she be angry with me?" This revelation left not only Yao Yanyan stunned, but also Su Ku, who suddenly realized that her current mindset seemed somewhat amiss. Indeed, "I do not fancy him, why should I be vexed? Ah, it is because he deliberately ignored and dismissed me earlier that I felt this anger, yes. That must be it." Su Ku quickly concocted a rational explanation for herself, and was about to express her ire when Qin Luo unexpectedly turned to Yao Yanyan and said, "Honestly, I find myself preferring you now. Would you consider being my girlfriend?" As if a stone had stirred 1,000 ripples, Qin Luo's words plunged the entrance of the girls' dormitory into an eerie silence. The air seemed to freeze, time appeared to stand still, and the expressions of those surrounding them became fixed in that moment, as if the entire world had been paused in an overwhelming stillness. Yao Yanyan, the focal point of this revelation, stared wide-eyed, her hands trembling, causing the milk tea she had just opened to spill onto the ground, yet she was oblivious. Her previous smile vanished completely. The sound of the milk tea hitting the ground resonated sharply in this quiet environment, akin to a bomb detonating rather than a mere beverage falling, as if it had plummeted into a deep abyss. This disturbance sent ripples across the surface, splattering water everywhere, and the onlookers were startled, resembling fish flung from the water, their astonishment palpable. In that instant, their eyes and jaws seemed to break free from their confines, the former wishing to leap from their sockets, the latter yearning to detach from their jaws, every pore exuding signals of disbelief, an incredulous emotion struggling to escape. What on earth? What did I just hear? Can someone clarify what I just heard? Did the god of Luo just confess to Yao Yanyan? He actually declared his feelings to someone other than Su Ku, and that someone is Su Ku's roommate. Who is it that claimed Qin Luo could never develop feelings for another? Step forward, I am eagerly awaiting your downfall. This is absurd. He must have been possessed by the spirit of a character from a novel otherwise. Such behavior is inexplicable. What are we waiting for? Hurry and summon the Buddha from the west. The chatter of the onlookers surged like a tidal wave, their eyes wide as they beheld Qin Luo, their worldviews shattered, struggling to reconcile the current Qin Luo with the devoted admirer who had pined for Su Ku for 100 days as bystanders. They were astonished for Su Ku, the party directly involved. The situation was even more bewildering. Her expression conveyed disbelief mingled with a sense of betrayal. Her gaze fixated on Qin Luo, a tumult of complex emotions roiling within her chest, rendering her momentarily speechless, unable to articulate a single word. Beside her, Tang Yu squinted slightly, her eyes appraising Qin Luo, revealing a hint of admiration deep within her astonishment. The Chu sisters, Chu Sijin and Chu Yanyan, appear to be blissfully unaffected by the gravity of the situation. Despite their astonishment, they continued to sip their drinks, their enthusiasm reminiscent of moviegoers munching popcorn, almost as if they were ready to chant, "Let them fight." As for Yao Yanyan, she remained stunned for an extended moment before regaining her composure, awkwardly asking, "What did you say?" Qin Luo repeated, "I asked, would you like to be my girlfriend?" Yao Yanyan's lips twitched. It seemed she wanted to laugh, yet struggled to maintain her composure, ultimately resorting to a forced chuckle as she replied, You suddenly bring this up, and I haven't even brushed my teeth." As she spoke, she bent down to retrieve the milk tea that had fallen, as if attempting to calm the turbulent emotions stirring within her. Qin Luo merely shrugged at her response, seemingly unfazed, glancing at the milk tea in his bag before smiling at the quietly observing Suku, saying, "Apologies, but it's all gone. I'll have to bring you some next time." Chapter 3. When being infatuated becomes futile, I shall no longer pursue her. Upon the utterance of Qin Luo's words, the surrounding individuals instinctively directed their gazes towards the milk tea he held in his hand. Within it, there appeared to be at least 4 or 5 cups. Yet Qin Luo persistently claimed it was finished. Was this not a deliberate attempt to withhold from Suko? How dare he? Such questions burgeoned in the minds of all present. Suko's chest heaved violently, and when she spoke, her tone was even colder than before. "Aren't there still 4 cups? Oh, you're referring to those," Qin Luo replied, casting a glance at the bag containing the milk tea. He withdrew 1 cup, punctured the sealing film before Suko's eyes, and after taking a sip, he remarked, "1 cup is for me, and the remaining 3 are for my roommates. No worries, I shall take my leave now. I'll come find you to hang out another time. Goodbye." With that, Qin Luo bypassed Suku, striding forward with an air of casual elegance. Suku's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, her gaze trailing after Qin Luo's retreating figure. For a long while, she remained silent, only turning away and entering the girl's dormitory when he disappeared from sight. Whether it was an illusion or not, her silhouette seemed to exude a hint of desolation. In a daze, her figure began to overlap with the memories of Qin Luo departing from her side in the past, causing the expressions of those around to shift subtly. Tang Yu surveyed the crowd and remarked, "Shall we return as well?" After speaking, she was the first to step into the dormitory building, followed closely by her twin sister. Yao Yinyin gazed momentarily in the direction Qin Luo had left, then lowered her eyes to the milk tea in her hands, entering the building with a contemplative expression. After the protagonists had departed, the delicate atmosphere in front of the girls' dormitory lingered for some time. Everyone exchanged glances before forming small groups to discuss. "Brothers, what do we make of this? Say you love me? I can't bring myself to say it. Seriously, what time is it to be joking around? If you want me to comment, I have no clue what to say. The information overload is overwhelming. Let us just address the matter of Qin Luo suddenly confessing to Yao Yinyan. What are your thoughts?" In my opinion, there are 2 possibilities. Either the god of Luo has come to a realization, or he remains utterly perplexed. Could someone elucidate this? Must we always trouble this group for explanations? I'm already struggling to navigate life as it is. It's quite straightforward. If he has realized, it means he acknowledges he can no longer pursue Suku and has thus shifted his affections. Conversely, if he is perplexed, it indicates a mere outburst, a release of the frustrations he has harbored towards Suku. Regardless of which possibility it is, today's events have certainly changed my perspective on him. I have nothing more to say. What he accomplished today was indeed remarkable. After today, let us see who still dares to call me the god of Luo's infatuated admirer. It is difficult to say. Perhaps he is simply having a moment of madness, and now that he has regained his senses, he finds himself sobbing in his dormitory, only to desperately seek forgiveness from Suku by tomorrow. This scenario is indeed plausible. As the saying goes, it is better to enjoy joy with others than to revel alone. University life can often be dull, yet the whimsical spectators, while indulging in their own amusement, do not forget their companions. Consequently, a flurry of videos and photographs emerged on the campus forum, swiftly dominating the online discourse. Meanwhile, one of the parties involved, Qin Luo, lay trembling under his blanket in his dormitory. He was indeed on the verge of tears, but not from sorrow. Rather, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Heaven knows the trials he has endured over the past 3 months, living in a state of turmoil. In pursuit of some advantage from the system, he had effectively bartered his soul and dignity. In a time when sycophants are reviled, being one is an immense source of pressure, especially for Qin Luo, who has always recognized himself as such, causing his psychological burden to grow heavier by the day. To reiterate, earning money is arduous, and enduring humiliation is even more so. Fortunately, he has now acquired wealth and is no longer subjected to indignities, employing a strategy no one had previously conceived. Qin Luo brought a temporary conclusion to the matter between himself and Suku, akin to clearing away the clouds to reveal the sun, dispelling the gloom that had accumulated in his heart over this period. What remained was nothing but brilliance. This clarity was reflected in the information panel before him. Host, Qin Luo, current persona, scoundrel, duration of persona, 0 days, items, beauty cream, classic music library, heartfelt headphones, marvelous glasses, skills, Musical proficiency. Upon reviewing the system panel, Qin Luo nodded in satisfaction. The system's rewards varied, and thus far, he had accumulated a total of 100 daily sign-ins, each yielding a fixed sum of 10,000 yuan, 14 weekly sign-ins, each granting 100,000 yuan along with a random attribute point, and 3 monthly sign-ins, each awarding 300,000 yuan plus 2 attribute points and a random item. The 100-day sign-in, which he had just achieved today, bestowed upon him 1 million yuan, 10 attribute points, 1 item, and 1 skill, a veritable cornucopia of rewards. The next opportunity for such a splendid windfall would not arrive until the next 100-day sign-in for a new persona. Reflecting on the fruits of his labor over the past 3 months, Qin Luo felt a mix of satisfaction and a twinge of remorse. During this time, he had believed himself to be the sole sober one amidst a world intoxicated, the only clear soul in a muddied sea. He had disregarded the mockery of others, fixated solely on reaping rewards. Yet, at times, he found himself questioning whether he truly harbored no feelings for Su Ke. Perhaps not entirely. Humans are inherently emotional beings, with some simply leaning towards rationality more than others. Qin Luo had always perceived himself as a rational individual, viewing his affections as a clandestine investment. However, after more than 3 months, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. In reminiscence of that time, he had sought her out due to Su Ke's aloof reputation. Upon witnessing her ethereal beauty clad in pristine white, how could he have remained untouched by her allure? Yet, he adamantly refused to acknowledge his affection for Su Ke. Or perhaps he had long since resigned himself to the belief that winning her heart was an impossibility. Thus, he could endure the bittersweet pain of being her devoted admirer, reveling in the joy of liberation he felt today. However, he could not deceive himself. After more than 3 months of acquaintance, Su Ke's presence had permeated every corner of his heart. Had she reciprocated his feelings before today, he might have been overwhelmed with joy. Alas, after today, such a possibility would cease to exist. The door he had long been unable to open no longer warranted his attempts, for there was always someone within. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qin Luo suddenly felt a wave of ennui wash over him, even the previously surging thrill of vengeance dissipating significantly. Perhaps she was not a virtuous individual. Did that make him one? In this world, who among them could claim superiority? At that moment, the dormitory door swung open. 3 roommates entered, accompanied by Li Qinggang's irate voice. "I'm just so fed up. I'll find a way to make that guy pay. Every time he fawns over Su Ke, I'll make him regret it." His words faltered as he caught sight of Qin Luo lying motionless on the bed, and he swallowed the rest of his sentence. Wang Chen glanced at Qin Luo and then noticed several cups of milk tea on the table. Exchanging knowing looks with the other two, they silently concluded that he must have purchased the wrong flavor and was now being ridiculed by Su Ke. Perhaps he even faced a scolding and was now lying there in despair. As the saying goes, one can never awaken someone who is feigning sleep. In the silence, the 3 shared a moment of understanding. Li Qinggang's hands clenched and relaxed, caught in a struggle. At times, he desperately wished to deliver a couple of punches to Qin Luo, regardless of the lingering resentment that might follow, just to rouse him from his stupor. Yet, he ultimately refrained, letting out a sigh instead. His earlier ire transformed into a more amiable tone as he called out, "Teasy, I'm going to take a shower. Can I borrow your shower card? I'll bring dinner back for you." As he bent down to gather his toiletries beneath the bed, Qin Luo, who had been lying still, suddenly spoke up. "Wait a moment." Li Qinggang frowned. "What is up? You're not letting me use your shower card?" Qin Luo shook his head, silently getting out of bed, retrieving a brand new tube of facial cleanser, and handing it over. "Take this too." Li Qinggang instinctively reached out to accept it, his eyes widening in surprise. Wang Chen, equally astonished, exclaimed, "What the hell?" Wu Xian, with trembling hands, adjusted his glasses and stammered, "Old Qin, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this the gift you prepared for Su Ke? What on earth?" For a moment, he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, utterly astonished by Qin Luo's sudden actions. Li Cheng, having swallowed hard, anxiously inquired, "Teasy, have you been through some sort of shock?" Looking at those cups of milk tea on the table, "Did you buy the wrong flavors and get rejected by Su Ke?" "The milk tea is for you," Qin Luo interjected, then added with a smile, "You all are right. Being a sycophant is pointless, so I won't pursue her any longer." At this proclamation, the atmosphere in room 404 fell into an eerie silence. The 3 burly men stared at Qin Luo, their faces etched with disbelief. even instinctively raising their hands to check their ears, questioning if they had misheard. What do you mean, Tizi? What did you just say? Luo Gu, please act normally. I'm scared. Old Qin, could you repeat that? I might have overindulged myself lately, and my hearing could be a bit off. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle, choosing not to elaborate further, and simply remarked, just check the school forum. Chapter 4. I truly deserve this. The three men stared at Qin Luo, exchanging glances before silently opening the campus forum, only to be dazzled by a flurry of posts featuring keywords like Luo Shun and Su Ku. Shocking. The campus belle Su Ku was publicly humiliated. Incredible. The biggest sycophant on campus has unexpectedly shifted his affections. It stunned my mother for an entire year. The goddess group gathered at the dormitory entrance, all for the sake of one man. Why did the campus belle break down in public? What lies behind Luo Shin's public confession to Su Ku's roommate? Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? There were countless similarly extravagant posts, leaving the three men dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment, as they slowly used trembling fingers to click on a thread. What followed was a vivid depiction of Qin Luo cheerfully handing milk tea to Su Ku's roommate, juxtaposed with Su Ku's frosty demeanor and piercing gaze, and the astonished expressions of onlookers. The original poster, through a vibrant narrative complete with images and videos, meticulously chronicled the events that had unfolded moments prior at the girls' dormitory entrance. Within 20 minutes of posting, the thread had gone viral across the campus, attracting countless viewers. The comments section erupted with excitement. Surely, my posture while browsing today is off. Let me disconnect and reconnect to see. Luo Shin no longer fawns over Su Ku, yet he confesses before her in the presence of Yao Yinyan. Do you believe this, or should I claim to be Qin Shi Huang? If the original poster were merely speaking nonsense, I would dismiss it as drivel, but given the evidence, I must regard it as an extraordinary feat. With so many cups of milk tea, each member of the goddess group received one, yet Su Ku received none. How perplexing. In that moment, I felt akin to the cup of milk tea in the hands of the celestial being, Luo Shan. When he pierced through my faade, it was utterly astounding. What on earth is the peculiar nature of the individual upstairs? Someone hastily add me to the group of eccentrics. What has prompted Luo Shin to act in such a manner? Considering his previous fervor while adoring Su Ku, how could he possibly engage in such behaviors? There are those who have analyzed the situation, suggesting he has either come to a realization or is utterly bewildered. We remain in the dark, too timid to inquire. And at this juncture, I simply wish to witness where the person who threatened to perform acrobatics in a state of distress has vanished to. Not to be understated. Witnessing Luo Shun's sudden enlightenment has surprisingly stirred a sense of emotion within me. While I comprehend the rationale, I still fervently hope he will extend an apology to Su Ku tomorrow. After all, I have wagered 100 yuan with my roommate. I wager 200 that he will not apologize to Su Ku. I wager 500 that Su Ku will be the one to seek an apology from Luo Shin tomorrow. I wager 1,000 that Luo Shun will soon be seated beside Yao Yinyan. This is utterly outrageous. The comment section was inundated with a cacophony of astonished, bemused, and sardonic remarks, creating a tapestry of absurdity. Three robust men found themselves momentarily lost in thought, ultimately swallowing hard in disbelief. The silence of 404 was deafening. 10 seconds later, incredible, my friend. Truly remarkable. What a journey it has been for you, Brother Luo. At long last, clarity has graced your mind. Old Qin, I shall say no more. Let us seize this momentum and engage in a couple of rounds, for I have a premonition that today I shall ascend to gold. The very ceiling of the dormitory nearly succumbed to the fervent shouts of the three, with Li Chenggang clenching his fists in excitement, Wang Chun on the brink of tears of joy, and Wu Xian dragging Qin Luo to the computer with fervor. As Qin Luo's roommates, they had implored him countless times over the past 3 months, and now this delightful surprise arrived so unexpectedly. Akin to a son who had been single yesterday, suddenly returning with a beautiful partner proclaiming plans for marriage. That mixture of relief and wonder filled their hearts instantaneously. Li Chenggang, flushed with exhilaration, exclaimed, I'm off to buy some barbecue. Today, it's all or nothing, a minimum of half a kilogram for everyone. And if anyone drinks less, I want tea, let it slide. Wang Chen winked at him. Brother Gang, weren't you just saying you were going to take a shower? What shower? I'm diving straight into the liquor tonight. Nothing else matters. I'm simply overjoyed, Li Chenggang declared, bursting through the door with laughter. Wang Chun hesitated before saying, "Then I'll go bathe first. Brother Luo, you take this." Qin Luo lifted his chin. "Take it with you." Wang Chen's face lit up with joy as he reached for the legendary item, only for Qin Luo to give him a sharp glance. "Have you forgotten something?" Wang Chen paused, his expression stiffening as he solemnly replied, "Foster father." Qin Luo nodded with satisfaction. "Go on." The brawny northeastern fellow dashed off to procure alcohol, while the refined lad from Shanghai headed to take a shower. Inside the room, the remaining two began an exhilarating duel in the Summoner's Canyon. However, just as the game commenced, Qin Luo's phone erupted with incessant notifications from Su Ku. "What do you really mean? You offered bubble tea to everyone, yet excluded me? And what about your confession to Yao Yinyan? What exactly do you mean? Let me tell you, Qin Luo, your actions today have made me quite displeased. If you do not return immediately to apologize, you shall never receive my attention again in this lifetime." "Qin Luo, speak to me. You used to reply promptly, didn't you? You have the audacity to anger me, so you must have the courage to respond." As Su Ku's incessant messages flooded the chat window, Qin Luo's expression grew rather intricate. Since their acquaintance, this was the first instance he received messages from her unprompted. It was also the first time he refrained from replying instantly upon seeing her messages. With this thought, Qin Luo couldn't help but let out a sigh. Beside him, Wu Xian noticed his expression and the barrage of messages on the phone screen. After contemplating, he couldn't resist offering advice. "Old Qin, though I am unaware of what transpired today, the brothers are behind you. However, we all know you still harbor feelings for Su Ku. Given the circumstances, it seems you've truly upset her. So perhaps," before Wu Xian could finish, Qin Luo abruptly slapped his own face, gritting his teeth and muttering, "How could I have acted this way? I truly deserve to be condemned." Wu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Whoa, that's excessive, old Qin. Really not necessary." Qin Luo shook his head, manipulated his phone a bit, then tossed it aside. Grasping the mouse, he solemnly declared, "How can I be distracted while gaming? Let's hurry, it's a level 1 team fight in the river." "Wu Xian." The two equipped themselves and, along with their 3 teammates, rushed to the river, emerging in laughter and joy 15 minutes later. Meanwhile, in room 606 of the girls' dormitory, the atmosphere was starkly contrasting. A new author, hoping for everyone's support. If you enjoy it, don't forget to collect and recommend it. Thank you. Chapter 5. He no longer likes you. An oppressive atmosphere lingered in room 606, having persisted for quite some time. Tang Yu quietly observed Su Ku, curious about her current mental state. Since entering, Su Ku had been sitting in silence with a cold expression, occasionally gritting her teeth. Her frosty gaze remained fixed on her phone screen, as if awaiting something. Having known her for over 2 years, her usual aloof demeanor was familiar, yet her present state felt somewhat alien. All of this stemmed from a person she did not care for, which puzzled Tang Yu. If Su Ku truly held no concern for Qin Luo, why would she react so strongly on his account? Nearby, Yao Yinyan sat scrolling through the campus forum, occasionally glancing at Su Ku, suppressing laughter while her shoulders trembled in amusement. She has always been one to revel in the chaos of others. And now the campus forum is inundated with posts concerning the incident that just transpired at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. As one of the parties involved, Yao Yinyan finds herself under the gaze of many. Particularly, Qin Luo's remark, "I like you more now," has thrust her into the limelight, with numerous individuals accusing her of surreptitiously usurping Su Ku's devoted admirer. Yao Yinyan remains largely indifferent to such rumors, like Tang Yu. Her sole curiosity lies in discerning the thoughts and subsequent actions of Su Ku. Meanwhile, sisters Chu Xijin and Chu Liunyan are engaged in their own pursuits, one sipping milk tea while watching culinary videos, and the other engrossed in the latest anime series. With the soft, delicate voices of animated characters occasionally breaking the stillness of the dormitory. Suddenly, a loud thud shatters the silence. The group looks up to find Su Ku forcefully slamming her phone down onto the table. Her eyes, once akin to an ancient glacier, now blaze with the intensity of an erupting volcano, threatening to unleash its fury at any moment. That scoundrel Qin Luo. How dare he ignore my messages? Why won't he apologize? To think he even blocked me. I'll never acknowledge him again. Never. A sense of humiliation washes over her as she speaks, her fair complexion tinged with a flush, and her breath quickening with agitation. For a woman who has always been cherished and adored by those around her, Qin Luo's actions today feel nothing short of an affront. Earlier, at the dormitory entrance, She had nearly succumbed to her rage, but was momentarily stunned by Qin Luo's surprising antics, leaving her without an outlet for her frustration. Now back in her dorm, she grapples with the lingering indignation. In her desperation, Suko longs for Qin Luo to concede and apologize, even going so far as to initiate contact with him for the first time, only to be met with his disregard and subsequent blocking, an outcome she simply cannot fathom. Observing Suko's distress, Tang Yu leans in to catch a glimpse of Suko's phone screen. What she sees are a series of messages sent by Suko, culminating in a final message adorned with a glaring red exclamation mark. This revelation leaves Tang Yu both astonished and contemplative. Based on her earlier conjectures, it seems highly plausible that Qin Luo's actions today stem from his inability to endure Suko's demeanor any longer, prompting him to seek a change. Thus, he deliberately withheld milk tea from her and utilized Yao Yanyan as a pawn, aiming to provoke a reaction from Suko. In Tang Yu's view, given how events have unfolded, Qin Luo's scheme has indeed succeeded, and now it is incumbent upon him to find a way to appease Suko, demonstrating that he too possesses a temper. However, he not only refrained but also blocked Suko on WeChat. Was it a matter of poor self-control, excessive force? Or had he truly lost interest in Suko and decided to relinquish her? Tang Yu found herself at a loss and could only advise. It's merely a cup of milk tea. There's no need to be so upset. Here, take mine. With that, she handed Suko the unopened jasmine milk green tea she had received from Qin Luo earlier. Do you think I am upset over a cup of milk tea? Suko scoffed, her laughter tinged with sarcasm. She glared at Tang Yu and continued, he has given milk tea to all of you, yet deliberately excluded me, despite having several cups left, claiming they were for his roommates. Isn't that simply an attempt to humiliate me? Tang Yu frowned. Her intentions had been good, yet they seemed to have the opposite effect, inciting Suko's anger further. Meanwhile, Yao Yanyan stretched her long legs, encased in black stockings, and leisurely remarked, in essence, isn't it just a cup of milk tea that's causing this uproar? Is it truly worth such a furious reaction? Afterward, she took a sip of her red bean milk tea, her face reflecting a somewhat exaggerated expression of enjoyment. Suko shot her a glance, seemingly provoked anew, and with a slight twitch of her mouth, she stepped forward. Give me your cup. Yao Yanyan raised an eyebrow. Why? I've already taken a sip. What? Is Qin Luo's milk tea so delightful that you're reluctant to part with it? I don't understand what you're saying. It's just a cup of milk tea. Just a cup of milk tea? Is it not a gift from Qin Luo, a token of his affection? With that, Yao Yanyan couldn't hold back and unexpectedly sprayed her milk tea everywhere, her eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and absurdity as she looked at Suko. Suko, noticing her reaction, let out a cold laugh. What's this? Such a strong reaction? Have I hit the nail on the head? Tell me, when did you and Qin Luo begin your affair? Was today's incident premeditated between you two, designed specifically to humiliate me? I swear. Yao Yanyan shot up, her temper flaring to the point where she almost splashed her milk tea on Suko's face. She felt utterly innocent and wronged. Although her personal style often invited negative rumors at school, she was indifferent to them, as they were often intentional. However, today was different. She had been completely unaware of the events, especially since Qin Luo had publicly confessed to her after giving her the milk tea, leaving her utterly stunned. Now, Suko was using this against her, suggesting she had long been involved with Qin Luo, which was unbearable for Yao Yanyan. As the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, Tang Yu quickly intervened. All right, Suko, please calm down. I believe Yanyan would never do something like that. The reason behind Qin Luo's actions today is quite simple. What reason? The four others, aside from Tang Yu, asked in unison. Yao Yanyan and Suko could be disregarded. The two of you only know how to eat and watch. What excitement do you bring? Tang Yu glanced at the Chu sisters with a hint of exasperation and replied calmly, it's quite simple. He no longer harbors affection for you. Chapter 6. The reality of romance. You mean he doesn't like me anymore? Suko's eyes widened slightly, and she instinctively retorted, impossible. He could never stop liking me. Is it really so impossible? Yao Yanyan countered with a teasing smile. If he still liked you, how could he have failed to bring you milk tea? And how could he confess to me right in front of you? Pausing momentarily, she added with a chuckle, yet. It's also possible he has developed feelings for someone else. After all, who could resist my charm? Yao Yanyan, silence yourself. Suko couldn't help but raise her voice, attempting to assert her dominance. Yet, the slight quiver in her tone betrayed her insecurity. Despite her confidence in her allure, self-doubt crept in. making her question whether Qin Luo had truly found someone else. Recalling all that Qin Luo had done for her, Suke found it hard to believe. Unwilling to accept it. He had treated her so well. How could he simply give up? Yet, if he no longer liked her, how could he have acted so inappropriately moments ago? In a moment of confusion, she bit her lip and demanded, "What gives him the right to stop liking me? Is this how one pursues a girl? You declare your affection, then suddenly withdraw? How can he abandon his pursuit midway? My mother always told me that men are deceitful, not to be trusted, and it appears she was right." What a shocking statement. Tang Yu swallowed her words, gazing at Su Ku with astonishment. She could not comprehend why Su Ku harbored such thoughts. It was evident that she had never reciprocated Qin Luo's feelings. Yet she accepted everything he offered her as her due. Now that he had moved on, she was the one who was unwilling, even blaming him for his decision to withdraw. As women, is there truly such a vast difference in our cognitive processes? Tang Yu took a deep breath, deciding not to pursue this line of conversation. Meanwhile, the onlooker Chu Lianyan couldn't help but interject. You claim he gave up halfway through his pursuit. But real-life romance is not a game and does not come with a guide. Should he inquire daily about your progress in winning your heart? After a brief pause, she added, "If it were me, after investing considerable time in pursuing a character in a game without any success or progress, I would abandon the pursuit early on. It would simply be a waste of time. With all that effort, I could have achieved a harem ending long ago. Why should I hang on to a single tree?" As soon as Chu Lianyan finished her statement, an eerie silence enveloped the dormitory. Tang Yu, Yao Yinyan, and Chu Sijin gazed at her in utter astonishment, unable to fathom how this girl, whose mind was typically consumed by anime and figurines, could utter such profound words. Only Su Ku, in a state of confusion, managed to ask, "What is it?" With great enthusiasm, Chu Lianyan elaborated, "It is a visually oriented, interactive text game where players can control the protagonist and engage in romantic storylines with various beautiful girls. For instance, I have recently been playing a game called Say." Stop, stop, stop. Chu Sijin hastily covered her sister's mouth, fearing that she might promote something utterly inappropriate. As an older sister, she was all too aware of her sister's interests. Although they publicly indulged in normal content, privately, it was often too risky for her comfort. Gradually, Su Ku grasped the implications of Chu Lianyan's words, her expression darkening as she asked, "So, does he now think pursuing me is a waste of time and wishes to chase someone else?" With that, she cast a cold glance at Yao Yinyan. Yao Yinyan smiled and was about to speak when Tang Yu suddenly, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Su Ku, tell me honestly, do you like Qin Luo or not?" "Of course, I do not like him," Su Ku instinctively replied. Tang Yu pressed further. "Then why do you care so much about someone you do not like? Why are you so upset over his actions? He is not your boyfriend, and you are not his girlfriend. You are free to disregard his affections. He can do as he pleases, and you have no right to bind him." "Enough, Su Ku. I have told you before, if you do not like him, you should not passively accept his kindness. It is better for both of you this way, is it not?" Faced with Tang Yu's relentless questioning, Su Ku's expression shifted multiple times. She repeatedly opened her mouth, attempting to counter, yet the words remained lodged in her throat, unutterable. Thus, she fell into silence. For some inexplicable reason, memories from the past suddenly flooded her mind, like a series of slides flashing before her eyes. She recalled her struggles with dysmenorrhea and how Qin Luo, upon learning of her condition, had gone out of his way to prepare and deliver chicken soup for her. On one occasion, when a torrential downpour struck after class and she had forgotten her umbrella, Qin Luo selflessly offered her his, braving the rain to return to class drenched. On her birthday this year, he had adorned the area beneath the girls' dormitory with a sea of roses and set off fireworks, resulting in a minor reprimand for him. The boys teased him, calling him a love-struck fool, yet that evening, countless female classmates looked on with envy. Such instances had occurred numerous times over the past 3 months. Su Ku had always feigned indifference towards Qin Luo's affections, often scoffing at them, yet she had never outright rejected his kindness. In fact, when he showered her with care and attention in front of others, she found herself experiencing a sense of satisfaction. At some point, she had grown accustomed to this way of life, deriving a sense of superiority and satisfaction from Qin Luo. Consequently, she found it unbearable to accept Qin Luo's behavior today. Unable to reconcile with the fact that someone who once gazed at her with such affection could suddenly express an interest in another. It was utterly intolerable for him to leave her side without warning. Was this what love entailed? Had she truly developed feelings for him? No, that could not be. Her emotions were rooted in the betrayal she felt. Suko clenched her teeth in frustration. If one were to abandon their pursuit of a partner after relentless efforts, labeling it as betrayal, then this world would be rife with traitors. Tang Yu, with a wry smile, fell silent, retreating to a corner. Yao Yanyan, seizing the moment, cheerfully remarked, I believe I understand now. Qin Luo no longer harbors feelings for you, Suku, and you never truly liked him, correct? Suku sensed something amiss in her tone, but nodded in agreement. Yao Yanyan's smile grew even sweeter. That simplifies matters. I suspect Qin Luo will no longer pursue you, and you won't have to see him again. Out of sight, out of mind, everyone wins. Suku frowned at this notion. It was not the outcome she desired. She longed for an apology from Qin Luo, wishing for him to resume his attentive demeanor as before, not to sever their ties entirely. Even if a complete separation were necessary, it should be her decision to initiate it, not one forced upon her by Qin Luo's actions that left her humiliated. She shot Yao Yanyan a cold glance, smirking slightly. What is the hurry to have me abandon Qin Luo? Are you planning to be with him? Yao Yanyan met her gaze unflinchingly, responding with a smile. That is not your concern. After all, he is no longer pursuing you, and I happen to be single. Who knows what may happen? Yao Yanyan, I knew you had ulterior motives. Hand over that cup of milk tea. Not a chance. Come and take it if you can. Suku felt a rush of anger and pretended to lunge for the milk tea, while Yao Yanyan swiftly fled, slamming the dormitory door shut behind her. Suku narrowly avoided having her nose caught in the door, staring at the closed entrance with frustration. She bit her lip, but ultimately refrained from chasing after her, instead glancing at the remaining occupants in the dorm. Tang Yu sat at her desk, sipping milk tea while engrossed in a book, oblivious to Suku's displeased gaze. Chu Sijin noticed Suku's unsettling expression and hurriedly widened the opening of her cup with a straw, then took rapid sips. After finishing, she burped and wiped the milk tea stain from her mouth, sheepishly declaring, all gone. Beside her, Chu Liunyan was not to be outdone. She tore open her milk tea cup and poured its contents into another cup. Once completed, she discreetly hid the empty Anya collaboration milk tea cup and handed the newly filled cup to Suku, saying, Here, milk tea. Suku, a new author with a new book. If you enjoy it, do not forget to save it and show your support. Thank you. Chapter 7. Advancing towards the Minotaur Warriors. Your unsatisfactory male persona has deeply resonated. On the first day of check-in, you have received a reward, 10,000 yuan. A beautiful day commenced with the sound of the system's notification. Qin Luo pulled back the covers, rubbed his slightly swollen head, and surveyed the disarray in the dormitory. Li Chungang lay sprawled across his bed, while Wu Xian and Wang Chun had rolled into the same bed. The floor was littered with empty alcohol cans, and the room was permeated with a pungent odor of alcohol. To celebrate Qin Luo's liberation from hardship, the four men of room 404 had indulged in a night of heavy drinking, leaving them in a state of disarray. Li Chungang was known for his love of alcohol, often calling everyone to drink, but Wu Xian and Wang Chun possessed a lesser tolerance, making their current state a testament to their genuine joy over Qin Luo's decision to part ways with Suku. Regardless of their usual banter, when faced with matters of the heart, true feelings surfaced. In life's journey, finding a kindred spirit is rare, and Qin Luo felt fortunate to have such roommates. Brother, if you can't drink, go sit with the dogs, one mumbled. Lo go, I can't take it anymore. Let me just feed some fish, another groaned. Old Qin, why not pursue Suku again, and have her introduce us to her friends? Listening to their indistinct murmurs, Qin Luo felt a few dark lines form on his forehead. He then leisurely rolled out of bed, the first task being to draw back the curtains and open the window, basking in the morning sun and warm breeze. He took a deep breath, feeling particularly uplifted. Since acquiring the system a few months ago, he had repeatedly gained points in stamina, enhancing his physical condition, which allowed him to remain relatively sober while others were still in a haze. After tidying up the dormitory, Li Chungang groggily awakened. Seeing Qin Luo dressed and ready to leave, he sleepily inquired, What are you up to so early? Qin Luo casually replied, Going to class. At this, Li Chungang, half awake, exclaimed, There are no classes this morning. Where do you think you're going? Don't tell me you were lying to us yesterday. Just to go accompany Suku to class. In the past few months, Qin Luo had gone to great lengths to be close to Suku, including attending her classes when he had none of his own. Fearing that Qin Luo would stubbornly pursue his infatuation, Li Qinggang attempted to throw himself out of bed to drag him back. However, in his dazed state, he struck his head against the ceiling with a thud, promptly collapsing back onto the bed. Youth is indeed wonderful. One can simply fall back to sleep. Qin Luo stifled a laugh and turned his attention to Wang Chun and Wu Xian. Due to the commotion caused by Li Qinggang, the two had also begun to stir, now embracing one another, their faces clouded with confusion as their gazes met. Moments later, the two individuals regained consciousness, their faces etched with terror as they instinctively pushed each other away, both covering their posteriors with an unspoken agreement. Once they confirmed that their bodies had conveyed no strange signals, they quietly exhaled in relief and turned their attention back to Li Qinggang and Qin Luo. Old Qin, you're up early. What was that commotion just now? Li Qinggang struggled to lift his head, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Hurry and tie that scoundrel to the bed. He is trying to lick Su Ku again." At this remark, Wang Chun and Wu Xian immediately snapped to attention, preparing to restrain Qin Luo. With a bemused smile, Qin Luo attempted to clarify, "You're mistaken. I'm off to music class. And Suka hasn't enrolled in that course." "But you haven't enrolled either," Wu Xian instinctively replied, only to suddenly recall something, exclaiming in surprise, "Yao Yinyan seems to be a music major." "Old Qin, you can't possibly be pursuing Yao Yinyan, can you?" Qin Luo, evading the question, responded, "Never mind that. I'm not planning to seek out Su Ku. By the way, it's still early. I'm thinking of heading to the cafeteria for a meal. Are you coming?" "I think I'll pass. I shall also abstain. I'm still recovering from last night's drinking. My head is pounding. Knowing you're not off to find Su Ku eases my mind considerably, but I'll skip the meal and catch a little more sleep." Realizing that Qin Luo genuinely seemed disinterested in repeating past mistakes, the trio promptly reclined once more. Qin Luo cast them an expressionless glance and asked, "Shall I bring you something?" "2 baskets of buns and a bowl of soy milk." "Thanks, buddy." "Luo Gu, you know me well. It's not that I'm too lazy to go down for 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of tofu pudding. Thank you." "Old Qin, do you remember the last time I brought you lunch?" "I want to elaborate, but it was a bowl of Longjiang pig trotter rice. Truly a romantic gesture for a man." "Huh, a man," Qin Luo scoffed, turning to leave, but paused at the door, suddenly turning back to say, "Have you forgotten something?" After 3 seconds of silence, the trio bellowed in unison, "Foster father." Qin Luo nodded in satisfaction before leisurely stepping outside, his mind beginning to contemplate his next course of action. Since his new persona had morphed into that of a scoundrel, he realized that to extract benefits from the system, he must continuously solidify this scoundrel identity. The question then arose, what actions would qualify him as a scoundrel? Though Qin Luo had never been a scoundrel himself, it did not mean he was entirely unfamiliar with the concept. The internet is rife with descriptions and interpretations of scoundrels, often summarized in the simplest terms: non-initiating, non-rejecting, and non-responsible. Qin Luo found this definition overly simplistic, particularly for someone like him who had few female friends. Thus, upon reflecting on his own circumstances, he decided to take the initiative, which is precisely why he had made such bold moves toward Yao Yinyan the previous day. His aim was to create the impression that he had lost interest in Su Ku, redirecting his affections toward Yao Yinyan instead. In contemporary discourse, similar topics have gained traction within campus forums. Qin Luo, a notable figure at the institution, has swiftly been branded with the label of a scoundrel by certain individuals, marking what could be deemed a successful initial step. However, this alone is insufficient. The subsequent actions are of paramount importance. To solidify the persona of a rogue, it is imperative that he is surrounded by no fewer than 2 women, and they must not be of ordinary stature. Given the premise of having Su Ku as an ex-girlfriend, the other women he engages with must be of equal caliber. Otherwise, comparisons with Su Ku will inevitably arise, undermining his carefully crafted image. Thus, the other members of the goddess group present themselves as excellent candidates. Tang Yu, Yao Yinyan, Chu Xijin, and Chu Liunian are all renowned beauties within the school, their allure rivaling that of Su Ku, each possessing unique charms that endear them to numerous male admirers. Su Ku's position as the most popular among the goddess group can largely be attributed to her ethereal grace. People are often drawn to what they cannot possess, and Su Ku's demeanor, reminiscent of an elusive flower atop a high peak, significantly enhances her appeal. Furthermore, the 3 months of adoration from Qin Luo has, in an intangible manner, bestowed upon her an additional allure, allowing her to outshine the other members of the goddess group in terms of popularity. However, This does not imply that the others are inferior to her. For instance, Yao Yinyan possesses a tall and slender figure, a penchant for makeup and fashion, and consistently presents herself as a vision of stylish elegance, exuding a maturity and charm that is unmatched by her peers. Consequently, she has captivated many male admirers, even leading some committed men to become infatuated with her, often resulting in tragic outcomes. Qin Luo has encountered numerous instances on the forum where others have publicly lambasted Yao Yinyan, accusing her of a promiscuous disposition, deliberately enticing men who are already attached, only to cast them aside after ensnaring their affections. Such sentiments frequently surface in discussions, leading many women to perceive Yao Yinyan as a common adversary, with whispers of forming an anti-Yao Yinyan alliance or a victims association. Especially among those in relationships, any encounter with Yao Yinyan prompts immediate withdrawal, as if the mere presence of her alluring figure poses a threat to their partnerships. The male populace finds themselves in a tumultuous relationship with Yao Yinyan, simultaneously enamored and resentful. The unattached struggle to win her affection, while those in relationships fear their emotions may be toyed with, contemplating the moral repercussions of their desires, only to find themselves ultimately empty-handed, unable to retain even their original partners. A truly disheartening predicament. Given these factors, Yao Yinyan has also emerged as a prominent figure within the school. After careful analysis and consideration, Qin Luo has resolved to anchor his first step into the role of a rogue upon Yao Yinyan, primarily due to her reputation. After enjoying a hearty breakfast and receiving 3 additional portions from his whimsical roommate, Qin Luo sauntered into an academic building. Today, let me encounter this minotaur warrior. He gazed at the music classroom before him and strode confidently inside. This was indeed the very place where Yao Yinyan typically attended her lessons. Chapter 8. Do you really wish to pursue me? How annoying. Inside the classroom, Yao Yinyan sat alone in a corner of the back row, holding a delicate makeup mirror, preening her appearance. The mirror reflected her beautiful visage adorned with exquisite makeup, although a faint shade of grayish-black circled her eyes. Barely noticeable at first glance, yet still casting a shadow over her mood. The series of provocative actions by Qin Luo the previous day had left Su Ku considerably unsettled, and as the object of Qin Luo's affections, Yao Yinyan found herself squarely in Su Ku's sights. Unable to vent her frustrations on Qin Luo, Su Ku had chosen to unleash her emotions upon Yao Yinyan instead. Her method of expression was straightforward and unyielding. She remained silent, fixating her cold, expressionless gaze upon Yao Yinyan. From dusk until nightfall, and from night until she lay in bed, Yao Yinyan endured sleeplessness, for each time she closed her eyes. She felt as though a pair of eyes were piercing into the back of her head, a sensation far more unsettling than finishing a horror film. The intensity of Su Ku's resentment was palpable, affecting everyone in the dormitory, with Yao Yinyan bearing the brunt of it. Consequently, she awoke with dark circles under her eyes. TCH, I did not seduce your little sycophant. His confession is his own folly. Why do you glare at me? Now I have dark circles, and it infuriates me. Reflecting on Su Ku's disdainful attitude from the previous night, Yao Yinyan found herself at a loss for words, muttering complaints under her breath. At that moment, she noticed that the previously lively classroom had fallen into an abrupt silence. Yao Yinyan assumed the teacher had arrived to commence the lesson, prompting her to put away her small mirror. However, upon raising her head, she found herself momentarily stunned. How could he be here? In her naturally enchanting eyes reflected a strikingly handsome face. It was none other than Qin Luo. At that precise moment, Qin Luo happened to glance in her direction. Their eyes locked, and he wore a gentle smile as he confidently strode toward Yao Yinyan. Could it be that he is coming for me? Yao Yinyan stared at Qin Luo, her expression shifting as her thoughts began to race. She was studying music, and this class was a requisite for her. Although Qin Luo was not a student of this discipline, he could choose to audit the course, yet she had never seen him in this class before, implying that he had not enrolled. Now, here he was, appearing with clear intent directed solely at her. Could it be that this fellow is genuinely serious? Has he truly developed feelings for me? Yao Yinyan found herself unable to discern the truth. As Qin Luo traversed the corridor, the gazes of his classmates became fixated upon him, each countenance reflecting a myriad of emotions. The boys displayed expressions of bewilderment and astonishment, while the girls, amidst their curiosity, harbored a hint of admiration intertwined with skepticism. In the realm of university life, where idle students abound, The phenomenon of campus beauty contests is certainly not confined to the pages of novels or the frames of cinematic works. Within this prestigious university in the magical city, the likes of Su Ku and Yao Yinyan are lauded as the recognized campus goddesses. Although no one took the time to categorize a campus prince, one could surmise that, had such a selection existed, the female students would undoubtedly cast their votes for Qin Luo, for he was undeniably striking. Since acquiring the system, Qin Luo had experienced numerous enhancements to his charm and charisma, attributes that, when reflected in his appearance, granted him an unparalleled allure in the eyes of his female peers. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pressing concern was the shared perplexity among his classmates regarding why Qin Luo, who had neither enrolled in this course nor previously set foot in this classroom, had suddenly materialized here. As the students exchanged glances, they recalled the events that transpired before the female dormitory the previous day, and a collective realization washed over them. Could it be that Qin Luo had come to our class with the intent of approaching Yao Yinyan? Was it possible that he had developed genuine feelings for her? It was no secret. Had he not declared his affection for Yao Yinyan in front of Su Ku just yesterday? If he did not truly harbor feelings for her, would he have acted in such a manner? It was utterly perplexing. Why choose Yao Yinyan of all people? This young man seemed blissfully unaware of the trouble he might encounter. Countless male students had suffered under Yao Yinyan's charm, and now, freshly liberated from Su Ku, he turned to pursue Yao Yinyan. Such audacity. While I find it difficult to pass judgment, I recognize his tenacity. The male students regarded Qin Luo with a newfound respect, their gazes akin to that of admiring warriors. Conversely, the female students harbored differing opinions. Is that Qin Luo? This is the first time I've seen him up close. He is incredibly handsome, one remarked. Indeed, I had only heard whispers about his pursuit of Su Ku. I never imagined he would be this striking, another concurred. Did you not see yesterday's forum? He has ceased his pursuit of Su Ku and seems to have developed a fondness for Yao Yinyan. Yao Yinyan? But why her? Even if he likes someone, it shouldn't be her. She's not a virtuous person. Whether she is virtuous or not is debatable. But I believe Qin Luo is no paragon either. He abandons his pursuit of Su Ku only to chase after Yao Yinyan. What a cad. Upon hearing the female student's discourse, a male student could not restrain himself from defending Qin Luo. One cannot speak so harshly. He and Su Ku were never in a relationship. It is his prerogative to pursue whomever he chooses. The female classmate cast a glance at him, her expression devoid of emotion, and remarked, "That doesn't mean one can simply cease pursuing someone. What about the girl's dignity? If one only considers oneself and disregards the feelings of the other party, how can they not be deemed a scoundrel?" The male student, feeling the tension rise, inhaled sharply. "If you insist on saying that, then I might just have to exchange a few punches with you." The female classmate, unflinching, shot back. "Go ahead and try to lay a finger on me." "What? You wish to engage in a fair duel of warriors? Bring it on. I fear no one." Ultimately, this boxing match, destined for failure on one side, never came to fruition. Ignoring the gazes and murmurs around him, Qin Luo approached Yao Yinyan directly, taking the time to scrutinize her as he walked. She sported a cascade of black wavy hair, interlaced with strands of blue highlights, complemented by a delicate chin and a face shaped like a perfect oval, adorned with exquisite features. Her nose was elegantly high, her lips, tinged with lipstick, were thin yet alluring, and her enchanting phoenix eyes seemed to possess an innate charm, enhanced further by her refined makeup, exuding an irresistible allure. Particularly captivating was the small natural beauty mark beneath her left eye, which added to her appeal, presenting a fashionably vibrant visage, distinctly alluring compared to her peers. Furthermore, her figure was undeniably striking. The white blouse could scarcely conceal her impressive development, and the lengthy hem obscured her denim shorts, leaving her long, fair legs exposed to the air, creating an illusion as if she were not wearing pants at all, which was undeniably tantalizing. This woman had the perfect physique, slim where it should be, ample where it needed to be, showcasing a flawless silhouette that could easily overshadow her female classmates without even considering her face. In ancient times, she would have been the beautiful seductress, capable of captivating the hearts of men at a mere glance. It was no wonder that so many men, despite having girlfriends, found it difficult to resist Yao Yinyan's allure. With such looks and form, who could withstand her charm? This could not merely be described as a bull-headed warrior. She was truly a bull-headed goddess of war. Qin Luo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Each goddess had her unique beauty, Yet when it came to the most enchanting and alluring, Yao Yinyan undoubtedly reigned supreme. Just as her name suggested, she was a pure little enchantress. Is there something you need? Yao Yinyan suddenly inquired, her captivating gaze fixed on Qin Luo's face, seemingly probing the reason for his presence. Is there anyone sitting next to you? Qin Luo replied with a smile, sidestepping the question. Yao Yinyan shook her head. Ever since the incessant news about her circulated within the school, she had remained solitary during class. Female classmates harbored both envy and resentment towards her, while male classmates kept their distance, with not a single soul daring to sit beside her, as if proximity to her would result in losing something of great importance, rendering her akin to a walking plague. While Qin Luo could surmise the reasons behind their reluctance to sit with her, he remained unconcerned. For his approach to Yao Yinyan was intentional and purposeful. Regardless of her character, whether virtuous or flawed, it matters little. After all, she is merely a tool for extracting advantages from the system. The fact that others maintain their distance from her only serves to facilitate Qin Luo's approach. Thus, Qin Luo boldly took a seat beside Yao Yinyan and smiled at her, saying, "Mind if I join you for a class?" Yao Yinyan fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes narrowing slightly, her expression oscillating between curiosity and playful mockery, before finally displaying a keen interest as she quietly queried, "Are you genuinely trying to pursue me?" Qin Luo responded with a smile, "Is that not permissible? Whether it is feasible is not for me to decide. It is your prerogative to pursue whomever you wish. Just as you did with Su Ku. So, does that mean I hold some initiative? Do you have a boyfriend? If so, would it bother you to have one more?" Yao Yinyan could not contain herself, letting out a soft laugh, clearly amused, and remarked, "I never realized it before, but you are actually quite entertaining." Qin Luo returned her smile, saying, "After all, my previous affections were entirely devoted to Su Ku. I was hesitant to converse with you all for fear of displeasing her. Hence I never initiated any discussions." Yao Yinyan, with a smirk, inquired, "And what about now? No longer afraid?" Qin Luo blinked playfully, "What do you think?" Yao Yinyan did not respond, merely rolling her eyes at him before engrossing herself in her phone. Chapter 9. Amusingly, does my dear aunt think I can be easily deceived? The initial encounter between Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan unfolded devoid of any fiery tension, concluding silently, characterized solely by wit and devoid of emotion. Surrounding students could not hear their conversation but observed their apparent intimacy, filled with laughter and jovial banter. Consequently, speculation ran rampant. Could it be that they are truly becoming an item? It does seem that way. Lo Shun is something else. Unable to win over the campus belle, he settles for her roommate? Where can I find their literary works in bookstores? What? No books available? I shall smash the bookstore. The murmurs grew louder, and all eyes were fixated on Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan, as students not only speculated about their dialogue, but also seized their phones to capture the moment. After all, Qin Luo had become a well-known figure in the school, although his reputation had not been stellar before, following yesterday's spectacle. An increasing number of people no longer associated the moniker Lo Shun with derision, but rather spoke of it with admiration. As for Yao Yinyan, her notoriety was acknowledged as well. Two individuals who were once seemingly unrelated now confidently walked together. Just a day after Qin Luo had relinquished his affections for Su Ku and confessed to Yao Yinyan. Upon releasing such news onto the forum, who could possibly lament a lack of views? In this age of entertainment-induced lethargy, people's lives often succumb to a monotonous cycle, yearning for a spark of stimulation to infuse their monochrome existence with vibrant hues. At this moment, Qin Luo stands as the artist wielding the brush, effortlessly stirring the emotions of those around him with delicate strokes. Oblivious to the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Qin Luo finds himself engrossed in his phone. Yet the corner of his eye discreetly glances towards Yao Yinyan. From their recent exchange, he finds her thoughts inscrutable. As a roommate of Su Ku, her reaction to his actions from the previous day should logically incite her ire. It would be natural for her, as Su Ku's friend, to express grievances or inquiries regarding his behavior. Yet, remarkably, she refrains from mentioning the previous day's events, instead engaging in light-hearted banter with Qin Luo. In response to his deliberately suggestive remarks, Yao Yinyan displays little reaction, artfully sidestepping the weight of his words in a manner that invites dialogue, even attempting to analyze his motives for approaching her. It appears she has answered everything, yet in truth, she has revealed nothing. Is this the prowess of a war goddess and sophisticated seductress? Qin Luo silently muses, ultimately deciding to abandon his probing attempts. In this world, the human heart is the most elusive to decipher, and the complexities of a woman's heart are even more enigmatic. Resolutely, Qin Luo opts for a more direct approach, choosing not to speculate further on Yao Yinyan's inner thoughts. With a swift motion, he produces a sleek and exquisite pair of minimalist in-ear headphones from his hand. These listening heart headphones, one of his possessions, possess the remarkable ability to perceive the current thoughts of others, applicable to different targets, yet limited to 5 uses before they revert to common headphones. He examines the headphones, noting their seemingly ordinary material, feeling as though they could shatter with the slightest pressure. Dismissing such concerns, he toys with them briefly before placing them in his ears and designating Yao Yinyan as his target. In the next instant, her voice resonates directly within his mind. "You dog of a man, don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. With that frenzied infatuation for Su Ku, you suddenly cease your pursuit? Who would believe that? You profess to have feelings for me, but I see you merely wish to use me as a pawn, leveraging our connection to shift the dynamics and elevate Su Ku's regard for you. Am I correct? Now you approach me deliberately, hoping to provoke her jealousy by letting her see us together. I must admit, this dog of a man has some skill, but unfortunately for you, you've encountered me. Oh, and look at you stealing glances my way. What is your game? Do you genuinely wish for me to believe you have feelings for me? How amusing. Do you think I'm that easily deceived? With a display of trivial skills, you believe you can toy with me? You underestimate my resilience. Watch how I expose your shortcomings." Qin Luo remarked, "My dear lady, could you perhaps reduce the theatricality of your demeanor, much like your so-called pure love factor?" He couldn't help but smirk, finding a hint of complexity in Yao Yinyan's seemingly tranquil exterior, which concealed a wealth of inner drama. Sensing his gaze, Yao Yinyan turned her head and inquired, "What is that look you're giving me?" After a moment of consideration, Qin Luo replied, "I think if you pursued acting, you would undoubtedly achieve great success." Yao Yinyan was momentarily taken aback, her face illuminating with surprise. "Are you serious? What makes you say that? Do I truly possess the potential to be an actress?" Her reaction surprised Qin Luo. What had been a mere jest seemed to resonate deeply with her. Could it be that acting was her aspiration? It seemed plausible, especially since she was a music major who might wish to navigate the entertainment industry through her singing. However, he remained cautious. From their initial exchange, he had discerned that she was a formidable opponent. Her expressions, reactions, and words might be a facade, and her true thoughts remained elusive. If he were to indulge her with flattery, she might very well manipulate the situation to concoct a scheme to embarrass him, as she likely intended. "Ah, woman, your tactics are indeed impressive, but fortunately, I am well prepared." Qin Luo smiled silently, refraining from engaging further with Yao Yinyan. This left her somewhat unsatisfied, and just as she contemplated saying more, the class bell rang, and a middle-aged male music teacher ambled into the room. With his flowing hair and enviable hairline, it was evident that he was the envy of many mathematics teachers. He made his way to the podium, casting his eyes over the students. Upon spotting Qin Luo, he paused in surprise, exclaiming, "You don't seem to be one of my students." Taken aback, Qin Luo couldn't resist a quip. "Teacher, not only is your hair impressive, but your memory is enviable as well." The teacher chuckled, implying, "I might not recognize others. But you, my dear, are far more renowned in this school than any faculty member." Such praise, even for someone as unflappable as Qin Luo, caused a blush to creep onto his cheeks. The surrounding classmates erupted in laughter. Qin Luo had become well known over the past few months for his relentless pursuit of Su Ku, and his antics in front of the girls' dormitory the previous day had only heightened his notoriety. The teacher's comment about his fame compared to the dean was indeed spot on. Following this light-hearted interlude, the teacher commenced the lesson, delving into various aspects of music theory. The students were divided into 3 groups, one comprised of diligent and earnest learners, who sat upright, their eyes fixed on the teacher at the podium. The second group consisted of those indifferent to their studies, sprawled across their desks, lost in slumber. As for the final group, they were the amused onlookers, their curious glances flitting back and forth between Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan, as if by merely observing them a moment longer, they might uncover some sensational gossip. Qin Luo remained oblivious to the commotion, choosing instead to focus intently on the lesson. Initially, he had come with the intention of engaging with Yao Yinyan, but after listening to the music lecture, he found it surprisingly captivating. This newfound interest was largely due to the reward of musical proficiency he had received the previous day. Previously, he had little interest in music. He possessed only a moderate ability, bolstered by a resonant voice that stayed in tune, thus allowing him to sing reasonably well, albeit not on par with professional singers. And his knowledge of music was virtually non-existent. Yet, after acquiring musical proficiency, he found himself effortlessly grasping anything related to music, whether it was piano performance, guitar strumming, bass mixing, or hitting high notes. He encountered no difficulties. Consequently, as the music teacher imparted specialized knowledge, he found himself nodding along involuntarily, appearing as though he were an esteemed professor attending the lecture to assess its quality. Meanwhile, Yao Yinyan maintained an outward demeanor of focused study, all the while covertly observing Qin Luo. Noticing that he had ceased to engage her in conversation during class, she was not perturbed. She speculated that he would seek another opportunity to connect with her, hoping to use her to provoke Su Ku. Yao Yinyan was willing to play along with Qin Luo, as she held no significant affection for Su Ku and often found her aloof demeanor quite irksome, particularly after Su Ku's behavior the previous day, which had infuriated her. She was inclined to assist Qin Luo in ruffling Su Ku's feathers. However, she also harbored a sense of dissatisfaction regarding Qin Luo's presumptuous use of her as a pawn, and she contemplated how she might subtly teach him a lesson. Now, witnessing Qin Luo's fervent engagement in the lecture, she could not suppress a smirk. He was putting on quite the act, attempting to project an image of an earnest student brimming with knowledge to capture her attention. Foolish man, your name is synonymous with immaturity. Just then, the teacher at the podium picked up a guitar and announced, "You have all been studying music for some time now, and many of you have learned to play the piano or guitar. Is there anyone brave enough to perform a song for us, regardless of quality? Anyone who comes up to sing will receive an extra credit." At this proclamation, the classroom erupted in excitement. Even the students who had been dozing abruptly straightened up, their eyes gleaming with a deep yearning for that additional credit. Regrettably, there are few who dare to attempt. It seems that everyone feels embarrassed to sing in front of so many classmates, resulting in a momentary stillness. Only Yao Yinyan reacted differently. Chapter 10. The seductive challenge arises. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Yao Yinyan's face, resembling a hunter who had just spotted its prey. However, she swiftly concealed this emotion and, lowering her voice, spoke to Qin Luo beside her. "Hey, do you really like me and wish to pursue me?" Qin Luo glanced at her, and upon discerning Yao Yinyan's intentions, he could surmise her thoughts even without the aid of a mind-reading device. Thus, he opted for the same question-and-answer dialogue as during their initial encounter. "What if I do?" Yao Yinyan blinked, responding, "Then your current approach is quite inadequate. How can one pursue a girl this way? What happened to the fervor you had when you were courting Su Ku?" Qin Luo pondered for a moment and inquired, "Are you suggesting that I should cook soup for you or arrange a sea of roses?" Yao Yinyan waved her hand dismissively. "Let us skip the formalities. I'm not interested in that." Qin Luo mused. "So, perhaps dining out, shopping, or watching a movie." "Unfortunately, I never did any of these with Su Ku." She never agreed. "Her refusal doesn't imply that I would do the same," Yao Yinyan replied, suddenly breaking into a charming smile, even winking at Qin Luo. To be fair, given her allure, such a demeanor held significant appeal for any man. Had Qin Luo been an inexperienced novice, he might have been easily captivated by this enchanting figure. However, he was a man who had once been a devoted admirer. Despite never having formally engaged in a relationship, he was not someone easily swayed. Thus, he remained unfazed by Yao Yinyan's charm, employing a slightly strategic tone to ask, "Are you implying that you wish to dine, shop, and watch movies with me?" "I have little desire for that, but should you wish, I might grant you an opportunity." Yao Yinyan did not take the bait and effortlessly redirected the question back to Qin Luo. He asked her, "What do you mean?" Yao Yinyan chuckled mischievously. "It's simple. All you need to do is sing a song. If I find it pleasing, I will agree to go on a date with you." The challenge had been issued. Yao Yinyan seized the opportunity with a bold strike. Qin Luo, fully aware that she sought to expose him, furrowed his brow slightly, falling into contemplation, his expression revealing a hint of difficulty. Seeing this, Yao Yinyan revealed a self-deprecating smile and remarked softly, "I knew it. Just yesterday you claimed to like me and wanted me to be your girlfriend, but that was all a ruse. You were willing to face reprimand for Su Ku. Yet when it comes to me, you hesitate even to sing a song." When Yao Yinyan smiled, she exuded an irresistible charm. When she appeared melancholic, she evoked a tender sympathy that was truly captivating. Truly, You possess a natural talent for acting, Qin Luo mused inwardly, acutely aware that the young lady was merely feigning her emotions, even without the aid of an earpiece. Yet, it mattered little. The outcome of this utterly predictable wager had been sealed the moment Yao Yanyan proposed it. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request, but the terms must be altered. We cannot use you as the benchmark. Otherwise, no matter how splendidly I perform, you could simply declare my singing inadequate. Instead, let us gauge the reaction of our classmates. If I can elicit applause from more than half of them, I shall consider it a victory. Qin Luo appeared to be in a quandary, yet in reality, he was cleverly manipulating the rules to present a facade of weakness, leading Yao Yanyan to believe that victory was assured. She intends to employ cunning. Must I not do the same? Upon witnessing this, Yao Yanyan chuckled lightly and promptly agreed. All right, it's settled then. You arrogant man, with that defiant demeanor. You must be brimming with uncertainty within. I shall relish the sight of your embarrassment shortly. She was convinced of her impending triumph. Yet a flicker of curiosity towards Qin Luo emerged. In their recent exchanges, she had discerned that he possessed a certain depth, his manner of speech invoking an inexplicable familiarity, reminiscent of her own interactions with other men. The rhythm of his conversation, always inquiring without providing answers, striving to seize control of the dialogue, was strikingly similar to her own approach. Yao Yanyan, who prided herself on being a femme fatale, pondered if Qin Luo might be a male equivalent. However, as soon as this thought surfaced, she swiftly dismissed it. How absurd. Given his previous infatuation with Su Ku, if he were indeed a rogue, then no decent man would exist in this world. Perhaps I am overthinking this. After all, he is still under my thumb, bravely accepting my challenge. Soon I shall witness his folly. A triumphant smile graced Yao Yanyan's face, mirrored by a knowing grin from Qin Luo. The two conspirators, harboring ulterior motives, shared a moment that felt eerily like collusion. Suddenly, a crisp electronic sound pierced the air, and both were momentarily blinded by a flash of light. Reacting instinctively, Qin Luo grabbed his phone, while Yao Yanyan swiftly produced a compact mirror, glaring in the direction of the flash. Not far in front of them, a classmate, clutching her phone, sheepishly retracted her neck and timidly admitted, I have an interest in photography. I couldn't resist capturing you too, as you seemed quite well matched. I will delete it right away. After speaking, she cast a lingering glance at the freshly taken photograph on her screen, inwardly lamenting her oversight in forgetting to mute her phone and disable the flash. Qin Luo, upon hearing her, lowered his phone and inquired, Are you planning to post this on the forum? Absolutely not. She replied emphatically, Not a problem, should you wish to share. I shan't hinder you. Just remember to send me a copy of the photo later. I am curious to see how well matched we truly appear. The female classmate was momentarily taken aback. Yao Yanyan cast a glance at Qin Luo and, smiling, said to the classmate, Do send me one as well. The classmate, looking flustered, turned back, hesitated briefly, and then decisively uploaded the photo to the forum. After deleting the images from her album, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I found the images online, so it's not considered stealthy. This sudden interlude rekindled the restlessness in the previously tranquil classroom. The teacher gestured for silence and then turned to Qin Luo, expressing his exasperation. That student, remember to silence your phone during class. And Qin Luo, I have no objections to your attending, but please refrain from causing disruptions. Apologies, teacher, I was in the wrong, Qin Luo promptly admitted. Your apology lacks sincerity. The teacher mused before breaking into a smile. How about this? Why don't you come up and sing a piece for everyone? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Qin Luo feigned hesitation, frequently glancing at Yao Yanyan, his expression betraying a sense of insecurity. Yao Yanyan noted his discomfort, her face devoid of expression yet internally amused, thinking, Even the heavens are not sparing you. Just go up there and make a fool of yourself. Never mind, let us embrace the boldness. All right then. Qin Luo steeled himself and ascended the stage, accepting the guitar from the teacher. I only know a little. If I sing poorly, please don't hold it against me. The teacher chuckled. No worries, sing freely. We are all trained professionals and generally want to laugh, unless your wife is giving birth. Qin Luo shot a glance at the teacher before positioning himself at the side with the guitar. A lively classmate chimed in. What song will you sing? Do you need me to help you set up the accompaniment? Qin Luo politely smiled and replied, No need. The song I want to perform doesn't have any accompaniment online. This statement elicited expressions of astonishment among the audience. In this digital age, what song could possibly lack online resources? Unless it were an unpublished original composition. Could it be that he intends to create something original? The thought prompted several to chuckle. Their gazes toward Qin Luo laced with a hint of mockery, while Yao Yanyan struggled to suppress her laughter, fearing that she might inadvertently burst out. A person who musters the courage to take the stage now claims to be singing an original piece? If you truly possess such talent, you ought to have pursued Su Ke long ago. The sentiments were unanimous. Even the teacher found it difficult to contain his amusement. Rather than discourage him, he encouraged, "All right. Let us now enjoy the original song brought to us by Qin Luo. What is it called?" Qin Luo softly murmured, "You are the April day of the human realm." "You are the April day of the human realm," many murmured, finding the title exquisitely beautiful, imbued with a sense of purity and grace. However, before they could savor the moment, a lively and melodious tune resonated in their ears. Chapter 11. Both of you have poor judgment. Crossing mountains and rivers to embrace you. Through any storm we stand together. Hearing the most beautiful memories, all news about you. Accompanied by that cheerful melody, the magnetic voice began to echo throughout the classroom. All the students widened their eyes, gazing at Qin Luo as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, filled with astonishment and shock. After the initial silence, a wave of delight followed. They watched Qin Luo intently, captivated by the lively melody and enchanting song, as if they were sinking into the experience. The teacher was utterly amazed, her eyes widening in astonishment, while Yao Yanyan nearly leapt from her seat, her mind swirling with the thought, "This dog of a man is playing the fool." Just then, Qin Luo cast a glance in her direction. "Hoping to see you every day. Even on rainy days the sun shines bright. In this colorful world, I shall only cherish you." He sang with a playful glint in his eyes, teasing and hinting at a secret triumph. Yao Yanyan keenly sensed this, wanting to feel anger. Yet her heartstrings were involuntarily tugged by the song, drawing her deeper into its embrace. "May you be safe in places unseen. May your winters always be warmed by the sun. May your tomorrows be free from storms. May your future always brim with joyful tears." As the high note concluded, the beautiful lyrics transformed into a gentle hum. Yet under Qin Luo's enchanting voice and the lyrical melody, even the interludes sounded delightful. Many classmates found themselves humming along softly, their bodies swaying gently, as if fully immersed in the captivating music. Yao Yanyan gazed intently at Qin Luo, gradually noticing a change in his expression. No longer filled with the smugness of a triumphant scheme, it shifted to one of melancholy. Unavoidably, Yao Yanyan thought of Su Ke. He must have written this song for Su Ke, right? Undoubtedly, for such a beautiful song could not have been composed spontaneously. There was only one reason. It was a gift meant for Su Ke, an outpouring of his affection. Each exquisite lyric, each joyful melody representing his love for Su Ke. For some reason, Yao Yanyan suddenly felt a twinge of jealousy towards Su Ke. She had previously harbored similar feelings, but that was merely due to Su Ke's greater popularity. Now, however, it was for a man. She involuntarily wondered if Qin Luo had fallen for her instead, if he had pursued her. Would this song have been sung for her? Questions surged in Yao Yanyan's mind, while Qin Luo's melodious voice continued to enchant. Yet, her emotions had become a tumultuous storm. In the most beautiful years of life, amidst the mundane trifles of existence, the spring breeze carried her to him. April had saturated the air with a refreshing essence. The classmates strove to widen their eyes and perk their ears, as if they wished to imprint the scene of the youth's performance and the captivating melody in their memories. The teacher instinctively clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to interrupt Qin Luo and inquire about the origin of this song. "In this unkind world, you are my fortune, my sole source of good temper, for I love you." Yao Yanyan gazed quietly at Qin Luo, and in a fleeting moment, the tenderness in his eyes seemed directed solely at her, as though that declaration of love was meant for her alone. Thus, she brushed aside her chaotic thoughts, choosing instead to savor the delightful surprise this song bestowed upon her with a smile. Regardless of the past, this song was, at least in this moment, sung for her. Was it not? As for Su Ke, she was unworthy of such fortune. The smile on Yao Yanyan's face grew sweeter. Qin Luo continued to sing from a distance, their eyes locked amidst the melodious rhythm. "May I accompany you to watch the sunset when I am 60. May I recall the slight upturn of your lips. May I drape a coat around you in the winter of the north. May I have you by my side when I am destitute. The enchanting song gradually faded, leaving only the light-hearted melody reverberating through the classroom. The students were entranced until, as the tune waned, a female classmate murmured, "This song must be for Suku." Upon hearing this, several classmates who had been lost in the music suddenly snapped back to reality. They bowed their heads in silence, their expressions shifting to something subtle. Others around them seemed to be affected too, breaking free from the music's spell, their emotions spilling uncontrollably. In that moment, they involuntarily recalled the tale of Qin Luo and Suku. They remembered the ridicule and derision Qin Luo faced when he first pursued Suku. Such jeers persisted for a long time, until eventually, as they observed Qin Luo's unwavering pursuit, admiration began to mingle with the scorn. They respected Qin Luo's tenacity and deep affection, acknowledging his character. But so what? In this era, beneath the facade of prosperity lurked a shadow of despair, acting as a tangible barrier that separated souls, leaving only an endless sorrow. The so-called deep affection was merely a guise for foolishness. Thus, they laughed at him, looked down upon him, mocked his audacity, and sneered at his unwavering heart. Yes, this was a world where even sincere devotion was subject to ridicule. Yet what of it? He disregarded the disdainful gazes of others, overlooked their attempts to deter him, intent solely on pouring out his love. All the cherished moments shared with Suku and the beautiful aspirations for the future were encapsulated within this song. Regrettably, those capable of embracing such affection would never have the opportunity again. Unbidden, the crowd recalled Qin Luo's actions before the girls' dormitory yesterday, and for reasons unknown, a sense of heaviness settled in their hearts. Several sentimental girls instinctively covered their mouths, tears welling at the corners of their eyes. Even the teacher cast a sympathetic glance at Qin Luo, wishing to say something, yet ultimately resigning to a deep sigh. The song had ceased, the melody faded away, and the joy and surprise that had once filled the air dissipated entirely, leaving only sorrow in their wake. Observing this scene, Qin Luo couldn't help but display a wry smile. He wondered why these people were so caught up in their emotions, seemingly at a loss for applause, making him appear foolish. He inwardly clicked his tongue, feeling an urge to shout for them to hurry and clap. Just then, a burst of clear applause erupted. Following the sound, he noticed Yao Yanyan standing nearby, clapping enthusiastically. "Wonderful, truly wonderful," she exclaimed, her face radiating with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with affection, resembling an exuberant child unable to contain her delight. Qin Luo regarded her with a hint of surprise, while the other students, stirred from their daze by the applause, gradually raised their hands in celebration, vocally supporting him with cheers of encouragement. "Impressive. Luo Shun is incredible. I never anticipated you possessed such talent. You claim to know only a little, yet here you are, playing the part of the underdog." The last student's shout abruptly ended as someone beside him silenced him. "Thank you, everyone." Qin Luo smiled in response to the applause and encouragement, preparing to return the guitar to the teacher, only to have the teacher grasp his shoulder firmly. He fixed his gaze on Qin Luo, his eyes gleaming with fervor and excitement, his words laced with palpable enthusiasm. "Who composed this song?" I did." "You possess remarkable talent. Change your major and study singing with me." "No, coach, I prefer playing basketball," Qin Luo replied, shaking his head, saying little more as he placed the guitar on the podium and stepped away. The teacher reached out as if to retain him, but just then, the bell rang, and upon regaining his senses, he found that Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan had already vanished. With a clenched jaw, the teacher sighed and pulled out his phone to search for Qin Luo's specific department and major. Walking alongside Yao Yanyan down the stairs, Qin Luo suddenly inquired, "Why did you applaud just now?" Yao Yanyan cast him a sidelong glance, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing her lips. "What is the matter? Are you displeased with my applause?" Qin Luo shook his head. "That is not the point. Given the atmosphere at the time, if you hadn't clapped, they probably wouldn't have reacted for a while. Wouldn't that mean you'd have won?" Yao Yanyan pondered for a moment before replying. "Initially, I aimed to win. But after hearing that song, I suddenly lost the desire to do so. Somehow, I grasped the essence of the saying that people tend to group with those alike." Qin Luo instinctively inquired, "What do you mean?" With a radiant smile, Yao Yanyan responded, "I've heard that individuals are drawn to others with whom they share commonalities. You must be attracted to Suku. Yes, you both have rather poor taste." Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback, taking 2 seconds to comprehend the implication behind her words. He was astonished, realizing that Yao Yinyan was, in fact, subtly disparaging Su Ku on his behalf. But why? Shouldn't Tishi and Su Ku be on good terms as roommates? Or was it possible that her candidness had been stirred by the song he had just sung? A flurry of questions flooded his mind, and while he instinctively provided answers, he ultimately dismissed each one, unable to stifle a self-deprecating chuckle. How fortunate he was to have evaded being ensnared by this woman. After all, she was a masterful seductress, adept at toying with men, particularly those already committed. He recognized that her heartfelt expression might merely be a facade designed to lower his guard. One must remain vigilant. What a formidable woman she was, Qin Luo mused silently, before breaking into a smile. I can't shake the feeling that you intentionally lost to me just to arrange a date. I only have this one class today. Yao Yinyan winked, her smile carrying a deeper significance. Speaking of which, it's been ages since I visited an amusement park. Qin Luo instantly grasped the underlying meaning of her words and, without hesitation, took her by the hand and led her out of the school. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Su Ku was experiencing a rather dismal mood. Chapter 12. She had never looked at him seriously at this moment. Class had concluded, and the students in the classroom were dispersing, some alone, others in small groups. Yet Su Ku remained motionless, her arms crossed, her expression inscrutable. She had maintained this pose for the entirety of the lesson. The only movement she had made was to occasionally glance at the classroom door. Each time she returned her gaze, her expression grew colder, her icy eyes betraying a flicker of anger. After a night had passed, her resentment towards Qin Luo had intensified rather than diminished. She had been waiting for Qin Luo to show some sign, to apologize. Thus, she had arrived at the classroom early, knowing that Qin Luo had no classes that morning and that whenever he was free, he would visit her classroom to keep her company. Even after the events of yesterday, Su Ku still assumed that Qin Luo would come to see her as usual. Then he would bow his head to himself, offer an apology, and elucidate the reasons for his actions the previous day. Su Ku had even meticulously envisioned the cold, detached demeanor she would adopt when confronting Qin Luo, intending to use such an approach as a means of punishment. However, the anticipated outcome was that Qin Luo never made an appearance, and Su Ku was left waiting in vain for the apology she had longed for. This absence deepened her resentment towards Qin Luo to unprecedented heights, to the point where she gritted her teeth in frustration, resolutely determining never to acknowledge him again, forcing herself to cast aside all thoughts of him from her mind. As the class neared its conclusion, a sudden commotion erupted within the classroom. Students eagerly brandished their phones, pointing at the images displayed on their screens, their faces a mixture of astonishment and disapproval, accompanied by audible murmurs of intrigue. Su Ku remained oblivious to their activities and lacked any desire to know, yet they consistently turned their gaze towards her, their expressions increasingly peculiar. They appeared to exhibit pity, sympathy, and perhaps even schadenfreude. Their stares irked Su Ku, yet simultaneously piqued her curiosity. Her curiosity was soon satiated. Upon unlocking her phone, she stumbled upon a post in the campus forum by a user named Nana, the photography enthusiast, featuring a photograph of Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan sharing a smile. Instantly, her body stiffened, and for a fleeting moment, her breath hitched. A torrent of astonishment, anger, doubt, and resentment surged within her, rendering her complexion a shade of deepening pallor. Even as her classmates departed after the class concluded, Su Ku remained transfixed by her phone. He did not seek me out. Instead, he approached Yao Yinyan. How could he do this? Why did he not come to apologize to me? Has he truly developed feelings for Yao Yinyan? This scoundrel! 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 The fury within her expanded uncontrollably, causing her body to tremble slightly. Alongside Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan, she found herself harboring disdain for the poster, Nana. At that moment, a female student who had yet to leave approached her, speaking with a mocking tone. Oh dear, who has provoked our schoolflower today? One might think someone owed you 80,000 yuan. Su Ku instinctively glanced up at her, her brows knitting together in irritation. Due to her nature, Su Ku was far from popular among the female cohort, with many finding her displeasing. This particular classmate was among them, often seizing opportunities to jab at Su Ku, who typically ignored her, deeming her immature and noisy. However, in her current state of anger, Su Ku retorted bluntly, "What business is it of yours?" Seeing Su Ku react to her words, the girl's face lit up with a gleeful smile. "Let me take a wild guess. It must be about Qin Luo, right? You're upset because he is with Yao Yinyan?" Su Ku's eyes twitched slightly, her expression cold and devoid of emotion, seemingly causing the temperature around her to drop a few degrees. She uttered a nonchalant response. "What does it have to do with me?" Noticing her apparent anger, a female classmate laughed even more joyfully. "Indeed, it doesn't concern you. After all, you are not Qin Luo's significant other. His affections are his own business. I just think you are quite remarkable, willingly letting such an excellent man go. He is devoted, talented, and has a beautiful singing voice. What a pity. Now he belongs to Yao Yanyan." Before the classmate could finish her sentence, Suku interrupted. "What did you say?" "I said, now he belongs to Yao Yanyan." "I'm not asking about that. You said he sings well? How come I didn't know? Have you ever heard him sing?" Suku's stern expression and icy gaze held a certain authority. Usually, this classmate dared only to be sarcastic, but never confronted Suku directly. However, this time was different. The classmate seemed to have seized upon a weakness in Suku. The more furious Suku appeared, the more delighted she became. At this moment, her smile stretched from ear to ear. "How precious. Soon, the whole school will know. By the way, you still don't know, right? Ha ha. It's truly amusing that Qin Luo wrote a song just for you, and you are completely unaware, allowing Yao Yanyan to reap the benefits. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." The classmate wore a look of triumph, laughing louder, which only deepened Suku's frown. Despite having known Qin Luo for such a long time, she had never heard him sing. How could she possibly have? And why did she think the entire school would soon hear about it? Suku fell silent, suddenly struck by a thought, and hurriedly began to operate her phone. Before long, a post caught her eye. The god of songs dedicates a piece. The heroine is not Suku. The mere title darkened Suku's expression. She unconsciously clenched her teeth and, with stiff fingers, clicked on the post. Quickly, the content of the post came into view, revealing only a video. A recording of Qin Luo standing on a stage, strumming a guitar and singing. "In the most beautiful years, amidst the mundane, spring breezes bring me to you, and April moistens the air. In a world devoid of tenderness, you are my fortune, my enduring good temper. For I love you. I wish to sit with you and watch the sunset when I am 60. I wish to remember the slight upturn of your lips. I wish to drape a coat over you during the northern winters. I wish to have you by my side when I am destitute." The lively melody and his magnetic voice filled her ears as Suku stared intently at the smiling youth in the video, observing the enraptured expressions of other students. She found herself momentarily entranced. It was not merely the captivating melody and voice that captivated her. It was the realization that she had never seen Qin Luo in such an exuberant light. She had no idea he looked so handsome when he smiled, nor that his singing was so enchanting, or that he could attract such admiration from so many. In Suku's recollection, he had always been a shy, unassuming, and ordinary student. Therefore, when the image of Qin Luo in his mind converged with the one presented in the video, Suku experienced a peculiar sense of unfamiliarity. It dawned on him that he had never truly gazed at Qin Luo with earnest attention. The spirited young man in the video bore a singular resemblance to someone familiar, that being his tender gaze. Whenever he looked at Suku, his eyes were imbued with a gentle warmth. At last, Suku found a sliver of familiarity. Yet at that very moment, the videographer shifted the camera's focus. Suddenly, a recognizable figure emerged in Suku's line of sight, Yao Yanyan. She sat poised at her desk, her back straight, leaning slightly forward, her right hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide with a captivating brightness, a mixture of astonishment and fascination. On the opposite side of the frame, Qin Luo stood at the podium, exchanging a silent glance with Yao Yanyan. The tenderness in his eyes, the melodic notes imbued with visions of a splendid future, seemed to be entirely directed towards her. For reasons unknown, Suku felt a sudden constriction in her breath, a heaviness in her heart. She stared blankly at the video, unable to collect her thoughts, even failing to listen closely to what Qin Luo was singing. When the video concluded, she instinctively scrolled down to the comments section beneath the post. "Oh, Luo Shun, what other extraordinary talents remain hidden from me? I thought your pursuit of Suku was already remarkable, yet you astonish us with such a grand revelation." It must be said, the choice of the word conceal is quite fitting. Those who understand, understand. It's absurd. Just glancing at the lyrics reveals who this song was originally meant for, and now, the leading lady has changed. A change for the better. Considering Suku's aloof demeanor, even if you sang this song in front of her, she would likely remain unresponsive, perhaps even roll her eyes at you. But why Yao Yanyan? That Minotaur warrior is hardly a saint. Qin Luo, why not choose me? I'm more than capable. Even if Yao Yinyan isn't an angel, at least she shows some response. Just look at how she gazes at Qin Luo in the video. It's quite something. And Qin Luo's gaze towards her is equally telling. If one were to claim that there is nothing between them, I would find that hard to believe. I am quite curious about Su Ke's reaction upon viewing this video. Will she feel any regret? It's laughable, with her demeanor. Does she even have the capacity for regret? She would merely lament that others do not love her deeply enough. I have little interest in their romantic entanglements. I simply find this song delightful. Yet, this raises a question. Why is this song untraceable online? Obviously, this is an original piece by Luo Shun. He came to our class to see Yao Yinyan, and I was there. It left my friends and me utterly astonished. I am far more intrigued by their romantic storyline. By the way, after class, Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan left the school together. What precisely did they go off to do? Hee. Suka pondered. Why do I suddenly feel a sense of greenish heaviness atop my head? What nonsense. Back when Qin Luo pursued her, she did not acquiesce. And now that he has shifted his affections, does she have the audacity to complain? You are correct. Yet I still believe that spaghetti should be mixed with 42 types of concrete, which I seem to have forgotten. The goddess has truly ceased to adore Su Ke. My youth has drawn to a close, sob sob sob. A stream of comments flooded Su Ke's vision. Those mentioning her and the words she had previously dismissed with disdain now transformed into daggers, deeply piercing her heart. She was bewildered by her own reaction, feeling an overwhelming blockage within, as if a boulder had been placed upon her chest, sapping her strength to the point where she could scarcely hold her phone. With a thud, the device fell onto the desk, producing a dull sound, accompanied by Su Ke's gritted teeth and a low growl of frustration. Yao Yinyan. Newcomer, new book. If you enjoy it, please do not forget to bookmark it. Recommendations, monthly votes, and donations would be even more appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 13. What woman would be so foolish? Observing Su Ke's somewhat unhinged response, her female classmate looked on with surprise. She had anticipated that this incident would indeed provoke Su Ke, hence her intention to mock her. However, Su Ke's current reaction was beyond her expectations. Under her gaze, the once praised, aloof figure, admired by many students as an unattainable beauty, seemed to be crumbling. Even that face, which had long evoked her envy, now bore a pallor that was distinctly different from its usual coolness. And the name of her roommate that Su Ke shouted through clenched teeth was laced with a hint of animosity. For some inexplicable reason, witnessing Su Ke in such a state made her classmate feel that teasing her was no longer as gratifying. Furrowing her brow, she was about to retort when Su Ke abruptly stood up, silently grasping her phone, and coldly commanded the girl blocking her path, "Step aside." With a raised eyebrow, the girl was ready to retort, but Su Ke stepped forward, roughly shouldering her aside, and hurriedly made her exit. She did not run, yet her hurried, chaotic strides conveyed a sense of urgency. Observing this scene, her classmate ultimately refrained from hurling insults, begrudgingly shrugging her shoulders. Navigating through the teaching building, crossing the campus, and facing the diverse gazes of those around her, Su Ke made her way back to the girls' dormitory without pause. Bang! Room 606 was thrust open with force, the door making a dull noise. Inside, only Chu Sijin, who had no classes in the morning, was present, engrossed in a drama while snacking in bed. The sudden commotion startled her, causing her snack bag to tumble from her hands, spilling its contents across the floor. Chu Sijin felt a pang of distress, instinctively wanting to complain, but upon seeing Su Ke's fierce and imposing expression, she instinctively recoiled, remaining silent, resembling a little white rabbit that had unexpectedly encountered a big bad wolf. Su Kebang's cold gaze swept across every corner of the dormitory before finally settling on Chu Sijin. Her voice, frigid as ice, pierced the silence. "Where is Yao Yinyan?" Chu Sijin, feebly responding, stammered, I don't know. I just woke up not long ago and haven't seen her." Disregarding her answer, Su Ke took out her phone and dialed Yao Yinyan's number. The call was quickly connected, and Yao Yinyan's cheerful laughter resonated from the other end. "Su Ke? What is up? Where are you? Out having fun? With whom? What's it to you?" Hearing the faint voice of a man in the background, an unnamed fury ignited within Su Ke, causing her heart to race and her previously pale complexion to flush crimson. "Yao Yinyan," she seethed, her words dripping with unmasked anger. "Don't go too far. I don't understand what you're saying. Get Qin Luo to take the phone." "That's not possible. He's busy. We have things to do." "Well, I have to go now, bye." Before Su Ke could finish her sentence, the line went dead. Attempting to call Yao Yanyan again yielded no response. It then occurred to Su Ke to call Qin Luo, only to realize she did not possess his phone number. He had given it to her before, but she hadn't noted it down. Their only means of contact was through WeChat. But he has blocked me. Clenching her teeth, Su Ke could no longer contain her inner turmoil and sent a message to Qin Luo. However, the next moment, she was met with the glaring red exclamation mark of failure. A wave of helplessness washed over her, forcing her to collapse onto a nearby chair. Leaning against the backrest, her arms hanging limply at her sides, she stared blankly at the ceiling, her pallid form resembling a wilted paper flower devoid of vitality. Su Ke could not comprehend why she felt this way, why her usually stable emotions had spiraled into such turmoil. Nor could she identify the aching sensation that lingered within her chest. All she knew was that each time she saw a photo of Qin Luo with Yao Yanyan, heard him singing to her, or listened to his voice emanating from Yao Yanyan's phone, the discomfort within her intensified. This unfamiliar experience left her at a loss, with only helplessness and confusion remaining. Lying in bed, Chu Sijin looked at Su Ke with a mix of astonishment and concern. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally asked, "Su Ke, are you okay? Are you sick? Do you need to see a doctor? Am I sick?" Su Ke silently pondered in her heart, yet could find no answer. She only vaguely sensed that something significant was slipping away from her grasp. The absence of a response from Su Ke deepened Chu Sijin's worry. Reflecting on the series of events that transpired yesterday, she surmised that the discord between Su Ke and Yao Yanyan appeared to have deepened. Moreover, judging by the content of Su Ke's recent phone call, it seemed that Qin Luo was still involved with Yao Yanyan. Could it be that they were truly together? Yet, even so, Su Ke's reaction seemed rather exaggerated, considering she harbored no affection for Qin Luo. Chu Sijin's mind was clouded with immense confusion, and despite her efforts to unravel her thoughts, she remained concerned about Su Ke's current state. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to message Tang Yu. She refrained from seeking her twin sister, for she knew that Chu Liunyan, her other half, was likely absorbed in gaming or anime, perhaps even oblivious to the end of class. Her singular focus on the virtual realm was quite worrisome. In contrast, Tang Yu was different. As the vice president of the student council, she possessed a gracious and gentle demeanor, marked by maturity and composure, being a year older than them. Frequently, it was Tang Yu who assisted them in navigating various challenges. Within the confines of dormitory 606, she resembled an elder sister or even a maternal figure, perpetually accommodating and supportive, making it a common understanding among them to turn to her in times of trouble. Before long, Tang Yu returned in response to the message. Her oval face bore a slight flush, and her breath was somewhat hurried, as if she had sprinted back. This was due to Chu Sijin's vague explanation, which only indicated that Su Ke was behaving unusually and urged her to return promptly. Concerned for her roommate, Tang Yu hurriedly made her way back. Upon entering the room, she had no time to catch her breath before she spotted Su Ke slumped in a chair, her expression one of profound disorientation. This state seemed even more disheveled than after the provocation from Qin Luo the previous day. Tang Yu rushed over to support her and inquired with concern, "Su Ke, what is the matter?" As she spoke, she glanced at Chu Sijin, who, unable to clarify the situation, simply shook her head in ignorance and quietly descended from her bed. Thus, Tang Yu pressed further, asking Su Ke if she felt unwell or required a visit to the infirmary. Su Ke remained unresponsive, lost in a daze, as if she had detached from her surroundings. Furrowing her brow, Tang Yu contemplated directly escorting Su Ke to the infirmary, when suddenly, Chu Sijin gasped. Tang Yu instinctively turned to look at her, but Chu Sijin said nothing, hastily turning her phone screen toward Tang Yu. Upon focusing her gaze, Tang Yu found herself momentarily stunned. At that moment, the screen displayed a message just sent by Chu Liunyan. The content of the message was trivial, yet the accompanying photo and video were of significance. In the photo, Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan were seated closely, their eyes meeting, laughter illuminating their features. In the video, Qin Luo stands on the podium, cradling a guitar, surrounded by entranced students, while Yao Yanyan finds herself amidst them, exchanging a silent gaze with Qin Luo. Tang Yu, taken aback, is both captivated by Qin Luo's song and astonished by the seemingly extraordinary bond between him and Yao Yanyan. She longs to articulate her thoughts, but ultimately remains silent, merely exchanging a meaningful glance with Chu Sijin. From each other's eyes, They discern a shared understanding that Suku's current state is undoubtedly linked to the photograph and video, or rather, to Qin Luo himself. Consequently, Tang Yu turns her gaze towards Suku, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Could it be that Suku harbors feelings for Qin Luo? Otherwise, what could explain her intense reaction? Yet, if she does indeed like him, why has she consistently denied it? Why has she not responded to Qin Luo's affections? Tang Yu yearns to inquire directly, but upon observing Suku's disheveled appearance, she refrains from speaking. On one hand, she wishes not to provoke Suku further. On the other, she cannot fathom that Suku would let go of someone she loves. After all, what woman would be foolish enough to do so? At the amusement park, as Qin Luo descends from the bumper cars, he inquires of Yao Yinyan. Who called you just now? With a playful smile, Yao Yinyan retorts. What is it to you? Are you jealous? Qin Luo, bemused, shakes his head. His question was not born of genuine curiosity. Rather, it served as a conversational icebreaker, akin to commenting on the pleasant weather or inquiring about breakfast, designed to facilitate further dialogue. However, this enchanting vixen seems to have internalized a certain conversational rhythm, effortlessly steering discussions in unexpected directions, leaving him somewhat defenseless. Noting his bemusement, Yao Yinyan chuckles. All right, it was a girl-esque call. Are you reassured now? Here she goes again. This mischievous woman is attempting to ensnare him. Qin Luo glances at her, but chooses not to engage, stating, I'm going to get ice cream. With that, he strides towards a nearby ice cream stand, and Yao Yinyan follows closely, hands clasped behind her back, leaning forward slightly. Resembling a whimsical young girl as she asks, Aren't you curious at all? It's just a phone call. What is there to be curious about? What if it's a call related to you? How could it possibly concern me? Because it was Suku who called. She seems to be looking for you and sounded quite anxious, even insisting that you answer. Really? What does she want with me? I have no idea. Perhaps she likes you and is worried I might steal you away? At this, Qin Luo abruptly halts. He turns to look at Yao Yinyan for a couple of seconds before bursting into laughter. That's quite the joke. Yao Yinyan grins widely. It is indeed amusing. Even I find it improbable. If she truly liked you, would she let you slip away? What woman would be that foolish? Indeed, it is improbable that she could harbor any affection for me. Qin Luo offered a faint smile and continued his stride forward. Chapter 14. Just friends. Aside from attending a single class together in the morning, Qin Luo spent the majority of the day in the company of Yao Yinyan. They frolicked at the amusement park for half the day, shared a delightful lunch within the park, and later ventured out for shopping and a movie. Throughout this time, their laughter and banter suggested a closeness that belied their recent acquaintance, resembling that of a couple deeply in love. Of course, Qin Luo was acutely aware that this intimacy was feigned, as was Yao Yinyan's. He put on an act to cultivate his persona as a rogue. While Yao Yinyan's motives remained somewhat elusive to him, though he could surmise her intentions, it was merely the nature of a femme fatale, a truth so evident that it hardly required confirmation through any means. He wished to reserve his limited resources for more pivotal moments. Initially, Qin Luo found this charade somewhat disconcerting, yet upon reflection, he realized it was not unlike his pursuit of Suku. The distinction lay solely in the nature of the self-inflicted turmoil. One was self-flagellation, the other, self-indulgence. In truth, the latter offered him a greater sense of ease, and the pairing of a scoundrel with a seductress seemed rather fitting, since their approach to one another was inherently goal-oriented. He held no illusions of receiving genuine affection in return. If Yao Yinyan were to genuinely fall for him, it would stir a pang of guilt within him. Fortunately, Yao Yinyan was unlikely to develop such feelings. She was a nemesis to the girls at school and a formidable presence in the eyes of the boys, relishing in the art of stealing affections and manipulating emotions. In the face of such a woman, Qin Luo felt no psychological burden and had long since discerned the outcome of their dalliance. It was merely a repetition of his previous entanglement with Suku, yet he remained indifferent, having grown accustomed to such patterns, even deeming them inevitable. After all, before he launched himself into this game of deception with Yao Yinyan, he had already positioned himself as the villain, and as a villain, one should naturally expect no favorable resolution. Thus, Qin Luo relinquished any contemplative thoughts and immersed himself wholeheartedly in this charade of a rogue's game. Their date with Yao Yinyan extended until after dinner. As they returned to the school near 9 o'clock, Qin Luo thoughtfully escorted Yao Yinyan to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Observing girls entering and exiting recognized the duo. their expressions a complex tapestry of intrigue and subtlety, yet devoid of surprise. Yao Yinyan, noticing the gazes around them, grinned at Qin Luo and remarked, "They must think we're in a relationship." Qin Luo winked at her, "And what do you think?" Well, Yao Yinyan elongated her response, evading a direct answer, instead stating, "After spending the day together, I feel as though I've come to know you anew. Considerate, gentle, handsome, and quite talented, I might just find myself liking you. However, that is not quite what I meant to convey." Qin Luo inquired of her, "What do you wish to express?" Yao Yinyan candidly responded, "Do you still harbor feelings for Suko?" Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Qin Luo sensed that Yao Yinyan's smile had diminished somewhat, her tone seemingly more solemn than before. Yet, he dismissed it, responding lightly, "Not anymore." Yao Yinyan squinted her eyes, "Is that true?" Qin Luo retorted with a question of his own. "If I were to say it is true, would you consider being with me?" TSK, Yao Yinyan lightly clicked her tongue, abruptly shifting the conversation. "If your song." She paused mid-sentence, then flashed a mischievous grin. "All right, it's getting late. I must return to the dormitory. See you later." Qin Luo gazed at her, half amused and half exasperated. "Hey, leaving me hanging like this is rather unscrupulous. Just a common tactic for a flirt. Are you not accustomed to it yet?" Yao Yinyan's smile remained playful, tinged with a hint of allure. After speaking, she did not await Qin Luo's response but turned, skipping away with her hands behind her back. Qin Luo shook his head in resignation, choosing not to dwell on her unfinished thought. Instead, a memory surfaced, and with a flick of his hand, a pair of unassuming black-framed glasses appeared. Upon donning them, he glanced at Yao Yinyan's receding figure, and immediately, a flurry of information materialized in his mind. Name, Yao Yinyan, attractiveness, 94, figure, 98, special trait, 95, hobbies, music, strength, acting. The magical glasses were among the 100-day sign-in rewards he received while embodying the persona of a romantic. Their function was as extraordinary as their name suggested, allowing him to perceive certain fundamental details about his subject. Yao Yinyan's basic information aligned seamlessly with his own observations. Her captivating, enchanting visage warranted a score of 94, while her graceful form merited a commendable 98. Her talents and interests were as he had anticipated. However, upon seeing the score of 95 for her special trait, Qin Luo's expression became somewhat nuanced. According to information gleaned from the system, a woman's special rating indicated the depth of her interactions with the opposite sex. A higher score suggested less interaction, while a lower score indicated more engagement. Scores above 90 denoted a lack of experience. In Qin Luo's estimation, a woman like Yao Yinyan, who possessed the allure of a siren, should have a special score below 60. Yet reality proved contrary. Did this not imply that beneath her seemingly casual exterior lay a heart as pure as gold? Qin Luo found himself momentarily bewildered, even questioning his own existence. Nevertheless, his greatest virtue was his ability to move on. He chose not to linger on the enigma. Thus, he tucked away the glasses and leisurely made his way back to the boys' dormitory. Before pushing open the door to dormitory 404, he withdrew his phone and opened WeChat, removing Suku from his blacklist. "It seems I possess quite the talent for being a scoundrel," he murmured to himself. Despite never having experienced a genuine, complete romantic relationship, he now found himself on an unforeseen path towards becoming a rogue. Thus, the smile adorning his face bore a hint of bitterness and self-mockery, which swiftly transformed into tranquility as he pushed open the dormitory door. The next moment, 3 pairs of glistening green eyes fixated upon him. Qin Luo instinctively tightened his legs, pressing his back against the door, eyeing them with a hint of wariness. "What do you want?" Li Chenggang grinned, his face radiating a friendly demeanor. "Don't be afraid. Buddy, come on in. Our dorm is quite spacious. Just obey, and let us have a look." Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. "So you're quite brave, then?" Wu Xian adjusted his glasses, the thick lenses reflecting a bright glimmer as his smile took on a rather lecherous quality. "Just kidding. We're super brave, all right?" Qin Luo let out a resigned sigh. "You've changed. You're no longer the 3 fools who would recognize a thief as their father just for a meal." This remark rendered the 3 occupants of the dormitory momentarily speechless. Ultimately, it was the more level-headed Wang Chun who inquired, "Luo Go, the forums are buzzing with discussions about you and Yao Yinyan. What is going on between you two?" Qin Luo did not respond directly, but instead asked, "What are they discussing?" Wu Xian promptly handed over his phone. "I was just scrolling through. Take a look for yourself." Qin Luo accepted the phone, perusing the forum posts with keen interest. After a day of circulating rumors, news of Qin Luo serenading Yao Yinyan in class had spread, with claims of the two being spotted in intimate gestures during an outing, suggesting a confirmed romantic relationship. Some applauded him, asserting that he should have long abandoned Su Ku in search of true love. These were the sentiments of fellow male admirers moved by Qin Luo's actions. Others voiced concerns, claiming Yao Yinyan was not a good person. These were the members of the Yao Yinyan Victims Association. There were also those who expressed regret, arguing that Qin Luo should not have given up halfway, suggesting that had he sung that song to Su Ku, she might have agreed to be with him. These were the pure-hearted warriors. Then there was another group, criticizing Qin Luo for seamlessly shifting his affections from Su Ku to Yao Yinyan, labeling him a scoundrel. Upon reading the first 3 categories of comments, Qin Luo remained largely unaffected, but upon encountering the last one, he could not help but smirk. This was precisely the outcome he had orchestrated and most desired. Much like his earlier pursuit of Su Ku, it was evident that his maneuvers had proven to be remarkably astute, even flawless. His 3 roommates were taken aback by his calm demeanor, especially since he wore a smile. Li Qinggang, unable to contain his curiosity, directly asked, "Buddy, tell me the truth. Have you really gotten together with Yao Yinyan?" Yao Yinyan recalled the enchanting face that had accompanied her throughout the day and responded with a smile, "Just friends. Just friends." "Indeed," she said brightly to Tang Yu. At that moment, they were on the small balcony of their dormitory, having been brought there by Tang Yu as soon as they entered. After locking the balcony door, Tang Yu immediately confronted her with a question. "Are you and Qin Luo really just friends?" Even after receiving Yao Yinyan's answer, Tang Yu's brow remained furrowed as she continued to probe. "Just friends? Does a friend really attend your classes? Does he serenade you? Does he take you out for fun? Come on, it's perfectly normal for friends to attend classes and go out together. What's the big deal?" Yao Yinyan shrugged, her expression somewhat indifferent. She then added, "Moreover, who do you think that song was really for? Surely you have some inkling." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's expression softened slightly as she spoke in a gentle tone. "Yinyan, have you considered that Qin Luo might simply be using you as a pawn to alter Su Ku's perception of him, to make her pay him more attention?" Yao Yinyan narrowed her eyes, her smile fading. "And what if I do know? What are you trying to say?" Tang Yu hesitated, then sighed. "Su Ku had a strong reaction upon seeing your photos with Qin Luo and his singing video, even more than yesterday. I believe she might actually have feelings for him. She just refuses to admit it, or perhaps she hasn't yet realized it herself. And we have all witnessed just how much Qin Luo cares for her. How can we trust that he will simply give up?" After a pause, Tang Yu spoke in a persuasive tone. "If your previous actions were merely to provoke Su Ku due to your disdain for her, then you've done enough already. After all, we are friends in the same dormitory. Are we not?" Yao Yinyan opened her mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing at all. With a blank expression, she turned and unlocked the door. Entering the dormitory, after returning to her room, Yao Yinyan began to gather her toiletries, preparing to remove her makeup and take a shower. Initially, she had intended to provoke Su Ku further upon her return, but after hearing Tang Yu's remarks, she suddenly found the prospect rather dull and even somewhat irritating. Thus, she abandoned her original plan and chose to ignore Su Ku, who was quietly sitting on a chair, gazing at her. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Su Ku's voice was as emotionless as ever, yet Yao Yinyan discerned a profound sense of resentment within it. Turning to glance at Su Ku, Yao Yinyan forced a smile that did not reach her eyes and retorted with a sharp edge, "You really lack discernment. Did you have fun today?" "Well, it was all right." Su Ku replied. "Have you taken Qin Luo away from my side, feeling quite pleased with yourself?" As these words escaped her lips, Tang Yu sighed, pressing her forehead, while Chu Sijin, who had been munching on potato chips, noticeably reduced her movements. Even Chu Liuyan, engrossed in his anime, removed one of his earbuds. Yao Yinyan narrowed her eyes at Su Ku and, with a voice as cold as her own demeanor, stated, "He is not yours, and I have not taken anything from you." Su Ku let out a derisive laugh, retorting, "That confession, that cup of milk tea, and today's song were all meant for me. Haven't you taken them all away? Don't you just relish in snatching things from others?" Yao Yinyan raised an eyebrow, a surge of unrefined anger igniting within her as her tone turned assertive. "I will say this once more. I have not stolen anything from you. Whom he chooses to associate with is his prerogative, just as it is mine to choose my friends. You have no say in this." As their gazes clashed, sparks of conflict ignited, and the tension in the room escalated. enveloping the entire dormitory. I may not care about others, but he is different. He likes me. Stop being so narcissistic. He no longer likes you. What did you say? Repeat that. I said he doesn't like you anymore. He told me so himself. Their voices crescendoed, quickening in pace as they each attempted to outdo the other, showcasing their resolve. Yet, after Yao Yinyan's final declaration, Suku suddenly fell silent. She stared at Yao Yinyan, bewildered, her lips trembling as she finally managed to ask in a quivering voice, "What did you say?" Suku's reaction caught Yao Yinyan off guard, prompting memories of Tang Yu's earlier words to resurface, leaving her momentarily hesitant. However, she ultimately smirked and reiterated, "I said he no longer has feelings for you. He told me this himself. You can verify it with him directly." Suka had heard such words before, and her initial response had been one of disbelief and instinctual rebuttal. Yet this time, she exhibited no extreme reaction, instead sitting in a daze, reminiscent of her earlier state in the dormitory. "He can't possibly not like me," she murmured to herself, her voice wavering slightly, and the sound reached Yao Yinyan's ears, eliciting an uncharacteristic pang of regret for her earlier remarks. Chu Sijin swallowed her chips and softly interjected, "Yinyan, please stop." Chu Liunyun wished to echo her sentiment, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately resorting to mere repetition. "Yinyan, please stop." Yao Yinyan opened her mouth to respond, but upon seeing Suku's despondent expression, she chose silence instead, gathering her toiletries and retreating to the bathroom. Tang Yu sighed, slowly approaching Suku and sitting beside her, gently grasping her hand, and softly reassured, "Suku, I truly believe that Qin Luo still has feelings for you." Her simple statement was akin to a life-giving oasis in a parched desert. In the fleeting moment when she was lost in despair, she suddenly grasped her hands, as if seeking validation, and exclaimed, "Right? He must still have feelings for me, mustn't he? I knew Yao Yan was deceiving me. How could Qin Luo, who likes me so much, simply say he wants to give up?" "Calm down." Tang Yu gently patted Suku's hand. Once she had regained her composure, Tang Yu continued, "What I mean is, he may still harbor feelings for you, but he no longer wishes to express them in the same manner as before." "What do you mean?" Suku inquired, somewhat bewildered. Tang Yu replied slowly, "It's quite simple. His previous approach to pursuing you was misguided, even distorted. It was that relentless flattery and boundless affection that shaped your current attitude toward him. During such occurrences, the parties involved might not realize it, but we outsiders can see it clearly. This is why many have referred to Qin Luo as a sycophant, even bestowing upon him various nicknames. Now, however, the situation has changed. Qin Luo has come to a realization. He understands that his previous methods of pursuing you were erroneous. Hence, he seeks transformation, hoping to capture your attention and inspire a corresponding change in you as well. Take, for example, his visit yesterday to deliver milk tea to everyone but you, or his attending class with Yao Yan today. These actions are merely his way of signaling to you. If he didn't truly care for you, how could he compose such a song? And how could someone so enamored with you genuinely claim to let go? Tang Yu spoke with a measured pace and a gentle tone, akin to a close friend whispering sweet reassurances. Suku's initial excitement was easily soothed, and after absorbing her words, she felt a profound clarity wash over her. Indeed, he cares for me deeply. He even wrote that song for me. How could he possibly say he is giving up? As Tang Yu suggested, he merely seeks change, which is why he has taken such actions. Whether it's delivering milk tea or seeking out Yao Yan, these are but his attempts at transformation. All of this reasoning seems sound. In truth, he still likes me. He simply wishes for me to acknowledge him a little more. Today, witnessing that video, I realized for the first time how he differs from others. He has succeeded, Suku remarked, her tone tinged with complexity. Tang Yu's eyes brightened, ready to elaborate further, but Suku suddenly scoffed. Yet, his actions only strike me as childish, akin to a primary schoolboy tugging at a girl's braid. How old is he to resort to such tactics? It's utterly self-important. Such behavior only deepens my aversion toward him, and he expects me to change for him? On what grounds? It's he who likes me, not the other way around. Suku's voice grew louder, as if to unleash all the grievances she had endured over the past few days, reinforcing her lofty stance. Resolute and unyielding like a stone upon a snow-capped mountain, Tang Yu was utterly taken aback by her words, and in that moment, she experienced a resurgence of the same thoughts she had the day prior. What an outrageous statement this was. It was clear that you were left disheartened and disoriented by someone else's provocations, yet now you stand there with such arrogance? Tang Yu's lips twitched in irritation. She had initially intended to inquire whether Su Ke had feelings for Qin Luo, but witnessing Su Ke's demeanor, she lost the desire to ask. A wave of regret surged within her, making her wish she had refrained from uttering those words. Her intention was to soothe Su Ke's emotions while expressing a conjecture that had been weighing on her mind. As she had articulated, it was evident to all who Qin Luo's song was dedicated to, and everyone was well aware of how fond he had been of Su Ke. Even if he were genuinely saddened by her prolonged indifference, Tang Yu found it hard to believe that Qin Luo could simply let go as he claimed. Thus, she had spoken in hopes of helping Su Ke discern Qin Luo's true feelings, as well as her own. Yet, it appeared that her efforts were in vain, akin to applying a futile remedy. A light, teasing voice broke through her thoughts, prompting several to turn in its direction, where they found Yao Yanyan regarding Su Ke with evident disdain. Su Ke, unyielding, shot back a glare, demanding, "Who are you calling foolish?" Yao Yanyan, seemingly disinterested in engaging further, merely scoffed. Just as Su Ke was about to retort, her phone lit up, and the content displayed on the screen made her eyes widen involuntarily. In the next moment, her usually impassive face blossomed into a radiant smile. Her voice brimming with uncontainable joy, "Qin Luo just messaged me." However, she abruptly paused, her smile fading as she cast a cold glance at Yao Yanyan, saying in a flat tone, "He must be coming to apologize to me. You think he really said he doesn't like me? Don't you feel a tinge of embarrassment for fabricating such a lie?" Yao Yanyan narrowed her eyes, ultimately choosing to dismiss Su Ke, muttering that she couldn't be bothered before retreating to the restroom. Tang Yu, feeling disinclined to intervene, quietly returned to her own bed, inwardly chastising herself and vowing to think carefully before speaking next time. As for Su Ke, she appeared calm but was hurriedly climbing into bed, clutching her phone tightly as she read the message from Qin Luo. "I didn't realize it was you earlier. I thought it was an insurance salesperson, so I blacklisted you." In the pitch-black confines of her bed, Su Ke's cool visage was illuminated by the soft glow of her phone, revealing a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. She knew that Qin Luo still harbored feelings for her. He could never truly abandon her. Unexplainably, Su Ke regained her former certainty and confidence, deciding not to reply to Qin Luo immediately, intending to let him stew for a while as a means of expressing her grievances. She mused that he would soon send her another message, perhaps to apologize, offer an explanation, or inquire about her culinary preferences for the next day. In any case, it would undoubtedly be a gesture of goodwill. Yet, she never anticipated that 10 minutes had elapsed. And still, no second message from Qin Luo had arrived. This left Su Ke feeling restless. Her fingers lightly tapped the screen as she attempted to compose a message, but each time she was about to send it, she withdrew. At that moment, a new message finally appeared in the chat box. Chapter 16. Is Qin Luo with you? I'm too tired today. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Before Su Ke could feel elated, she was taken aback by Qin Luo's message, and her feelings of resentment surged uncontrollably. Consequently, she hastily typed a response, seemingly forgetting her previous vow to disregard Qin Luo's words. "How could you not save my contact? What do you mean by too tired? You must be worn out from playing with Yao Yanyan today, right? Qin Luo, speak to me. Don't you feel guilty towards me? Don't you think you owe me an explanation? I know you still have feelings for me. Given that you wrote me that song, I am willing to grant you another chance. You have no classes tomorrow morning, right? I have a class. Come to my classroom and accompany me. Apologize to me in person, and I can forgive what happened before. Qin Luo, speak up. Don't tell me you fell asleep that quickly." Su Ke sent a flurry of messages, but received no reply from Qin Luo. She bit her lip, and the familiar pang of anxiety washed over her, effortlessly dismantling the confidence she had just regained. It was getting late. Perhaps he was worried about disturbing her rest, which explained his silence. Or perhaps his phone was on Do Not Disturb mode, preventing any notification of her messages. It must be that way, otherwise he would have replied immediately upon seeing her message, as he always did before. When he wakes up tomorrow and sees my message, he will realize I am upset and surely accompany me to class. Su Ke's mind began to spiral with thoughts, each voice morphing into excuses she could accept, soothing her tumultuous heart to some extent. She tucked her phone beneath her pillow, closed her eyes, and tried to drift off to sleep, eager to welcome the arrival of the next day and Qin Luo's belated apology. Yet, the more she wished to sleep, the more elusive it became. The image of the spirited youth lingered in her mind, and she recalled every little thing he had done for her, contrasted by his unfamiliar demeanor over the past few days, causing her heart to tighten. However, the thought of Qin Luo soon returning to her side filled her with joy. This was a sensation she had never experienced before, an incomprehensible feeling of anxiety intertwined with hope. It's all right. He cares for me so deeply. He will certainly come to apologize. Suko murmured to herself, forcing her mind to quiet the chaos. In the nearby bunk, Yao Yanyan faced the wall, the glow of her phone screen illuminating her enchanting visage. She gazed at the WeChat chat box belonging to Qin Luo, opening and closing it repeatedly, until, with a resolute sigh, she tucked her phone beneath her pillow. She had hoped that this action would shield her from emotional turmoil, yet inexplicably, her mood began to sour. She was acutely aware of the source of her agitation. Having spent the past few moments conjecturing about what Qin Luo and Suko might be discussing, had Qin Luo apologized to Suko, or perhaps refuted his earlier confession of disinterest? She harbored no logical reason for her desire to avoid such outcomes. It was merely a visceral aversion. Thus, she contemplated sending a message to Qin Luo, even finding herself oddly eager for the prospect of seeing him in her classroom the next day. However, she was reluctant to exhibit any overt initiative towards him, as it contradicted her life philosophy, leading to an internal conflict between her rationality and her emotions. As a woman who prided herself on her nonchalant demeanor, Yao Yanyan found it difficult to accept this burgeoning mindset. After grappling with her thoughts for a considerable time, she ultimately rationalized her feelings. She simply wished to avoid seeing Suko's haughty, foolish countenance. Murmuring softly to herself, she gradually closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had been lying awake for quite some time, unable to find slumber. The entangled affairs of Qin Luo, Suko, and Yao Yanyan swirled incessantly in her mind, causing her considerable disquiet. This was far more troublesome than her student council duties. She would have preferred a workload twice as demanding rather than entangle herself in this emotional game. Yet, both Suko and Yao Yanyan were her roommates, and being a person who valued relationships deeply, she was reluctant to witness any discord between them. As for Qin Luo, recalling the myriad affections he had once lavished upon Suko, the little things he had done, and his recent, abrupt change, Tang Yu could not suppress a sigh. Although she believed he still harbored feelings for Suko, that remained merely her conjecture. Perhaps she would test him tomorrow. Ugh. And there was the planning for the school anniversary event to attend to. How vexing. She murmured to herself before gradually closing her eyes. In one dormitory, 5 individuals lay in various states of restlessness. 3 were forcing themselves to sleep, while the remaining 2 seemed to be engaged in a different sort of discourse. Lun Yan. I increasingly find them perplexing. Does Qin Luo like Suko or Yao Yanyan? Does Suko even have feelings for Qin Luo? Was Yao Yanyan just vying for attention against Suko? By the way, what are we having for breakfast tomorrow? How about jianbing guozi? I want to add chicken strips. But I've heard that jianbing guozi with chicken strips isn't authentic, though I do enjoy chicken strips. Authenticity is overrated. It's all about savoring the essence. Oh well, then what are we having for lunch? Wait, that's not the point. You still haven't answered my earlier question. Oh dear, matters of the heart elude my understanding. The complexities of the three-dimensional world are indeed peculiar, far from the pure and beautiful love depicted in the realm of the two-dimensional. Such is the inherent flaw of humanity. She lamented. When will you ever graduate from this adolescent delusion? Even I, as your elder sister, occasionally feel a sense of embarrassment, came to retort. If you were to append a whimsical remark about my fish-like lips to that statement, I would deem it a remarkable skill, she added teasingly. What are you rambling about? Regardless, I have my opinions regarding their affairs. Speaking of which, I find myself somewhat peckish. I desire some potato chips, yet they are all asleep at present, and I fear making too much noise would disturb them. Bring me a bag as well, the original flavor. What opinions could you possibly have? We are both still unclaimed. So let us comfortably embrace our status as singletons. In a decade, we shall ascend to become grand sorceresses together. Chu Sijin, reclining on her bed, rolled her eyes and chose not to engage in the frivolous banter, instead pouting her cherubic face in contemplation. Ultimately, she succumbed to the allure of delicacies. Stealthily retrieving 2 bags of Lay's potato chips from the small basket hanging on the wall, 1 bag of Texas barbecue flavor for herself and a plain one for her sister. With a swift toss, she flung the bag at Chu Liunyan's face, the sound echoing with a satisfying pop. Quickly shutting her eyes and lying flat, she feigned innocence regarding the incident. peeking through a narrow slit to ensure the others remained undisturbed before she finally exhaled in relief and burrowed into her blankets to quietly munch on the chips. Chu Liunyun leisurely removed the chips from her face, opening the bag while watching videos, occasionally licking her fingers and breaking into a delighted smile at particularly captivating moments. Hee hee. My Connie, her laughter, soft yet distinct, reached the ears of Su Ku, Tang Yu, and Yao Yinyin, who, however, remained unresponsive, forcing themselves into slumber. Alas, for many, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The following day, Tang Yu, accustomed to rising early due to her myriad responsibilities, awoke promptly despite a restless night filled with worries. To her surprise, her roommates, who typically stirred only after her departure, were all awake at the same time. The Chu twins were to be expected. They habitually lingered in bed regardless of their class schedule. Yet, Su Ku and Yao Yinyin exhibited unusual behavior, rising simultaneously as if in concert. They exchanged a knowing glance before getting out of bed and preparing for the day ahead. They appeared to move leisurely. Yet an inexplicable urgency underlay their actions, culminating in a rather comical bottleneck at the dormitory entrance. After a shared glance, they squinted at each other, huffed in unison, then strode out of the dormitory with purpose. Tang Yu looked on in disbelief at the scene before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of deja vu reminiscent of a cat and mouse chase. After parting ways with Yao Yinyin in front of the girls' dormitory, Su Ku had a light breakfast and gradually made her way to the classroom for her first class of the day. She arrived rather early, with 20 minutes still to go before class commenced, and the room was nearly empty. Su Ku casually chose a seat in the back corner and straightened her posture, fixating her gaze on the classroom entrance as if awaiting someone's arrival. As her classmates entered the classroom, they were met with the intensity of her stare. Although they were accustomed to Su Ku's cool demeanor and piercing gaze, they could not help but notice that she seemed unusually different today. A few of them even felt an inexplicable sense of guilt under her scrutiny, shivering slightly as they hurried to find a seat far from her. Meanwhile, Su Ku remained oblivious to their discomfort, her eyes glued to the door, patiently awaiting the figure she longed to see. As 1 minute turned into 5, then 10, the anticipation slowly waned, and Su Ku's expression grew increasingly grim. 20 minutes passed, and even the teacher had arrived, yet Qin Luo was still nowhere to be seen. At this point, Su Ku's countenance had darkened to its utmost. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out her phone and bombarded Qin Luo with a flurry of messages. Why didn't you come to class with me? Oh, I have something to attend to this morning. To Su Ku's surprise, Qin Luo responded swiftly. But the content of the message made her frown, prompting her to confront him directly. Something? I see you've gone off to find Yao Yinyan. No, I'm busy with other matters. Qin Luo, hurry over to find me. Otherwise, I will truly never forgive you again. I'm really busy. Let's meet another time. Be good. As she read Qin Luo's messages, Su Ku's anger began to mount and swell. She did not believe his excuses, convinced he was with Yao Yinyan, and sent a series of accusatory messages, which fell into silence, unacknowledged. Unable to contain herself any longer, she directly messaged Yao Yinyan. Is Qin Luo with you? Su Ku was taken aback, her gaze fixed on the identical message Yao Yinyan had sent almost simultaneously, leaving her momentarily speechless. Qin Luo hadn't gone to find Yao Yinyan. Although I usually review my work for typos before submission, I occasionally miss a few. If anyone spots errors, please do point them out, and I will correct them promptly. Chapter 17. It is said that some wealthy ladies have a penchant for this. Qin Luo didn't go to find Su Ku? Yao Yinyan gazed at her phone, perplexed by the simultaneous messages from Su Ku, both containing identical content. She had arrived at the classroom early, eager to see if Qin Luo would come looking for her to attend class as he had the previous day. However, after waiting for an extended period and even with the teacher's arrival, Qin Luo failed to show up. Naturally, Yao Yinyan began to speculate that Qin Luo had undoubtedly submitted to Su Ku, perhaps off accompanying her to class once more, fulfilling the role of her devoted admirer. The mere thought of this possibility ignited a surge of frustration within her. She found it perplexing why she felt such anger. After all, when she had previously observed Qin Luo fawning over Su Ku, she had merely taken a spectator's stance, enjoying the drama. Yet, ever since Qin Luo had exhibited a change in demeanor over the past few days, especially after singing that particular song yesterday, she found herself increasingly unwilling to witness his pursuit of Su Ku. Thus, despite her initial restraint, she ultimately succumbed to her emotions and sent a probing message to Su Ku. To her astonishment, Suku was simultaneously questioning her as well. This left Yao Yinyan in a quandary. After all, Qin Luo should not have had any classes that morning. He neither sought her out nor approached Suku. Where could he possibly be? Surely he wasn't off to find Tang Yu? The instant this thought crossed her mind, Yao Yinyan couldn't help but chuckle softly at the absurdity of it. Surely, something must have occupied him today. She decided to dismiss it. As her mood lightened upon realizing that Qin Luo had not sought out Suku, her irritation began to dissipate, and she took an interest in the surroundings and her classmates. After witnessing Qin Luo's musical prowess the previous day, her classmates were eagerly anticipating his presence in class. Regrettably, his absence left them with a tinge of disappointment. The teacher could not resist inquiring about Qin Luo, asking Yao Yinyan, "Has Qin Luo not come today?" To which Yao Yinyan replied with a smile, "He is not a student in our class. He cannot be expected to attend every time." The teacher sighed, contemplating for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "I heard Qin Luo confess to you before. If you were to secure him early on, wouldn't he effectively be one of our students?" Upon hearing this, the student's eyes lit up, internally acknowledging the teacher's astuteness in devising a way to recruit Qin Luo. Only Yao Yinyan responded with a giggle, playfully replying, "I shall do my best." Meanwhile, the object of many thoughts, Qin Luo, was making his way to the library. He held his phone, disregarding the incessant WeChat notifications from Suku, as he slowly searched the forum for the information he sought, entering the keyword Tang Yu. Indeed, Mr. Qin remained steadfast on his path as a scoundrel. Having fostered a friendly rapport with Yao Yinyan, he once again extended his reach, this time targeting Tang Yu. As a member of the goddess group, Tang Yu's popularity can be said to be second only to Suku, who is revered as the high and unattainable flower. And one could even suggest that their standing is quite comparable. In terms of appearance and demeanor, Tang Yu is undeniably exceptional. While Suku possesses an air of aloofness that secures her position as the campus belle, Tang Yu's charm lies in her affability and approachability. When people at school speak of Suku, most adopt a demeanor of admiration tinged with timidity, especially among the boys. Among the girls, half might scoff, muttering about her pretentiousness. In contrast, Tang Yu is inherently kind-hearted, with a gentle and gracious disposition that evokes the image of a refined lady emerging from a noble estate. Her eloquence and elegant manners bestow a refreshing comfort upon those who interact with her, garnering not only the affection of male classmates, but also winning the hearts of several female peers. Moreover, Qin Luo learned from the campus forum that Tang Yu is an individual of remarkable capability. Hailing from the capital, she gained admission to Magic City University over 2 years ago, not through the Gaokao, but via a recommendation. On her very first day, she was elected class president by a landslide, subsequently joining the Student Union's External Relations Department, where she gradually showcased her skills and talents. While other freshmen busied themselves with menial tasks for their seniors, she was already contributing ideas and strategies, earning the admiration of her superiors. In the first semester of her freshman year, during a university sports event, she secured sponsorship far exceeding expectations, subsequently rising to the position of Deputy Director of the External Relations Department. By the end of her freshman year, she had further manifested her talents, becoming the head of the department and also serving as a member of the Presidium. As her sophomore first semester neared its conclusion, she orchestrated an event that led to her appointment as vice president of the Student Union, excelling in academics, interpersonal relations, and personal capabilities, truly embodying a well-rounded prodigy. If Suku is likened to a high and unapproachable flower, then Tang Yu is undoubtedly a genuine and extraordinary talent. Such a woman naturally attracts numerous suitors at school. However, while many manage to engage her in conversation or cultivate a friendship under various pretexts, none have yet succeeded in winning her heart. If Qin Luo were to rank the difficulty of pursuing the members of the goddess group, Tang Yu's would undoubtedly rival that of Suku, if not exceed it. Initially, he believed that Yao Yinyan would be the easiest to pursue, given her notorious reputation, which suggested a lack of sincerity. However, after reviewing her profile through a magical lens yesterday, he began to harbor doubts about this assumption. As for the Chu sisters, one a glutton and the other an eccentric, what could possibly be the level of difficulty in pursuing them? It is somewhat challenging. This woman is excessively perfect. Generally, when someone greets her, she responds with a warm smile, but that is where the interaction concludes. Any desire for deeper communication necessitates a legitimate reason, such as work-related matters. Yet I am not a member of the student council, Qin Luo muttered to himself, perusing various pieces of news about Tang Yu he found on the forum while contemplating how to approach her naturally. Just then, a voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts. You must be Qin Luo? Following the voice, he realized he had unknowingly wandered into the campus parking lot, where a Mercedes was parked nearby. A woman, adorned with sunglasses, leaned out of the car, smiling and gesturing at him. May I ask who you are? Qin Luo inquired, perplexed. The sunglasses obscured her features, but judging by the lower half of her face and her mature, magnetic voice, she appeared to be around 30 years old, an age group absent from his social circle. The woman, still smiling, suggested, let us chat in the car. Qin Luo hesitated momentarily. The woman teased, don't worry, this is a school after all. Are you afraid I might abduct you in broad daylight? The thought of abduction did not frighten him. He had experienced numerous enhancements to his physical strength. And although he had never been in a fight, he was confident that a few ordinary adult men would not pose a challenge, unless this woman possessed some means of overpowering him in an instant. Yet, to be fair, in such a peaceful era and within a university setting, who would drive a luxury car to abduct a male student? It was hard to say. He had heard rumors of wealthy women with such inclinations. Could it be that this woman has taken a fancy to my looks? Qin Luo swallowed hard, yet still took a seat in the passenger side. Simultaneously, his hand remained on the door handle, and the door was not fully closed, a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. One must not harbor ill intentions, yet it is wise to remain vigilant. Although the likelihood was slim, Qin Luo chose to maintain a sufficient level of caution. What do you need from me? He asked flatly. The woman glanced at him, chuckling lightly. Little fellow, though you are young, your thoughts are quite profound. Rest assured, I am not here to abduct you or to support you financially, though you are rather handsome and fit my criteria for a partner. And yet you claim you are not lusting after me. Qin Luo silently retorted in his mind, only to see the woman remove her sunglasses. Upon clearly observing her features, Qin Luo was momentarily stunned, then quietly opened the car door again, shutting it with a firm thud, his hand finally relinquishing the door handle as he politely greeted, Hello, Teacher Shenfang. Shenfang smiled radiantly. You know me? I thought young people nowadays no longer listen to those old songs. You jest, your songs are classics. My parents are your fans. Over the years, your silence has often saddened them. Qin Luo replied with sufficient politeness, while a cascade of questions brewed in his mind. Shenfang, a renowned veteran singer, embarked on her career at the tender age of 16. By 18, she had already risen to prominence, and by 30, she had reached the pinnacle of her artistic journey, gracing the world with countless beloved songs and amassing a devoted fan base across the vast expanse of the nation. However, after turning 35, she retreated from the spotlight, rarely making appearances in the public eye. Qin Luo had listened to many of her songs, and given that his parents were also admirers of her work, he possessed a modicum of familiarity with her. If his memory served him correctly, Shenfang should be around 45 years old this year. Despite her impeccable upkeep, which made her appear to be in her early 30s, she could be considered a representative of the previous generation. What could prompt such an esteemed figure in the music industry to seek him out unexpectedly? Surely, she did not intend to suggest that he might bypass decades of effort? Meeting Qin Luo's slightly puzzled gaze, Shenfang dispensed with any pretense and candidly stated, Yesterday, I happened upon a video online where a young man performed a song titled You Are the April Day of the Mortal Realm. I found the song enchanting and endeavored to search for it, yet I could not locate it. Thus, I revisited the video and gleaned from the comments that this song is your original composition, and you are a student at this institution. Consequently, I made a special trip to find you with a simple intention. I wish to purchase the rights to cover your song. Shenfang recounted the circumstances that led her to seek out Qin Luo, her expression serene as she awaited his response with a smile. Chapter 18. Would you like to bypass a decade of struggle? Upon hearing Shenfang's words, Qin Luo felt a mix of astonishment and disbelief. He was surprised that the song he had sung the previous day could attract someone of Shenfang's stature. It was unexpected that a celebrated artist such as herself would express such profound interest in his work. Indeed, one of the treasures in his possession, the classic song library, contained timeless melodies from parallel worlds, including You Are the April Day of the Mortal Realm, which held considerable value. Yet, in comparison to Shenfang's remarkable talents and achievements, Qin Luo could hardly fathom why this particular song would captivate her so deeply. In contrast, the classic song library housed numerous other superior compositions, encompassing a plethora of languages and genres, truly a cornucopia of musical brilliance. It resembled a money tree, should Qin Luo choose to venture into the entertainment industry. The classic song library could easily elevate him to the pinnacle of the music world, even if he preferred to remain a songwriter. He could generate wealth beyond the reach of ordinary individuals by gradually realizing the potential of the songs within the library. You Are the April Day of the Mortal Realm was merely one among many. And while it might captivate the interest of unseasoned youth, Qin Luo struggled to comprehend why Shen Fong would seek him out specifically for this song. A myriad of questions swirled in Qin Luo's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he finally inquired, "Do you truly have a fondness for this song?" "Indeed, I am quite fond of it," Shen Fong replied without hesitation, then slowly added, "I believe I have a sense of what you are thinking. Admittedly, the quality of this song is not exceptional. Given the achievements I have garnered thus far, it hardly seems necessary for me to personally seek you out. So why? You may ask. For money." Qin Luo found this answer utterly brilliant. He was momentarily rendered speechless, wishing to express a retort, yet feeling his throat constricted by the very reasonableness of her words, leaving him utterly voiceless. Noticing his astonishment, Shen Fong chuckled, "Are you surprised? There is truly no need for astonishment. I did achieve considerable success back in my day and accumulated quite a fortune. However, due to years of obscurity, most of that wealth has nearly been spent. You know how it is with women, we tend to be rather extravagant with our finances. Not long ago, my former employer approached me, hoping for my return. Without much thought, I agreed. But that presented a new dilemma. I am no longer youthful, lacking the fervor and talent of my earlier days, and I can no longer compose the remarkable songs of my past. The company is aware of this, yet they harbor no disdain for me. After all, the popularity and foundation I built in my prime still linger. They hope to capitalize on that, and I, too, wish to earn enough for my retirement before my health declines. Thus, we reached a mutual understanding, and they arranged for songwriters to assist me in composing music. Regrettably, although I may have lost my talent, my ability to discern quality remains intact. The current music scene is rife with mediocrity. The songs penned by these writers are utterly nonsensical. Only a few possess the depth I seek, and even those can only be deemed passable at best. Of course, I have no right to criticize them, as I am merely returning to the fold, lacking the authority to disdain this or that. Nevertheless, I hope that my first song upon my return does not invite a deluge of scorn. At this juncture, I fortuitously encountered your song. While its quality may not be extraordinary, both the lyrics and the style are commendable. What I admire most, however, is the story hidden within the song." As she spoke, Shen Fong paused, her gaze softening with warmth and sympathy as she looked at Qin Luo. "You are a sensitive soul, a true gem. Only someone with such depth of feeling can craft songs that genuinely resonate with others. I hold great admiration for you." Shen Fong had shared much, and Qin Luo listened quietly, expressing his gratitude only after hearing her final compliment. He felt a twinge of nostalgia. Once a dazzling star in the music industry, she now appeared faded, with the company eager to extract her remaining value. She had bowed to the reality of her situation, no longer the youthful prodigy, devoid of the brilliance he had once witnessed on stage. Despite her numerous accomplishments that many could only dream of attaining, she now seemed merely an ordinary woman striving for a living. What a reasonable justification it was, he thought, unable to suppress a chuckle. Shen Fong inquired, "Do you find my reasoning too pragmatic, feeling that I do not quite match the image you hold of me?" Qin Luo shook his head. "On the contrary, your presence in my mind has grown even more grand and vivid. To me, the most crucial aspect of existence is the ability to see oneself clearly. How many individuals remain oblivious to this until the end of their days? Yet you have accomplished this." Shen Fong blinked, a flicker of astonishment dancing in her bright eyes, and exclaimed, "I had assumed you were merely a talented university student, but through our exchange, I perceive your potential." Pausing momentarily, she seemed to have an epiphany and asked, "Young man, would you like to avoid a decade of struggle?" Qin Luo was taken aback, instinctively leaning back, stammering, "Isn't that inappropriate? My mother would be furious." Shen Fong, bemused yet amused, clarified, "You youngsters have such whimsical thoughts, always concocting wild ideas. What I meant to ask is, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? You possess considerable talent and appealing looks. I could guide you through the entertainment industry. Although my popularity has waned, my foundation remains, and at least until my complete withdrawal, I can help you navigate this path." How absurd. It is your statement that is flawed. Qin Luo silently grumbled, yet he felt a mixture of surprise and admiration. As Shen Fong noted, despite her long absence, her legacy still endures. Should she choose to make a comeback, support would undoubtedly surge. Furthermore, if someone were to emerge as her disciple, they would inevitably attract significant attention and adulation. If that disciple possesses talent, their journey in the music industry could be remarkably smooth. The notion of her guiding him along this path, though expressed lightly, represents a chasm that many aspiring stars struggle to cross throughout their lives. Frankly, her capacity to maintain such a favorable view of herself left Qin Luo somewhat astonished. Ultimately, however, he shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, Teacher Shun, but I have no intention of entering the entertainment industry." "Is that so? What a pity." Shen Fong expressed regret, yet did not press the matter further, leading the conversation back to business. "Having discussed so much, what are your thoughts regarding that song?" "I have no objections. It is an honor for my song to be recognized by Teacher Shun," Qin Luo replied courteously. Upon hearing this, Shen Fong's smile brightened with relief. "That is splendid. Let us exchange contact information. I will have my agent reach out to you. He will bring the contract. And I assure you the copyright fees will be satisfactory. There is no need for the copyright fees. If my parents learn that you are singing my song and paying me, they would undoubtedly scold me," Qin Luo said diplomatically. In his estimation, the cover rights for the song would only fetch a few thousand at most, and there are countless similar songs in the classic repertoire. If Shen Fong were to agree, it would imply that she had accepted a favor from Qin Luo, which far surpasses the value of the song. However, if she declines, it is of no consequence, as a straightforward transaction would not disadvantage Qin Luo. Shen Fong shook her head, stating, "That won't do. Although our conversation has been quite delightful, we must maintain a sense of formality in business matters. While I may currently be financially constrained, I am certainly not impoverished to the point of being unable to purchase a song. Besides, it is not I who would be providing the funds, but rather my former employer. Indeed, even for a once celebrated diva, such favors are not easily granted." Qin Luo nodded in agreement, and subsequently exchanged contact information with Shen Fong before they parted ways. As Qin Luo watched Shen Fong drive away, he leisurely made his way to the library. Their encounter had merely been a minor interlude. He had not forgotten the primary task of the day. Tang Yu was a remarkably disciplined individual, spending the majority of her time engaged in student council duties aside from attending classes. The only other places one might find her would be the cafeteria or the library. Given that it was now class time, and he had learned from the forum that Tang Yu had no classes scheduled for the morning, it was unlikely she would be in the cafeteria. She was most probably at the student council office, lacking a valid reason to visit. Qin Luo opted to take a chance at the library. Upon entering the library, he was greeted by the sight of polished wooden floors, neatly arranged rows of bookshelves, and a myriad of diverse volumes. Long tables were scattered throughout the room, with a surprising number of individuals engrossed in reading and studying. Aside from those who preferred a quiet atmosphere, most were likely students preparing for postgraduate examinations. As Qin Luo wandered through the library, he took in his surroundings. Despite being in university for over 2 years, he had not frequented the library often. After completing a circuit of the space, he let out a sigh of disappointment. Tang Yu was not present. However, it mattered little. Thanks to the assistance of Yao Yanyan, his persona as a cad was beginning to take shape, and even without frequent interactions with the opposite sex, it was unlikely his facade would crumble anytime soon. Thus, he casually selected a book and settled into a corner to momentarily halt his descent into the life of a scoundrel, immersing himself in reading. Before long, a gentle voice broke through his concentration. "Do you enjoy reading detective novels, such as Higashino Kigo's The White Bird and the Bat?" Qin Luo looked up to see a poised and elegant young woman smiling at him. Chapter 19. You shameless little brother. Tang Yu stood before the table, arms cradling a stack of materials, her gaze directed at Qin Luo with an air of surprise. In contrast to Yao Yanyan's alluring demeanor, Tang Yu possessed a classically beautiful oval face, with delicate and soft contours, bright and expressive eyes, and thin, rosy lips. Overall, she resembled a flawless sculpture crafted by nature, with not a single imperfection to be found, each detail exuding a sense of ancient grace. Her flowing black hair cascades down her back, framing her fair neck. A crisp shirt envelopes her graceful figure, complemented by a gray sleeveless vest. The waistband of her gray straight-leg trousers hugs her slender waist, accentuating the elegant drape of her shirt. At first glance, she does not resemble a student. Instead, she possesses a maturity and composure rarely seen in her peers. Were she to don a pair of spectacles, she would appear more akin to a young educator. However, without glasses, she resembles a polished professional emerging from an academic background, exuding poise, elegance, and an intellectual beauty. In stark contrast to her, Yao Yinyan's beauty is unabashed, vibrant, and alluring, while Tang Yu's allure lies in her subtlety and restraint. Upon closer inspection, one might find that every detail of her face possesses an irresistible charm. This is the first time Qin Luo has scrutinized her so earnestly. His gaze filled with admiration as he casually remarked, "It's quite interesting to unfold a story from different perspectives, gradually clarifying the mystery based on limited clues." Tang Yu glanced at the book, confirming that Qin Luo had only read halfway, and with a playful blink, she inquired, "So, have you deduced who the murderer is?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Luo replied slowly, "The story begins with the death of a lawyer. The author initially reveals the narrative through the perspectives of two officers, gradually piecing together clues and zeroing in on a reclusive elderly man who had interacted with the deceased. The peculiarities exhibited by the old man seemed to scream, 'I am the murderer.' Yet, as a seasoned writer, Higashino Kigo would never make the culprit so obvious from the outset. Thus, this elderly figure serves merely as a red herring, perhaps a deliberate misdirection by the author." Tang Yu nodded, her expression brightening with intrigue as she naturally settled into the chair opposite Qin Luo. He continued, "The two officers suspect the old man, prompting their investigation, which leads them to the deceased's daughter, the old man's son, and a mother-daughter duo who run a restaurant. Their appearances further complicate the narrative, rendering the case increasingly enigmatic. Even though the old man has confessed, numerous details suggest he may not be the true culprit." As Qin Luo spoke to Tang Yu, he did not once glance at the book, yet he articulated the intricate details of the plot, including character names and their actions with clarity and precision. He even analyzed the psychological states of the characters, his discourse coherent and insightful. In that moment, Tang Yu found herself captivated, feeling as though she were conversing with the very author of the book. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "So, who is the final murderer?" Qin Luo smiled and replied, "It is the child of the daughter from that mother-daughter pair." The motive behind the lawyer's murder was not revenge for his family, but rather a fundamental flaw in his character. In other words, he simply relishes the act of killing. Tang Yu couldn't help but widen her eyes, and after a few seconds, she exclaimed in admiration, "This is remarkable. To deduce all this after only half of the story and identify the murderer is impressive enough. But to also grasp the killer's psychological state, I've never realized you were this adept." After a pause, she playfully added, "If I didn't know you had only read half, I would have thought you had read this book before." Qin Luo blinked and said, "I indeed hadn't read it prior, but I flipped to the end to find out who the murderer was. I am a proponent of the truth and thrive on spoilers." At this revelation, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Once she recovered, her expression shifted, oscillating between exasperation and amusement as she remarked, "Why don't you follow the conventional route? I never noticed this side of you before." Qin Luo shrugged, "That's quite normal. Although we have known each other for a while, we haven't had much interaction. To be honest, I might know more about you than you do about me. For instance, I know that you enjoy jasmine milk green tea." Hearing this, the bemused expression on Tang Yu's face gradually faded, replaced by a more complex gaze directed at Qin Luo. After a few moments of silence, she softly commented, "You deliberately sought to understand us to please Suku, didn't you?" Qin Luo smiled without responding, tacitly affirming her observation. Tang Yu sighed, "Honestly, your affection for Suku is evident to everyone at school. While the current situation may have taken us by surprise, I must admit that I am genuinely pleased that you've come to this realization." Qin Luo blinked, appearing unperturbed on the surface, yet internally, she was taken aback. "What is going on with all of you? It's one thing for Yao Yinyan. Her personality clearly isn't compatible with Suku, so it makes sense that she would be cheerful about my breakup with him. But you are different, being the gentle, cultured, and courteous woman you are. How can you also be a plastic roommate with Suku?" Qin Luo found herself momentarily perplexed by Tang Yu's true thoughts, so she silently donned a pair of headphones. In the next moment, Tang Yu's voice resonated in her mind. "He probably still likes Suku. Although this is merely my conjecture, it's fine. I will find a way to verify this. Suko likely has feelings for him as well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly before. However, Suka's thought process is quite unconventional, which is rather perplexing. By the way, I just realized that he is quite handsome, and his demeanor is mature and composed. Unlike most boys his age, he is right. I know nothing about him, yet he seems to know so much more about me. Alas, the affairs of the student council are already numerous, and now I find myself tasked with resolving the romantic dilemmas of others, despite having never experienced love myself. Oh, how vexing it is, dear younger siblings. I barely slept a wink last night, and dark circles have emerged under my eyes. Qinluo, what on earth makes you think Suko has feelings for me? How did you come to such a preposterous conclusion, dear lady? And as for Suko, where has your logical reasoning gone? Nevertheless, since you have generously praised my handsome and mature demeanor, I shall let it slide this time. But do not let it happen again. By the way, the dignified and erudite vice president. Does your family know about your penchant for calling people little brother and little sister behind their backs? What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Tang Yu suddenly inquired, noticing that, for some unknown reason, the look in Qin Luo's eyes had become peculiar. Qin Luo nodded and pointed at her eyes, saying, "Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Who would have thought that a diligent student like you would stay up late? Is it really that obvious?" Tang Yu instinctively touched around her eyes, feeling regretful for not having applied a bit of makeup, and could not help but grumble. "It's all because of you that I didn't sleep well last night." Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Qin Luo sensed a hint of resentment in her words. As soon as the words left Tang Yu's lips, she realized that something was amiss, and upon looking again, she noted that Qin Luo's gaze had indeed become even more nuanced. A blush crept onto her traditionally elegant face as she hurriedly clarified, "What I meant was, I was preoccupied with your matters concerning Su Ku and Yin Yin, which is why I couldn't sleep well." Qin Luo seemed to accept her explanation, nodding and saying, "You are truly gentle, dear lady. It's all right. After all, they are my roommates." Tang Yu's sentence trailed off as she suddenly froze, staring wide-eyed and asking, "Wait. What did you just call me?" Qin Luo blinked innocently. "I called you dear lady. Is there a problem? I am 20. You are 21. 1 year my senior. Am I mistaken? Suddenly referring to me as dear lady. Just moments ago, I praised your maturity and composure, yet now you appear so frivolous. You have 2 faces, little brother. Indeed, you are 1 year my senior, but you cannot suddenly call me dear lady. We are not that familiar." The blush on Tang Yu's face deepened, and her tone lost its previous calmness. Qin Luo, however, merely smiled nonchalantly. "All right, I was hasty, my apologies. We are not that acquainted after all." Looking at his somewhat indifferent smile, for reasons unknown, Tang Yu suddenly felt as if she had committed a transgression, and an inexplicable sense of guilt surged within her. Thus, she hesitantly said, "There is no need to apologize. Although we have not conversed much before, we have known each other for quite some time. Moreover, you have often thought of us when bringing food and drinks for Suku, so I have received many gifts from you. Therefore, can I call you dear lady now?" Qin Luo decisively concluded. "You shameless little brother." Tang Yu internally chastised herself while outwardly letting out a resigned sigh. "A normal address will suffice. Let us not dwell on this any longer. I must attend to my work." With that, she laid out the documents she had brought earlier. Refraining from glancing at Qin Luo, unbothered, Qin Luo resumed his reading, though an instinct told him that Tang Yu was covertly observing him. This was not a testament to his charm, but rather a recognition that Tang Yu had come with a purpose, seeking to ascertain certain truths from him. Regrettably, he did not afford her the opportunity. Chapter 20. Thank you for your hard work. Miss Tang Yu gazed earnestly at the array of documents before her, appearing to have entered a state of productivity, yet she was consistently stealing glances at Qin Luo. Although her original intent in visiting the library was to find a tranquil environment for her work, having previously been overwhelmed by the incessant chatter of the student council, filled with individuals of little substance, she had not anticipated encountering Qin Luo. This unexpected meeting reminded her of her resolve from the previous night, prompting her to seize the moment and confirm whether he still harbored feelings for Suku. Initially, the conversation flowed smoothly as Tang Yu engaged Qin Luo with discussions about a novel, which he met with witty repartee, effectively dissolving the distance that typically lingered between them. They exchanged laughter, resembling longtime friends. However, it soon became apparent that Tang Yu was losing control of the dialogue. The rhythm of their interaction was dictated by this insufferable younger brother, leaving her unable to steer the conversation towards her desired topic. Feeling a bit flustered by Qin Luo's remarks, she retreated temporarily, waiting for another opportunity. She resolved that if Qin Luo were to initiate conversation again, she would deftly redirect the topic towards Su Ku and Yao Yinyan, ultimately seeking the answers she so desperately wished to uncover. Alas, after feigning focus on the documents for over 10 minutes, Qin Luo remained oblivious, his attention wholly absorbed in the book before him, his eyes gliding over the text with gentle precision, only shifting when he turned the page. The morning sunlight streamed through the adjacent window, casting a warm glow upon his profile, accentuating the contours of his face and illuminating the quiet, introspective allure of his masculinity. In a moment of distraction, Tang Yu found herself momentarily captivated. Was this insufferable younger brother truly handsome enough to be so engrossed in a mere novel? She could not help but mentally scoff, then redirected her gaze, forcibly dismissing the influence Qin Luo had on her, and earnestly delved into her work. As she perused the stack of documents, her brow occasionally furrowed and sighs escaped her lips, indicating that her tasks were not progressing smoothly. Time slipped by unnoticed until she sensed a slight stiffness in her neck, prompting her to lift her chin and attempt to stretch. As soon as she lifted her gaze, she found herself locked in a gaze with Qin Luo, who had inexplicably donned a pair of unremarkable black-framed glasses. For reasons unknown, Tang Yu instinctively averted her eyes and calmly inquired, "What are you looking at?" In his heart, Qin Luo silently answered, "To see how many points you have." Name, Tang Yu. Attractiveness, 97. Figure, 93. Special, 97. Hobby, reading. Talent, studying. Qin Luo mentally reviewed Tang Yu's basic information, then removed his glasses and replied with a smile. They say men look most handsome when they are working. It seems this saying applies to women as well. Had I encountered you over 3 months ago instead of Su Ku, I might have pursued you. Tang Yu discerned the flattery in his words. Yet she had heard similar sentiments countless times before, which left her relatively unmoved. It was, however, the latter part of his statement that raised her eyebrows, as she believed she had found an opportunity. "Thank you," she initially replied politely, then struck with assertiveness. "But to be honest, your current demeanor is quite different from before. You used to only express such sentiments to Su Ku, and now you not only confess to Yao Yinyan, but also say such things to me. Do you truly have no feelings left for Su Ku?" Qin Luo chuckled, offering no answer, instead redirecting the conversation. "I noticed you sighed several times earlier. Have you encountered some difficulties at work? Perhaps I might be able to assist you." The abrupt shift in topic felt overly forced, leaving Tang Yu slightly displeased. After all, the matter was quite thorny, and even she felt somewhat at a loss. Moreover, Qin Luo was merely an ordinary student preoccupied with romantic pursuits. How could he possibly aid her? Thus, she pressed forward, "Su Ku and Yin Yan have already been affected by this. I do not wish for our dormitory's harmony to be disrupted because of it. As their friend, I feel obligated to help them, so please tell me. Do you still have feelings for Su Ku?" Qin Luo remained reticent, instead countering with a question. "They are your friends, so you have a duty to assist them. I am not your friend, thus you feel no hesitation in exposing my vulnerabilities and questioning my innermost thoughts." His sudden display of assertiveness starkly contrasted with the gentle demeanor he had previously maintained, leaving Tang Yu momentarily speechless and stirring a flicker of guilt within her. She instinctively averted her gaze, pressed her lips together, and softly remarked, "I apologize. I did not consider your feelings. However, this matter is significant for you all, so it would be best to resolve it sooner rather than later. What do you think?" After speaking, she turned her attention back to Qin Luo. In the exchange of glances, neither spoke further, allowing a subtle tension to envelop the air. After a few moments, Qin Luo suddenly stated, "Tell me the reason behind your earlier sighs, and I shall reveal my answer." Tang Yu furrowed her brow. "This pertains to my work. Why are you so interested?" Qin Luo shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Did I not mention that perhaps I could be of assistance? Or you may consider my curiosity as genuine. If you choose not to share, so be it." Observing his carefree demeanor, Tang Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. After some contemplation, she finally spoke, "Even if I tell you, it won't be of any help. It pertains to the school anniversary celebration. This year marks the 30th anniversary of the university's founding, and the administration intends to combine the graduation ceremony with the anniversary festivities, aiming for a grander event in light of the milestone. If it were to follow the scale of previous years, it would not pose a problem for me. However, the school leaders have presented me with a challenge. They wished to secure a celebrity of considerable influence to perform at the opening. In this day and age, it is not uncommon for universities to invite stars for their ceremonies. With sufficient funds, any celebrity could be engaged. Yet, the administration is unwilling to allocate a substantial budget, and the funds approved are inadequate to hire a prominent star, while they dismiss lesser-known ones. We are neither a music conservatory nor a film academy, and finding alumni willing to participate out of goodwill has proven futile. At times, I truly wish to understand the reasoning of the school leaders, as if they regard me as a wish-granting machine capable of resolving all issues. Perhaps it is the overwhelming pressure and grievances from the administration that has led Tang Yu, who had previously exhibited grace and composure, to momentarily lose her poise and vent her frustrations. After realizing her lapse, she quickly cleared her throat and said earnestly, "I apologize. Perhaps the recent stress has gotten to me, and I couldn't help but share my burdens. Now, may I hear your answer?" Qin Luo, however, remained uncooperative, letting out a soft sigh. "You are so well regarded at school, admired by your peers, and trusted by the administration, yet you bottle up all this pressure and frustration, only to unload it onto someone who is not even a friend. How arduous it must be for you." Mississippi Tang Yu pressed her lips together, wishing to respond, but fell silent. She had heard similar comforting words numerous times, yet for some reason, Qin Luo's gentle tone seemed to resonate deeply within her, particularly the way he addressed her as Miss, which stirred her emotions. Taking a few breaths to regain her composure, she replied softly, "It's nothing. It is my responsibility. And although we lack a connection, at least now we can consider ourselves friends. Also, please refrain from calling me Miss. It feels quite awkward." "Awkward? I recall you were quite pleased in your mind when you referred to me as little brother." Qin Luo silently mused, while Tang Yu, not forgetting her purpose, pressed on, "So, can you tell me now?" Qin Luo shook his head and abruptly stood up, taking his phone with him. Tang Yu immediately frowned, a surge of irritation bubbling within her. She had been so accommodating towards Qin Luo just now, even overlooking some impolite remarks. She had thought that she would finally receive an answer from him. But now it seemed he was about to leave. He had no intention of cooperating at all, which left Tang Yu with a sense of being toyed with. Possessing her own pride, she had always been regarded as wise and talented since childhood. To be played with by a man like this naturally filled her with a sense of indignation. She wished to call out to Qin Luo, eager to assert herself and compel him to cooperate. However, before she could utter a word, she noticed that Qin Luo had not departed. Instead, he had moved to the window, facing outside while making a phone call. As they were in the library, Qin Luo deliberately lowered his voice. And given the distance between them, even though Tang Yu could catch snippets of conversation, she could not discern the entirety of it. Who was he calling at this moment? Was it Su Ku or Yao Yanyan? Curiosity stirred within Tang Yu, yet her ingrained decorum prevented her from eavesdropping, leaving her with only the faintest sounds. "Yes, this is Qin Luo. Regarding the matter we discussed earlier, I have a question to ask." "All right, I will await your response." Listening to the indistinct conversation, Tang Yu's expression turned curious as she realized that Qin Luo did not seem to be speaking with either of her roommates. To whom, then, was he speaking? Curiosity is a woman's nature, and although she understood that Qin Luo's conversation was none of her concern, she could not help but feel intrigued. Just as she was about to listen further, Qin Luo put away his phone and returned. He resumed his previous seat, smiling at Tang Yu as he said, "Please wait a moment. A friend will be joining me shortly. I will answer your question afterward." Tang Yu narrowed her eyes and regarded him for a moment before replying coolly, "My patience is limited. I hope you are not deliberately toying with me." Qin Luo smiled without replying, picking up another book to read, while Tang Yu, choosing not to engage him further, turned her attention back to her own tasks. After approximately half an hour, a man dressed in a suit approached. Upon seeing Qin Luo, his face brightened, and his pace quickened as he greeted him warmly. "Hello. Are you Teacher Qin?" Tang Yu looked over in response to the voice, her expression tinged with confusion. She wondered why Qin Luo's friend was a man who appeared to belong to a more worldly sphere, especially since he was addressing Qin Luo as teacher. When had this insufferable younger brother become a teacher? Meeting Tang Yu's puzzled gaze, Qin Luo stood up to shake the man's hand, his smile equally warm. "Hello. Please just call me Qin Luo. May I ask your name?" "My name is Lu Ming, and I am the agent of Teacher Shun. I have come specifically to sign a contract with you on behalf of Teacher Shin. May I ask if this is a convenient time for you?" As Lu Ming spoke, he took out his business card. Qin Luo accepted it and replied, "It is indeed convenient. We can discuss it here. However, I am uncertain if Teacher Shen has communicated with you regarding our previous conversation." Lu Ming smiled and assured, "Of course, I am fully informed." Teacher Shen expressed her complete agreement and appeared quite pleased, mentioning that this opportunity presents a splendid stage for her, and she is exceedingly willing to participate. "That is wonderful. Please have a seat." Qin Luo nodded, gesturing for Lu Ming to occupy the spot he had just vacated, while he naturally settled beside Tang Yu. Tang Yu, not paying attention to this minor detail, grew increasingly curious about the conversation between Qin Luo and Lu Ming. With discussions of teachers, contracts, and stages, her thoughts drifted to the entertainment industry, leading her to a startling realization. Could it be that Qin Luo was being valued by a company due to yesterday's song, and now he was on the verge of signing a contract with an entertainment agency to debut as a star? The moment this thought crossed her mind, it seemed entirely plausible. After all, she had listened to Qin Luo's song, which was undeniably beautiful. Being a close friend of Su Ku, she had witnessed the depth of Qin Luo's affections for Su Ku over the past 3 months, and this song was a heartfelt expression of that love, making her feel a connection that surpassed that of other listeners. In her view, such an exceptional song could indeed cast a radiant aura around Qin Luo. Given that the song had seemingly garnered significant attention online, combined with Qin Luo's commendable appearance, it was only reasonable that he would attract the interest of talent scouts. With this in mind, Tang Yu's earlier annoyance towards Qin Luo diminished somewhat. After all, in comparison to the twists and turns of romantic pursuits, the development of one's career and future is undoubtedly of greater importance. Qin Luo's evasiveness was for the sake of serious matters, and she could understand that. While she merely sought a single answer, just a word from Qin Luo would suffice, she recognized that pressing matters took precedence. And it was understandable that he was not in the mood to discuss sorrowful topics. At the same time, Tang Yu reflected on how, in the past, she had heard Su Ke mention more than once that to her, Qin Luo seemed no different from the other men pursuing her, ordinary yet confident, merely more persistent than the rest. Yet now, in the span of just 2 days, he had seemingly transformed, poised to embark on a path to stardom. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are remarkable. As Tang Yu continued to ponder, Lu Ming suddenly cast a glance her way and smiled, saying, "This young lady must be Teacher Qin's girlfriend, am I right?" Teacher Qin is truly impressive. Not only is he handsome and talented, but his girlfriend also possesses both grace and beauty. It is truly enviable. The words spoken abruptly drew Tang Yu from her inner world, prompting her to quickly clarify. "We are merely ordinary friends." Ordinary friends? Lu Ming cast a surprised glance at her before smiling knowingly at Qin Luo and remarking, "I see, still in the pursuit phase. However, from my perspective, you two are a match made in heaven. It's only a matter of time before you come together." Tang Yu instinctively furrowed her brow, disliking the way others frivolously intertwined her relationships with others. In such situations, she typically would not compromise but would insist on clarifying her position. Yet, considering that this individual might represent Qin Luo's future development and prospects, she restrained herself from speaking out, though her forced smile bore an unmistakable hint of distance. Qin Luo, undeterred by the tension, addressed Lu Ming, "Brother Lu, let us focus on the matter at hand." Lu Ming grinned, producing a contract and handing it to Qin Luo. "Teacher Shen called me on his way back to the company, and I promptly prepared this contract for you. Please take a look. If there are no issues, feel free to sign." Qin Luo nodded and began to peruse the document. As it pertained solely to the copyright for a song's cover, the contract was concise. After reviewing it, Qin Luo indicated his approval and turned to Tang Yu, asking, "Could I borrow your pen?" Tang Yu picked up the pen nearby, but did not immediately hand it over. Instead, she inquired, "May I take a look at the contract?" Qin Luo was somewhat taken aback. "Are you interested in this?" Tang Yu replied nonchalantly, "Aren't you quite curious about my work?" With a sheepish smile, Qin Luo handed her the contract. As Tang Yu quietly examined the document, her genuine interest stemmed not merely from curiosity, but from a concern that Qin Luo might be taken advantage of. In today's society, which seems glamorous and vibrant, various industries flourish, with the entertainment world shining brightly among them. However, one must be aware that beneath beautiful facades often lie corresponding ugliness. And the entertainment industry is no exception. Although Tang Yu had never been involved in this realm, she was acutely aware of its darker aspects and feared that Qin Luo, an innocent novice, might be deceived into a detrimental agreement. Thus, she sought to help him scrutinize the contract for any potential traps and loopholes. Despite feeling a slight annoyance from Qin Luo's earlier teasing demeanor and their limited interactions, she, as she mentioned, had known him for a considerable time. She harbored no ill feelings towards him and was even touched by his previous friendship with Su Ku, which fostered her willingness to befriend him. It was only natural for her to express concern for a friend regarding critical matters. However, after reviewing the contract, Tang Yu realized she had overreacted. It was not a nefarious pact, but merely a straightforward agreement concerning the rights to a song's cover. She returned the contract to Qin Luo, instinctively uttering, "There's no issue, go ahead and sign." Qin Luo cast a slightly surprised glance at her, asking, "Were you just checking if there were any traps hidden in the contract?" The truth behind her thoughts was laid bare, causing Tang Yu to feel a tad embarrassed. She feigned calmness and replied, "After all, I mentioned that we are friends now, and I initially believed you were going to become a star. The entertainment industry is fraught with twists and turns, so caution is never excessive. However, it seems this is merely a copyright for a song cover, so there's no problem." Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's gaze towards her grew increasingly enigmatic. He anticipated that this young lady would genuinely be concerned. Did she truly consider him a friend, or was her nature simply that kind? Tang Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny and shot him an expressionless glare. "What are you staring at? Sign your name." Qin Luo chuckled, took the pen, and signed the contract. Lu Ming took the contract, glanced at it, and nodded. "All right. With this, everything is settled." As he spoke, he placed the contract into his bag and then pulled out another document, addressing Tang Yu. "You are the vice president of the student union at Magic City University, responsible for planning the 30th anniversary celebration, correct? May I ask how to address you?" Tang Yu paused, uncertain why Lu Ming knew her identity or why he suddenly posed these questions. She instinctively glanced at Qin Luo, seeking an explanation, but he merely smiled in silence. Reluctantly, she withdrew her gaze and nodded, responding, "Yes, I am Tang Yu." "Very well, Tang Yu. Regarding your esteemed university's invitation to teacher Shen Fong to participate in the 30th anniversary celebration and to oversee the opening performance, after discussions with teacher Shen, we have confirmed that there are no issues. Here is the contract we have prepared. If all is satisfactory, could you please sign it? Or do you need to consult with the university leadership?" Lu Ming stated, extending the contract he had just retrieved to Tang Yu. After absorbing his words, Tang Yu stood frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Her expression momentarily dulled, her eyes revealing profound astonishment. However, this state lasted merely a second before she regained her composure, fixing her intense gaze on Qin Luo, and earnestly inquired, "Don't tell me this has nothing to do with you. Speak, what exactly is going on?" Qin Luo, unaffected by her serious demeanor, replied with a smile, "Didn't I mention earlier? Share the reason behind your sigh. Perhaps I can assist. Although teacher Shen hasn't made many public appearances in years, she was once a top-tier pop star. Having her perform could certainly alleviate your troubles, wouldn't it?" Tang Yu listened silently to Qin Luo's words, remaining quiet for a long while. In her eyes, which remained fixed on Qin Luo's face, a myriad of complex emotions shimmered. There was astonishment, surprise, and gratitude. Why did he know Shen Fong? How could he persuade her to participate in the school's anniversary celebration? What motivated him to go to such lengths to assist me? A myriad of questions surged in Tang Yu's mind as she gazed intently at Qin Luo, yearning to extract answers from him. Yet, she recognized that this was not the moment for such inquiries, so she resolutely suppressed her curiosity and softly remarked, "We'll discuss my gratitude later. Consider this a personal favor owed to you." Qin Luo blinked. "Will you treat me to lunch at noon?" Without hesitation, Tang Yu agreed. "Certainly. Choose any place you prefer." Qin Luo grinned. "Then I shall not hold back." Chapter 22. I can keep you here indefinitely. The arrangements for inviting Shen Fong to perform at the 30th anniversary celebration of Moda University progressed remarkably well. Perhaps it was Shen Fong's fondness for Qin Luo, or perhaps she genuinely sought more opportunities to showcase herself. In any case, the contract she offered was exceedingly generous, with compensation akin to that of a current A-list singer. Given her past accomplishments, this remuneration might barely amount to a fraction of her fees from performances in her prime. Despite her long absence from the stage, tales of her prowess still circulated in the entertainment world, and her return would undoubtedly generate considerable buzz, rendering the arrangement somewhat charitable in nature. Nonetheless, the sum exceeded the budget allocated by the university. However, Tang Yu proved quite resourceful, directly presenting the contract to the university leadership. Qin Luo was unaware of the discussions that transpired in the office, but upon her emergence, the contract bore signatures and seals. And the officials appeared quite pleased, expressing their admiration and appreciation for Tang Yu's efforts. Although the expenditure slightly surpassed expectations, it remained within acceptable limits. Especially considering the caliber of a singer like Shen Fong, securing her presence for this amount was indeed a fortunate deal for us. The university leadership initially expressed a moment of reflection before earnestly stating, Tang Yu, once summer vacation concludes, you'll be entering your junior year. And with the upcoming student council elections, if this anniversary celebration is flawlessly executed, your role as event planner will be indispensable. I will directly recommend you for the chair position. Tang Yu did not feel elated by this prospect, as she believed the chair position was ultimately hers, merely a matter of time. However, Qin Luo's involvement had expedited the process somewhat. She smiled modestly and replied, This is not solely my achievement. The university's funding is limited. Although teacher Shun has remained low-key for quite some time, I wouldn't dare to set my sights on her. The university leader appeared somewhat surprised, having assumed that Tang Yu had orchestrated the entire endeavor. He inquired, How did you manage to collaborate with Shen Fong? Through a friend of mine, Tang Yu articulated thoughtfully. His name is Qin Luo, a fellow student at our university, and he is of the same year as I. Qin Luo? This name sounds somewhat familiar, isn't it? The student who has gained considerable popularity on the campus forum? Yes, that would be him. It seems that teacher Shen Fong has taken a liking to the song he performed, which led to their interaction. Through this event, he has significantly aided us in establishing a collaboration with teacher Shen, and his contributions are indeed substantial. What do you think, esteemed leader? The school leader pondered for a moment before nodding and replying, Indeed, his contributions are invaluable. How about this? You might inquire if he has any interest in joining the student council. A student of such talent ought not to be preoccupied with trivial romantic affairs. If he is willing, I can arrange for him to serve as the deputy head of the arts department. Although he would have to wait until next year for the official appointment, it would serve as recognition from the school. Tang Yu smiled and nodded. Very well. I will convey this to him. Now, I shall take my leave. With a respectful nod, she intended to depart. But the school leader seemed to suddenly recall something and could not help but ask, That Qin Luo, after pursuing Su Ku, has he turned his attention to you? Tang Yu paused, feeling a mix of helplessness and embarrassment as she replied, Leader, why are you so interested in such matters? We are merely friends, nothing more. The school leader chuckled, I harbor no particular interest in the romantic affairs of the youth. However, given Qin Luo's prominence within the school, I occasionally browse the campus forum. Although I have yet to meet him, he has certainly made a name for himself. Yet, Tang Yu, I sense that his feelings towards you may extend beyond mere friendship. Tang Yu raised an eyebrow, suppressing her urge to inquire further, and simply regarded the school leader in silence. The leader continued, This collaboration with Shen Fong represents a significant advancement for our school. It could even be described as charitable work. If Qin Luo was instrumental in facilitating this, he may very well owe Shen Fong a favor. One must understand that favors are the most complicated debts to settle. Would an ordinary friend go to such lengths for you? Upon hearing this, Tang Yu furrowed her brow, her expression reflecting confusion as her emotions grew increasingly complex. In truth, she was astute enough to grasp the implications of the leader's words. She simply had not dared to confront them, or perhaps she wished to avoid the truth. She did not believe that Qin Luo would invest so much for her, considering today was their first formal interaction and she had approached him with questions, creating a naturally tense atmosphere. Moreover, Qin Luo had previously acted with such ease, as if he had a close rapport with Shen Fong, effortlessly managing the situation. Thus, Tang Yu regarded it as merely a small favor on his part. Of course, her gratitude towards Qin Luo would not diminish. Appreciation is due regardless. However, after the leader's comments, she felt somewhat uncertain. Although they had known each other for some time, today marked their first official interaction, and Qin Luo had silently assisted her in such a significant manner. What could his motives be? Is it simply that he possesses a kind heart? Alternatively, as a certain possibility crossed her mind, Tang Yu's emotions became subtly complex, and a faint blush graced her delicate oval face. She subsequently shook her head, casting aside those chaotic thoughts, and absent-mindedly remarked to her superior, I'm not quite sure about that. I must take my leave now. Goodbye. With that, she hurriedly departed. The school leader watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh, and absent-mindedly stroked his thinning hair, reflecting wistfully, "Youth is truly wonderful." Meanwhile, as Tang Yu conversed with the school leader, Qin Luo and Lu Ming were engaged in a cordial exchange. "Teacher Qin, have you truly reconsidered?" Lu Ming inquired earnestly. "In my opinion, your musical talent is quite remarkable, and your appearance is extraordinarily appealing. With Teacher Shin's endorsement, I can assure you that if you sign with our company, you will be the star we promote in the coming semester, and fame will soon be within your grasp." "No, Lu Gu, I appreciate your kindness, but I genuinely have no interest in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry," Qin Luo replied, a hint of finality in his tone. Lu Ming appeared somewhat agitated, his words filled with persuasion and encouragement, yet upon Qin Luo's firm refusal, he could only sigh in resignation. Before arriving at Magic City University, Lu Ming had gleaned some basic information about Qin Luo from Xin Fang, and upon meeting him, he recognized his exceptional qualities, prompting his desire to sign him. Unfortunately, Qin Luo's aspirations lay elsewhere, and regardless of Lu Ming's entreaties, he merely smiled and shook his head. Reluctantly, Lu Ming abandoned his plans, saying, "Very well. Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out to me. By the way, don't forget your appointment with Teacher Shin. She values it quite highly." Qin Luo casually responded, "Rest assured, I will send it to her in a couple of days." Lu Ming nodded, and just then, Tang Yu approached. After completing the contract handover, Lu Ming did not linger and turned to leave, leaving only Qin Luo and Tang Yu behind. The graceful beauty stood before Qin Luo, her countenance adorned with a serene and modest smile, her voice imbued with a light-hearted tone. "Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal." Although the contract signing had proceeded smoothly, it had consumed some time, and now it was already 11 o'clock, making it an opportune moment for lunch. Qin Luo, not one to be polite, declared, "Then I shall be feasting on you." Tang Yu replied with a smile, "You have been a tremendous help. Feel free to indulge. I have ample living expenses." "Oh, I didn't realize you were quite affluent, miss," Qin Luo remarked with interest as he led her to the dining venue. However, Tang Yu found herself at a loss for words. She stared blankly at the school cafeteria before her, and after 3 seconds of stunned silence, she asked with a rather intricate tone, "Is this what you meant by treating me to a meal?" Qin Luo nodded, "Indeed. The dishes in the cafeteria can be rather pricey. For instance, at window number 8, the braised pork costs 16 yuan for just 8 pieces, averaging 2 yuan per piece. Each is barely the size of half my finger. Wouldn't you call that expensive?" Felt an overwhelming urge to vent her frustrations. Yet her cultivated demeanor prevented her from uttering any coarse words, leaving her in a state of internal turmoil. It was quite amusing to witness the usually composed beauty become so disheveled. Qin Luo's mischievous delight was thoroughly satisfied, prompting him to tease, "What's the matter? The self-proclaimed affluent young lady can't even afford a meal at the cafeteria?" Despite her impeccable upbringing, Tang Yu could not help but shoot him a glare in response. Retorting, "I could very well let you starve here." "Then let us leave," he suggested. "Shall we try another place? I know of a delightful Cantonese restaurant off campus." "No, I'm in the mood for cafeteria food today." However, Tang Yu found herself in a quandary. Initially, she had merely perceived Qin Luo's antics as playful, but now her hesitation to enter stemmed from a fear of potential gossip on the campus forum. Given Qin Luo's distinctive status and notoriety at school, any woman appearing beside him, excluding Su Ku, was likely to be photographed and shared online. Had one not seen the plethora of photos of Yao Yanyan and Qin Luo circulating on the forum? Now, Yao Yanyan had become his quasi-girlfriend. While most were aware that this was meant to be taken lightly, Tang Yu did not wish to find herself embroiled in such a predicament. She was averse to such rumors and feared that Su Ku might misunderstand, exacerbating the already strained dynamics in their dormitory. Noticing her prolonged silence, Qin Luo abruptly quelled his laughter, stating calmly, "Forget it. I don't feel like eating anymore. I'll head back to the dorm." Upon his intent to leave, Tang Yu grew anxious and impulsively grasped his wrist. "Wait." Qin Luo paused, silent, his gaze drifting down to her delicate hand clasping his wrist. Tang Yu noticed his attention, and for a fleeting moment, her face betrayed a hint of awkwardness. She quickly withdrew her hand, feigning composure as she said, "I merely thought this was insufficient to express my gratitude. Since it's your choice, the cafeteria it is. If I'm photographed, so be it. It's merely a meal in a public setting. Even if Su Ku misinterprets, I have justifiable reasons. There's no major issue." Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu stepped towards the cafeteria, Her silhouette, which should have been enchanting, inexplicably emanated a sense of determination. Qin Luo followed silently, his gaze scrutinizing Tang Yu with a sly smile playing on his lips. Chapter 23. What if Su Ke likes you? As Tang Yu had anticipated. When the campus celebrity was seen dining with Qin Luo at the cafeteria, it swiftly drew the attention of those around them. The students were taken aback, their expressions of astonishment even more pronounced than when they had seen Qin Luo walking alongside Yao Yanyan the previous day. Yao Yanyan, due to her personal demeanor, has become a subject of disdain. While her association with Qin Luo astonishes others, it is not entirely unacceptable and even seems somewhat reasonable. However, Tang Yu is an entirely different matter. She is the epitome of excellence within the campus, admired by countless students and lauded by school authorities, embodying an almost flawless ideal of womanhood. The fact that someone of her stature is now linked with Qin Luo is indeed perplexing. Having witnessed Qin Luo dining with Tang Yu, I decided to retreat for a brief rest. Don't sleep again, my friend. I fear that when you awaken, you might be accompanied by yet another person. Why should that be? I could tolerate Yao Yanyan, but what about his connection with Tang Yu? Such a crude term. Connection. She is my goddess, Tang Yu. How could she possibly harbor any unspeakable secrets with Qin Luo? I refuse to listen. I simply cannot abide by that fellow. Initially, I thought he might have the courage to stop pursuing Su Ke, but now it seems he is indeed a scoundrel. Why does it feel as though he has let himself go since he stopped chasing Su Ke? First Yao Yanyan, then Tang Yu. He cannot possibly intend to ensnare all the goddesses, can he? They are merely sharing a meal. Perhaps they have legitimate matters to discuss. It is not as sordid as you imagine, so cease your wild speculations. I understand your reasoning, yet why are you sharpening your knives while keeping an eye on him? It's nothing. I simply felt the urge to sharpen something. No need to concern yourself. The contemporary university student body often comprises individuals seeking amusement amidst their tranquil lives. Thus it is not surprising that they fixate on such gossip. Tang Yu is well aware of this and comprehends their reactions. Hence, she is not overly troubled by the whispers surrounding her. She merely picked at the lavish dishes on the table, which Qin Luo had ordered without restraint, indulging her with the most expensive offerings from the cafeteria. Although the student cafeteria cannot offer excessively pricey dishes, the total exceeded 200 yuan, a sum that posed little significance to her. Is it the allure of beauty at play? How come your braised pork exceeds what I can prepare by such a margin? Qin Luo remarked as he selected a piece of braised pork. Typically, with 16 yuan, he could procure only 8 pieces, yet today, under Tang Yu's patronage, he obtained a surprising 6 additional pieces, all at the same price. Unfair. This world is rife with oppression against men. Will society ever improve? When will men truly rise? He vented his frustrations, and upon observing his feigned indignation, Tang Yu felt her own spirits lift. After a moment of contemplation, she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for today. Qin Luo nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, Oh, we are friends, no need for thanks. Besides, you've already treated me to a meal, so it's no big deal. Tang Yu shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on him. A mere meal cannot possibly offset the favor you owe teacher Xinfang. Can it? To her disappointment, Qin Luo displayed no discernible reaction to her words, as if assisting her was merely a trivial task, and he truly owed no significant favor. Then she heard Qin Luo remark, writing her a song is nothing troublesome. If you think one meal isn't sufficient, I'll gladly treat you to a few more later. After all, you are a wealthy young lady. It would be a shame not to take advantage of that. A song? You promised to write her a song? This statement caught Tang Yu off guard, so much so that she overlooked the reference to the wealthy young lady. Qin Luo casually replied, Yes. I invited her to participate in our school's anniversary celebration. Beyond the appearance fee provided by the school, I intend to compose a song for her. She seems to quite enjoy my music. Tang Yu pressed her lips together, silently observing Qin Luo, her eyes reflecting an increasing complexity of emotions. Although Qin Luo spoke lightly, she understood that he was indeed incurring a significant debt of gratitude. Just a song? It sounded simple. Yet how many dreamers had been thwarted by the mere creation of a single song? From the song You Are the April Day of the World, Tang Yu was assured of Qin Luo's talent in this regard. However, talent, no matter how exceptional, has its limits. Moreover, Xinfang was an established and powerful singer. Crafting a song that would satisfy her could take an interminable amount of time. Furthermore, You Are the April Day of the World was inspired by Qin Luo's feelings while pursuing Su Ke. Without that emotional journey, what could he possibly create now? Tang Yu's thoughts became tumultuous. She had not anticipated that Qin Luo would pay such a hefty price. Though she could accept it, she was acutely aware that her relationship with Qin Luo was not yet at that level. If they were close friends, she would have gladly accepted, planning to express her gratitude in some other manner later. Yet, despite their long acquaintance, they had only just shared a formal interaction today, and Qin Luo was willing to owe her such a substantial favor. Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh, her chaotic emotions coalescing into a profound sense of guilt. "I am sorry," she said, meeting Qin Luo's gaze earnestly. "I did not expect you to incur such a significant favor on my behalf. If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you. A song is merely a small matter to me, truly. There's no need to take it so seriously." Qin Luo found her sudden seriousness both amusing and perplexing. After all, he was a man with extraordinary talents. He had a plethora of songs, like You Are the April Day of the World, and many more in the classic repertoire. He could easily produce another song to appease Shen Fong without the exaggeration Tang Yu imagined. However, Tang Yu remained oblivious to these matters, perceiving Qin Luo's nonchalance as a mere facade of ease. Thus, she remarked, "I acknowledge your considerable talent. Perhaps you will soon compose a song to present to teacher Shen Fong. Nevertheless, your contributions to me are tangible, and I hold that in my heart." "Very well. As long as you are content." Observing her earnest demeanor, Qin Luo felt no need to elaborate further, finding delight in her disposition. Yet, compared to Tang Yu's usual solemnity, he preferred the more animated and occasionally flustered version of her. Therefore, he jestingly inquired, "Is it permissible now to refrain from asking me that question?" Tang Yu appeared taken aback by Qin Luo's sudden mention of the topic, and it was only at that moment that she remembered there was indeed a pressing matter she had yet to address with him. She opened her mouth, seemingly poised to articulate something, but ultimately sighed and said, "You have rendered me such a significant service. Since you are reluctant to answer certain questions, I shall not press you further. It is merely that I am curious. Is this question truly difficult for you to address? You have evidently spoken of it to Yao Yinyan. Why can you not reiterate it to me? Or perhaps you never uttered those words to Yao Yinyan, and she deceitfully misled Su Ke to provoke her?" Confronted with Tang Yu's inquiries, Qin Luo pondered for a couple of seconds before responding. Yao Yinyan did not lie. "I indeed spoke those words. Is that so? You truly do not harbor feelings for Su Ke?" Tang Yu pressed, pursing her lips and unable to resist asking again. "What if I told you that Su Ke has feelings for you?" Upon uttering these words, before Qin Luo could offer a response, Tang Yu felt a wave of regret wash over her, instinctively lowering her gaze. To be candid, she found herself increasingly wishing for Qin Luo and Su Ke not to unite. Objectively speaking, she had always observed the dynamics between Qin Luo and Su Ke from an outsider's perspective. She discerned Qin Luo's affection for Su Ke, as well as Su Ke's indifference towards him. Su Ke never reciprocated Qin Luo's feelings, yet she readily accepted his kindness, which greatly irked Tang Yu, prompting her to counsel Su Ke numerous times. Consequently, after Qin Luo relinquished his pursuit of Su Ke, Tang Yu developed a modicum of admiration for him, believing he had awakened to the reality of the situation before it became irrevocably dire. However, Su Ke's subsequent reactions shifted her perspective once more. From a woman's standpoint, she felt certain that Su Ke must indeed harbor feelings for Qin Luo, albeit her thought processes seemed somewhat unconventional, complicating matters further. Coupled with Yao Yinyan's interactions with Qin Luo, this led to fissures in their roommate relationship, compelling Tang Yu to acknowledge the necessity of intervening to resolve their issues. For the root of the problem lay with Qin Luo. If she could procure a definitive answer from him, addressing the situation would become considerably more manageable. If Qin Luo still harbored feelings for Su Ke, she would devise a way to bring the two together, resulting in a happy ending for all. Conversely, if Qin Luo no longer held affection for Su Ke, she would reveal this truth to Su Ke, regardless of her intense reaction, refusing to offer any consolation, solely to ensure that she recognized reality. The reason for her sudden regret after posing the question and her newfound desire for Qin Luo to part ways with Su Ke was quite simple. She now believed Su Ke was unworthy of Qin Luo. Turbulent thoughts swirled in Tang Yu's mind, and after an indeterminate duration, she finally received the answer from Qin Luo. "I do not understand why you would think Su Ke has feelings for me, nor do I wish to know. My answer remains unchanged. I do not like her." Tang Yu raised her head, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized Qin Luo's seemingly tranquil smile. For reasons unknown, A sense of relief washed over her. Chapter 24. Close your eyes. Qin Luo had anticipated that after answering Tang Yu's inquiry, her inquisitive nature would prompt her to ask further questions. However, the reality was that Tang Yu remained silent, uttering not a single word. She simply continued to eat, her movements delicate and unhurried. Reminiscent of a refined lady from a television drama, exuding an air of elegance and meticulousness in every gesture. Whether it was an illusion or not, Qin Luo sensed that her brows and eyes had relaxed somewhat, imbued with a hint of buoyancy. Even the corners of her mouth seemed to curve slightly upward. Once the meal concluded, Tang Yu wiped her mouth and said to Qin Luo, "I am full now, so I will head back to the dormitory. Thank you for today. I look forward to our next meeting." Qin Luo glanced at her and suddenly said, "Close your eyes." Tang Yu looked at him in confusion. "What are you going to do?" Qin Luo did not respond directly but smiled and said, "Just close them. It will be over quickly. With so many people around. Do you truly believe I would do something untoward?" Tang Yu instinctively furrowed her brow. Under normal circumstances, she would have refused such a request, but at that moment, she felt that her relationship with Qin Luo had evolved into a friendship, and given his previous assistance, she felt a natural reluctance to resist his request. Besides, it was merely a matter of closing her eyes. It was not a significant issue, especially with so many witnesses present. Even if Qin Luo harbored ill intentions, he could not act upon them under such scrutiny. With these thoughts in mind, Tang Yu slowly shut her eyes, reminding him softly, "Make it quick." Unbeknownst to her, her voice lacked its usual composure and confidence, trembling slightly, and her long, delicate eyelashes quivered as well. In the instant her vision faded. The enveloping darkness and the uncertainty of what would transpire next caused her sense of security to evaporate swiftly. She attempted to take a deep breath to relax. Yet her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. At that moment, she felt a touch upon her face, more precisely, around her eyes. Tang Yu's breath hitched, her body suddenly taut. Instinctively trying to open her eyes and swat away the hand. Yet, Qin Luo's gentle voice meandered into her ears, "Do not rush, it will be over soon." For some inexplicable reason, that soft voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, effortlessly soothing the tension within Tang Yu's heart. She regained her breath, attempting to relax her rigid form, ultimately refraining from opening her eyes. With her sight temporarily sealed, her other senses intensified. Tang Yu felt a finger delicately gliding around her eye socket, seemingly coated with a substance reminiscent of facial cleanser, cool to the touch and slick. As it spread around her eyelids, an inexplicable sense of comfort washed over her. Yet, the more soothing it felt, the quicker her heart raced. Even though she had come to regard Qin Luo as a friend and felt a measure of gratitude towards him, this behavior was undeniably a transgression of boundaries. An unfamiliar sensation began to intrude upon Tang Yu's mind, stirring her emotions into disarray. Realizing she could not allow this to continue, she inquired, "What exactly are you doing?" As she spoke, she finally opened her eyes. In that instant of regained vision, she saw Qin Luo retracting his right hand, the tip of his finger still glistening with a pale residue, while his left hand held a small, exquisite wooden box containing a substance akin to snowflake cream. "All done," Qin Luo remarked, observing Tang Yu's flawless complexion with a look of appreciation, nodding in satisfaction. "Now it looks much better." Tang Yu raised an eyebrow, instinctively touching her face. "What have you applied to me?" Qin Luo casually explained, "It's a skincare product, quite effective for skin whitening." Tang Yu's expression became nuanced. Qin Luo's explanation caught her off guard. Although the item he held resembled a skincare product, who in their right mind would suddenly produce skincare to apply to a girl after a meal? Such an audacious act was something she had never encountered in her 21 years. Tang Yu felt offended, even as if she had been playfully teased. And her gaze towards Qin Luo turned somewhat unfriendly. Unperturbed, Qin Luo pulled out his phone, manipulated it for a moment, and then directed the screen towards her. Tang Yu glanced at it, her expression gradually transforming into one of astonishment. She could not help but touch the area around her eyes and clearly saw that the once prominent dark circles had completely vanished on the phone screen. Moreover, her skin appeared significantly more delicate and luminous than before. This was no illusion, nor was it merely the result of a beauty filter. It was a tangible effect. There exists no woman indifferent to beauty. Even someone like Tang Yu, who rarely wore makeup and seemed unconcerned about her appearance, was no exception. The desire to become fairer and more beautiful is something every woman yearns for. So for Tang Yu, this unexpected surprise was truly delightful. causing her earlier resentment from being provoked to vanish entirely. What an astonishing skincare product this is. It effortlessly eradicated her dark circles with just a single application. What brand is this? Tang Yu couldn't help but inquire, already contemplating purchasing a couple of boxes to stock up after leaving the cafeteria. However, Qin Luo replied, "It has no brand. It's merely a trial product given to me by a friend, and it hasn't been mass-produced yet, so I possess the only one in existence." A trial product? Tang Yu's tone revealed a trace of anxiety. She feared that such an unbranded item might have side effects. While women love beauty, they also dread the prospect of becoming unattractive. No woman can bear the thought of her skin being harmed, making Tang Yu's apprehension entirely understandable. Noticing her concern, Qin Luo smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I have used it many times without any adverse effects. Over the past 3 months of our acquaintance, have you not noticed how I have become increasingly handsome?" Tang Yu fell silent for a moment before retorting, "Let's set aside the question of handsomeness. I've noticed you are rather self-absorbed." After saying this, she scrutinized Qin Luo closely, her gaze lingering on his face, ultimately conceding to his claim. Indeed, it was true. Over these past 3 months, he had grown undeniably more attractive. She recalled how, over 3 months ago, when Qin Luo had approached Su Ku to confess his feelings, he had been tall but lacked a remarkable presence. His appearance was merely above average. He could be described as slightly handsome, but not to the extent of captivating women. Yet, after this duration, his attractiveness had subtly increased, and his demeanor had improved remarkably. Initially, Tang Yu had not noticed this transformation, but now, prompted by Qin Luo's observation, she realized it was indeed the case. Could this all be attributed to that skincare product? As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze towards the product ignited with fervor. Qin Luo noticed her interest and, with a playful smile, slowly tucked the beauty cream away. Tang Yu cast him a wistful glance, feeling an urge to ask for it, yet unable to voice her request. Then Qin Luo said, "I've already used this one, but my friend will provide me with more. I'll make sure to give you a brand new box when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, though she quickly regained her composure and replied with an expressionless demeanor, "It's fine. I didn't really want it that much. But if you insist on giving it to me, I won't refuse. After all, it's the thought that counts." "Oh, feeling a bit proud, are we?" Qin Luo chuckled, casting her a glance as they left the cafeteria together. After exchanging a few casual words, they parted ways and returned to their respective dormitories. Unbeknownst to Tang Yu, her steps on the way back felt considerably lighter than usual. She felt a delightful buoyancy in her spirits, clearly influenced by Qin Luo, though she refrained from probing deeper. For this sensation brought her considerable comfort. However, this serene mood was fleeting. The moment she returned to room 606 of the girls' dormitory, it was effortlessly shattered. The air within was thick with a lingering, oppressive gloom, one that Tang Yu was all too familiar with. Ever since Qin Luo had executed a rather audacious act in front of the dormitory entrance the day before yesterday, such an atmosphere had become commonplace. The source of this negativity was undoubtedly Su Ku. At that moment, this ethereal beauty sat poised in a chair, facing the door, her expression inscrutable as she regarded the newly arrived Tang Yu. Her icy gaze flickered slightly, akin to a flickering flame, as it was the midday break. The other occupants of room 606 were present as well. Yao Yanyan lay reclined on her bunk, squinting at Tang Yu with an expression that mingled curiosity and amusement. Chu Sijin, as per her usual routine, munched on snacks, one hand clutching potato chips and the other a can of cola. Resembling a homebody more than a typical older sister when compared to her twin, her eyes reflected a profound surprise as she looked at Tang Yu, a sentiment mirrored by her twin sister. Even Chu Liunyan, unusually, had foregone her usual binge-watching and gaming, her face revealing a blatant astonishment, as if she were encountering Tang Yu for the very first time. The reactions of her peers did not escape Tang Yu's notice, prompting an involuntary sigh within her. It was evident that a photograph of her dining with Qin Luo had been uploaded to the campus forum, and they had undoubtedly come across it there. Foreseen though it was, Tang Yu felt a sense of resignation, yet she had already mentally prepared her response. She approached the table and seated herself with composure. Calmly addressing Su Ku, "I unexpectedly ran into Qin Luo today and intended to inquire about his feelings towards you. To my surprise, he lent me significant assistance, so I treated him to a meal. Please do not overthink it." Her words were articulated with deliberate calmness and a rationale that seemed indisputable, leaving little room for criticism. Nevertheless, the expressions of those present remained peculiar, with Suku delivering a cold smirk and retorting sharply, "Am I the one overthinking, or are you merely feeling guilty?" The aggression in her words caused Tang Yu to furrow her brow involuntarily. There is no need for such accusations. He and I are merely friends. Friends? Friends who engage in such behavior. Suku rose from her chair, her emotions fraying as she brandished her phone, directing the screen towards Tang Yu. A glance at the device caused Tang Yu's temples to throb involuntarily. The image displayed was of Qin Luo applying beauty cream to her face with his fingers. However, due to the angle, Tang Yu's hair partially obscured Qin Luo's hand, creating the illusion that Qin Luo was tenderly caressing Tang Yu's profile. In the scene, Tang Yu remained still with her eyes closed, exuding a hint of bashful charm, while Qin Luo smiled gently, his eyes reflecting the affection he felt for his beloved. Together, they formed a photograph imbued with a sense of ethereal beauty, rivaling the image shared on the forum yesterday, where Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan exchanged smiles. Tang Yu couldn't help but glance at the photographer, Nana, who was known for her passion for capturing moments. With a sharp memory, Tang Yu recalled that it was indeed Nana who had uploaded the photo of Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan to the forum yesterday. In the past, Tang Yu hadn't given much thought to her classmates' gossip and good deeds, but now she felt a sense of responsibility. Considering her position as the vice president of the student council, she had anticipated that someone would take and upload photos to the forum. But she hadn't expected a picture like this. Blame Qin Luo for suddenly applying skincare products on her. Stupid brother, look what you've done. Tang Yu couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Noticing her prolonged silence, Suku's hostility became increasingly apparent. With a cold smile, she remarked, "Just friends. Yet you exhibit such intimacy? Just friends, and you dine together? Just friends, and he touches your face?" Tang Yu's eyes twitched slightly, but her expression remained composed as she replied, "I told you, we are merely friends. In that photo, he was helping me remove a grain of rice from my face." Suku utterly dismissed her explanation with another scoff. "Are you still trying to deceive me? Huh? Who would have thought that someone as serious as you would lie for someone else? Is Qin Luo really that great? Yao Yanyan too. Both of you betray me for him. Not my concern," Yao Yanyan on the bed interjected, but Suku ignored her, fixated solely on Tang Yu. Compared to Yao Yanyan, Suku now felt even more anger towards Tang Yu. Just yesterday, when Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan were together, they had merely sat in class together. Although the song sung was directed at Yao Yanyan, it was inspired by Suku. The worst they had done was go out for fun together. And after a night of contemplation, along with Qin Luo lifting her from his blacklist, she found herself less troubled by yesterday's events. However, Tang Yu was different. Just yesterday, she had been comforting Suku, assuring her that Qin Luo still had feelings for her. Suku never anticipated that merely a day later, Tang Yu would be so intimately involved with Qin Luo, even allowing him to touch her face. Such affectionate gestures, in Suku's eyes, were reserved for lovers. And the fact that Qin Luo had shared such moments with Tang Yu was utterly unacceptable to her. It was evident to Tang Yu that Suku was exceedingly furious, her emotional intensity surpassing that of the previous day when she confronted Yao Yanyan. Given Tang Yu's nature, she was unwilling to compromise with anyone. However, upon reflecting that she bore some responsibility for the situation, coupled with her desire to prevent any rift between her roommates, she gently reassured Suku. "Suku, please calm down. The situation is not as you perceive it. The reason I dined with Qin Luo was twofold. Firstly, he assisted me today, and secondly, I intended to clarify his feelings for you and ascertain whether he still harbors affection for you." Upon hearing this, Suku's eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired, "And then? What did he say?" After a moment of hesitation, Tang Yu ultimately decided to speak the truth. "Yanyan did not deceive you. He indeed said he no longer likes you." At this revelation, an eerie silence enveloped the dormitory. Yao Yanyan glanced at Suku with a teasing smirk, while Chu Shijin, munching on chips, unconsciously quickened her chewing. As if engrossed in a riveting film, Chu Liunyan, too, displayed no interest in his games, his gaze flitting between Tang Yu and Suku, leaving one to ponder the thoughts swirling in his mind. After a brief interval, Suku suddenly laughed. Shaking her head, she gradually returned to her chair. When she looked at Tang Yu again, her eyes were icy, and though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, there was no trace of a smile. "Tang Yu, I truly did not expect this from you. I once held you in high regard, yet now you treat me this way." The The words you spoke yesterday were merely to placate me, weren't they? In reality, you immediately began chatting with Qin Luo after lying down, correct? I wondered why he suddenly stopped replying. It was all because of you. Because you were meddling. You two even engaged in intimate gestures. Yet you still claimed to be just friends and that dining together was to assist me? You even conspired with Yao Yanyan to deceive me. Tang Yu, do you not find your words utterly hypocritical? Su Ku unleashed a torrent of words, a remarkable feat for someone who typically communicated with strangers in monosyllabic exchanges, often resorting to mere nods and shakes of the head. Her agitation was palpable. In contrast, Tang Yu's demeanor was far from tranquil. This poised beauty, for the first time, faced such accusations directly, her expression shifting as she struggled to suppress her rising temper. Yet Su Ku's aggressive stance and hurtful remarks were impossible to ignore. I sought her out for your sake, and now you blame me? Tang Yu's lips twitched, as if she were on the verge of laughter out of disbelief. Her previously stiff expression suddenly transformed into a subtle smile, her gaze towards Su Ku devoid of its earlier calm and warmth, replaced instead with an equally frosty demeanor. Su Ku narrowed her eyes, detesting the way others regarded her thus. She confronted Tang Yu, asking, "What are you laughing at?" Tang Yu maintained her smile. Yet her words carried an unusual hint of mockery. "It's nothing. I merely find you rather lacking in discernment." Upon hearing this, Yao Yanyan, who had been silently observing, raised an eyebrow, while Su Ku's expression darkened significantly. She had just heard the same words the previous night, spoken by Yao Yanyan herself. She understood the implication, that her refusal of Qin Luo's confession reflected her poor judgment. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "What does my discernment have to do with you? Qin Luo likes me. What gives you the right to comment?" Yao Yanyan could no longer suppress a snicker. Pathetic. Rarely in agreement, Tang Yu chimed in, sad. The close interactions between these two and Qin Luo had already incensed Su Ku, and witnessing their synchronized mockery made her feel inexplicably betrayed by the world. However, this time, Tang Yu and Yao Yanyan offered her no chance to retaliate. Instead, they harmoniously exited the dormitory, leaving Su Ku in a state of confusion regarding their destination. The small dormitory fell silent, with only Su Ku and the Chu sisters remaining. Su Ku stared at the closed dormitory door, grinding her teeth in silence for a long while before finally resting her head on the table, remaining still. The Chu sisters exchanged glances, communicating through their unique twin intuition. How thrilling. I devoured these chips faster than when I watch horror films. Absolutely exhilarating. If this was a daily show, I wouldn't bother with games or anime. By the way, if they keep this up, could it turn problematic? Are we at risk of being dragged into this? Nonsense. There's no way we have any connection with Qin Luo. There's no chance we get entangled. True enough. With that, Chu Zijin relaxed, quietly reaching into the chip bag. Suddenly, Su Ku lifted her head from the table. She looked at the Chu sisters. The icy fury that had once filled her gaze had vanished, replaced by glistening tears and a plea for understanding. Sensing the shift, the Chu sisters felt a twinge of foreboding. Chu Zijin hesitated, her small hand frozen in the chip bag, and asked, "Su Ku, are you all right?" Chu Liunyun also inquired cautiously, "Would you like me to play a couple of games with you to help you unwind?" Su Ku pressed her lips together and softly said, "Jean, Liunyun, could you do me a favor?" The sisters swallowed nervously, asking in unison, "What kind of favor?" "Quite simple. I would like you to find Qin Luo and ask him directly if he still likes me." At this, the sisters' faces turned a mix of anguish and embarrassment. Chu Zijin, feeling wronged, pulled out a chip from the bag and pleaded, "I can't do something like that. Why don't you just have a chip instead? I have other snacks too. If you prefer something else, just let me know." Chu Liunyun, feeling quite helpless, remarked, "Su Ku, you are well aware that I have no interest in men from the third dimension. I cannot assist you with such matters. How about I take you gaming instead?" Upon hearing the sister's initial refusal, Su Ku's voice suddenly took on a tone of vulnerability. "Please, I need your help. Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu are scheming behind my back. They simply do not want Qin Luo to pursue me any further. You are all that I can rely on now. Will you help me?" After a brief pause, she added, "All you need to do is ask him this one question. Once you do, I will reward Xiao Jin with a delightful snack gift package and Liunyun. I shall present you with a limited edition figurine." The sisters contemplated refusing once more, but upon hearing the enticing keywords of snacks and figurines, they instinctively swallowed hard. Although their preferences differed, their attitudes towards beloved items were remarkably similar. They found it difficult to decline Su Ku's alluring offer. A silent understanding passed between them as they exchanged glances. Just moments ago, we claimed this matter had nothing to do with us. And now look, it's all arisen from your mischief. It has nothing to do with me. The fault lies with this world. So what shall we do now? Should we acquiesce to her request? It seems we have no choice. After all, we are friends. But how do we assist her? I have no idea. Did you not claim to have extensive romantic experience? You should take the lead. It's simply a matter of asking whether he still has feelings for Suku. Just pose the question directly. What need is there for romantic experience? You go. You are the younger sister. You should go first. As the elder sister, I ought to yield to you. You are the elder sister. You should go first. As the younger sister, I ought to defer to you. Chapter 26. I suspect he is choosing a bride while the twin sisters were engaged in their silent exchange of glances. Another pair of close friends was also engaged in a discreet conversation. Yao Yinyan scrutinized Tang Yu with a knowing look, occasionally clicking her tongue, her expression dripping with intrigue. Tang Yu, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze, could not help but interject. If you have something to say, just say it. I have matters to attend to. Yao Yinyan chuckled mischievously. What are you busy with? Sneaking off on a date with Qin Luo? Tang Yu shot her a cold glance, but remained silent. Yao Yinyan shrugged, unperturbed, and continued leisurely. To be honest, if Qin Luo still harbors feelings for Suku, I can understand him using me as a pawn to provoke her. After all, my reputation is not stellar, and it's quite reasonable for him to choose me from among Suku's acquaintances. However, it is perplexing that he has also approached you, especially since you are a woman who is so highly regarded. It is utterly surprising that you would find yourself entangled with him. Such a crude word, entangled. Tang Yu shot her a displeased look. So what exactly are you trying to convey? Yao Yinyan replied with a smile. The crux of the matter is, he has already stated that he does not like Suku. If this is indeed his true sentiment, then his motives for getting close to us become quite intriguing. Tang Yu furrowed her brows. It is true that he took the initiative to seek you out in class, but our encounter was merely coincidental. I had intended to go to the library to attend to some work, only to find him there unexpectedly. Yao Yinyan remarked coolly, have you considered why he, who rarely visits the library, suddenly decided to go there to read? Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's expression shifted subtly. Indeed, the day's events had been remarkably fortuitous. She frequented the library, yet had never crossed paths with Qin Luo. Yet today, not only did she encounter him, but he also rendered her significant assistance, thereby drawing their previously tenuous relationship closer. They even shared a meal and engaged in intimate gestures. Suddenly, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of having been ensnared in a scheme. However, upon further reflection, she deemed it too far-fetched. There are countless conspiracy theories in the world, yet this clearly did not pertain to Qin Luo, who had previously been unabashedly pursuing Suku. Thus, she refrained from engaging with Yao Yinyan's insinuation and countered. How do you know he seldom visits the library? Are you particularly attentive to him? Yao Yinyan's smile faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and replied. I often browse forums. Someone has compiled statistics on what Qin Luo does when he isn't pursuing Suku, and the threads are continuously updated. You can hardly imagine the tedium of those who post. Tang Yu resonated with this sentiment and nodded in agreement, continuing, our meeting today was simply a coincidence. Even if we entertain your theory that he has ulterior motives for approaching us, what could they possibly be? Quite simple. Yao Yinyan narrowed her eyes, her smile fading as she softly articulated two words, select, consort. Tang Yu remained silent, regarding Yao Yinyan with a gaze reminiscent of one observing a fool. She believed that the inhabitants of dormitory 606 were not merely Suku, but that Yao Yinyan was hardly a simpleton either. How was it possible that such a small space housed both a wise strategist and a brilliant mind? Yao Yinyan, undeterred by Tang Yu's dismissive expression, cheerfully explained. It's somewhat of an exaggerated statement. In any case, I genuinely believe he has lost interest in Suku and is intent on finding his next target among us. You and I are merely two of his potential objectives, and if I'm not mistaken, he may also approach Xiao Jin and Lun Yin next. Tang Yu displayed little reaction to Yao Yinyan's comments, responding mildly, although today was merely our first profound interaction. I do not perceive him to be as despicable as you suggest. Yao Yinyan countered, on the contrary. I find that his recent behavior has significantly altered my impression of him. To be fair, I believe he possesses the potential to be a cad. Setting aside whether he is as contemptible as you believe, it matters not to me. I regard him solely as a friend, and if he is indeed as you claim, then you have even less right to judge him, for he is single, and it is his prerogative to pursue whomever he chooses. Yes, yes, I understand. So you are certain you won't compete with me for someone, right? What does that mean? It means nothing, really. I'm just afraid you might develop feelings for Qin Luo. The others in the dorm are rather oblivious and pose no threat to me, but you are different. If you were to vie for someone with me, I honestly wouldn't feel very confident. Tang Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a subtle glance at Yao Yinyan. Do you like him? Yao Yinyan chuckled and replied. Is that so wrong? He is handsome, talented, and most importantly, devoted. Even after Su Ke treated him that way, he relentlessly pursued her for over 3 months. Why shouldn't I like such a wonderful man? Upon hearing this, Tang Yu felt an unexpected discomfort. Previously, when she asked Qin Luo if he still liked Su Ke and he replied in the negative, she felt a sense of relief, believing that his choice was wise since Su Ke was not suitable for him. Compared to Su Ke, Yao Yinyan was not much better, and Tang Yu believed she and Qin Luo were far from being a good match. Instinctively, she wanted to persuade Yao Yinyan to abandon this notion, but upon reflection, she realized it was Qin Luo's freedom to choose whom he liked, just as it was Yao Yinyan's prerogative to have her own affections. Therefore, she merely sighed and said softly, Did you not just mention that he has the potential to be a scoundrel? But as long as you are happy. I only hope this does not cause a rift in our dormitory, for just 2 days ago, we were still very close friends. Upon hearing this, Yao Yinyan's playful demeanor subdued slightly, and she awkwardly laughed. I know. I'm just saying. Truthfully, I wouldn't want things to become too strained with Su Ke. Though I may occasionally find her irksome, she is still one of my few friends. Tang Yu nodded in agreement, then seemed to recall something, her tone becoming complex as she remarked, Aren't we all like that in our dormitory? Yao Yinyan looked at her and said, Not you, though. Don't you have quite a few friends? Tang Yu shook her head, lowering her gaze in silence, allowing a myriad of emotions to swirl around her. Your scoundrel persona has been well established. You have successfully completed the week and received a reward, 100,000 yuan and culinary skills. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Qin Luo remained unresponsive and continued walking into the classroom with his 3 roommates. Since adopting the scoundrel persona, a week had passed. During this time, Qin Luo had developed a good rapport with both Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu. Nowadays, he would often visit Yao Yinyan to attend classes together, yet no dating-like behavior had resumed. Occasionally, Yao Yinyan would drop hints, and each time, Qin Luo would adeptly respond using the same tactics. After intentionally understanding the ways of a flirtatious woman, he found himself increasingly adept at managing Yao Yinyan's advances. Tang Yu maintained a conventional demeanor. After their initial deep conversation, Qin Luo occasionally visited the library, yet he did not encounter Tang Yu again. However, there was an instance when Tang Yu sought him out specifically to discuss a matter of importance, inviting Qin Luo to join the cultural department of the student council. He mentioned that the school administration was grateful for Qin Luo's contributions and expressed the intention to appoint him as the deputy head of the cultural department after the council's restructuring. Qin Luo had little interest in such a role, and thus he declined without hesitation. He had anticipated that Tang Yu might attempt to persuade him otherwise. But to his surprise, Tang Yu said little more, exchanging only a few casual words before departing. Compared to their first in-depth interaction, Qin Luo sensed that Tang Yu was deliberately maintaining a distance from him. Although the reasons for this were unclear, it mattered little to Qin Luo, as he had already achieved his objective. With the support of Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu, he had acquired a reputation as a scoundrel among many. Those who once regarded him as a sycophant, casting disdainful glances in his direction, now looked upon him with envy and jealousy. After all, both Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu were stunning beauties, particularly Tang Yu, who was the object of many male students' affections. Consequently, the photograph of Qin Luo touching Tang Yu's face circulated widely, leading to an influx of refined individuals who would casually inquire about his well-being. Nonetheless, the majority of the girls still regarded Qin Luo with disdain, although a considerable number would gaze at him with admiration, and some bolder ones even sought his contact information. Yet, Qin Luo maintained a polite distance from these superficial admirers, neither overly cold nor inclined to cultivate any friendships with them. His aim as a scoundrel was to exploit the system, not because he genuinely enjoyed such a role. The influence of Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu was already substantial, and there was no need for him to complicate matters further, nor did he feel compelled to deliberately approach the Chu twins. Setting aside the twins, Qin Luo believed that if he could add Su Ke to the mix alongside Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu, His future 100-day sign-in rewards would be secured. He was acutely aware that, given his current situation, Su-Ku was the one he should engage with the most. Consider the irony. After his relentless pursuit of Su-Ku, he abruptly ceased his efforts, redirecting his attention to two other girls, only to interact with Su-Ku again. Wouldn't that label him as an undeniable scoundrel? However, Qin Luo did not act on this impulse. Even when Su-Ku frequently messaged him, subtly urging him to accompany her to class, he did not acquiesce. His responses were merely perfunctory, and whenever Su-Ku expressed frustration or questioned him, he would simply go offline, avoiding any direct confrontation with her for several days. Even he was unaware that he was consciously evading Su-Ku, and even if he did recognize this, he would not dwell on it. There was no particular reason. He simply did not wish to see her. Was that not reason enough? In this state, Qin Luo spent a tranquil week, attending 2 classes that morning alongside his 3 roommates. After class, as they descended the stairs while deliberating on what to have for lunch, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a gathering near the entrance of the teaching building. At the center of this crowd, a petite figure was curled up on the ground. Was that Chu Sijin? Qin Luo furrowed his brow and strode purposefully towards her. Isn't that Chu Sijin? What happened to her? Is she ill? I don't know. She just collapsed here. What are we waiting for? Call an ambulance. We have no idea when they'll arrive. Why isn't anyone taking her to the infirmary? Sorry, I'm not familiar with her. We should find a teacher instead. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, all acutely aware of Chu Sijin's evident distress. Yet not a single soul dared to step forward to offer assistance. This scene made Qin Luo frown repeatedly. He approached and firmly pushed aside a boy who was blocking his way. The boy, taken aback, turned around irritably. Who do you think you are? Qin Luo retorted sharply. If you're not going to help, step aside. Enjoying the spectacle, are we? The boy, having a history of camaraderie with Qin Luo, remained silent, though he was slightly taken aback by this rare display of anger from him. The others in the vicinity recognized Qin Luo and, seeing his fierce demeanor, instinctively stepped back, fearing he might unleash his ire upon them. Disregarding the reactions of those around him, Qin Luo reached Chu Sijin's side. Instead of immediately attempting to assist her, he first observed her condition. Chu Sijin was diminutive, barely reaching 5 feet, with her half-length black hair tied in a simple ponytail. At that moment, her ponytail had fallen limply onto the floor. Beneath her slightly tousled bangs, her cherubic face was contorted in pain, her eyes half closed and her pale lips betraying her labored breathing. Beneath her pink shirt, her body trembled slightly, the short sleeves failing to cover her delicate arms that hung limply in front of her. She pressed her small hands tightly against her abdomen, as if that were the source of her agony. Beside her head lay a pink bag, the one Chu Sijin always carried for snacks. Qin Luo recalled that whenever he had seen her, that bag was never far from her side. While other girls carried cosmetics and tissues, her bag was perpetually filled with an assortment of treats. Yet now, its zipper was wide open, revealing it to be completely empty. Furrowing his brow in concern, Qin Luo leaned down and inquired gently, "What is the matter with you?" His voice reached Chu Sijin's ears, causing the young girl to slightly open her tightly shut eyes. Upon seeing Qin Luo's face, her expression of anguish momentarily froze, revealing a fleeting sense of bewilderment, only to be quickly overshadowed by her pain. "My stomach hurts," Chu Sijin murmured. "I've eaten all the snacks." What connection could there possibly be between a stomachache and consuming all the snacks? Did she mean to imply that she was this famished? If that were the case, it was indeed quite extraordinary. The corner of Qin Luo's eye twitched. He simply could not fathom how someone could be reduced to such a state of hunger. However, he could at least deduce that her suffering was related to her stomach or perhaps her physiological condition as a woman. Thus, after a moment's thought, he wrapped his arms around Chu Sijin's back and the bend of her legs, lifting her effortlessly. He also took care to adjust the strap of her bag with a finger. This action startled Chu Sijin. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle and cry out, but the pain forced her hands to clutch her abdomen, transforming her cries into a pained whimper. The petite figure nestled in Qin Luo's embrace resembled an injured little creature, pitifully whimpering. Without a moment's delay, Qin Luo dashed towards the infirmary with her in his arms. Onlookers were taken aback by the scene. Some instinctively reached for their phones to capture the moment. Li Chenggang shot a glare at one of them, cursing, "What the hell are you doing? This is a trivial matter for you to be snapping pictures. Normally, I could overlook it, but this is a life at stake. Can't you see? If you're not going to help, at least don't just stand there and gawk. If you dare pull out your phone again, I swear I'll smash it." Li Chenggang, with his burly stature and fierce glare, appeared quite intimidating, causing several others who had intended to take photos to instinctively shield their devices and retreat a few steps. Wang Chun and Wu Xian, witnessing this unfolding drama, exchanged knowing smirks tinged with exasperation. They had overheard countless remarks, both subtle and overt, mocking Qin Luo over the past few days. The girls scorned him as a scoundrel, while the boys criticized his decision to pursue Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu after neglecting Su Ku, labeling him as utterly reckless. Curiously, it seemed that the same group of individuals who once derided Qin Luo as a sycophant were now among the critics. As his roommates, they were well aware of Qin Luo's character. Given his previous fervor in pursuing Su Ku, they had difficulty believing he was someone prone to indecision. Although they were puzzled by his drastic change after ceasing to pursue Su Ku, they bore no ill will and even found a sense of relief in it. After all, being a rogue was preferable to being a sycophant, wasn't he? Yet, regardless of how much of a rogue he became, it was not for others to indiscriminately gossip about, particularly those who felt compelled to capture images of him with other women to share on forums. Initially, his roommates could laugh off the situation and tease Qin Luo lightly, but after days of observing his unyielding silence, their patience wore thin, leading to their irritation anytime someone dared to pull out their phone in his presence. When one pursues fervently, they are scorned by you. Now that they seek another girl, they are still subject to your disdain. Have you all lost your senses? As the crowd gradually dispersed, Wu Xian observed the direction in which Qin Luo had departed, adjusting his glasses as he remarked, "It seems old Qin has taken her to the infirmary. Should we not go and check on them?" Li Qinggang, without hesitation, replied, "Of course we should. What if they require our assistance? We might as well fetch her roommate as well. One relies on family at home, but friends when out. A young lady in distress should have someone by her side." At 20 years of age, both Li Qinggang and Chu Sijin shared this youthful exuberance. Yet the ruggedness of Li's demeanor when referring to Chu as a young lady did not evoke any sense of dissonance. Wu Xian shared a similar sentiment, and the two were about to seek out Qin Luo when Wang Chun interjected, "Perhaps we should refrain from going, and it may be best not to contact her roommate either. Let Luo Ge handle it himself." The pair halted, casting puzzled glances in Wang Chen's direction. Wang Chen elucidated, "Consider this. Chu Sijin is Su Ku's roommate. While Luo Ge may no longer pursue Su Ku, he has grown quite close to Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu recently, both of whom are also Su Ku's roommates. Others may label him as a scoundrel. We know him to be of better character, but what if? What if he truly has a connection with one of them? It would be prudent for him to manage this situation independently, lest we find ourselves in an awkward predicament should a scene of turmoil arise." Upon hearing Wang Chen's reasoning, vivid images flooded the minds of the other two, depicting a scenario where several women encircled Qin Luo, casting sharp glances at one another, the atmosphere charged with tension. Even though these women were exquisite beauties, an involuntary shiver coursed through them, and they regarded Wang Chun with newfound admiration. Li Chenggang patted Wang Chun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "My friend, your foresight is commendable." Wang Chun chuckled, yet a note of curiosity lingered in his voice as he pondered aloud. "There is one thing that perplexes me. Luo Ge rarely exhibits anger. Yet he was quite incensed just now. Could it be that his true romantic interest is not Yao Yanyan or Tang Yu, but rather Chu Sijin?" Li Chenggang paused momentarily, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he clicked his tongue in surprise. Who would have thought? This lad is quite the admirer of younger girls. Is it possible that old Qin's ire stemmed solely from her being Su Ke's roommate? In other words, is he still affected by Su Ke? Wu Xian adjusted his glasses, a flicker of keen insight shimmering through the thick lenses. The other two fell silent, reluctant to acknowledge it. Yet they could not deny that this possibility seemed the most plausible. After all, only those who truly understood Qin Luo were aware of the depth of his affection for Su Ke. With Chu Sijin in his arms, Qin Luo raced toward the infirmary, traversing a winding distance of nearly a mile without a moment's pause, carrying a living person effortlessly in one breath. This is attributable to the numerous enhancements he had previously acquired in the attribute of strength, endowing him with physical capabilities that surpassed the ordinary. Carrying an individual for a kilometer posed no challenge for him. On the other hand, he was genuinely concerned for Chu Sijin's safety. Although his acquaintance with her was limited, having only crossed paths a few times while visiting Su Ku and scarcely engaging in conversation, her impression lingered in his mind. Whenever he had seen her, she was invariably clutching an assortment of snacks, her cherubic face adorned with baby fat, her cheeks puffing adorably while she indulged in her treats, complemented by an ever-present bag of snacks that rendered her an utterly innocent childlike figure. In truth, Chu Sijin held a mascot-like status within the school, receiving abundant affection from those familiar with her. Yet, her demeanor appeared somewhat introverted and shy, resulting in a limited circle of acquaintances, primarily confined to a handful of dorm mates. This was precisely why, despite many witnesses to her collapse in the classroom building, none dared to extend a helping hand. They hesitated, fearing they might inadvertently complicate matters, and felt it more appropriate for someone closer to her to offer assistance. Lost in thought, Qin Luo soon found himself before the infirmary door. "Teacher, is anyone there?" he called out as he approached the entrance. Noticing the door slightly ajar, he nudged it open with his knee. However, the quiet infirmary was conspicuously empty, and at such a critical moment, the nurse seemed to have vanished. Qin Luo clicked his tongue in frustration, gently laying Chu Sijin on a clean bed, and softly reassured her, "You rest here for a moment. I will find the nurse and return shortly." As he turned to leave, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Looking back, he found Chu Sijin gazing at him with her large, innocent eyes, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Her fragile and pained demeanor rendered her both adorable and pitiable. Even Qin Luo, a man of formidable strength, felt his heart soften at the sight. He leaned down once more to comfort her. "Do not worry. I will be back very soon." Chu Sijin shook her head, her slightly pale lips parting as if to speak. Straining to hear her, Qin Luo leaned in closer. Then, he caught her faint plea, help me buy Lay's chips." Qin Luo. Chapter 28. The rebirth of the snack bag. Staring at Chu Sijin, who lay on the bed in evident distress, Qin Luo's expression became vacant, his face twitching in disbelief, embodying a state of utter exasperation. He was well aware that Chu Sijin had an insatiable appetite, always carrying snacks with her whenever she ventured outside. Out of 100 encounters, she was seen clutching potato chips or other treats 99 times. On the rare occasion she wasn't, she was en route to procure more. Initially, he thought her cravings were merely a sign of gluttony, a fleeting desire for snacks that left her restless. However, it had become evident that this was no simple case of longing for food. Her discomfort was palpable, and even in her distress, she yearned for chips. The term foodie seemed woefully inadequate to encapsulate her essence. She was nothing short of a reincarnated snack bag. A multitude of grievances bubbled within him, threatening to escape his lips. Yet upon witnessing Chu Sijin's agonized expression, he swallowed them back and said, "Aren't you experiencing stomach pain? Perhaps you should refrain from eating chips for now. Allow me to fetch the nurse to examine you, and once we ascertain that all is well, I shall assist you in acquiring your snacks." As he prepared to depart, Chu Sijin stubbornly clutched his sleeve, her frail body devoid of strength. Yet she summoned the last remnants of her energy to hold on to him. With a pitiful gaze, she weakly implored, "Just get me the snacks. I know my body well enough. Once I have the chips, the pain will subside." Qin Luo furrowed his brow. If this wasn't her first encounter with such discomfort, she must understand how to manage it. But how could eating snacks be a solution? Had she been cursed in her reincarnation as a snack bag, doomed to suffer stomachaches without the solace of treats? Overwhelmed with incredulity, he was at a loss for where to begin expressing his frustrations. Yet, seeing the increasing agony etched across her features, he pondered for a brief moment before ultimately choosing to believe her. "Very well, I shall procure the chips for you. Remain here." With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. Just as he reached the door, a light, airy voice floated behind him. "Don't forget to buy the Texas barbecue flavor." Qin Luo replied with a hint of exasperation, "I'll make sure to get them all." He shot her a glare before hastily making his way to the nearest convenience store. It was midday, and the store was bustling with people, many queuing to check out. He swiftly grabbed a basket and headed straight for the snack aisle, swiftly sweeping an entire shelf of Lay's chips into his basket. He then turned and approached the checkout counter, his impatience evident as he addressed the girl at the front of the queue. "Excuse me, may I cut in line?" The surrounding customers were taken aback, regarding him with admiration. What audacity! The girl, initially poised to protest, turned to find herself face to face with a tall, handsome young man. Her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she stammered, "I don't think that would be appropriate. I promise it will be quick. I'm in a bit of a hurry." "Thank you," he insisted. The girl, flustered, averted her gaze, twisting her shirt hem in silence. Qin Luo was utterly perplexed by her bashfulness, Was cutting in line such a scandalous act that it warranted such embarrassment? He decided to board the vehicle first and purchase his ticket later, nonchalantly pushing his shopping basket in front of the cashier. Producing a few banknotes, he declared, "No need for change," before swiftly seizing the basket and making his escape, not forgetting to swipe a bottle of cola on his way out. "Hey, wait a moment," the cashier called out, waving the banknotes, her initial reaction being that they were counterfeit, prompting thoughts of notifying the administration. However, upon placing the notes into the verification machine, she discovered they were indeed genuine. The amount was more than sufficient to cover the numerous bags of chips, even including the cost of the basket itself. As for the remainder, the cashier silently processed the transaction, discreetly pocketing the excess while maintaining a composed demeanor, and called out to the queue, "Next." The girl at the front of the line was utterly flustered, just now realizing that Qin Luo had meant to cut in line. She had initially thought it was something else entirely, leaving her heart racing in embarrassment. Now fully aware, she wished to vanish on the spot. Abandoning her purchases and hastily tossing the small basket aside as she fled without a backward glance. A boy witnessing this was both impressed and astounded. Wow. He is so bold as to chase after her. Is pursuing a girl really this direct nowadays? He hesitated for a moment, then focused on a girl ahead of him, tapping her shoulder and saying, "Excuse me, may I cut in?" The girl turned to glance at him, a gentle smile gracing her face. The boy felt a surge of joy in his heart, but before he could take another step, he noticed the girl pulling out her phone and quietly dialing 110. "No. Wait. Miss, please stay calm. It's all a misunderstanding. Let us talk this over. You can start making up your story now. I'll have the police come to score it." Qin Luo hurried back to the infirmary, encountering no medical staff along the way. Upon returning to the ward, he found that only Chu Sijin remained. The young girl had curled up on the bed, resembling a pink doll due to her attire, both pitiable and adorable. She had been resting with her eyes closed, but upon hearing movement, she opened them, and her gaze brightened at the sight of the basket in Qin Luo's hands. Struggling to express her excitement, "Quick, give it to me. Don't move. I'll open it for you," he replied, his feelings mixed as he approached the bedside. He raised a hand to open a bag of chips, pinching one piece and bringing it to Chu Sijin's lips. She immediately opened her mouth, eagerly devouring the chip with an enthusiastic nom, inadvertently nibbling on Qin Luo's finger as well due to the fervor of her action. For a fleeting moment, Qin Luo experienced an unprecedented sensation on his finger. Instinctively, he retracted his hand and leaned back, only to find that Chu Sijin seemed unfazed by the incident. At the very moment she savored the potato chips, it was as if she had been bestowed with a miraculous healing. Her previously stiff and trembling body found tranquility, and the anguish etched upon her face began to fade. In fact, as she chewed, a look of sheer delight illuminated her features. It seemed, in that fleeting moment, that what she was consuming was not merely a snack, but rather a wondrous elixir capable of reviving the dead. "I want more," she exclaimed, her gaze piercing as it sought Qin Luo. This was truly absurd. Qin Luo, caught in a web of conflicting emotions, averted his gaze, only to return to her with another chip in hand. With a delightful ah woo, she took a bite, inadvertently nibbling on his finger. Though reluctant to admit it, Qin Luo had to concede that it was somewhat addictive. Thus, he silently extended the bag towards Chu Sijin, inquiring, "Can you manage on your own?" Eagerly, she nodded, grasping the bag with one hand while the other hastily scooped up a handful of chips, stuffing them into her mouth until it was completely full. Given her already cherubic visage, her cheeks puffed out comically, and as she chewed, they moved animatedly, resembling an adorable little hamster, a sight that stirred a certain impulse within Qin Luo to ruffle her hair. However, he ultimately restrained himself and redirected his focus to the bag of chips. Observing Chu Sijin's blissful and content expression, he found himself inexplicably tempted. Hence, he reached into the bag and indulged in a chip himself. After a few chews, he discerned nothing remarkable apart from the delightful crunch and subtle flavor. But upon witnessing his actions, Chu Sijin immediately exclaimed, "No stealing. Those are mine." Her anxious demeanor resembled that of a protective puppy, and in a swift motion, she concealed the chips behind her, her eyes brimming with vigilance as they fixed on Qin Luo. Feigning irritation, he retorted, "I bought them for you. What's wrong with me having one?" After a moment's contemplation, Chu Sijin seemed to find his argument somewhat reasonable. Reluctantly, and with a hint of sorrow, she offered him a chip, saying, "Well, you can have one." Qin Luo was utterly bemused by her whimsical behavior, accepting the chip with a bemused grin before bringing it to her lips. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, devouring the chip with an ah woo, and an expression of pure enjoyment immediately spread across her face. Qin Luo too relished the moment, and soon opened another bag of chips. One for himself, one for Chu Sijin, one for himself, one for Chu Sijin, one for Chu Sijin, one for Chu Sijin, crunch. Just as the two were engrossed in their delightful exchange, the door to the infirmary swung open. They paused mid-action and instinctively turned to the sound, only to find a woman clad in a white coat. Her rimless glasses perched elegantly on her nose, standing at the threshold. She observed the two silently, her gaze scrutinizing them before finally landing on Qin Luo's fingers and Chu Sijin's mouth. After a brief silence, she spoke, "I apologize for the interruption. Please excuse me." With that, she turned on her heel and exited. "Hey, wait. That's not it. You've misunderstood. Come back." Qin Luo, realizing the situation too late, quickly withdrew his finger and hurried outside to catch up with the nurse. Understanding his presence, the nurse said reassuringly, "Don't worry, I completely understand. It's only natural for young people to seek excitement. However, I would advise you to keep it within certain limits. Anything beyond that would be inappropriate, especially since the infirmary is under surveillance." Pausing for a moment, she then pulled out her phone and added, "You may not believe this, but the last couple I encountered was far more extravagant than you two. Their precious footage is still stored on my phone. Would you like to take a look?" Upon observing the nurse's inexplicably smug expression, Qin Luo felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. From teachers to students, what exceptional qualities did this small institution, the Magic City University, possess to attract such talent? A friendly reminder, the plot involving the twin sisters is rather abstract, so it might be best to enjoy it without overthinking. Additionally, votes of support are free. If you enjoy this book, feel free to cast a vote. Monthly tickets and rewards would be even more appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 29. Exhausted. Let it in. She is suffering from acute gastritis, a rather common ailment. However, the cause of her condition is quite extraordinary. She developed gastritis due to a prolonged absence of snacks, a situation unheard of. Inside the infirmary, the nurse, clad in a white coat, sat in a chair after examining Chu Shijin, her mouth making a series of clucking sounds as she gazed at Chu Shijin with the astonishment akin to discovering a rare creature. Qin Luo found himself in a state of disbelief, having previously scoffed at the notion that Chu Shijin could be in pain due to a lack of snacks. Yet, confronted with the reality, he felt somewhat at a loss. It was not just the nurse who found it unbelievable. Even the world's leading doctors would surely be left scratching their heads. The nurse then announced, "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Qin Luo glanced at Chu Shijin, only to find her still seated on the bed, munching on snacks. Her small mouth in constant motion, her bright eyes filled with innocence, showing no inclination to respond. With a sigh, Qin Luo replied, "Let's hear the bad news first." The nurse replied calmly, "Although the diagnosis is acute gastritis, the underlying cause cannot be treated, at least, not by me. I have never encountered a similar case before. This might very well be a first in medical history." Hearing such grave words, Qin Luo furrowed his brow. "And the good news?" he inquired. The nurse smiled slightly. "The good news is that if we consult a few authoritative doctors for her case, she might even be able to name her own condition." Qin Luo responded, "Aside from the number 6, what else would you have me say?" Weary, he rubbed his temples and resigned himself to sitting aside, saying, "Let's not worry about the cause for now. Please focus on treating her. It's acute gastritis, so it shouldn't be too difficult to manage, right?" The medical instructor pondered for a moment before stating, "Acute gastritis is not particularly challenging to treat. However, under normal circumstances, one would require intravenous fluids, medication, or perhaps even hospitalization. As for her, she seems capable of healing herself." Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback. "Huh." The instructor gestured towards Chu Sijin with a nod. "Well, you can see for yourself." Qin Luo turned to observe Chu Sijin and was astonished to find that she appeared to have fully recovered. As she chewed contentedly, her cherubic face radiated joy, her clear eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Occasionally, she would sway slightly, as if reveling in her culinary delight. It was hard to reconcile this blissful figure with the image of her in agony when he had carried her to the infirmary. The miraculous remedy that had cured her was none other than the bag of potato chips she held. This was, in fact, her third bag. Suddenly, A wave of helplessness washed over him. Qin Luo slumped back in his chair, gazing at the pristine ceiling, his expression gradually hollowing as a sense of despair enveloped him. He reflected on his earlier frantic urgency, even losing his temper with classmates. What had it all been for? The necessity of injections or IVs aside. She could have simply taken a couple of pills, yet here she was, restored to health by munching on several bags of chips. How could he possibly come to terms with that? He was engulfed in a profound sense of frustration. His mood was undeniably gloomy. The medical instructor, observing this scene, found it somewhat amusing. "There's really nothing to be astonished about," she remarked. "It's quite remarkable, but human organs can indeed be influenced by emotions to a certain extent. We often hear phrases like 'my liver hurts from anger' or 'my stomach aches from frustration.' While many of these expressions are exaggerated, intense emotional fluctuations can indeed affect our bodily organs. Although I am not certain of the exact cause of her ailment, given her current state, you need not worry. I examined her earlier, and she appears to be in good health. I shall step out now. Call me if you need anything." With that, she departed, and this time, Qin Luo did not attempt to stop her. The room was left with just him and Chu Sijin. With a crunching sound, another bag of chips was consumed by Chu Sijin. She gazed vacantly at the empty snack bag, then turned her attention to the basket overflowing with more chips beside the bed. Upon discovering a bottle of cola nestled within, her eyes brightened instantly, and she tugged gently at Qin Luo's sleeve. "What is it?" he asked weakly. I want to drink cola," Chu Sijin replied softly. "You look like cola," Qin Luo exclaimed, half jokingly, as he sat up in surprise, casting a mock glare at her. Chu Sijin recoiled slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of timidity. Yet, perhaps the desire for cola was too strong to resist, as she stubbornly maintained her gaze. Qin Luo, feeling exasperated under her intense stare, had no choice but to silently retrieve the cola and hand it to her. In an instant, Chu Sijin's face lit up with delight as she seized the cola and twisted it open with enthusiasm. Perhaps due to her recent recovery from a serious illness, she lacked the strength to open the bottle and cast a pleading glance toward Qin Luo for assistance. "Too tired, just destroy it, quickly," Qin Luo remarked, reclaiming the cola, twisting it open, and then handing it back to her. The sensation of holding back countless grievances without an outlet was so distressing that he felt as though he might bleed from the frustration. After a moment, Qin Luo managed to regain his composure and inquired, "You mentioned that this has happened before, and it was also due to a lack of snacks?" Chu Sijin, having just taken a large gulp of cola, let out a rather unladylike burp, her face alight with happiness and satisfaction as she replied, "Yes. I don't know when it started, but whenever I crave snacks and cannot have them, it becomes quite unbearable. No wonder I always saw you surrounded by various snacks." Qin Luo nodded in realization, naturally offering her a bag of chips. With glee, Chu Sijin accepted the bag, tore it open, and began to munch happily, saying between chews, "Exactly. That's why I often carry snacks with me, but I've indulged too much these past few days and forgot to replenish my stock. Today in class, I couldn't resist and finished them all. I had planned to rush to the store after class, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? Oh, where's my bag?" Suddenly recalling something important, her expression shifted to one of mild panic. Qin Luo pointed to the pink bag he had tossed on the bedside earlier. "It's over there. I brought it for you." Seeing it, Chu Sijin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. That was a gift from Lun Yan. She would be upset if I lost it. Qin Luo casually remarked, "You two seem to have quite a good relationship." "Of course. After all, we are twins," she replied. "Aside from your similar appearances, I truly cannot discern how you both are twins, especially since your face shapes differ so much." Qin Luo cast a knowing glance at Chu Sijin, who had a petite, doll-like face, easily fitting the image of an adorable little girl, while Chu Lunyan was over 1.7 meters tall, fair and slender with a small face. Aside from their resemblance, there were hardly any other similarities, making it difficult for most to perceive them as twins. Chu Sijin seemed aware of this disparity, and with a hint of frustration, she said, "That's not my fault. After all, everyone has different body types, and I am actively trying to lose weight. I will definitely slim down." With that, she defiantly stuffed another handful of chips into her mouth. "Give it up, silly girl. The word diet should not exist in your life." Qin Luo regarded her with a touch of sorrow in his eyes, which gradually morphed into contemplation. Chapter 30. A voracious appetite according to the healthcare teacher. Although Chu Sijin was diagnosed with acute gastritis, it was not serious. It was not caused by a viral or bacterial infection, but rather seemed to be a condition triggered by emotional factors. It seems that many individuals experience physical distress when agitated, and Chu Sijin is likely one of those cases. Furthermore, she has admitted to having encountered such situations before. Whenever she yearns for snacks and is unable to indulge, it leaves her quite uncomfortable. From this, one can deduce that when she finds herself in a state of intense craving for snacks, failing to satisfy this desire may indeed provoke a stress response in her stomach. It feels rather remarkable. This reaction appears to transcend mere physical stress, leaning more towards a neurological or psychological concern, as emotions are influenced by the brain, after all. Qin Luo furrowed his brow, ultimately choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. He glanced at Chu Sijin, noticing that she was nearing the end of yet another bag of snacks, and remarked, "That should suffice. Snacks cannot replace a proper meal. Let me take you out for a decent lunch." Chu Sijin countered, "Snacks can indeed serve as my proper lunch. I used to eat snacks every day when I was a child." "Ah, so you must be the reincarnation of a snack bag," Qin Luo said, regarding her with an expression of affectionate exasperation. Suddenly, Chu Sijin froze, as if a thought had struck her, exclaiming, "Oh no, what's wrong? I've forgotten something very important." Her demeanor shifted, becoming serious, tinged with anxiety and urgency, as if she had recalled a significant event. This was the first time Qin Luo had seen her in such a state, and he too became serious, inquiring, "What is it?" Chu Sijin pointed at the wall clock. "Look, it's already 1 o'clock." Qin Luo glanced in that direction, and we're running out of time. She hastily recounted her chip-eating actions. "The Gourmet Society has an event this afternoon where many people will be preparing delicious food on site, and the one who comes in first will receive a voucher to dine there for free every day. I cannot miss this event." Upon hearing this, Qin Luo's expression became somewhat uncontrollable, his voice taking on a distorted tone. "Is this the important matter you were referring to?" Chu Sijin replied earnestly, "Of course it's important. It's about enjoying a variety of delectable treats." Qin Luo thought to himself, "How foolish I am. I truly believe she was merely the reincarnation of a snack bag, a simple glutton. I never realized she was, in fact, the reincarnation of a gluttonous soul, where the only significant aspect of her world revolves around food, and only matters associated with eating hold any importance for her." Suddenly, Qin Luo felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue and suffocation, an impulse to simply fall into a deep slumber. Observing this, Chu Sijin hurriedly approached him, pushing against his shoulder, pleading, "Will you take me, please?" "No, I beg you. No means no. Please." Like a child, Chu Sijin gently tugged at Qin Luo's sleeve, her voice sweet and soft, accompanied by her adorably large eyes. Her playful pouting could easily penetrate one's heart. Qin Luo found himself unable to ignore her earnestness, finally saying, "Why not just go by yourself? Why must you insist on dragging me along?" Chu Sijin spoke weakly, "I can't carry so many snacks right now. What if I suddenly fall ill again? Then I'll ask your roommate to accompany you. Suka has no classes in the afternoon. There's no time. The event is about to start. I beg you. I promise I'll share the snacks with you later." Upon hearing Chu Sijin's words, Qin Luo felt an unexpected surge of emotion. For someone like Chu Sijin, the willingness to share her snacks with others was perhaps as significant as lending money to someone for most people, if not more so. With a resigned sigh, he stood up and said, "Let us go." Chu Sijin's face brightened instantly. "Thank you. You're such a good person." "No, I'm not. I'm just an emotionless scoundrel." Qin Luo shot her a flat look before stepping out of the infirmary. Name, Chu Sijin. Appearance, 96. Figure, 93. Special trait, 96. Hobby, eating snacks. Talent, great appetite. On the way to the Food Society event, Qin Luo held a bag of chips in his left hand while slowly removing his miraculous glasses with his right, unable to suppress a sigh. It came as no surprise to him that Chu Sijin's hobby was snacking. The fact that she could turn her voracious appetite into a talent was somewhat absurd. With a pink bag slung over her shoulder containing several bags of chips and a bag in hand, she munched away, bouncing forward with every few steps. She resembled an innocent little girl, fully embodying purity and youthful exuberance in every detail. Cute was her epithet, while foodie revealed her true nature. Yet, no matter how much Qin Luo wished to criticize, he had to admit that Chu Sijin was as beautiful as the other members of the goddess group. Even being with her made him feel lighter and more joyful, as if he had been swept away by her infectious spirit, dispelling the earlier gloom and frustration. He couldn't help but remark, "You mentioned that the Food Society's competition is based on how delicious the dishes are. Can you cook?" Without hesitation, Chu Sijin replied. No. Her boldness was quite striking. He looked at her, speechless. "Then why are you rushing over to join the fun?" Chu Sijin explained. "Even though I can't cook and can't participate in the competition, I can go for the tasting. The contestants have to let others sample their dishes. And then the tasters vote for scores." After a long silence, Qin Luo finally said, "Only you could think of that." Chu Sijin grinned, her radiant smile outshining the sun above. In June, the weather in the magical city had already turned quite warm. Chu Sijin licked her fingers dusted with chip crumbs, tossed the empty bag into a nearby trash bin, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. As she tilted her head to gaze at Qin Luo, she noticed that his white shirt had become quite damp with sweat, illuminated by the sunlight that highlighted the beads of perspiration glistening in his hair. Suddenly, Chu Sijin seemed to recall something, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she said, "I apologize for earlier. I was so engrossed in eating chips in the infirmary that I inadvertently bit your hand several times. It's nothing. Feel free to seek me out whenever you wish to indulge in chips." Qin Luo responded with a glance, shaking his head in silence. Chu Sijin then urged, "Lower your head." "Why?" Qin Luo asked, his words contradicting his body as it instinctively bent down. Without a word, Chu Sijin gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with her delicate hand. This unexpected gesture left Qin Luo momentarily stunned, and the look in his eyes toward her grew increasingly nuanced. After she had wiped away the sweat from his brow, she withdrew her hand, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she said, "Thank you for earlier. I noticed you were sweating profusely, so I thought I would help." Qin Luo squinted at her for a moment, choosing not to respond, and instead remarked, "Let us go. The Food Society is just ahead." Chu Sijin nodded obediently, following closely beside him, mirroring his steps as they moved forward. Chapter 31. You want me to pursue you, don't you? In contrast to high school, which is often burdened with academic pressures and focused solely on grades and advancement, university places greater emphasis on the holistic development of students. Consequently, most educational institutions encourage various extracurricular activities. Students who enjoy playing the guitar may form a guitar club, those fond of anime might establish an anime society, and those passionate about painting often create an art club. While not all members may enroll in majors aligned with their interests, the allure of shared passions typically leads them to join corresponding societies. Such gatherings of like-minded individuals, engaging in discussions about their hobbies, create a vibrant tapestry unique to the youthful spirit of university life. The Food Society, as its name suggests, is a haven for culinary enthusiasts. Not all members are as indulgent as Chu Sijin, but they share a profound appreciation for the art of food preparation. The joy derived from crafting culinary delights is often eclipsed by the happiness of seeing others savor and commend their creations. This essence embodies the purpose of the Food Society's event. Upon arriving at the Food Society's activity venue, a classroom transformed for this purpose, Qin Luo and Chu Sijin found a considerable number of attendees already gathered, around 20 to 30 individuals, which is rather modest given that this was a self-organized event. In addition to society members, many food lovers had come, some drawn by curiosity while others, like Chu Sijin, simply sought to indulge in delicious fare. Has the event not started yet? I'm already famished. Me too. I didn't even have lunch in anticipation of this event. Really? With so many dishes in the cafeteria, wasn't that enough to satisfy you? What nonsense. The cafeteria charges for meals, while this place offers them for free. And you are well aware of how overpriced our school cafeteria is. 16 yuan for 8 pieces of braised pork. Whoever eats it must surely lament their choice. Qin Luo replied. Thank you. I feel somewhat offended. He casually surveyed the people around him, then turned his gaze to Chu Sijin, only to find that the young girl could hardly contain her saliva. Her eyes fixed eagerly on the members of the culinary club who were making final preparations not far away, her face brimming with anticipation and desire. A charming girl noticed her and immediately waved, calling out, Sijin, you've arrived. Her voice was loud enough to draw the attention of many. One by one, they focused their gazes on Qin Luo, their expressions a vivid tapestry of intrigue. Goodness, it's the god of Luo. What brings him here? Is he here to scrounge a meal like the rest of us? They mused. Does he think everyone is as much of a glutton as he is? Clearly, he came with Chu Sijin. But isn't he currently entangled with Yao Yinyan? Just the other day, I saw him dining with Tang Yu. How has he ended up beside Chu Sijin now? Oh no, this fellow seems intent on courting the entire goddess squad. His intentions are suspect. Calm down. Look at how you all are acting. As a man, one must maintain composure like I do. Brother, you can speak freely. But why does your mouth make such strange noises? Enough. Help me contact a dental clinic off campus. I think their essay draft in my back molar. As one of the campus celebrities, even though most of the crowd had never seen Qin Luo in person, they had certainly heard tales of his exploits. Photos of him alongside several beautiful women circulated wildly on forums, making him instantly recognizable. Chu Sijin, regarded as the campus mascot, was also known to many. Given her connection as Su Ke's roommate and the recent buzz about Qin Luo's flings with Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu, their appearance together piqued considerable interest. As whispers filled the air, their glances at Qin Luo became laden with meaning. Qin Luo was accustomed to such attention and could easily ignore it. Oblivious to the altered atmosphere, Chu Sijin continued to wave her little hand, cheerfully greeting the culinary club members. I'm here for the food. The girl who had called out to her approached, first casting a curious glance at Qin Luo before smiling at Chu Sijin. You came just in time. The event is about to start. I'll be preparing garlic broccoli with shrimp, and I guarantee you'll love it. Really? Oh my. Chu Sijin, with her insatiable appetite, nearly drooled at merely hearing the dish's name, leaving Qin Luo bemused. He wondered where all those chips she had just devoured had gone. Typically, 1 or 2 bags of such snacks would suffice, especially considering she had also consumed a bottle of cola. Yet, despite consuming such an abundance of food, she seemed to experience no semblance of satiety, which indeed provoked a sense of lament for the departed potatoes. Allow me to elucidate the rules of the event once more. Upon commencement, participants are required to independently create a dish using the materials available on site. This could be a stir-fry, a cold platter, or a dessert, but the time constraint is a mere 30 minutes. As long as the dish is completed within this time frame, it will suffice. Afterward, we shall invite the attendees present to taste and evaluate the contestants' creations, with the highest scorer ultimately receiving a special voucher prepared by our club, which grants them the privilege of enjoying complimentary meals on a daily basis. Please make your final preparations, as our event is about to commence. Currently, there are 6 confirmed contestants. Is there anyone else wishing to participate? If so, kindly inform me now, as time is of the essence. The president of the culinary club is a cherubic figure, robust in stature, whose voice resonates with vigor, clearly a skilled hand at culinary endeavors. The others exchanged glances, indicating their intent to merely partake in the feast rather than engage in culinary competition, while those already registered began their preparations. Qin Luo observed the scene with keen interest, finding it rather amusing. Approaching his 3rd year of university, he had yet to engage in any club activities, his lack of hobbies rendering him somewhat apathetic, dipping his toes into various pursuits without ever becoming engrossed in any. His most frequent pastimes involved mobile gaming and occasionally enjoying skewers and drinks with his roommates. The other 3 in the dormitory were similarly uninvolved in romantic pursuits, with Wang Chun having joined the anime club due to his fondness for the genre, occasionally attending events. In contrast, Qin Luo's life had been rather monotonous until 3 months ago when he acquired a system, which introduced a hint of novelty to his otherwise flavorless existence. Just as Qin Luo pondered these thoughts, the jovial figure approached him, inquiring, Qin Luo, would you care to compete and see whose culinary skills reign supreme? Qin Luo regarded him with mild confusion, contemplating the familiarity of his address. He replied casually, apologies, I'm merely here to observe, with no intention of participating. The jovial one chuckled. Oh, is that so? It seems you are destined to have no connection with Chu Sishi, which brings me some relief. This remark illuminated the faces of those nearby, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as if they were about to witness an exhilarating spectacle. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, bemused, and retorted, what absurdity are you spouting? The jovial one replied, Chu Sishi has a penchant for exquisite food, so naturally, she shall seek a partner skilled in the culinary arts. For instance, I excel in cooking, thus I possess a distinct advantage over you. Chu Sijin tilted her head, sitting quietly to one side, initially appearing somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing the conversation, she instinctively nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the statement. Qin Luo remarked, so, a girl like you can be easily swayed by a delicious meal, can she? It's truly miraculous that you've managed to grow up so healthily. He rubbed his temples, feeling a hint of a headache, as he surmised that this chubby boy harbored feelings for Chu Sijin. This was entirely reasonable, considering the goddess group was composed of exceptionally beautiful girls, each with their own unique charm, attracting countless admirers. It was only logical that, while many were enamored with Su Ku, Tang Yu, and Yao Yinyan, fewer would be captivated by Chu Sijin. Previously, when Qin Luo interacted with Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu, he even speculated whether suitors might appear to challenge him, as such scenarios were commonplace in online novels. After all, it would be unthinkable for a goddess not to have a few foolish admirers attempting to provoke others. However, to Qin Luo's dismay, no such individuals surrounded Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu, but it seemed that Chu Sijin had attracted one nonetheless. Upon closer inspection of the chubby boy, Qin Luo noticed that, while it was evident he liked Chu Sijin, his demeanor was not off-putting. Rather, he appeared somewhat innocent and endearing. Thus, Qin Luo felt no inclination to compete and responded with a smile. Then you should give it your all. The chubby boy seemed taken aback by Qin Luo's candidness. Hesitatingly inquired, "Are you sure you want to give it a try?" Qin Luo chuckled, "What should I strive for? Since we met, the total number of words exchanged hardly exceeds what we've said today. We have no bond at all. You don't think I'm pursuing her, do you?" The boy stuttered, "But from what I know, you've already set your sights on the entire goddess group. Let us not even mention Su Ku. You've already won over Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu. You can't possibly let such an adorable Chu Sijin slip away, can you? Your reasoning is quite compelling. Yet I find myself at a loss for words. When did I ever extend my reach to their entire dormitory?" Qin Luo's eyes widened with indignation, ready to refute the accusation, when suddenly, Chu Sijin tugged at his sleeve. Qin Luo instinctively turned to her, asking, "What is the matter?" Chu Sijin replied softly, "Why don't you participate in the event?" Qin Luo chuckled, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should pursue you?" After a moment's hesitation, she explained, "I simply thought that if you participated, I could enjoy an extra dish. Is that all right?" With that, she winked at Qin Luo, her clear eyes sparkling with a hint of hope, exuding an irresistible charm that nearly drained the enthusiasm of those around her. "Truly, it's no surprise that it's you," Qin Luo thought, twitching the corner of his mouth and letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 32. Has everyone truly lost their minds? For reasons unknown, Qin Luo ultimately became the 7th contestant in this event. The plump young man seemed rather exhilarated by the arrival of a new rival in both culinary skill and matters of the heart. Once Qin Luo took to the stage, he scarcely cast a glance at the other competitors, instead exuberantly declaring to Qin Luo, "As the president of the Culinary Society, I, Yu Tao, shall boldly eliminate you. My romantic adversary. Let us engage in a decisive culinary duel, a splendid clash of gastronomic prowess." Qin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, almost compelling him to exit and verify whether the sign outside truly read Culinary Society or Anime Society. At Yu Tao's proclamation, the onlookers, who had been passive spectators until that moment, suddenly erupted with excitement, raising their arms and shouting in fervor. "Wow, it's getting intense. Youth is like Grandma Li knocking at the door." They were genuinely moved by a rival's audacious challenge for the affections of a beloved woman, and the sentiment was palpable. "Qin Luo, although you are handsome, tall, and possess a talent for songwriting and singing, surpassing Yu Tao in every regard, when it comes to culinary skills, Yu Tao will not be outdone. Accept your defeat gracefully and retreat to weep over your beloved Su Ku, Yao Yinyan, and Tang Yu." "Ah, my Tang Yu. Hey, when you go crazy, do you even hurt yourself? Are you in a sound state of mind?" Listening to the gossip swirling around him, Qin Luo nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. "Is everyone going mad?" A girl nearby, who had previously greeted Chu Sijin, chuckled softly and remarked, "Don't take it to heart. Yu Tao is a true otaku. Always a bit eccentric. He claims every cooking endeavor is a culinary duel. Everyone here is his friend, so we are accustomed to his antics. Initially, we didn't quite engage, but over time, we found it rather amusing." Qin Luo turned to look at her. She smiled and nodded, asking, "Don't you find it interesting?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Luo surveyed the lively, quirky classmates around him and the striking pose of Yu Tao, hands on his hips. An unmistakable atmosphere of youthful exuberance enveloped him, distinct to university life. He nodded. "Indeed, it is quite amusing." The girl beamed even brighter at his response and added, "However, you should be aware that while our president may be a bit eccentric, his culinary skills are genuinely impressive. His family runs a restaurant, and he has been cooking since childhood. He truly has feelings for Xiao Jing, So if you also have affections for her, you must put in the effort. Qin Luo chuckled wryly. Many are calling me a scoundrel these days. How can you encourage me to pursue her? She blinked, saying, though I am unsure how you've become so close to so many girls lately. Can a scoundrel truly pursue someone for over 3 months who has never even glanced his way? Qin Luo fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the distance, where Chu Sijin stood. Her tiny fists rested on either side of the desk, as if grasping imaginary utensils crafted from air. Occasionally, her body swayed slightly, and her cherubic face, imbued with a hint of baby fat, radiated anticipation, with a pair of sparkling eyes fixed intently on Qin Luo, seemingly pondering what delectable creation he would conjure next. Recalling the days prior, when he had shared laughter with Yao Yinyin in class, followed by a cozy lunch with Tang Yu, engaging in intimate exchanges, he found himself contemplating, how could I not be labeled a scoundrel when I am now preparing a meal for Chu Sijin? Qin Luo chuckled softly, shaking his head in silence. Before long, with Yu Tao's exuberant declaration of let the culinary duel commence, this informal gastronomic competition officially commenced. Among the 6 contenders, one was preparing to bake pizza, another to grill steak, one intended to craft a dessert, while yet another aimed to prepare sashimi. The remaining 2, Yu Tao and the girl who had previously conversed with Qin Luo, were set on stir-frying dishes. Given the competition's brevity of merely 30 minutes, some stir-frying could be rather time-consuming. In contrast, sashimi proved the simplest. Desserts required a degree of finesse, while the quality of the steak and mastery of the heat were paramount. Pizza, on the other hand, relied solely on the oven. Of course, should one wish to whip up a simple egg and tomato stir-fry or a vinegar-sautéed potato dish, it would demand little effort or skill. But the 3 aspiring chefs present clearly sought to impress. The girl intended to prepare garlic broccoli stir-fried with shrimp, and had already begun peeling fresh shrimp on site. Yu Tao, on the other hand, planned to create a dish of 9-turn fatty intestines. With a swift motion, he revealed a fresh intestine, a sight so striking that the classmates seated nearby instinctively covered their noses, recoiling in exaggerated fashion. Casting a glance at Chu Sijin, Qin Luo noted that she stood closer than the others, her body leaning forward with an outstretched neck, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on those preparing the food. Her expression unusually grave, with a hint of tension evident in her eyes. Qin Luo thought little of it, attributing her demeanor to her eagerness for a delicious meal. After a brief moment of contemplation, he selected several potatoes from the ingredients prepared by the culinary club. Upon seeing this, Yu Tao's face broke into a triumphant grin. Planning to fry potatoes, are we? That requires no skill whatsoever. It seems victory in this contest is already assured for me. His remark prompted the few melodramatic students seated in front to enthusiastically chime in. What? A showdown between intestines and potatoes? In this clash of meat and vegetables, where will the spoils ultimately land? How vexing. Both intestines and potatoes are so delightful. Why must we consume them? Perplexed by the absurdity of their melodramatic banter, Qin Luo chose to ignore their antics, silently beginning to peel the potatoes. Before long, several potatoes were neatly prepared, and Qin Luo proceeded to heat oil in a pan, placing the potatoes on the cutting board and taking up the knife to slice them. The audience initially presumed that Qin Luo would prepare a dish of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, or perhaps a simple vinegar-sautéed potato dish, which seemingly required little culinary skill. However, upon witnessing the copious amounts of oil he was using, their expectations shifted into uncertainty. Meanwhile, the other contestants methodically proceeded with their respective tasks. Before long, the brother responsible for sashimi had completed his dish. He held aloft a tray brimming with neatly arranged slices of raw fish in his left hand, while his right hand cradled a small bowl containing soy sauce and wasabi. It appeared that victory in this competition was destined to be his. He cast a disdainful glance at the 6 others still immersed in their work and presented his dish to the eager onlookers. The ravenous students could hardly contain their excitement. Upon seeing the sashimi, they hastily grabbed their chopsticks, dipped the delicate fish in the sauce, and stuffed it into their mouths. Subsequently, one by one, they instinctively clasped their mouths and noses, tears of anguish streaming down their faces. The sashimi chef was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you all genuinely moved to tears?" One student sniffled, his expression pained, and replied, "There's too much wasabi." The sashimi chef scratched his head, then turned to observe Chu Sijin, who was valiantly enduring the pungent assault of the wasabi, diligently consuming the raw fish piece by piece. Throughout this ordeal, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Yet she resolutely continued her task, evoking a profound sense of respect from onlookers. Ultimately, among the 20-member tasting panel, each casting a vote, the sashimi chef garnered only 5 votes. 4 votes belonged to the more obstinate individuals, while the remaining 15 were overwhelmed by the wasabi's potency. The last vote was from Chu Si-jin. Although she too was affected by the wasabi, her vote stemmed from a sincere reverence for the culinary experience. Once the sashimi chef exited the stage, the dessert maker stepped forward. The dessert artist carried a large tray adorned with a pastry the size of a mahjong tile, accented with green leaves and strawberry sauce, presenting an impressive sight. It appeared to be beyond my means. A nearby student commented, reaching for the dessert with chopsticks. The dessert chef swiftly sidestepped, declaring with pride, "Such a perfect dessert must first be savored by one who truly deserves it." With that, he boldly approached Chu Si-jin. The others found no fault in this. Chu Si-jin, being so delightful, undoubtedly warranted the privilege of first taste. Without hesitation, she popped the dessert into her mouth, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "Delicious." The dessert chef smiled knowingly, while the others urged him, "Hurry up, we haven't eaten yet." The dessert chef subdued his smile and, with a stoic expression, addressed them. "When have you ever seen a Michelin-starred table laden with identical desserts?" One student, taken aback, hesitated and asked, "So, your implication is that you have only created one dish?" The dessert brother nodded, and then, scoring just 1 point, was carried away. Next to take the stage were the pizza brother and the shrimp sister, whose dishes received high acclaim, scoring 15 and 16 points respectively. The steak brother, however, failed to manage the heat, resulting in a charred steak that deterred others from tasting it, except for Chu Si-jin, who bravely attempted a bite, only to scrunch her adorable little face in distaste. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth, yearning for a second bite. Unfortunately, due to safety concerns, the steak brother and his ill-fated dish were ultimately whisked away, depriving Chu Si-jin of her second taste. At this point, only Yu Tao and Qin Luo remained. After a brief stir-fry, Yu Tao turned off the heat and glanced at Qin Luo's pot, his expression becoming subtly complex. Yet, he said nothing. Instead, he presented his freshly cooked dish to the classmates with an air of bravado, exclaiming, "9 intestines, my apologies for the lack of hospitality." One eager classmate, quick to act, snatched a piece of the intestine and stuffed it into his mouth. The next moment, his features contorted visibly, and he managed to squeeze out a response. "Brother, be honest, did you clean this intestine? It has a peculiar taste." Yu Tao snorted dismissively. "I preserved some of the original flavors during preparation. It's only natural for it to taste a bit unique." Was it intentional or accidental? Certainly intentional. The classmate promptly retched, while the others cast fearful glances at the plate of intestines, shrinking away. Only Chu Si-jin remained, swallowing nervously, torn between anticipation and trepidation as she gazed at the dish, her steps wavering in indecision. Was it truly that exaggerated? Yu Tao scratched his head, ultimately deciding against letting Chu Si-jin try it, instead savoring it himself. At that moment, Qin Luo's dish was finally ready. What had he prepared? The earlier details had slipped by unnoticed. It appeared to be fried potato chips. Under the various gazes of the others, Qin Luo carefully transferred the contents of the pot to a plate, finishing with a sprinkle of seasoning, thus completing his culinary endeavor. Upon closer inspection, the others realized it was indeed a plate of fried potato chips, their aroma quite inviting. The presentation was appealing, golden, and crisp. They wondered how it would taste compared to those from the supermarket. As the others' eyes fixated on the plate of chips, they couldn't resist the urge to sample them. Yet no one dared to reach for them first, as it was assumed that Qin Luo would offer the first bite to Chu Si-jin. However, in reality, Qin Luo proceeded to scoop out several more plates of chips, distributing them across various tables. Only after completing this task did he approach Chu Si-jin with the final plate. "Here, enjoy," he said, placing the dish before her. Chu Si-jin had long been craving for this moment. On one hand, her curiosity about Qin Luo's culinary skills urged her to sample his creations. On the other hand, the fact that he had prepared her favorite snack, potato chips, left her unable to resist. Without the slightest hesitation, she bypassed the chopsticks and directly picked up a chip with her fingers, placing it into her mouth. With a satisfying crunch, the chip crumbled, and the mingling flavors of seasoning and potato spread delightfully across her palate. Chu Sijin's eyes sparkled with joy as she chewed and exclaimed, "Delicious. This tastes entirely different from store-bought chips." The warmth and freshness of these freshly fried chips certainly set them apart from commercial varieties, both in texture and flavor. Qin Luo possessed a foundational culinary skill. Having been influenced by his mother from Sichuan, by the age of 8, he was already capable of preparing a plate of twice-cooked pork that earned accolades from his parents. Now, equipped with a culinary system and having received a culinary level 1 boost from today's weekly check-in, he found no challenge in frying potato chips. As Chu Sijin eagerly stuffed her mouth with chips, the others had already polished off the remaining plates, their praises ringing out. "These chips are surprisingly tasty. The flavor differs from what I buy at the supermarket, but it's quite good. I can hardly judge, as the mustard I had earlier has left my taste buds in disarray." "You're fine. Just look at that guy who had the intestines." He is still rinsing his mouth out. Amidst the collective approval of their classmates, Qin Luo's seemingly whimsical, yet genuinely crafted dish garnered an impressive score of 18 points, placing him at the top of the rankings. Only 2 participants had abstained from scoring. One was still rubbing his nose, while the other continued rinsing his mouth. Yu Tao expressed his discontent with the results, questioning, "Is it appropriate? Can potato chips even be considered a dish?" Shrimp's sister chimed in, "A loss is a loss. Don't be a sore loser." Yu Tao's face flushed slightly. "It's not about being a sore loser. I just think chips can't be classified as a proper dish." The others shrugged at his remark, while Qin Luo smiled and replied, "This is a food event, and there is no rule stating that only stir-fried dishes are acceptable. As long as what is created is delicious, does it really matter if it's a formal dish?" Yu Tao was about to retort when Shrimp's sister approached him, earnestly stating, "President, while chefs prepare the food, it's the diners who truly define it. If the diners find it tasty, what does it matter if it's a formal dish?" With a nod towards Chu Sijin, she added, "Look at Xiao Jin. She's enjoying herself immensely, far happier than she was with anything else earlier." Yu Tao instinctively glanced at Chu Sijin and found that she was indeed relishing the moment, her tiny hands and rosy lips glistening with oil as she quickly devoured an entire platter of potato chips. She was even compelled to lick the plate, and after finishing her meal, she gazed at Qin Luo with her watery eyes, saying, "I haven't had enough. I want more." This scene struck Yu Tao like a bolt from the blue, causing him to stagger slightly before he sank heavily into a chair nearby. His expression transitioned from confusion to clarity, and his gaze grew resolute as he declared, "I understand now. Only those dishes that leave one genuinely satisfied after consumption can be deemed true culinary delights. This is the ultimate path of gastronomy." How profoundly abstract. Yu Tao's words were so awkward that Qin Luo stifled a couple of laughs, but ultimately couldn't contain himself, his toes curling beneath the confines of his shoes, gripping the soles tightly. Yet, absurdity was not exclusive to Yu Tao alone. "Oh, President, you've finally comprehended. Enough already. I could overlook your previous remarks. But this statement is rather excessive even for my taste," someone chimed in. "Let us not dwell on the details. To celebrate, let us throw a food party. Luo Shun, please fry another batch of chips. And dessert guy, hurry and bring another Michelin dish. One for each of us. We wouldn't want the anime club next door thinking we can't afford this." Amidst the chorus of cheers, Yu Tao suddenly approached Qin Luo, his tone laced with complexity, saying, "I concede, wholeheartedly. I must admit, you are far more suited to be the man for Chu Sijin. Take my share and strive for happiness with her. You enviable rascal. Enough. Please, don't say any more, or I might just collapse right here," Qin Luo said, feeling a prickling embarrassment, as if even his molars were aching. Fortunately, Yu Tao did not prolong his outburst. After speaking to Qin Luo, he heeded the calls of others and organized a food party. The members of the food club rallied together, preparing various snacks and dishes on the spot. And Qin Luo was pushed into action, compelled to make another large batch of chips. Amidst the vibrant laughter of youth, Chu Sijin quietly munched on the chips, her gaze fixed on Qin Luo. For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly wished for Qin Luo to feed her a bite as he had done in the infirmary. When Qin Luo finally stepped out of the food club's territory, evening had fallen. Beside him, Chu Sijin gently caressed her noticeably rounder belly, occasionally letting out a satisfied burp, her face radiating happiness and contentment. Moreover, in her pink handbag, alongside the chips Qin Luo had previously bought her, there were now 2 unmarked transparent bags brimming with the chips he had made at the food club, and she also carried a voucher received from the club. Observing her state, Qin Luo couldn't help but tease, "With someone like you, It's quite a feat to have lived this long without being swindled out of your snacks. Upon hearing this, Chu Sijin's steps faltered momentarily, and her expression dimmed, losing some of its earlier joy. Surely, she would not be easily deceived. She hesitated for a moment, as if contemplating whether to articulate her thoughts, yet ultimately left her words unspoken. At that moment, Qin Luo observed a hint of dimness in her gaze, suggesting that the topic had touched upon a sorrowful chord within her. Could it be true? Had she truly been lured by someone with food? Raising an eyebrow, Qin Luo chose not to pursue the subject further and instead inquired, "Did you enjoy your meal?" "Yes, it was delightful," Chu Shijin replied, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked at Qin Luo. "Not only did you assist me today, but you also bought me snacks and prepared such delectable chips for me to take home. I never realized what a wonderful person you truly are. Is that what qualifies as being a good person?" Qin Luo chuckled, somewhat bemused, and asked, "What was your impression of me before?" Chu Shijin thoughtfully traced her finger along her lower lip, contemplating before responding. "Suku said you were an average guy. Yin Yin described you as a little sycophant. And Tang Yu claimed you were an unreliable man. I don't have much of an impression of you, except that you seem to have a fondness for Suku." Before she could finish, Qin Luo interjected, "Didn't Tang Yu refer to me as stinky little brother instead?" Chu Shijin paused, taken aback. "No, why would she call you that?" "Oh, it appears that you have concealed your true nature quite adeptly." Qin Luo chuckled, not responding to her inquiry. Chu Shijin seemed momentarily perplexed, as if she wished to delve deeper, but suddenly recollected something and asked, "By the way, do you still have feelings for Suko?" Upon hearing the question, Qin Luo, the average guy, the little sycophant, the unreliable man, silently regarded Chu Shijin for 2 seconds before replying. "This is the third time I've encountered this question recently. The previous 2 instances were also inquiries from your dorm mates. What is this? Have you all conspired to take turns asking me?" Noticing that Qin Luo seemed displeased, Chu Shijin hastily shook her head and clarified, No, I didn't intend to ask. It was Suku who urged me to inquire. She wants to know if you still like her. Then why doesn't she come and ask herself?" I don't know." Chu Shijin appeared somewhat conflicted, hesitantly stating, "Suku has been acting strangely lately, often lost in thought and frequently arguing with Yin Yin. Just the other day, she even quarreled with Tang Yu, which was quite alarming. Tang Yu is the gentlest in our dorm, and everyone adores her. Although Suku often bickers with Yin Yin, she has never clashed with Tang Yu before. Initially, when I first met Suku, I found her icy demeanor somewhat intimidating, but after becoming friends, I discovered her gentle side. Her current behavior is utterly uncharacteristic. I suspect the issue lies with you, yet I cannot comprehend why. Lunyan also finds it puzzling. I have never been in a relationship, and it seems your matters are exceedingly complicated," she rambled, finally glancing up at Qin Luo with a timid inquiry. "So, do you truly no longer have feelings for Suko?" Chapter 34. He truly is a good person. Qin Luo quietly listened to Chu Sijin's words. After a prolonged silence, he softly replied, "It no longer matters." Chu Sijin found his response rather peculiar. It seemed ambiguous. Either one expresses affection or disinterest. What could "it no longer matters" imply? However, before she could press further, Qin Luo waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk away, as if he intended to leave immediately. Instinctively, Chu Sijin hurried after him, her little legs moving swiftly, and before long, she caught up to his side. Qin Luo turned to glance at her, bemused. "Is there something else?" Chu Sijin, momentarily bewildered, realized she had no particular reason to pursue him. Yet, she had instinctively followed, her body acting faster than her mind. Was it because she felt happy being with him today? Did she appreciate his kindness towards her? Or perhaps she simply wished to engage him in conversation. Unable to unravel her own thoughts, which were typically filled with various culinary delights rather than such convoluted matters, she decided to abandon her musings and asked, "Are you free tomorrow?" Qin Luo retorted, "What for? Do you wish to ask me out?" Chu Sijin seemed rather oblivious to the implications of such a direct inquiry regarding romantic intentions. Instead of feeling shy or flustered, she merely chuckled and replied, "Lunyan wants to invite you to the comic exhibition tomorrow." This revelation caught Qin Luo off guard, halting his steps, his expression a mix of confusion and surprise. "Your sister? Inviting me to the comic exhibition?" "Yes," Chu Sijin affirmed, nodding emphatically. "She wanted to ask you a few days ago, but was too shy. So it fell to me, as her older sister, to extend the invitation. After all, I am the elder sister. You certainly didn't exhibit any sisterly qualities when you were devouring chips," and licking the plate, Qin Luo thought to himself, stifling a smirk. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly pulled out a pair of headphones and inserted them into his ears. In an instant, Chu Sijin's inner thoughts reverberated in his mind. Why is he suddenly putting on headphones? I wonder if he will agree. He should, right? Yan Yan mentioned that boys have no resistance to pretty girls. And Lun Yan is quite lovely. Humph, that sly Lun Yan, relying on her status as my sister to make me ask him first. Now I'm just handing Qin Luo over to her. Let us see how she avoids him. What if he uncovers my little fib? He appears remarkably astute. But surely he won tea, right? After all, I'm not foolish. Oh dear, Qin Luo's fried chips are so delectable. Should I share them when I return to the dorm? Dividing among four will mean a lot is gone, and I feel a tad reluctant. Well, it's settled. I'll have him fry some more for me after this. He is such a good person, he's surely one tea refuse. And then there's Suku, who promised me a snack gift pack. Hee. My task has gone so smoothly, I can ask her for it when I get back. Qin Luo, to be honest, every time I don the listening headphones and hear the voices of the members of the goddess group, their images in my heart are invariably refreshed. This time, I profoundly grasped the meaning of the saying, not of the same family, not entering the same door. The staff at the Shanghai University evidently possessed discerning eyes. Their ability to bring these women together was not solely due to their striking beauty, but perhaps they had already perceived the quirky spirits concealed beneath their glamorous exteriors. For instance, there is the seemingly enchanting Yao Yanyan, who is in truth a dramatic soul, and Tang Yu, who appears dignified yet secretly refers to others as smelly little brothers in her heart. Then there is the ever-hungry Chu Sijin, whose exterior matches her inner appetite. Admittedly, I acknowledge your innocent heart, Qin Luo mused as he glanced at Chu Sijin before removing the headphones. Chu Sijin, curious, inquired, "Why did you suddenly put on the headphones?" Without elaborating, Qin Luo simply replied, "All right, just provide me with the address and time, and I shall visit her tomorrow." Really? Chu Sijin's eyes lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "That's wonderful." Now, Lun Yan cannot escape. After a brief moment, she realized she might have let something slip, anxiously glancing at Qin Luo, only to find he seemed unaffected, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. He seem particularly clever, but he is a good person. In her mind, Chu Sijin silently affixed various labels to Qin Luo before exchanging WeChat details and bidding each other farewell. Qin Luo leisurely returned to his dormitory, while Chu Sijin cheerfully made her way back, clutching a bag full of snacks. At this time it was dusk, and students could be seen either wandering outside or cozying up in their dorms. The members of the goddess group appeared glamorous, yet unbeknownst to many, they possessed the traits of homebodies. For instance, when Chu Sijin returned, they were all gathered in the dormitory. However, Chu Lun Yan, in a flurry, was rushing out just as Chu Sijin entered, as if she were on an urgent errand. Consequently, upon stepping through the door, Chu Sijin collided with her twin sister's chest. With a dull thud, Chu Sijin staggered back, cradling her forehead and exclaiming, "Lun Yan, what are you doing? What about you? Why did you suddenly barge in? You hurt me." Chu Lun Yan's expression mirrored her sister's, as she rubbed her own chest while responding. The other three women turned their gazes toward the sound, their eyes lingering on Chu Lun Yan's chest before they exchanged knowing glances filled with sympathy. It seemed rather unfortunate for Chu Sijin. Had she collided with any of the others, they likely would not have feigned injury, as they all had ample padding. Yet, Chu Lun Yan was different. As the most endowed member of the goddess group, being struck in the chest felt akin to crashing into a wall. Rubbing her forehead, Chu Sijin asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Was momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something significant, and with a mixture of tension and curiosity. She said, "I just heard someone mention that you fell ill in the teaching building, lying motionless on the ground. I was just about to seek you out. Yet here you are, perfectly well. Were they deceiving me?" The others, upon hearing this, also came to the realization that they had just learned of sudden illness today, and they cast concerned and puzzled glances her way. Upon hearing their words, S' mind instinctively conjured the image of, and with a smile, she replied, "I'm perfectly fine now. Brought me to the infirmary, and then he even went to buy me snacks. After I ate, I felt much better. Oh, and afterward, we went to the Food Society for an event together. Initially, I only intended to sample the food, but participated as well. He made a plethora of delicious potato chips, and in the end, he won first place and gave me the prize voucher. He truly is a wonderful person." As recounted her delightful experience, Her face radiated genuine joy, and she raised the voucher aloft, akin to a little girl proudly showcasing her treasure. The others listened quietly, though their worry for her well-being dissipated. Their gazes grew increasingly peculiar. However, remained oblivious to this, instead opening her small bag and exclaiming, "Look, these are the potato chips that made. He even packed a few bags for me to bring back. You should all try some." As she spoke, she retrieved 4 bags of chips, taking out 3 to offer to her roommates. Upon noticing a solitary bag remaining in her bag, she reconsidered and put 1 back, holding on to 2 and asking them, "I don't have much left. 2 bags should be enough for you, right?" Seeing her cautious and endearing demeanor, the others, except, could hardly suppress their amusement, the strange expressions on their faces gradually fading. The mere mention of evoked an instinctual emotional response from them. Given that was also their roommate, they could hardly remain unaffected. It was akin to the reactions elicited when and each had interactions with. Everyone had their own responses then. Yet, in this case, the situation was different. After all, what ill intentions could a girl whose mind was solely preoccupied with snacks possibly harbor? "You keep them. I don't eat snacks much," said gently. "I'll just taste a little," said, showing little interest in snacks. Gleefully exclaimed, "You are all such good people." Then, from the side, softly stated, "I'll take a bag." Those 4 simple words nearly caused S' heart to ache, as if she could scarcely breathe. Reluctantly, she handed a bag of chips to and offered the other bag to. Yao Yinyan took a chip, savored it, and nodded approvingly, exclaiming, "Not bad at all. I never expected him to possess culinary skills." Tang Yu appeared intrigued and also picked up a chip to taste, nodding in agreement. "The flavor is indeed delightful. I too did not anticipate he had such talents. The more I engage with him, the more I uncover facets of his character that diverge from the past." While Tang Yu's words were a heartfelt reflection, it is essential to note that there was another individual present, intricately linked to Qin Luo, whose thought processes were somewhat unconventional. Consequently, Tang Yu found herself under the penetrating gaze of Su Ku. Clearing her throat twice, Tang Yu turned her head, adopting a demeanor that suggested she had uttered nothing, and handed the chips to Chu Sijin. With a beaming smile, Chu Sijin was about to reclaim the chips when, without warning, Lu Nian stretched out her hand and snatched them away. Chu Sijin was immediately agitated. "Lu Nian, give that back." "No way," Lu Nian retorted firmly. "This was originally yours to share, hence I am entitled to my portion. You still have 2 bags left, so consume your own." But 2 bags are insufficient for me. That is not my concern. Once you finish, you can ask Qin Luo to fry you more. I exerted considerable energy finding you, and I need to replenish it now. You haven't even left the dormitory. What energy could you possibly expend?" Chu Sijin glared indignantly at her twin sister. Yet Lu Nian remained unfazed, returning to her desk with a full bag of chips, munching away while engrossed in an anime. Meanwhile, Suka stared at the bag of chips in her hands, lost in thought for a considerable time. Suddenly, she looked up and asked Chu Sijin, "Has Qin Luo said anything to you?" "Oh dear, don't say I'm being brief. I actually write a lot every day. However, during the new book period, I can't update too frequently. Please wait for me to launch it. I assure you, there will be an explosive update once it's live." Chapter 35. Lu Nian's inner turmoil. Here it comes, the pivotal moment. Yao Yinyan, who had been idly playing on her phone, silently shifted from a reclining position to an upright one, eager to hear what Chu Sijin would say next and how Su Ku would react. It is worth noting that after spending a day with Qin Luo, Su Ku had confronted her directly. Although Yao Yinyan did not believe there would be any intimate exchanges between Chu Sijin and Qin Luo, given Chu Sijin's character, she also thought it unlikely for her to clash with Su Ku. Yet, Su Ku's thought processes diverged from the norm. Who could predict her reactions? Tang Yu, who was diligently working on the planning for the school anniversary event at the desk, instinctively straightened her back, prepared to intervene should Su Ku take any rash actions. Chu Sijin's gentle demeanor and endearing appearance earned her the status of a cherished mascot outside the dormitory, and she was similarly adored within. Aside from Lu Nian's occasional playful teasing, others regarded her as the adorable little sister. Tang Yu, often viewed as the matriarch of the dorm, found it particularly easy to be overtaken by maternal affection when interacting with Chu Sijin. Thus, she must eradicate any semblance of the previous state exhibited by Su Ku towards her and Yao Yinyan. The moment any hint of such behavior arises, she must swiftly extinguish it, vowing to preserve the harmony of Dormitory 606 at all costs. Even Chu Liunyan paused the animation. Picking up a somewhat rudimentary figurine from the table, the character indiscernible, while he toyed with it, casting his gaze towards his twin sister. Chu Sijin was not surprised by Su Ku's inquiry, as her approach towards Qin Luo had been deliberate from the outset. Although this encounter could only be deemed fortuitous. Having previously contended with Liunyan over who would approach Su Ku first, she had wrestled with indecision and lacked the courage to initiate contact with Qin Luo. However, her sudden ailment today had unexpectedly brought them together, presenting an opportune moment. Chu Sijin felt a profound satisfaction at this serendipitous turn of events, as she had adeptly seized the opportunity and fulfilled her task. With an air of pride, she proclaimed, "It no longer matters." These simple 4 words rendered the other 4 individuals in the room silent. Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu wore expressions of confusion, momentarily uncertain whether her statement responded to Su Ku's query or bore an alternative significance. Chu Liunyan blinked, his large eyes filled with bewilderment. Yet, Su Ku, surprisingly perceptive, grasped the nuance of Chu Sijin's words. After a brief silence, she inquired, "After you asked him, did he respond with those 4 words?" "Indeed." Chu Sijin nodded affirmatively. Su Ku pressed further, "To say like is like, and dislike is dislike. What does he mean by it no longer matters?" "I have no idea," Chu Sijin replied with conviction. For her task had merely been to inquire about Qin Luo's sentiments, and she was only required to relay his response to Su Ku, regardless of the implications of the answer. Listening to their exchange, Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu suddenly appeared enlightened. They realized that Chu Sijin had indeed posed the same question to Qin Luo, and the reply was simply, "It no longer matters." Upon grasping this, their expressions turned somewhat peculiar, for Qin Luo's answer seemed ambiguously vague and diverged from his previous assertions made to Yao Yinyan and Tang Yu, where he had unequivocally declared his disinterest. Why had his response transformed into "it no longer matters" when addressing Chu Sijin? Was it due to the differing audience, resulting in varied responses? Or did Qin Luo harbor other sentiments? Yao Yinyan found herself at a loss, while Tang Yu recalled the moment she had posed the question to Qin Luo. At that time, he had indeed stated he did not like her, and as she reflected on the details, she sensed a hint of hesitation in his voice. This thought made Tang Yu appear contemplative. Meanwhile, Chu Liunyan gazed at Chu Sijin with a look of astonishment. She never anticipated that her twin sister would be so courageous as to actually seek out Qin Luo. Although their encounter was somewhat coincidental, the inquiry had been made, and Chu Sijin's return with answers signified the completion of her task. As for Chu Liunyan, she had never imagined her sister could possess such bravery, which led her to remain self-assured and composed, completely oblivious to the fact that she might soon find herself embroiled in this matter. "Oh dear. It seems that Chu Sijin would undoubtedly insist that I approach Qin Luo again, yet I am utterly ill-equipped to handle men from the real world. What should I do? Perhaps feigning death is the best course of action?" Chu Liunyan's mind began to whirl with thoughts, contemplating the feasibility of her plan to play dead. Meanwhile, Su Ku, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. "Xiao Jin, could you recount in detail what you discussed and did with Qin Luo today?" That's a lot to say. I can't quite remember everything," Chu Sijin admitted, looking somewhat troubled. "That's all right. Just share whatever you can recall," Su Ku urged, her gaze intense. Seeing this, despite feeling somewhat put on the spot, Chu Sijin's inherently accommodating nature prevailed, especially with the enticing promise of Su Ku's snack package. She relented and recounted the conversations and activities she shared with Qin Luo. "During class today, I finished all my snacks, and after the lunch break, I planned to buy more, but before I could even step out of the classroom, I fell ill and collapsed on the floor." Upon hearing Chu Sijin's opening statement, the others looked at her with a mix of sympathy and helplessness, having spent considerable time together. They were well aware of her affliction and found it difficult to comprehend why one would suffer from acute gastritis simply due to a lack of snacks. Chu Liunyan seemed to know the reason but had never disclosed it to anyone. Fortunately, as long as Chu Sijin was given snacks, her symptoms would swiftly subside, and the others chose not to dwell on the matter. However, they were acutely aware that if she failed to receive snacks in a timely manner during an episode, it would be a painful ordeal. Chu Liunyan's earlier fervent rush to leave was a direct response to this newfound information. She typically displayed little interest in matters beyond anime and games, making such a reaction quite rare. Thus, it was evident to everyone that had Qin Luo not intervened at that moment, Chu Sijin's condition could have deteriorated significantly, particularly since they had learned through a forum post that many had witnessed Chu Sijin's episode, yet few had offered assistance. It was Qin Luo who happened to pass by, noticed her plight, and promptly took her to the infirmary, even appearing to scold those nearby in the process. Having grown accustomed to Qin Luo's cheerful and easygoing demeanor, they found it difficult to envision what he would look like when angry, and they were left pondering the reason for his ire. Was it due to concern for Chu Sijin's well-being? Are you still infuriated by the indifference of those around you? Or is there another reason? Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu instinctively glanced at Su Ku, who remained seated, motionless, carefully absorbing every word from Chu Sijin. Before long, Chu Sijin had relayed the events of the day, providing a recounting that was approximately 50% complete. For someone like her, who typically indulges in carefree pleasures, this was her utmost effort. However, she cunningly concealed from Qin Luo that Chu Liuyan had invited her to the comic convention, intending merely to let the younger sister of Yu Chun experience the treachery of human nature. Once all that could be said was articulated, Chu Sijin timidly inquired, "Is this acceptable?" Su Ku remained silent, once again lost in contemplation. Yao Yanyan wore a somewhat amused expression, as she surmised the reason behind Qin Luo's seemingly trivial response today, rather than a rejection. It was likely that the words spoken by Chu Sijin after posing her question had stirred emotions within Qin Luo. According to Chu Sijin, she had mentioned to Qin Luo that Su Ku's recent demeanor appeared somewhat off, as if she had been subjected to some form of distress, with Qin Luo being the source of that distress. After all, Qin Luo had once harbored such deep affection for Su Ku, even if his feelings had waned. It was plausible that hearing those words could soften his heart. When a man's heart softens, his words rarely come across as harsh. TSK, what a disappointing man. Yao Yanyan silently scolded Qin Luo in her mind. Tang Yu, however, noticed another detail: the conversation between Qin Luo and Chu Sijin in the infirmary. Chu Sijin had mentioned that she wanted Qin Luo to accompany her to the food club. Initially, he was reluctant and suggested that Su Ku's roommate could go with her since Su Ku did not have classes that afternoon. This raised a question. How did Qin Luo know that Su Ku was free that afternoon? Was it simply a matter of good memory? Or had he meticulously retained every detail about her from when he pursued her? Or was he still quietly observing Su Ku? Tang Yu couldn't immediately provide an answer. But regardless of the scenario, it indicated that Qin Luo's feelings towards Su Ku were far from the finality of his declaration of disinterest. TSK, what a pitiful younger brother. Tang Yu silently chastised Qin Luo as well. As for Chu Liuyan, her mind was now preoccupied with how to evade her commitments. It wasn't that she disliked Qin Luo. Rather, her personality rendered her indifferent to men in the real world, and she had no desire to approach them, whether actively or passively. Yet, the thought of having already promised Su Ku left her feeling conflicted. Should she seek him out, or should she refrain? Chu Liuyan clutched a rough figurine, lost in her internal struggle. At that moment, Su Ku finally reacted. Chapter 36. Continuing to refine the path of a scoundrel. Su Ku, who had always maintained an expressionless yet beautiful visage, finally unveiled a hint of a smile. Indeed, he still harbors feelings for me. Thank you, Xiao Jing. I shall procure some snacks for you tomorrow. Su Ku appeared to regain her confidence, her smile radiating a sense of contentment. Upon hearing the word snacks, Chu Sijin's face blossomed with joy, only to be momentarily overshadowed by a sudden thought. She remarked, Su Ku, I truly believe that being with Qin Luo suits you well. After all, he is so gentle and can whip up delicious meals. If I were to lose him, I would certainly be mocked by the whims of fate for my lack of discernment. As her words echoed in the room, an unexpected silence fell. Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu simultaneously cast knowing glances at Su Ku, their expressions laden with meaning. The saying, the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it to heart, had resurfaced for the third time in this dormitory. Su Ku was acutely aware of this nuance. Hence, her smile faltered slightly. Previously, Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu had alluded to her lack of discernment, and though Chu Sijin had not stated it outright, her implication was unmistakable. Nevertheless, Su Ku regarded Chu Sijin's comment as unintentional, for her mind was preoccupied solely with food, incapable of any veiled sarcasm. Thus, Su Ku bore no resentment towards her and stubbornly resolved to conceal her intricate emotions. Instead, she turned to Chu Liuyan and declared, Liuyan, I leave the next steps to you. Chu Liuyan shuddered, perplexed, and replied, but you have already confirmed that he likes you, right? I need not intervene, do I? Suku shook her head resolutely, insisting, what I require is his unequivocal affirmation, a definitive acknowledgement that he still harbors feelings for me, rather than ambiguous responses. Chu Liuyan's face fell, and though she wished to voice her thoughts, ultimately, she remained silent, retreating into her own self-imposed solitude. Chu Sijin, witnessing her dismay, felt a twinge of delight, for after all, she had just pilfered her chips. As for Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu, they exchanged glances with Suku but refrained from speaking. They then diverted their attention back to their phones or work. At that moment, a singular thought emerged in their minds, something they wished to convey to Suku but ultimately suppressed. You remain oblivious. As long as you do not express your feelings for him, his response shall remain unchanged. As he once said, does it truly matter whether he still likes you? What holds significance is whether you still like him. Qin Luo, where are you? I have nothing to do today. Won't you invite me to go shopping? Xiao Jin has informed me that you did not deny your feelings yesterday. In truth, you still like me, don't you? As long as you tell me you still have feelings for me, I shall agree to let you pursue me further. Does that satisfy you? Speak up. Don't pretend you're oblivious. I know you've been reading the messages. Gazing at the string of messages from Suku on his phone screen, Qin Luo contemplated for a moment. Rather than feigning indifference, he opted to compose a response. My phone is out of battery. Let's chat later. What kind of oil does your phone use? Are you messing with me? Hurry and reply. This time, Qin Luo chose to ignore the message. Just as he was about to tuck his lifeless phone into his pocket, another message suddenly popped up. This time, it was from Chu Sijin. And it was not a text, but a transfer of funds, an astonishing sum of 10,000 yuan. Qin Luo was momentarily taken aback and quickly sent a reply. Did you send this by mistake? No, that's the money for the snacks you bought for me yesterday. Qin Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he involuntarily gasped. He had thought that his hasty payment to the cashier for snacks had been quite extravagant, but now, witnessing Chu Sijin's generosity, he realized what true wealth meant. To casually part with 10,000 yuan for a mere bag of chips, who could withstand such extravagance? A wealthy woman was indeed close at hand. Isn't that a bit too much? It's fine, just keep it. After all, you saved me back then. By the way, are you at the comic convention now? Lun Yan is waiting for you over there. Yes, I am. That's great. I hope you two enjoy your date today. Oh, and Lun Yan is dressed as Qiong Mei. As Qin Luo read Chu Sijin's final message, an image of Chu Lun Yan in a Qiong Mei costume involuntarily flashed through his mind. And then his gaze drifted back to the 10,000 yuan transfer. Just as he hesitated about whether to accept it, Chu Sijin sent another message. Hurry and accept it. Reluctantly, Qin Luo accepted this unexpected windfall. After all, he was now a person of considerable means, with several million to his name. 10,000 yuan was merely a drop in the bucket. Since Chu Sijin was unconcerned about it, he too could not be bothered to quibble over such trivial matters. Beside him, Wu Xian shot him a glance and asked, Lao Qin, what are you so happy about? Qin Luo replied nonchalantly, Oh, just casually made 10,000 yuan. This earned him 3 disdainful looks from his roommates. Ah, the world of the affluent is beyond your comprehension. Qin Luo sighed, feeling a sense of isolation at his elevated status. After putting away his phone, he let his gaze wander around, landing on a massive poster filled with various anime characters. There was Ichigo Kurosaki wielding Zangetsu, Monkey D, Luffy enveloped in steam, Naruto Uzumaki in Sage Mode, and more, each a highly recognized figure in the anime realm. Naturally, the poster also featured the globally renowned protagonist from Dragon Ball, Goku, bare-chested and overflowing with muscles, radiating a silvery glow, his eyes brimming with indifference and disdain, exuding an aura of invincibility, both cool and imposing. The poster was enormous, showcasing a multitude of anime characters that attracted many attendees who paused to admire it or gathered around to snap photographs. At this moment, Qin Luo found himself at a comic convention near a school, the scale of which was moderate, hosting events every weekend. With the advancement of time, an increasing array of emerging cultures has captured the public's attention, among which ACG, anime, comic, and games culture stands out prominently. As a populous nation adjacent to the island countries, China has been significantly influenced by their ACG culture in recent years. Nowadays, many young people have developed a fondness for watching anime and reading manga, and they naturally do not miss out on events like comic conventions. Qin Luo is not an avid convention goer, having scarcely attended any such events. However, his roommate, Wang Chun, is quite the opposite. Although he does not participate in cosplay, he greatly enjoys watching anime. Whenever he has the opportunity to attend a convention, he eagerly makes his way there. For instance, today he is not absent, and along with the other three, the entire 404 dormitory is present, which brings Wang Chun immense joy. He turns to Qin Luo and exclaims, "Luo Gu, why are you so enthusiastic about accompanying me to the convention today? It's important to foster camaraderie occasionally. It aids in promoting harmony within our dorm." Qin Luo replies cheerfully, spinning a web of half-truths with ease. His presence at the convention today is primarily motivated by the words of Chu Sijin from yesterday. Although he is aware that this is part of her cunning plan, and that Chu Liunian has not actually invited him, it matters little. After all, he has already interacted with several members of the goddess group, so he might as well engage with the last one. Much like the innate desire to collect things that everyone has, if one does not initially pursue a specific goal, it is inconsequential. However, as one nears completion, the desire to collect becomes ignited. Qin Luo finds himself in this very mindset. Though he is not collecting beautiful women, he strives to refine his skills on the path of the rogue. He possesses a clear understanding of his own identity. Chapter 37. Xiong Mei and the 3 gas cylinders. Not bad, my friend. Ever since you stopped pursuing Suku, you've become increasingly perceptive. As your guardian, I find this quite gratifying. Although I have little interest in conventions, I still accompanied you, Li Qinggang says, wrapping his arm around Qin Luo's shoulder, his face adorned with a contented smile. Wu Xian adjusts his glasses, casting a disdainful glance at him. Before you declare your lack of interest, could you perhaps divert your gaze from that girl's thigh over there? What are you talking about? I'm not looking at anything. Don't accuse me unjustly. Li Qinggang protests loudly, yet his eyes remain fixated on a girl nearby. Wu Xian scoffs, dismissing him, and turns his attention to another area where a Tsunade cosplayer stands. Although her looks may not be remarkable, her figure certainly is. For that reason alone, Wu Xian is willing to grant her a high score. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chun appears disheartened, exclaiming, "How superficial. I once thought you were my close friends, here to enjoy the convention with me. I never realized you were ultimately here for the girls. My heart aches, it truly aches." After a scathing critique, he turned his gaze towards the distant Raiden Shogun and remarked, "This cook is inadequate. One glance reveals her malnutrition. How is she to nourish a child in the future?" The other three, upon hearing this, redirected their attention and, with a gesture of respect, collectively sighed, "It is indeed you." As the quartet strolled along, their eyes were met with an array of adorable figures. From the twin-tailed Hatsune Miku to the barefooted grass deity and the black-stocking bunny girl, Mai Sakurajima, the scene was a dazzling spectacle of cuteness. Regrettably, Qin Luo did not encounter the presence of Xiong Mei, nor did he catch sight of Chu Liunian. However, he remained unperturbed. Despite his initial intent to seek out Chu Liunian today, his commitment to maintaining his persona had taken on a more laid-back approach. He felt that continuing in this manner would not lead to a collapse of his character. Thus, he was not particularly fixated on interacting with numerous women. After wandering for a while, he discovered that the convention was indeed quite intriguing and learned a rather surprising fact. Many attendees did not seem genuinely enamored with the realm of ACG or eager to forge friendships with like-minded enthusiasts. Instead, a considerable number were primarily drawn by the array of cosplaying girls. In this modern age, many changes have quietly transpired. The essence of conventions has become less pure, and the garments worn have become increasingly scant. It is undeniably a lamentable reality, though some revel in it, such as the burly men from room 404. Yet, there were a few unique individuals whose eyes sparkled not with desire, but with creativity. For instance, a figure resembling a pink star lay on the ground, basking in the adoration of a group of Genshin Impact cosplayers. Another, a muscular individual clad in a charming dress with horn-like hair accessories, showcased his impressive lat muscles. Additionally, a white-haired man, dressed in overalls and holding a basketball, danced energetically while singing, eliciting applause and offering squeaky toys from the enthusiastic crowd. In stark contrast to the graceful and alluring cosplayers, these individuals embodied a realm of abstraction. As they continued their exploration, Li Qinggang, Wu Xian, and Wang Chun were absorbed in admiring the girls, while Qin Luo, in addition to admiring the cute girls, found himself under the appreciative gaze of others. Blessed with a tall and well-proportioned physique, an exceptional aura, and striking looks, Qin Luo stood out among his male peers. with requests for his WeChat number from girls on the street being a commonplace occurrence. For instance, a girl cosplaying as Kamisato Ayaka noticed Li Qinggang's unwavering stare and initially contemplated walking away, but upon turning back, she hurriedly approached Qin Luo, her face adorned with a blend of shyness and anticipation, inquiring, "Excuse me, could I add you on WeChat?" The three roommates were left wide-eyed, their expressions etched with indignation and fury at the apparent injustice of fate. Qin Luo chuckled softly, poised to respond to the girl's kindness, when Li Chenggang suddenly draped an arm around his shoulder, his expression bearing a hint of the same bashfulness as Kamisato Ayaka, sweetly exclaiming, "Darling, how could those garish harlots outside compare to you?" Qin Luo was taken aback, nearly shedding a layer of goosebumps, while the girl widened her eyes in shock and hurriedly turned to flee. "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Brother Gang, you're incredible. This move was simply too audacious. I'm impressed." Wu Xian and Wang Chen laughed so hard they nearly split apart, and Qin Luo, feeling a wave of disgust, quickly shoved Li Chenggang aside. Li Chenggang, grinning with satisfaction, was about to speak when he noticed Wang Chen's expression suddenly grow serious. Following his gaze, Li Chenggang spotted three women clad in elaborate Lolita attire. Their flamboyant dressing contrasted sharply with their plump figures, making them appear akin to walking gas canisters, a far cry from the cute, shapely girls. Li Chenggang hastily averted his eyes, advising Wang Chen, "Buddy, if you can't bear to look, just don't. Even I find it quite an eyesore." Qin Luo and Wu Xian glanced over as well, nodding in solemn agreement. However, Wang Chen did not look away. Instead, he explained, "I know those girls. They're from the same anime club as me, and they're particularly unpleasant. Even our club members don't really like them." Li Chenggang nodded in understanding, saying, "What is the big deal? Just ignore them. Come on, let us go find some better sights. We need to cleanse our eyes." The group agreed, ready to leave. But they noticed Qin Luo still standing there, fixated on that direction. Wu Xian exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, Lao Qin, you can't possibly be interested in the gas canisters, right?" Ignoring him, Qin Luo allowed his gaze to traverse past the three gas canisters, ultimately landing on a figure in the corner. The person had long, disheveled black hair that obscured much of her face, but her delicate features were somewhat discernible. She was enveloped in a white dress, and although her figure was indiscernible, her aura exuded elegance. However, it wasn't her grace that captivated his attention, but rather her attire, reminiscent of the character from the Sky of Fate, the first anime he had ever watched as a child. He still retained a vivid impression of the female protagonist. And coupled with the fact that Chu Sijin had informed him that Chu Liuyan was dressed as that very character today, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. As he struggled to discern her true appearance, Qin Luo retrieved his magical glasses. In the next moment, the basic information about her materialized before his eyes. Name: Chu Liuyan. Beauty: 97. Figure: 90. Special: 97. Hobby: anime. Specialty: performance. Indeed, it is Chu Liuyan. Qin Luo removed his extraordinary glasses, his brows involuntarily knitting together. He was somewhat perplexed as to why there were 3 question marks following Chu Liuyan's name. However, before he could ponder further, Li Chenggang, who had overheard his murmurs, exclaimed in surprise, "Who? Chu Liuyan?" Wu Xian gazed in that direction for a moment, then nodded. "It's definitely her. By the way, when did you start thinking about Chu Liuyan again, Lao Qin?" Wang Chen also cast a glance that way, his expression growing increasingly serious. It seems she is in some trouble." Upon hearing this, Qin Luo instinctively inquired, "What do you mean?" Wang Chen furrowed his brow, explaining, "Those 3 troublemakers, I mentioned them earlier, are quite irksome. Their usual behavior includes, but is not limited to, looking down on others, belittling the works that others cherish, and excluding those they dislike from their circle. They were already present when I first joined the anime club as a freshman. They were seniors then and are now in their 3rd year. Initially, I didn't think much of them, but as time passed, I realized they are not good people. One day, Chu Liuyan expressed her desire to join our club, only to be driven away by them, who also hurled some sarcastic insults at her. Since then, they have taken pleasure in targeting Chu Liuyan, making snide remarks when they encounter her, and spreading various unfounded rumors online." He paused briefly, then continued, "Look at those 2 over there. One is clutching a rabbit doll while the other holds a white wig. Those items are part of the character Qiongmei. Chu Liuyan must have intended to dress as Qiongmei today, but her belongings have ended up in their possession." At this point, the situation became quite evident. Li Qinggang, known for his fiery temper and intolerance for bullying, furrowed his brow in displeasure. Wu Xian adjusted her glasses, her eyes behind the thick lenses reflecting a hint of anger. Observing their reactions, Wang Chen quickly added, "But there's no need to worry too much. Chu Yunyan isn't pushover. Those 3 troublemakers once sought her out at school, and she gave them a good tongue lashing. You need not fear that she will come to harm." Upon hearing this, Li Qinggang and Wu Xian's expressions softened slightly, though they were still puzzled, seemingly surprised that Chu Yunyan was the type to stand her ground. Yet, Qin Luo remained unconvinced, for from his perspective, Chu Yunyan's current predicament appeared far from favorable. If she were indeed capable of handling herself, would she be hiding in a corner? Would she allow others to seize her belongings? Clearly not. Thus, either Wang Chen's information was exaggerated, or there was something amiss with Chu Yunyan. Chapter 38. I advise you to surrender. In a corner, Chu Yunyan huddled, her head bowed, allowing her hair to obscure much of her face. A trembling voice escaped her lips, yet she dared not cast a glance at the 3 figures before her. The trio, resembling gas canisters, wore expressions of smug delight. Their lips curled in a grotesque grin that seemed to merge their features into one. The woman in the black dress smirked and taunted, "Speak up. I can't hear you. Did you leave your vocal cords at home?" Chu Yunyan pressed her lips together, her faint voice quavering with a sob. "Please, I beg you. Return it to me." The woman in the black dress let out a cold laugh, though a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. For Chu Yunyan was not typically so timid. The incident that had just transpired, a collision that caused Chu Yunyan's doll-like wig to fall off, had transformed her into a quivering mess. Nevertheless, the woman cared little for the reason behind Chu Yunyan's demeanor. She was determined not to miss the opportunity to revel in the humiliation of a fallen opponent. She turned to her companions, the woman in the red dress weighing the wig in her hands, exclaiming, "This texture, this color, it's clearly not cheap." The woman in the green dress nodded, examining the doll she held. "I recognize this brand. It's a high-end doll maker from abroad, likely more expensive than the wig." Who knew she was wealthy? Exchanging glances, both women hesitated, their expressions betraying uncertainty as they looked toward the woman in black. The woman in black, clicking her tongue, retorted, "What is so impressive about being wealthy? We're merely borrowing it for a look. We're not stealing." She then fixed her gaze on Chu Yunyan, her tone sinister. "Do you remember how you scolded us last time at school? Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. If you bow and apologize now, I'll return your belongings." After all, they were at a comic convention, and nobody would be surprised by the antics of these foolish individuals. There were already crowds of people bowing to a pink star over there. There was no need for her to feel ashamed. "Look at me, considering your feelings so thoughtfully. Hurry now, bow and apologize." The woman's words echoed in Chu Yunyan's ears, causing her body, concealed beneath a white dress, to tremble more violently. She bit her lip, attempting to muster the strength to speak loudly and reclaim her possessions, but her voice seemed lodged in her throat, refusing to emerge. In a moment of despair, she shifted her body, as if truly contemplating acquiescing to their demands. This scene elicited satisfied smiles from the trio. At that instant, a figure suddenly approached, seizing Chu Yunyan by the shoulder and halting her impending actions. Chu Yunyan felt the grip upon her shoulder, but did not lift her gaze to discern the identity of her assailant. She remained hunched and trembling, her demeanor unyieldingly submissive. Regarding the 3 gas canisters, the sudden appearance of the man caused their expressions to shift in varying degrees. Some were astonished, others bewildered, while a few displayed overt hostility. It was evident they recognized him. The woman in the black dress was the first to speak, adopting a mocking tone. "Oh dear. Isn't this our school as hopeless romantic? Why are you here instead of pursuing Suku? Oh, I see, Suku has spurned you, leading you to seek solace in another's arms. Is that it? And now you're back to chase her again? TSK, truly a scoundrel." The other 2 women remained silent, their eyes fixated on Qin Luo, their astonishment tinged with unmistakable admiration. Meanwhile, Chu Yunyan appeared to have caught wind of Qin Luo's name, causing her tremors to subside somewhat. Qin Luo cast a cold glance at them before letting his gaze drift over the wigs and plush rabbit toys they held, stating nonchalantly, "Article 263 of the criminal law stipulates that those convicted of robbery shall face imprisonment of no less than 3 years and no more than 10, along with a fine. In cases of robbery involving substantial amounts, a sentence of over 10 years is warranted." The 3 gas canisters looked utterly perplexed, prompting the woman in black to instinctively inquire. "What are you rambling about?" He continued, "Those wigs and rabbit toys together are worth at least 100,000. Would you care to guess if that qualifies as a significant amount?" Qin Luo smirked slightly. Is it unreasonable for an older sister to lend him 10,000, while a younger sister spends 100,000 on a toy and a wig? Upon hearing this, the 3 gas canisters stood frozen, and the 2 women clutching the wigs and plush toys nearly dropped their belongings in their panic, casting anxious glances at the woman in black. Her complexion shifted, but she feigned calmness, replying with a smile, "Are you trying to intimidate me? Setting aside the value of these items, we are friends. We merely borrowed her things for fun. What is wrong with that? You call it robbery? I could just as easily accuse you of harassment." The other 2 women regained their composure, their expressions hardening with newfound hostility as they regarded Qin Luo. He sighed, "Whether this constitutes robbery is not for you to decide. Let him speak for himself." The 3 women paused. Curiosity piqued about who this was, when Qin Luo suddenly produced his phone and began operating it, directing the screen towards them. Instantly, a stern-looking man clad in police uniform appeared before their eyes. "I advise you to confess," he proclaimed with resolute authority. The 3 gas canisters turned pale, utterly taken aback by Qin Luo's apparent acquaintance with law enforcement, who was now conducting a video call in real time. The 2 women holding the wigs and rabbit toys panicked and hurriedly placed their items on the ground, raising their hands in self-defense. "We didn't steal her things. We intended to return them. Indeed, we merely witnessed her belongings fall to the ground and picked them up for her." They appeared exceedingly flustered, not solely due to the ongoing video call, but also because they were acutely aware that the wig and doll were quite expensive. Just moments prior, they hesitated for this very reason, and now, under Qin Luo's intimidating gaze, their minds seemed to short-circuit. The woman in the black dress could no longer maintain her composure, hastily plastering a smile as she spoke to the officer on the phone. "Officer, we are friends, merely engaging in a bit of fun. It hardly constitutes theft. As you can see, we returned her belongings." Before she could finish her sentence, the officer's authoritative voice boomed through the phone. "I advise you to turn yourselves in." His commanding presence was overwhelmingly intimidating, causing the 3 hefty individuals to tremble, their faces contorting in alarm, ready to flee. However, as they turned to leave, a melodious female voice rang out behind them, doubting, capturing the beauty of life. "Qin Luo." The 3 hefty individuals slowly turned back, their expressions stiff as they gazed at the paused video on Qin Luo's phone, their eyes eventually fixing upon her. The plump woman's face visibly twitched as she let out a distorted scream. "Are you toying with me?" Qin Luo sighed in resignation and subtly signaled to the side. Subsequently, 3 imposing figures approached, each casting menacing glares at the trio. While Wang Chun and Wu Xian were one thing, Li Chenggang was quite another. With a twist of his neck and a crack of his wrist, he emitted a series of ominous sounds, complemented by a sinister grin, proving far more formidable than the 3 hefty individuals. Upon witnessing this, the anger that had just surged within the trio was swiftly doused. Qin Luo regarded them with an impassive expression, pulling up a photograph on her phone and calmly stating, "If I were to share this photo, praising you and allowing your roommate, the vice president of the student council, to embellish the tale, do you think you could continue to enjoy your time at school thereafter?" The 3 hefty individuals trembled, their expressions shifting repeatedly, a sense of trepidation washing over them, for the photograph unmistakably depicted them glaring menacingly at the quivering Chu Yunyan. The woman in the black dress gritted her teeth, seemingly on the verge of saying something further, but was silenced by a cold glare from Qin Luo. "Leave. Do not overstep your bounds." Faced with Qin Luo's indifferent and frosty gaze, the woman ultimately refrained from speaking further. They were the type to bully the weak and cower before the strong, although they realized they could exploit the advantage of the venue and their gender to stir chaos. They also understood that such a tactic was ill-advised. If they were dealing with strangers, it might be different, but given that they were all from the same school, there would be ample opportunities to cross paths in the future. Should they act recklessly now, how would they contend with Qin Luo's potential vengeance later? Especially the words spoken by Qin Luo just now carry significant weight. He is somewhat of a celebrity at school, and regardless of his reputation, it is evident that many are paying attention to him. Moreover, the vice president of the student council, Tang Yu, is a roommate of Chu Yunyan, which amplifies the risk. Thus, their fear does not stem from the belief that Qin Luo and his companions would actually resort to violence. Rather, It is the apprehension of the consequences that deters them, particularly considering that Chu Liunyin's wig and doll are worth over 100,000. It is clear her family is quite affluent. One can only imagine the influence such wealth may wield. After weighing their options, they ultimately decided against any reckless behavior, casting a fierce glare at Qin Luo before departing. In today's society, not every bold personality is foolish. The trio, seemingly lacking in intelligence, actually possesses a keen understanding of the balance between risk and reward. Otherwise, how could they be so adept at bullying the weak while fearing the strong? It appears that bystanders have begun to notice the unusual tension in the air, whispering among themselves and pointing in this direction. Li Cheng, unfazed, directed a harsh expletive towards the retreating trio. Bah, cowards who bully the weak. What a disgrace. Wu Xian, meanwhile, cheerfully addressed the onlookers. Apologies, everyone. We're all classmates and just had a minor disagreement, but everything is fine now. Upon hearing this, the crowd lost interest, for such is the nature of society. Strangers seldom concern themselves with the affairs of others, merely glancing at unusual events before swiftly forgetting them. After all, everyone is quite busy, and a moment of amusement is all that is sought. Wang Qin glanced at Chu Liunying and quietly remarked to Qin Luo, "Luo go. She seems a bit different than usual. Can you see what's going on?" Qin Luo remained silent, his expression grave. Since earlier, Chu Liunying had been huddled in a corner, trembling. If her fear was directed towards the trio, their departure should have alleviated it. Yet, she continued to crouch there, head bowed and silent, resembling a frightened rabbit cornered by a predator, which puzzled those around her. Thus, Qin Luo crouched down and gently spoke to her. "Chu Liunying, I am Qin Luo. They have left, it's all right now. Please stand up." Chu Liunying kept her head down, unresponsive. After a prolonged silence, she finally extended her trembling right hand. Her voice barely audible through the curtain of her hair. "Return it to me." Qin Luo furrowed his brow and handed her the wig and the rabbit doll. As her fingers brushed against them, she recoiled as if shocked, but after a tense pause of over 10 seconds, she cautiously reached out again, reclaiming the items. Abruptly, she stood, hunched over, and dashed towards the nearby changing room. Chapter 39. Quite absurd. "Hey, where are you going?" Qin Luo called out to Chu Liunying's retreating figure. Her actions so sudden that Qin Luo found himself somewhat taken aback. Perhaps it was the pitiable appearance of Chu Liunying just moments ago, or perhaps a concern for her physical well-being. In any case, after calling out, Qin Luo quickly pursued her. His three roommates exchanged glances before stepping forward to follow suit. By the time they caught up with Qin Luo, he had halted in place, his gaze fixed upon a makeshift changing room set up amidst the exhibition. Chu Liunying had just dashed inside. Li Chenggang scratched his head, perplexed. What on earth did she suddenly rush in there for? Is she planning to change her outfit? After a brief pause, he continued. If she was frightened by those 3 gas canisters earlier, that would be understandable, but now that they have left, what could she possibly be afraid of? Wu Xian adjusted his glasses, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. "I am uncertain." Li Chenggang shot him an annoyed glance. At that moment, Qin Luo was also pondering the same question. He turned and noticed Wang Qin's expression was somewhat uncertain, prompting him to ask, "Have you discerned something?" Wang Qin contemplated for a moment before countering. "Do you recall when I mentioned that Chu Liunying had previously scolded those 3 gas canisters at school?" Li Chenggang and Wu Xian exchanged looks of surprise, while Qin Luo pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that the information you heard was exaggerated, or perhaps entirely fabricated? Given how timid she appeared just now, it hardly seems plausible that she could have scolded anyone. It would be a shame if she were to be reprimanded instead. Wang Qin replied with a hint of exasperation. "Yet it is indeed true. Otherwise, how could I have mentioned that she might not necessarily suffer consequences?" However, her demeanor just now was indeed quite different from when she confronted those 3. "I suspect it may relate to the outfit she was wearing." This statement left even Qin Luo somewhat bewildered, instinctively responding, "The outfit from Qiongmei? What could possibly be wrong with that? I've merely heard about it, mind you. So if you choose to believe it, then so be it. If not, dismiss it as mere nonsense." Wang Qin first issued a cautionary note before carefully explaining. There was a post on the campus forum suggesting that Chu Liunying possesses a rather peculiar personality. At times she is quite affable, at other times rather taciturn, and occasionally quite irksome, often speaking with barbed remarks and exceedingly adept at rebuttals. Initially, people dismissed it, perceiving her as merely eccentric. However, Someone who harbored a crush on Chu Liunyun later observed that her personality seemed to shift in tandem with her attire. As you know, she typically dons an array of outfits at school, never opting for anything conventional. Because of this, during her freshman year, some even referred to her as the goddess of homebodies. Thus, the individual harboring secret affections for Chu Liunyun remarked that she might be deliberately embodying the anime characters that correspond to her various outfits, which could explain her peculiar demeanor. Wang Chun, methodically articulating his thoughts, glanced at the bewildered expressions of the other three and shrugged his shoulders, stating, "It's rather absurd, isn't it? I found it quite ludicrous as well, which is why I regarded that post as mere amusement." Li Qinggang hesitated, as if a torrent of grievances were poised to spill forth, yet ultimately, he managed to utter just 5 words. "It is indeed quite absurd." Wang Chen nodded, affirming, "Precisely because it is absurd, those who have read that post suggested that the one infatuated with Chu Liunyun has overthought the matter, or posited that Chu Liunyun is merely a severe case of a term for a specific type of anime enthusiast. I personally find this explanation rather plausible." Li Chenggang scratched his head, pondering. However, if this were true, it would imply that her previous disparagement of those 3 gas canisters stemmed from her assuming a more assertive, sharp-tongued role, while her current timidity indicates a shift to a more timid persona. Wu Xian attempted to analyze further, yet that seems illogical. Even if Chu Liunyun were intentionally portraying an anime character, her recent behavior was still quite off. A character may be introverted and struggle with social interactions, but that does not equate to being excessively timid. Upon hearing this, both Li Chenggang and Wu Xian acknowledged the validity of the argument, and as if a realization struck them simultaneously, their gazes collided, eyes widening in astonishment. In unison, they exclaimed, "Holy cow! You all have watched that series." Following this revelation, the trio averted their eyes in unison. "What a bunch of fools!" Qin Luo mused, both amused and exasperated, before stating, "I shall visit the restroom." The lavatory was conveniently located nearby, and upon expressing his intent, Qin Luo proceeded directly inside, seeking a relatively quiet environment to contemplate some perplexing matters. Unfortunately, the closer he approached the restroom, the more his composure eluded him. After all, when one witnesses a man clad in a Zhongshan suit boldly striding into the women's restroom, while a magical girl in a pink dress enters the men's, it becomes nearly impossible to feign ignorance. Yet, given that this is a comic convention, such occurrences suddenly appear more reasonable. It is said that there are 3 things one should never trust: a man's claim of merely bumping in, a woman's insistence of whatever, and the restrooms at a comic convention. Qin Luo has yet to experience the first 2, but the last he is now acutely aware of. Consequently, he quickened his pace, silently entering the men's restroom, liberating himself while pondering the matter at hand. Wang Chen's earlier remarks were indeed absurd, for this is not a science fiction narrative. Modern society is grounded in scientific principles, and such bizarre situations should not arise. However, upon closer examination of his words, one might discern that the matter is not entirely far-fetched. For even if his assertions regarding Chu Liunyun hold truth, they do not transcend the realm of science. Chu Liunyun embodying different anime characters based on her attire could, in a certain light, resemble a manifestation of an alternate persona akin to that of a dissociative identity disorder patient. However, Chu Liunyun is rather unique, as it remains uncertain whether she suffers from dissociative identity disorder, possesses multiple personalities, or simply enjoys the theatrics to an exaggerated degree, or perhaps has become infatuated with the two-dimensional world to an absurd extent. Even if we were to entertain the idea that this situation delves into some unscientific realm, Qin Luo would not be entirely averse to it. After all, he himself possesses a system, and in comparison, Chu Liunyun's predicament does not seem particularly outrageous. Reflecting on the system, Qin Luo recalled the peculiar circumstances he had uncovered about Chu Liunyun through his magical glasses. To date, he had utilized the glasses to view Yao Yinyin, Tang Yu, and Chu Sixian. Their names presented no anomalies. However, Chu Liunyun's name was accompanied by a string of question marks. Initially perplexed, Qin Luo's curiosity deepened after hearing Wang Chen's earlier remarks, leading him to form a tentative hypothesis that required further validation. Until then, he could not ascertain whether Chu Liunyun was indeed as bizarre as Wang Chen suggested. As his thoughts swirled within his mind, Qin Luo suddenly sensed a subtle gaze fixating upon him. Instinctively turning his head, he spotted the muscular Ania from outside. standing nearby with a complex expression as she scrutinized him. Upon noticing Qin Luo's glance, she offered a polite, yet awkward smile and discreetly stepped aside. Clearly, in this unexpected contest of wits, she had suffered defeat. Was this self-inflicted humiliation? Qin Luo, with a casual flick of his wrist, sauntered out of the restroom only to discover that the trio of clowns had vanished. He then retrieved his phone and sent a message in a group chat titled Filial Piety. Qin Luo, where have you all gone? Li Qinggang, never you mind. The three of us have gone elsewhere to admire the ladies. Wu Xian, old Qin. I just realized that someone on the forum mentioned you were after the entire goddess troupe, and they were absolutely right. Wang Chun, Lo Gu. I was quite upset when others called you a scumbag, but I won't be angry anymore. I shall join them in their reproach. Li Qinggang, Wu Xian, Wang Chun. The panda man fiercely berates the beast. Qin Luo, as long as you are happy. He tucked his phone away and turned his attention back to the dressing room, where Chu Liunyuan had just entered. At that moment, the door swung open. Chapter 40. This is truly perfection as a slender leg emerged from the dressing room. The girl revealed an entirely new visage. She possessed cascading silver hair that flowed down to her waist, with the tips of her hair adorned with black bows on either side. The strands danced gently in the breeze, cascading over her shoulders and behind her, resembling a celestial river of white descending from the heavens, exuding a dreamlike beauty. Beneath her tousled bangs, her complexion appeared almost porcelain, bordering on the palate, while her features were exquisitely refined, evoking astonishment. Her obsidian eyes seemed to harbor a myriad of thoughts, possessing an enchanting allure that rendered one unable to avert their gaze. The pure white dress, fashioned in a delicate style, enveloped her slender frame. The garment featured artistic lines along its center, with a diamond-shaped cutout at the chest. Yet the exposed skin was modestly concealed by a white bow. Although her curves remained elusive, this exquisite attire added an air of immaculate beauty to her presence. Beneath the hem of the dress, her slender calves were exposed to the air, mirroring the porcelain hue of her face. White socks embraced her ankles, while beneath them rested a pair of black leather shoes. She stood gracefully at the entrance of the changing room, cradling a black rabbit plush toy adorned with a white bow around its neck, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Onlookers outside could not help but notice her. Men and women alike halted in their tracks, their eyes shimmering with astonishment, exclamations of admiration escaping their lips. Goodness, this girl is stunning. Which influencer is she? I've never seen her before. Her beauty is simply extraordinary. Perhaps she's not an influencer, but an ordinary passerby. Otherwise, with my extensive experience in the scene, I would surely recognize her. She is more beautiful than anyone I've encountered. I almost thought the realms of two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds had merged. The young woman seemed to be searching for something. As her quest proved futile, her grip on the rabbit toy tightened, and a hint of unease surfaced on her otherwise flawless visage. This discomfort intensified when she noticed a throng gathering around her, their incessant chatter amplifying her trepidation. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, she spotted a familiar figure. Instantly, her apprehension dissipated. Clutching the black rabbit toy tightly, she gracefully trotted towards the man. Where have you been? Why didn't you wait for me at the entrance? Her voice carried a note of reproach, infused with a gentle softness that evoked affection rather than irritation. As she stood before him, Qin Luo found himself momentarily entranced, almost convinced that he was gazing at an authentic anime character rather than the real Chu Liunyuan. Yet, he recognized the implausibility of such a notion. Even with his extraordinary capabilities, that scenario was simply too far-fetched. The person before him was indeed Chu Liunyuan, bearing an uncanny resemblance to his memory, with even the faintest traces of black hair visible beneath her white wig. Her portrayal was so convincing that even her voice differed from her usual tone, coupled with a playful inflection that made her character remarkably vivid. I just went to the restroom, Qin Luo replied, a tinge of apology in his tone. Despite not being intimately acquainted with Chu Liunyuan and not having arranged to meet her there, he felt an instinctive urge to care for and cherish her in that moment. Do not stray too far from me. Chu Liunyuan bit her lip, appearing somewhat hesitant, her gaze flickering uncertainly before she finally uttered in a soft voice. Thank you for what happened earlier. You're welcome. This exchange, reminiscent of an anime, held a deeper meaning. Qin Luo's glance towards Chu Liunyuan was laden with subtlety. In stark contrast to the earlier image of her trembling in a corner, now she embodied the essence of a new girl, her demeanor, gaze, and gestures so transformed that it was difficult to associate her current self with the frightened girl from moments before. At that moment, a man with a camera approached, saying, "Hello, your resemblance to Chiang Mei is truly stunning. May I take a photograph?" Startled, Chu Liuyan instinctively hid behind Qin Luo, clutching her rabbit plush toy tightly with one hand, while the other gripped the hem of Qin Luo's shirt with 2 fingers, her eyes filled with wariness. The man's slightly awkward reaction to her overzealous response was evident, prompting Qin Luo to interject, "I apologize, she's a bit socially anxious." Understanding, the man nodded, casting an admiring glance at Chu Liuyan, exclaiming, "Not only do you perfectly embody Chiang Mei in appearance, but your personality aligns so well too. What a pity I cannot capture this moment. It is truly a shame." He left, glancing back regretfully as if he had encountered the most beautiful scenery, yet could not preserve it. Other photographers nearby, armed with their cameras, had also intended to photograph Chu Liuyan, but upon overhearing the exchange between Qin Luo and the man, they too departed with disappointment. Clearly, they were individuals of integrity, refraining from taking pictures without permission. With their departure, Chu Liuyan finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, Qin Luo turned to her and inquired, "Are you usually this timid?" Chu Liuyan's grip on Qin Luo's fingers tightened momentarily before she gradually released them, creating a slight distance between them as she softly replied, "How did you end up here?" She did not answer Qin Luo's question directly, but Qin Luo was unfazed, feeling a sense of comfort. The fact that she could pose such a question indicated her self-awareness, demonstrating that she did not truly perceive herself as a character from an anime. Otherwise, she would not have voiced something so incongruous with her Chiang Mei persona. Qin Luo casually remarked, "I came along to accompany my roommate for a stroll, but I certainly did not expect to run into you here. Do you often find yourself bullied by them?" His fib was delivered effortlessly, as he had anticipated this encounter prior to arriving. Though he had not foreseen the nature of their meeting or Chu Liuyan's reaction differing significantly from his expectations, Chu Liuyan bit her lip, responding with a hint of stubbornness. "I simply find it tedious to engage with them. However, just a moment ago, I witnessed you trembling in fear before them. No, it is none of your concern." Chu Liuyan, seemingly embarrassed, raised her gaze and glared at Qin Luo. This wretched two-dimensional sensation made Qin Luo unable to suppress a smirk. He felt as though he was not conversing with a normal person, but rather acting out an anime scene alongside Chu Liuyan. Even with his thick skin, akin to a fortress, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. Thus, scratching his face, he inquired, "Shall we take a stroll at the comic convention?" Chu Liuyan blinked, then averted her gaze, calmly responding, "If you wish to explore, I don't mind accompanying you, as I have nothing else to attend to at the moment." And there it was, the classic tsundere remark from a two-dimensional beauty. Internally, Qin Luo was fervently mocking, while outwardly, he let out a weary sigh. He realized that the Chu twins were no ordinary individuals. The sister was a reincarnation of a snack bag, consumed by thoughts of food, while the younger sister was a complete enigma, speaking in a language of her own. Reflecting on his interactions with Yao Yanyan and Tang Yu, Qin Luo felt a sense of dismay, wondering if he had approached this pair of sisters inappropriately. The previous 2 encounters had been quite normal. How had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically with this duo? Chapter 41. My name is Chu Liuyan. Please take care of me. As they meandered through the comic convention, Qin Luo walked alongside Chu Liuyan. He occasionally glanced at the silver-haired girl beside him, his emotions a complex tapestry difficult to articulate. This was not Qin Luo's first encounter with Chu Liuyan. On the contrary, he had seen her numerous times while pursuing Su Ku. From his freshman year to now, he had heard her name repeatedly and had even come across her photos on the campus forum. As Wang Chen had previously mentioned, Chu Liuyan was often seen in public dressed as various anime characters, earning her the titles of Goddess of Otaku or Otaku Killer during her freshman year. The number of male classmates who secretly pursued her was staggering, yet their outcomes were seldom better than those chasing Su Ku, for when confronted with confessions and advances, Su Ku typically responded with cold indifference, favoring silence over engagement. Chu Liuyan, however, was different. Whenever someone confessed to her, she would simply reply, "I am not interested in three-dimensional men. If I were to seek a boyfriend, it would have to be a two-dimensional one." Such a notion was quite abstract. Although the fascination with a beauty enamored with the two-dimensional realm is a common trope in films and literature, encountering someone like that in real life often left people bewildered. They found it hard to accept such an abstract refusal, perceiving it merely as Chu Liuyan's lack of interest rather than a genuine aversion to three-dimensional men. Consequently, Chu Liuyan was not particularly popular among the female crowd. As Wang Chen noted, her unpredictable personality often led many to keep their distance. In the past, everyone regarded her as merely eccentric, until Qin Luo heard Wang Chen's explanation, which revealed that she was likely embodying a character that matched her attire. Hence her pronounced personality shift. This raises an intriguing question. Is she simply indulging in role-playing? Or has she become so enamored with the world of anime that she genuinely perceives herself as the character she portrays? Qin Luo, consumed by curiosity, could not help but inquire, "Who are you?" Chu Liuyan paused mid-motion, turning her head to glance at Qin Luo, her gaze laced with a hint of perplexity. After a brief moment, she replied with a somewhat disdainful tone, "I refuse to answer such foolish questions." Qin Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing the absurdity of his own question. However, he soon heard Chu Liuyan continue, "That said, considering we have met numerous times yet only engaged in conversation today, I am willing to share my name with you." Pausing for effect, she softly added, "I am called Chu Liuyan. I look forward to your guidance." With that, she turned away and resumed her stride. Qin Luo observed her profile, noticing, for some inexplicable reason, that her ears seemed slightly flushed. Fortunately, she was aware of her own name and had not truly deluded herself into becoming an anime character. This brought him a peculiar sense of relief. Yet, soon after, confusion enveloped him once more. Previously, upon seeing the string of question marks following her name through the magical glasses, he had assumed that Chu Liuyan might suffer from some form of identity disorder, potentially believing herself to be the character she portrayed. Had that been the case, her introduction would likely have been, "I am Haruno Sakura," rather than "I am Chu Liuyan." However, it was evident that Chu Liuyan possessed a clear understanding of her identity, which contradicted Qin Luo's earlier assumptions and deepened his curiosity regarding the meaning of the question marks displayed in the magical glasses. After pondering for a considerable time without reaching a conclusion, he decided to cast aside his tangled thoughts, finding it futile to dwell on them. With an elder sister who is a glutton and a younger sister who is anything but ordinary, how could you both possibly be sisters? He silently scoffed. Just as he noticed Chu Liuyan halting beside a stall, Qin Luo followed suit, drawn to her gaze, which was fixed upon a nearby vendor. The stall was brimming with an array of comic books and intricately crafted figurines, exuding a rich essence of the two-dimensional realm. "Do you wish to purchase a comic?" Qin Luo ventured to ask. Chu Liuyan did not respond directly. Instead, she posed a question to him. "Do you enjoy comics?" Qin Luo contemplated for a moment before replying. "They're all right. I typically read novels or watch anime more often than I delve into comics, but I wouldn't say I dislike them." After a brief hesitation, Chu Liuyan suggested, "Then would you like to buy one?" The comic was captivating. Qin Luo gazed into her eyes and discerned a glimmer of anticipation. Reminiscent of a little girl recommending her favorite things to a dear friend, the innocence and purity of the moment made it impossible to decline. Thus, Qin Luo nodded and, under the delighted gaze of Chu Liuyan, stepped into the comic shop. Chu Liuyan trailed half a step behind him, subtly concealing herself behind Qin Luo as if he were a shield. The vendor, adorned as Tanjiro Kamado, immediately approached with a warm smile, saying, "Welcome. Feel free to take whatever you like. Some items are secondhand, while those in plastic wrap are brand new. We even have some vintage comics that are no longer available in the market, all at reasonable prices, with no deceit to the young or old." With newfound knowledge, Qin Luo nodded and purchased a volume of Crayon Shinchan. Just as he was about to pay, Chu Liuyan suddenly interjected, "Let me pay." After a brief pause, she added, "It's to thank you for helping me earlier." Qin Luo observed her evasive demeanor, smiling silently as he stepped aside. Before long, the two emerged from the comic stall, with Qin Luo lifting the bag containing the comics. Abruptly, he turned and asked, "I once watched an anime where the male protagonist bought something at a comic convention. Can such items truly be found there?" Chu Liuyan paused, momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained her composure. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, "You fool. What are you suddenly talking about?" Qin Luo blinked innocently, feigning surprise as if his question were entirely reasonable. Chu Liuyan, exasperated, eventually murmured, "Such things do exist in Japan, and they are also available domestically." "Is that so? Then why didn't I find any just now?" Qin Luo exclaimed, astonished that such items could indeed be purchased at a convention. "Fool, such items certainly want to be displayed openly on the shelves." Chu Liunyun shot him a disapproving look. Then how can one acquire them? Well, Chu Liunyun hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After a lengthy pause, she finally said, I'll tell you next time, once I've changed my outfit. Qin Luo squinted, nodding in silence, as a lingering curiosity began to unravel within him. The implication of Chu Liunyun's words was substantial. Not only did she possess a clear self-awareness, recognizing herself as Chu Liunyun, but she was also aware that she was currently embodying an anime character, cognizant that her personality aligned with different attire. The reason for postponing her response to Qin Luo's inquiry until after she changed outfits likely stemmed from a desire to maintain her persona. In that moment, Qin Luo nearly inquired whether she had a character system of sorts. Nevertheless, amidst the teasing, Qin Luo could ascertain from Chu Liunyun's statement that she was probably not a case of multiple personalities. This inexplicably filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Finding the thrill of uncovering a person's secrets through conversation and observation quite intriguing. Just as he was about to say something further, a man suddenly approached. Hello. May I add you on WeChat? The man appeared well-groomed, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Chu Liunyun instinctively hid behind Qin Luo, resembling a timid rabbit. Qin Luo was not surprised by this occurrence. Chu Liunyun's current allure was indeed overwhelming, capable of attracting attention even while strolling down the street, let alone in a bustling convention setting. Thus, he responded with natural ease. I'm sorry, she does not wish to add you. After saying this, he intended to guide Chu Liunyun past the man, but the latter addressed Qin Luo once more. I meant to add you. Qin Luo halted, 3 question marks appearing above his head. Despite having endured various gazes throughout the day, they were all from women who, mindful of Chu Liunyun's presence, had refrained from approaching for contact information. Now, unexpectedly, a man had come forward, and it was indeed directed at him. Even Chu Liunyun was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she covered her mouth and laughed, casting a teasing glance at Qin Luo. Chapter 42. How utterly juvenile. Qin Luo could hardly suppress his urge to curse. Beside him, Chu Liunyun seemed to sense his thoughts, giggling softly as they walked. Her laughter melodious like the tinkling of delicate bells. For an average man, merely hearing such a sound could render him enchanted. Unfortunately, this young man was oblivious to the allure of femininity, entirely fixated on Qin Luo, neglecting both Chu Liunyun's enchanting laughter and Qin Luo's increasingly murderous glare. He even insisted, Brother, listen to me. Women are a distraction. True love lies with men. You may think you are attracted to women, but that is only because you have yet to meet the man you truly desire. Once you do, you will realize that, compared to men, women are utterly worthless. Qin Luo paused, taking a deep breath, preparing to confront this man with a forceful demeanor. However, it was Chu Liunyun who spoke first. Can you not be so shameless? Be it man or woman, can't you see that he is not alone? Previously, Chu Liunyun had been painfully shy when faced with strangers. Yet now she adopted a commanding stance, glaring at the young man as if she were a protective mother cat, though perhaps that analogy was flawed. Qin Luo silently critiqued, thinking that this man should surely retreat. Yet, he evidently underestimated the man's determination, who unwaveringly met Chu Liunyun's gaze, declaring with conviction, I am simply pursuing my true love. What fault is there in that? As Qin Luo felt a throbbing at his temples, he noticed that those around him had begun to pay attention to the commotion, casting ambiguous and subtle glances in their direction. This only intensified the prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Just as he saw Chu Liunyun preparing to say something further, he quickly interjected, 131, my WeChat name is Little Cannon. Please add me. With that, he took her hand and swiftly made his escape. The gentleman in question finally ceased his pursuit, but not before smugly remarking to Chu Liunyun. He then hastily retrieved his phone to input the phone number Qin Luo had just provided. Once Qin Luo noticed that he was no longer being followed, he sighed in relief, only to feel Chu Liunyun struggling to free herself from his grasp, prompting him to release her hand. What are you doing? Qin Luo inquired. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Chu Liunyun shot him an indignant look. Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of person am I? How would I know if you don't say? You like men. Who said I like men? You don't like them? Then why did you give him your number? Indeed, I don't like men. I provided him with someone else's number. As soon as Qin Luo's words fell, he felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from the Paternal Kindness and Filial Piety group. Li Chenggang texted, You scoundrel, Send your location. If I don't expose you today, I'm not surnamed Li. Qin Luo replied, oh dear, when we were together, you called me hubby. And now that we're apart, I'm just a scoundrel? How heartbreaking laughs. Wu Xin chimed in, old Qin, isn't your birthday in November? Wang Chen added, terrifying. Scorpios are truly fearsome. Qin Luo chuckled at their messages, then turned his phone screen towards Chu Liuyan, grinning. Look, someone has been triggered. Chu Liuyan glanced at it, her frown unfurling as she let out a small sigh of relief, as if she had just emerged from a minor scare. Qin Luo couldn't resist teasing her. My preferences for men or women have nothing to do with you. Why are you so anxious? Chu Liuyan immediately raised an eyebrow, her gaze flitting away as she replied. Normally, it doesn't matter whether you like Su Ku or other women has nothing to do with me, but right now, it's different. Why? It's none of your business. Chu Liuyan seemed to be flustered with indignation. After saying this, she strode ahead with purpose. After walking for a while, she attempted to sneak a glance at Qin Luo from the corner of her eye, only to find nothing. Turning around, she saw that he was still standing where he had been, smiling at her and even playfully waving. You. Chu Liuyan was furious and nearly turned to walk away. But after a moment's consideration, she stomped her foot in frustration and walked back to Qin Luo's side. You fool. She angrily lashed out at Qin Luo, her words filled with frustration, yet both her delicate tone and choice of insults lacked any real sting, even managing to amuse him. Thus, Qin Luo urged, do it again. Chu Liuyan paused for a moment, then took a step back, casting a disdainful glance at him while exclaiming, pervert. Her voice was rather loud, and the subtlety of her words quickly drew the attention of those nearby. Although they were unaware of the nature of the exchange between the two, they nonetheless regarded Qin Luo with disdainful eyes, akin to those reserved for a bounder. Qin Luo, feeling flustered, exclaimed, I didn't take any secret photos of you. Those two words are hardly appropriate for cursing. After saying this, he hurried ahead, prompting Chu Liuyan to follow closely, incessantly chanting pervert under her breath. However, her voice was now subdued, allowing only Qin Luo to hear her. Thus he calmed down, absurdly experiencing a sense of flirtation amidst the bickering. Their path eventually led them past a small stage where an event related to anime was taking place. The host was selecting lucky audience members to participate. The chosen pair had to write 3 lines from a particular anime for each other, and then engage in dialogue using those lines without revealing the anime's title. If they could guess the title by the end, they would win a prize. Noticing the glimmer of longing in Chu Liuyan's eyes as she gazed at the stage, Qin Luo wondered whether she was motivated by the prospect of winning a prize or simply the desire to play. He inquired, do you want to give it a try? Can we? She replied, her face lighting up with excitement. Qin Luo nodded. If you'd like to play, go ahead, but I haven't seen many anime, so I might not win. Chu Liuyan smiled reassuringly. That's all right. As long as we can play, it's fine. Then, as though realizing something, she quickly averted her gaze and pretended to be nonchalant, saying, I mean, if you want to play, I can accompany you. Ah, that tsundere character is charming in anime. Yet in reality, it generates an indescribable sense of dissonance. Qin Luo couldn't help but think to himself. However, to be fair, the dissonance didn't evoke embarrassment. For Chu Liuyan's portrayal was so convincing that she genuinely resembled a beautiful girl who had stepped out of an anime. It was only because Qin Luo was aware of her true nature that he could indulge in his playful critiques. Otherwise, a devoted fan of the genre would have been utterly spellbound by her presence. Is there anyone else who wishes to participate in the event? Look what I've discovered. Our school's beloved otaku goddess and the illustrious figure, Luo Shun. Suddenly, the host's enthusiastic voice rang out from the stage. The onlookers followed his gaze, their attention collectively drawn to Qin Luo and Chu Liuyan. Initially, they were captivated by the flawless visage of Chu Liuyan, only to be subsequently filled with curiosity about the remarkable qualities of the man who bore the title of Goddess of Luo. In that moment, a rugged man, who fancied himself as tough as concrete, shyly lowered his head. Qin Luo then lifted his gaze towards the small stage, eager to identify the audacious individual daring enough to approach. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, What the hell, you Tao? He stared at the chubby figure on stage, a person he had encountered once before, and continued, Have you overindulged in your food? What brings you here instead of staying in your culinary society? The chubby figure on stage chuckled, Don't get it twisted. I am not my foolish brother. I am his twin, Eugene, born to bring the world to ashes. What a display of youthful exuberance. I was mistaken to think your brother was the pinnacle of excellence. It seems you, his younger sibling, are even more formidable. Qin Luo gasped in disbelief, feeling a chill in his bones. Chu Liunyun quietly quipped, actually, his name suggests a progression. He is the president of the anime club. An irredeemable sufferer of acute chinibyu. Best not to engage him too much. It could lead to misfortune. And what about you? How are you any better? I beseech you. Can you all just behave normally? Qin Luo's expression contorted with frustration. He exerted considerable effort to restrain himself, ultimately resisting the urge to turn on his heel and depart. Resolutely, he dragged the eager Chu Liunyun onto the small stage. Laughter bubbled within him as he recalled a short video he had seen on a platform featuring someone promoting his book. He had watched it and found it quite engaging. In chapter 43, A Brotherly Affection is Justice. That man is so handsome. His physique is impeccable. What a pity he isn't dressed. If he donned an outfit like Sebastian S., he would surely be stunning. What's so appealing about the man? The girl is the true beauty. I once cosplayed as Jiang Mei. I thought I looked decent, but standing next to her, I feel utterly inadequate. The host mentioned that they attended the same school, which must be the nearby Magic Capital University. I can understand the girl being referred to as a goddess among otaku. But what does the title Goddess of Luo signify for the boy? That boy seems vaguely familiar. I believe I've seen him singing in a short video before. His voice was quite pleasant, though I regretfully do not recall the title. He can sing as well? How remarkable. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Perhaps I shall add him on WeChat later. Don't do that. Those two clearly look like a couple. That isn't certain. What if they are siblings? Isn't that even worse? As Qin Luo and Chu Liunyun ascended the stage, all eyes in the vicinity converged upon them, sparking an uncontrollable flurry of discussions. The murmurs were a blend of male and female voices, with the latter predominating. Among them was a young woman seeking to obtain Qin Luo's contact information. After a conversation with her friend, she glanced at Chu Liunyun beside Qin Luo, and a wave of emotion nearly brought tears to her eyes as she reflected on the character she was embodying. Indeed, they were fated to be siblings. Here they come. The two approached with unwavering steps. Eugène's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the approaching duo, and he excitedly shouted into the microphone. Just look at their current appearance. The girl truly deserved her title as the goddess of otaku in our school. With such a flawless portrayal of an anime character, she had already captured the essence of the entire comic convention. Speaking of the work that inspired this persona, it struck fear into the hearts of many. Hey. I'm not playing. Qin Luo shouted from a distance. However, Eugene ignored his protest and continued. Legend has it. At this point, Eugene cleared his throat and sang passionately. She is merely my sister, who says purple is full of charm. She is merely my sister. I am concerned you may misunderstand. After a heartfelt performance, Eugene fervently addressed the microphone again. What divine beings are the enchanting sister and the illustrious brother who have turned countless into devoted fans? Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome them with thunderous applause. As Eugene's voice almost cracked with excitement, the crowd's energy surged. One by one, they clapped fervently, their faces alight with fervor and enthusiasm. Oh, I am ignited. Being a sister's fan is justice. Chenggu, your demise is tragic. Perhaps they themselves were unaware of the source of their excitement, yet it mattered little. Everyone was caught up in the fervor, and joining in the madness was all that was needed. The atmosphere was saturated with an overwhelming presence of the anime subculture, leaving Qin Luo feeling somewhat breathless, nearly swept into the frenzy himself. He found himself wishing to shove the saliva-soaked microphone into Eugene's face. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Eugene was a master at stirring emotions and energizing the crowd. Should he pursue a career as a formal host, the hosting realm would undoubtedly face its most formidable competitor. Qin Luo awkwardly curled his toes and glanced at Chu Liunyun, only to discover that she exhibited no signs of embarrassment. Rather, she wore a smile, radiating joy. I do not quite understand your enthusiasm. Qin Luo silently critiqued in his mind. Welcome to our stage. Eugene stepped forward, greeting Qin Luo and Chu Liunyun. Are you familiar with the rules of our event? Qin Luo and Chu Liunyun nodded. They had comprehended the game's mechanics while seated in the audience. To be honest, it was quite simple, especially for two individuals who were already acquainted. Completing the tasks would be effortless. Perhaps the organizers had not intended to create significant challenges. They merely sought to generate some buzz and attention through this event, hence the modest prizes, merchandise, and anime-related goodies. Very well, since that is the case. Eugene waved his hand and declared, "Come, bring forth the props." Upon finishing his sentence, he promptly scurried to the side to fetch 6 sheets of paper and 2 pens. Qin Luo cast a glance at him, hesitating momentarily before ultimately receiving the paper and pens in silence. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of defeat in his attempts at sarcasm. Chu Liunyuan unhesitatingly accepted the paper and pens, her large eyes sparkling with vivacity, as if contemplating what to inscribe. Without further ado, let us turn the stage over to these two. As Eugene's impassioned final line resonated, the stage quickly became a realm for only Qin Luo and Chu Liunyuan. They sat facing each other at 2 separate tables, separated by a meter of space, ready to inscribe lines from characters in their favorite anime on paper, exchange them, engage in dialogue through those lines, and ultimately deduce the anime from whence the lines originated, thus completing their task. Chu Liunyuan seemed remarkably adept at this activity, proceeding without a hint of hesitation, clearly having premeditated what she wished to write. Yet, after composing the first line, she suddenly glanced at Qin Luo, hesitating momentarily on whether to delete her initial line. After a brief pause, she decided against erasing it, instead producing a second sheet to continue her writing. Qin Luo, oblivious to Chu Liunyuan's subtle actions, sat at the desk, his expression marked by a degree of turmoil. As a non-anime enthusiast, he found himself at a loss when prompted to write lines from anime, particularly as he needed to predict what lines Chu Liunyuan might choose. The task required that both lines be from the same anime for them to succeed. In other words, the game was indeed a test of their tacit understanding. Although Qin Luo and Chu Liunyuan had known each other for quite some time, this was their first opportunity for deeper interaction, leaving them devoid of any intuitive rapport. However, upon observing Chu Liunyuan's current demeanor, Qin Luo quickly made a decision. He inscribed on the paper, "I like you." Surely, that line must exist in some anime, he thought. He continued on the second sheet, writing, "I love you." Surely, that line must also be present in some anime. Qin Luo was not entirely certain. After all, he had been but a child when he watched that particular anime, and now only the main characters lingered in his memory, while the dialogue had entirely escaped him. Considering it was a pure romance anime, these 2 lines should indeed be there, yet the third line posed a challenge, leaving him completely at a loss. He scratched his head, feeling as though his brain cells were rapidly diminishing. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. With a flourish, he pinned on the third sheet, "Are you confident you can help me don a kimono?" As he gazed upon this line, a satisfied smile graced Qin Luo's face. In the recent outpouring of exuberant remarks by Eugene, it was evident he was alluding to that particular anime. The question, "Are you confident in helping me don a kimono?" resonates strongly as a line from the script, prompting Qin Luo to swiftly jot it down without hesitation. Just then, Chu Liunyuan also lifted her gaze. Their eyes met, and while Qin Luo offered a subtle smile, Chu Liunyuan's gaze faltered, her expression betraying a hint of shyness. Qin Luo took note of this and found himself contemplating the initial lines he had penned. It dawned upon him that the activity required them to read their respective lines to one another. Did this mean Chu Liunyuan would soon recite those very words to him? Goodness, how could anyone withstand that? Qin Luo felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, yet he had no intention of revising his lines. After all, this was merely a light-hearted game, devoid of any significant emotional weight, and he believed Chu Liunyuan felt the same. It appears both contestants have completed their lines. Now, let me take a look. Eugene strode onto the stage with purpose, seizing the papers from Qin Luo and Chu Liunyuan. Upon glancing at the contents, an ambiguous and knowing smile graced his face, and he proceeded to exchange the papers, distributing them back to their respective authors. Chu Liunyuan looked momentarily taken aback by what was written on her paper, her gaze flickering back to Qin Luo, her delicate lips slightly parted, and her expression clearly one of surprise. Meanwhile, Qin Luo found himself hesitant to meet her eyes, for the lines she had composed were far more conventional than his own. Chapter 44. I like you, I love you. Are you both ready? Eugene inquired, microphone in hand. As Qin Luo and Chu Liunyuan nodded in affirmation, he continued with fervor, "Excellent. Now, please express the emotions embodied in your lines as you read them to one another. Gentlemen first." The moment had arrived. Qin Luo inhaled deeply, shifting his gaze from the first sheet to Chu Liunyuan, softly declaring, "The true sky is vast, inherently interconnected no matter where we may wander. Even if we are physically apart, we remain beneath the same expanse of heaven." Oh, what beautiful lines! This girl is truly remarkable. Her words possess such depth. I wonder what the boys' lines are like, the onlookers murmured in admiration. Earlier, as they observed the game, many had pinned rather juvenile phrases, such as "I am not this world, do you wish to dance?" While these lines had their own charm, they were undeniably steeped in a more whimsical, juvenile essence. Nevertheless, the nature of the activity was intended for amusement, so it would be unfair to dismiss those lines outright. In contrast, Chu Liuyan's line exuded a profound beauty, evoking a sense of poetic elegance. Eugene shared this sentiment, unable to contain his praise. That is indeed a splendid line. Now, it is time for the young lady to respond using the lines composed by the young man. Chu Liuyan received the directive, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the paper strip, causing it to warp slightly. She appeared somewhat anxious and bashful, yet ultimately mustered the courage to gaze at Qin Luo and utter, I like you. Oh my. The audience erupted with excitement. Although this response seemed rather ordinary, the combination of their lines was undeniably beautiful. The onlookers were once again stirred, expressing their admiration for the compatibility of the duo's dialogue. Qin Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment as he observed Chu Liuyan before him. Her gaze flitted about, and a rosy hue colored her cheeks, revealing her inner turmoil of nervousness and shyness. However, he refrained from overthinking the situation and quietly accepted the second line of dialogue handed to him by Eugene. After a brief glance, as Eugene announced the commencement of the second round of dialogue, Qin Luo turned to Chu Liuyan and gently spoke, "No matter where we are or when it is, above us lies the same vast sky, akin to an unbreakable bond that forever ties us together." The audience responded appropriately, and Eugene remarked, "Truly, our school's goddess of otaku culture, her understanding of anime dialogue is remarkable. Just listening evokes an image of lovers gazing deeply into each other's eyes." After a pause, he cheerfully handed over the paper while saying, "Just like the two of you, the female lead can now deliver her line." Once again, Chu Liuyan struggled to recite her line immediately, for this particular phrase struck her with even greater impact than the last. The flush on her face spread visibly, her gaze wavering as she dared not meet Qin Luo's eyes. The second paper in her hands quickly became a crumpled mess. Finally, taking a deep breath, she spoke with a quivering voice, I love you. This is too much. I feel like I might bleed from my nose. Please, just debut on the spot. I'll give you my attention right away. This is too delightful. Calm down, my friend. Indulging in everything will only lead to trouble." Nonsense. Enjoying everything ensures my nutritional balance. You all should join in too. Devour it wholeheartedly. Words akin to a confession paired with an earnest response led to an uproar among the surrounding fans. Eugene, beside them, was particularly animated, his cherubic face even redder than Chu Liuyan's, as he eagerly urged, quickly, it's time for the third line." Qin Luo remained oblivious to the source of their excitement, treating the event as a mere game. After overcoming the initial awkwardness, he felt little emotional upheaval upon hearing Chu Liuyan's "I love you." Yet, it was evident that Chu Liuyan was far from calm. The impact of her second line was far greater than the first, and after delivering it, she promptly lowered her head, unable to meet Qin Luo's gaze for quite some time. Qin Luo remained unconcerned as he took the third piece of paper and read aloud. "If emotions allowed one to act at will, then there are many things I would wish to do with you." This line, penned by Chu Liuyan, began with expressions of heartfelt emotion and affection, imbued with a beautiful sentiment. Yet the third line carried a hint of aggression. Were this phrase to emerge from a domineering CEO narrative, it would undoubtedly be delivered by a woman who asserts, "You cannot escape my grasp." Qin Luo chuckled internally at the irony, waiting patiently for Chu Liuyan to recite the third line while feeling somewhat resigned, as he anticipated that this third exchange would inevitably clash with the harmony of their previous dialogues. Under Qin Luo's gaze, Chu Liuyan remained silent for an extended moment, her luminous eyes fixed upon the paper in her hands. Her expression shifted, becoming subtly complex, and her delicate brows furrowed tightly. It seemed as though she was enveloped in a haze of indignation. Her fingers tightened around the paper to the point where the knuckles were distinctly visible, and faint veins emerged upon her fair hand. With a rustling sound, she crumpled the entire sheet into a ball, raising her head to cast a glare filled with fury at Qin Luo, before hurling the crumpled paper at him. Qin Luo watched in surprise, realizing that the third line he had written for Chu Liuyan was evidently misaligned with the sentiments expressed in her lines. It was only natural for her to harbor a slight grievance. However, he had not anticipated such an intense reaction from her. She appeared genuinely angered, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he caught the paper that had bounced off his chest, intending to say something. But Chu Liuyan had already turned on her heel and fled. What was happening? Why did she suddenly run off? She seemed genuinely upset. Could it be that the lines penned by that male character did not resonate with her? Surely, such a discrepancy would not provoke her to storm away. Was it possible that he had written something exceedingly inappropriate, provoking her anger? What kind of inappropriate line could wield such power? Could it be that the line implied, actually, I have feelings for your sister? It was not beyond the realm of possibility, but which anime did that line belong to? No offense intended, merely a curiosity. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances and murmuring among themselves, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. The only one privy to the reason behind this commotion was Eugene, who said nothing but shot Qin Luo a teasing glance. Just as Qin Luo was about to pursue Chu Liuyan, he noticed Eugene's mischievous expression and turned to ask him, "Do you know why she is upset?" Eugene grinned with a hint of mischief and replied, "Well, obviously, you had her recite lines meant for another female character from Yo-Yo, so she would naturally be offended." His explanation was somewhat convoluted, and it took Qin Luo a moment to grasp its meaning. Abruptly, he froze in astonishment and exclaimed, "Isn't that line from a conversation between Yo-Yo and Chu Liuyan? Didn't you mention that before?" Eugene chuckled, "No? That was a line from Ji Ye directed at Yugu. Furthermore, I didn't imply that it was a line belonging to either Yugu or Qiongmei." After speaking, he mischievously winked at Qin Luo. Although Qin Luo could not recall who Ji Ye was, he was acutely aware that his line had evidently struck a nerve with Chu Liuyan. Chu Liuyan had always possessed a peculiar disposition once she donned her costume. She immersed herself entirely in the corresponding character. Despite having a clear understanding of her own identity, she diligently portrayed the persona that harmonized with her attire. Today, adorned in Qiongmei's outfit, she embodied the character, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness, pride, introversion, and social anxiety. In that moment, she had almost completely adopted the essence of Qiongmei. Thus, when Qin Luo penned a line meant for another woman to be spoken by Qiongmei, it was only natural for her to feel angered. Goodness, she is already identifying as Qiongmei, but does she really think of me as Yugo? Qin Luo couldn't help but click his tongue, recalling Chu Liuyan's earlier behaviors. He remembered how, in moments of fear and anxiety, she instinctively sought refuge behind him, which hinted at her reliance on him. However, as a person of sound mind, Qin Luo found it exceedingly difficult to delve into the peculiar mental realm of Chu Liuyan, creating a persistent sense of disconnection in their interactions. Now, witnessing her storm off in frustration, he realized just how earnestly she took her role-playing. It was a level of seriousness that bordered on obsessive, eliciting exclamations of abnormality from those who observed. As thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Luo no longer hesitated. He stepped off the stage and pursued the direction in which Chu Liuyan had fled. As he moved, the onlookers instinctively followed his gaze, only to turn back to Eugene a few moments later. Why did that girl get angry? What was the third line the boy just wrote for her? They queried. Old you, what did you say to that boy earlier? Did his third line provoke her anger? In response to the curious crowd, Eugene did not keep them in suspense, stating plainly, he stepped on a landmine. I said it. A boy paused, then asked why. Because I have liked Chu Liuyan since my freshman year. Though I was swiftly rejected after confessing, my feelings for her remain. Eugene's voice suddenly grew louder, his expression becoming animated. He then raised the microphone and shouted tearfully towards the direction where Qin Luo and Chu Liuyan had departed. You enviable fellow. You must bring happiness to Chu Liuyan. Woo-woo. As Qiongmei's storyline reached its conclusion, a small climax followed, and he implored for a wave of support through donations and votes. In Chapter 45, it was noted that Chu Liuyan would not be fond of men from the real world. The convention was bustling with people, and for a fleeting moment, Chu Liuyan vanished from Qin Luo's sight, leaving him momentarily disoriented in his search for her. As far as the eye can see, a kaleidoscope of eccentric attire dazzles the senses. Qin Luo initially found these sights, particularly the charmingly lovely girls, quite pleasing to the eye. However, he soon grew somewhat irked, unable to bear the sight of those bare, glaring thighs. Fortunately, this state of discomfort did not endure for long. After traversing a short distance, Qin Luo spotted Chu Liuyan beside a stall. She was curled up, clutching her head as she squatted on the ground, her silvery locks cascading down to obscure her exquisite features. In that moment, she resembled a frightened young creature, trembling as though her very existence was under threat. Reminiscent of the first time Qin Luo had encountered her. Beside her stood an adorable girl dressed as Klee, anxiously clutching a black rabbit plushie, desperately apologizing to Chu Yunyan. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. Here's your rabbit plushie," she said, extending the toy towards Chu Yunyan. Yet, Chu Yunyan remained unresponsive, huddled on the ground, seemingly deaf to the sounds of the world around her. This rendered the Klee girl increasingly frantic and a touch fearful, wondering if something was amiss with the girl before her. In a panic, she scanned the vicinity for assistance. At that moment, a tall, handsome figure came into view. "Let me handle this," Qin Luo said, extending his hand. "I'm her friend." Instinctively, Klee handed the rabbit plushie to Qin Luo, hesitating as she explained. "I accidentally bumped into her, and she hasn't moved since. She doesn't respond when I speak to her. I truly don't know what's wrong. I'm really sorry." She even offered an apology to Qin Luo, clearly a kind-hearted girl. "It's not your fault." She asked, just Qin Luo pondered how to articulate his thoughts, ultimately shaking his head in silence. The girl, feeling a bit frightened, took a couple of hesitant steps away. Seeing that Qin Luo did not intend to stop her, she scurried off. Qin Luo cast a glance at the shivering Chu Yunyan and then turned his attention to the rabbit plushie in his hand, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. He had previously found it puzzling. Although the character in the anime, Xiong Mei, was known for her social anxiety, she wouldn't ordinarily cower so under scrutiny. Sometimes, she even exhibited a certain resilience. Yet, Chu Yunyan displayed an extraordinary timidity when confronted by those three imposing figures. The same applied now, reflecting her earlier demeanor. Qin Luo had been curious about her behavior, but now he understood. The issue lay with the rabbit plushie, or rather, with the act of role-playing itself. Chu Yunyan was currently embodying Xiong Mei, and the rabbit plushie was an integral part of her portrayal. The absence of this plushie rendered her role incomplete, preventing her from fully immersing herself in the character of Xiong Mei. A question arises. If her current demeanor is a result of her inability to fully immerse herself in the character of Xiong Mei, then which facet of her personality does this manifestation reveal? Qin Luo found himself unable to ascertain a definitive answer, prompting him to take out the listening heart headphones and insert them into his ears. In the next moment, the voice of Chu Yunyan echoed within his mind. "I'm so sorry. I'm so scared. Please save me. I feel like I want to die." Qin Luo's expression darkened abruptly. Despite Chu Yunyan's overt display of fear and insecurity, he had never anticipated the depth of her internal turmoil. The mingled feelings of helplessness, terror, and despair resonated in his mind, momentarily halting his breath, as he struggled to comprehend the extent of suffering that could provoke such profound fear. It was no wonder that those 3 gas canisters had tormented her so mercilessly. Furrowing his brow in concern for Chu Yunyan's mental state, he did not dwell further on his thoughts, but directly placed the rabbit plush toy into her arms. The instant they made contact, Chu Yunyan's body trembled violently before becoming rigid, as if she had transformed into a lifeless statue. This state lasted approximately 3 seconds, until she grasped the rabbit toy with both hands, finally returning to a semblance of normalcy. Under Qin Luo's watchful gaze, Chu Yunyan gradually rose to her feet, gently smoothing her disheveled hair, and clutching the rabbit toy tightly to her chest. She glared at him with indignation. With a huff, she turned her face away, her tone laced with resentment. "You wrote such outrageous lines, and now you have the audacity to chase after me?" Qin Luo's gaze towards her was fraught with complexity. Compared to the quivering figure that had curled up on the ground moments ago, she now appeared as though she had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was as if the previous incident had never occurred, her demeanor so natural, akin to a girl being pursued by her boyfriend after a quarrel. The atmosphere surrounding her was shrouded in mystery, and although he yearned to delve deeper, he ultimately removed the headphones, knowing they had but one last use remaining. "I'm sorry. It was my fault." Qin Luo softly apologized to Chu Yunyan, his demeanor shifting from that of a friend to one resembling a lover, his gentle expression and voice reflecting a desire to comfort her peculiar psychological state. Chu Yunyan noticed the change in him, her gaze revealing a hint of surprise. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately turned her head away, presenting her slightly flushed profile to Qin Luo. With a tone tinged with pride, she declared, "After all, you are a fool. Consider this a pardon. Qin Luo shook his head, his voice remaining exceptionally gentle. You may forgive me, but I cannot absolve myself. It was I who frightened you so, and thus I must make amends. Chu Yunyan turned to him, a blend of anticipation and curiosity in her gaze, inquiring, how do you intend to compensate? Qin Luo smiled silently and stepped into a nearby figurine stall. The corners of Chu Yunyan's mouth involuntarily curled upwards, yet she spoke words that contradicted her true feelings. You claim it's compensation, but in reality, it's merely a figurine. You possess no sincerity at all. Qin Luo blinked and asked, since you find it insincere, how about I take you to a special place? Chu Yunyan instinctively replied. What place? With a smile, Qin Luo said, and he was confident that Chu Yunyan would comprehend this line. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, she stood frozen in place. She stared at Qin Luo, her pupils dilating and constricting, as if her heart had endured a profound shock. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure, clutching the figurine of her beloved character and a stuffed rabbit tightly to her chest. Turning away from Qin Luo, she coldly remarked, such a place does not exist in this world, and even if it did, why would I go there with you? Oh, aren't you my beloved character? While I am indeed your beloved character now, I am also Chu Yunyan. Turning back to face him, she looked intently at Qin Luo, asserting, Chu Yunyan does not harbor feelings for men from the real world. At the moment when this scoundrel persona was just being established, Qin Luo had conducted a simple psychological evaluation of several girls in the goddess group through Su Ku's roommate. Based on their personalities, charms, and popularity, he deduced that the most challenging to pursue would be Su Ku and Tang Yu. The former's heart was too cold and hard, seemingly incapable of feeling for others, while the latter, though appearing gentle as water, maintained a constant distance from others. Pursuing her was akin to striking a cotton ball. The somewhat flirtatious Xiaoyan ranked just below them. Although she had a dubious reputation and seemed keen on flirting, her unique score exceeded 90, indicating she was equally discerning. Coupled with her self-identification as a bad girl, her words and actions were laden with subtext, making her pursuit quite arduous. As for the Chu family's twin sisters, Qin Luo felt that pursuing Chu Shijuan would be relatively easy, with the little glutton practically a gift. Initially, he believed that the younger sister, Chu Yunyan, would not fare much better, but after their interaction today, he reconsidered the rankings. The little glutton remained unchanged, while the others shifted back, with Chu Yunyan now taking the lead. Considering her statement that Chu Yunyan would not be fond of three-dimensional men, it suggests that there would be no one in this world capable of capturing her heart. The people at school took her words as a clumsy excuse to reject others' pursuits. But Qin Luo understood that she was sincere. After purchasing her figurine, Qin Luo intended to explore the convention further with Chu Yunyan, hoping to unearth more secrets about her. However, Chu Yunyan announced her departure, and Qin Luo had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and escort her outside the convention. How will you get home? By taxi? Qin Luo inquired. Chu Yunyan shook her head and pointed to a car not far away, saying, my sister is here to pick me up. Following her gesture, Qin Luo's gaze fell upon a luxurious Rolls-Royce. For a fleeting moment, he felt that the 10,000 yuan transferred to him by Chu Xijin that day was insufficient. Judging by the mere presence of this Rolls-Royce, Chu Yunyan's rabbit doll and wig likely amounted to far more than 100,000. Very well, then, you may go. Qin Luo replied with a nod. Chu Yunyan acknowledged him with a slight nod, took a couple of steps forward, and suddenly turned back, saying, wait for me. With that, she dashed into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. The tinted windows, coupled with the distance, obscured Qin Luo's view of what transpired inside. Soon, the rear door opened, and Chu Yunyan emerged, running towards Qin Luo. He silently observed her and noticed a transformation in her appearance. The white wig and black rabbit doll had vanished, along with her pure, elegant dress, replaced by a trendy ensemble. A white shirt paired with a black and red pleated skirt accentuated her slender legs, encased in black stockings that traced the contours of her thighs. Though lacking the typical allure favored by boys, the combination with her skirt created a captivating aesthetic. This image of a Japanese high school girl mirrored her usual appearance at school. Qin Luo had previously thought she merely enjoyed this style of clothing, but now he realized the situation was far more complex. She approached him breathlessly and asked, do you still like Su Ku? The abrupt question caught Qin Luo off guard. He raised an eyebrow, not entirely surprised, as, given his prior interactions with her and the other members of the goddess group, It was natural for Chu Liuyan to pose such an inquiry. Moreover, at that moment, he found himself more astonished by her transformation than by the question itself. Merely changing her outfit had rendered her entirely different. Her demeanor, gaze, and tone were in stark contrast to the character she had just portrayed as Chiang Mei. Even with his system, Qin Luo found this situation extraordinarily remarkable. Noticing his silence, Chu Liuyan blinked and urged, "Hurry up and tell me, so I can report back to Su Ku." It was evident that Su Ku had sent her to ask this question. Qin Luo sighed, remaining silent as he shook his head. Chu Liuyan, somewhat perplexed, wondered what this gesture meant. Without responding, Qin Luo pointed at the Rolls-Royce parked by the roadside and said, "It's nothing significant. Now, you should hurry along. Your sister is calling for you." Turning her head, Chu Liuyan noticed that the rear window of the car had already been lowered, and there was Chu Sijin waving at her. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Very well. When Su Ku inquires about me, I shall inform her that you merely shook your head in silence." Having said that, she began to turn away, but after taking a couple of steps, she abruptly halted. Under Qin Luo's gaze, she gracefully pivoted around, clasping her hands behind her back, slightly leaning forward, and radiating a bright smile. In the fading light of the evening sun, she seemed enveloped in an ethereal aura, transcending the mundane realm. "Today has been delightful. Thank you, Qin Luo." With that, she departed without a backward glance. Had she changed her attire specifically to pose her question? Perhaps because she felt unable to do so as Chiang Mei? Qin Luo pondered this in silence. He watched her retreating figure, saw her enter the car, and noticed the two sisters, who bore a striking resemblance, waving goodbye. He observed the vehicle gradually disappear from view before retrieving his phone and opening the chat with Chu Sijin. For the sake of narrative coherence, let's proceed with Chapter 46. You don't think I lack discernment, do you? The opulent Rolls-Royce glided smoothly along the highway. Despite the cacophony of bustling traffic, the vehicle's exceptional soundproofing effectively shielded them from the clamor outside. Chu Sijin and Chu Liuyan sat side by side, the spacious back seat allowing for ample movement. With an LCD screen directly in front of them, separated by a partition that completely isolated the rear passengers from the driver in front. "Did you enjoy yourself today?" Chu Sijin inquired suddenly. Chu Liuyan pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand, before smiling and responding, "Yes, it was quite enjoyable." He seemed to be deliberately accommodating later on, and even gifted me something. As she spoke, she produced a delicately crafted Chiang Mei figurine, displaying it proudly before Chu Sijin. Though Chu Sijin had little interest in the figurine, she felt happiness at Chu Liuyan's joy, which prompted her to munch on a handful of potato chips while asking, "Did you ask him that question?" "Of course, otherwise why would I have come back to change clothes?" Chu Liuyan replied, pulling out her phone to call Su Ku directly. "Su Ku, I asked Qin Luo." He didn't respond, just shook his head in silence. "Yes, precisely, he merely shook his head in silence. I have no idea what he meant. All right, see you on Monday. Bye." What's wrong? Noticing the puzzled expression on Chu Liuyan's face, Chu Sijin glanced over. At that moment, they both faintly heard Su Ku's hesitant voice on the line. "You don't think I lack discernment, do you?" Chu Liuyan was momentarily taken aback by her question, and then with a smile, he replied, "I hadn't intended to share this, but since you've inquired, I must admit I find your lack of insight quite amusing." This time, Su Ku remained silent for an unusually long time, and after a few seconds, the communication was abruptly severed. Beside them, Chu Sijin inquired with curiosity, "Why did Su Ku suddenly ask you that?" Chu Liuyan pondered for a moment before responding. "Perhaps she feels that since the three of you have all expressed similar sentiments, my silence would render the conversation incomplete. After all, what matters most in a family is unity." Chu Sijin found this reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chu Liuyan seemed to recall something and, with a hint of confusion, asked, "By the way, why did I encounter Qin Luo today?" Upon hearing this question, Chu Sijin's expression instantly froze. She slowly turned her head away, feigning calmness as she replied, "It must be a coincidence. After all, it's a comic convention. It's quite normal for him to be there. However," she added, "yet, there are comic conventions every weekend, and I often attend, yet I have never seen him. I have, however, encountered his roommate, Wang, on several occasions." "Well, I cannot say," she continued, "but it certainly must be coincidental. Just as it was a coincidence when Tang Yu and I met him previously, right?" Chu Liuyan nodded, finding her reasoning sound, yet a nagging feeling of something amiss lingered. At that moment, Chu Shijin's phone suddenly rang. The little foodie picked it up and was astonished to find it was a voice chat from Qin Luo. Oh, why is he suddenly calling you? Chu Liuyan leaned over to take a look, frowning as he said, could it be he wants to inquire about me? He should have gleaned something from our interaction today. Hearing this, Chu Shijin hesitated and asked, should I answer? What if he asks about you? Go ahead. Chu Liuyan replied nonchalantly, but if he broaches that topic, refrain from mentioning it. I will address it with him when the opportunity arises. All right. Chu Shijin nodded and pressed the answer button. In the next moment, Qin Luo's cheerful laughter echoed in the ears of the two sisters. Chu Shijin, is your sister next to you? Yes, what is the matter? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you? For what? For relaying my invitation to Liuyan. Otherwise, I would have never known such an interesting person exists in this world. Thanks a lot. Bye. With that, Qin Luo's voice abruptly cut off. Chu Shijin glanced at her phone and then at Chu Liuyan. Their gazes met. The elder sister's expression gradually stiffened, while the younger sister's eyes sharpened. My dear Onai-chan, could you clarify what you meant by relaying his invitation? I really don't know. I didn't quite grasp what he was saying. Haha. Is that so? Then why are you suddenly sweating so much? Is there? It must be an illusion. I said, how could he coincidentally run into me today? Realization has dawned. The door is sealed shut. You can't escape the car today. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Do not snatch my chips. In the 606 dormitory, Suku set her phone down. Although her expression was devoid of emotion, her eyes betrayed a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. She truly regretted asking that unnecessary question. It was akin to shooting herself in the foot. However, what surprised her even more was the uncanny synchrony among her four roommates. Each time, they had a profound interaction with Qin Luo. They all seemed to arrive at the same conclusion, that she lacked discernment. This left Suku feeling quite indignant. She admitted that Qin Luo was indeed somewhat exceptional, unlike others who were rather ordinary. Yet his lack of pursuit was not due to her refusal. It was his own decision to withdraw. How could it then be deemed that she lacked insight? Moreover, was he truly that remarkable? Did they all genuinely believe she was blind to his virtues? After a moment of private irritation, Suku murmured, almost to herself. He shook his head and said nothing. What does that mean? Yin Yin and Tang Yu were also present, and since Suku had the call on speaker, they had overheard the message from Chu Liuyan, leaving them deep in contemplation. It was now Friday evening, and with the school on break, Chu Liuyan and Chu Shijin, being locals of Shanghai, would be returning home for the next 2 days. Yin Yin and Tang Yu, hailing from the capital, would seldom return home except during long holidays. As for Suku, she too was a local of Shanghai and usually returned home on weekends. But today she delayed her departure, intent on awaiting news from Chu Liuyan. Of course, since it was a phone call, she would receive messages even at home. However, she deliberately wanted to share this news with Yin Yin and Tang Yu, aiming to let them know at once that Qin Luo still harbored feelings for her, thereby alleviating the frustration she had felt from them earlier. Unfortunately, the message from Chu Liuyan was rather ambiguous, resembling his previous remark to Chu Shijin about it being unimportant. He neither affirmed his feelings nor denied them. In fact, it was even stranger this time, as he refrained from speaking altogether, which left Suku both puzzled and slightly vexed. She couldn't help but ask Yin Yin, what does Qin Luo mean? Yin Yin couldn't suppress a laugh. You're asking me? Suku replied, her face expressionless. Haven't you been getting close to him lately? Indeed. He often accompanies me to class. But what does that have to do with you? I refuse to believe he has never mentioned me in your presence. Have you asked him that question? How did he respond? Regrettably, he had never brought her up, and she had not inquired about that matter, as he had already stated he did not like her. I truly do not understand why you remain so fixated on this, Yin Yin asserted. You're talking nonsense. He cannot possibly not like me. Their exchange quickly escalated, filled with tension. Tang Yu shook her head in disapproval, feeling compelled to intervene and address Suku. Do you not realize it yet? Suku furrowed her brows, questioning, what do you mean? He did not provide a direct answer, leaving her perplexed. Tang Yu opened her mouth, yet remained silent for a moment, seemingly hesitant and weighing her words. Meanwhile, Yao Yinyan let out a cold laugh, bluntly stating, if I call you foolish and you take offense, then in your current predicament, whether he still has feelings for you is irrelevant. What truly matters is whether you still harbor feelings for him. Suku raised an eyebrow, ready to retort in anger. But upon hearing the latter part of Yao Yinyan's statement, she found herself engulfed in confusion. What did that mean? She felt as if she were an ordinary person unable to comprehend an ancient script, unable to grasp their words. Yao Yanyan, seemingly exasperated by Su Ke's lack of understanding, rolled her eyes and fell silent. Tang Yu could not help but sigh, explaining, "Let me be frank with you, Su Ke. Qin Luo may still have feelings for you. After all, his pursuit of you was earnest and heartfelt, a fact witnessed by all. Human emotions are profoundly intricate. His affection for you wouldn't simply vanish. However, due to your indifference and disdain, that sentiment has gradually diminished, to the point where he recently felt compelled to give up. You must understand that times have changed. Even if Qin Luo still has feelings for you, he will no longer pursue you as he once did. Which is why he told Xiao Jin that it no longer matters. He knows he still likes you, but he will not take the initiative anymore. If you wish to alter this situation and rekindle his affection, you must assume the role of the pursuer." At this point, Tang Yu paused before continuing. "Your internal struggle over whether he still likes you is now irrelevant. What is important is whether you still like him and if you are willing to take the initiative." Su Ke listened quietly to Tang Yu's explanation, her expression shifting from confusion to realization, then to an affected nonchalance. "Me, take the initiative?" She seemed unable to accept this notion, questioning with indignation, "I have never pursued any man. If he still likes me, then it should be his responsibility to chase me. Why should a girl be the one to take the lead?" Tang Yu narrowed her eyes, a sharp glimmer in her gaze. "So, you do not deny that you have feelings for him?" Chapter 47. I give you one last chance. Su Ke was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yu's question, quickly retorting, "When did I ever say I liked him?" Tang Yu shook her head in disappointment, poised to say more when her words were abruptly interrupted by Yao Yanyan's sudden action. In an instant, Yao Yanyan sprang off the bed and strode towards Su Ke. Startled, Su Ke instinctively took a step back, a hint of wariness in her voice as she asked, "What are you doing?" Yao Yanyan cast a disdainful glance at Su Ke, her lips curling into a derisive smile as she remarked, "Day by day, I watch you agonize over these trivial matters, oblivious to the fact that you are the architect of your own suffering. To be honest, in all my years, you are the second most foolish woman I have encountered, and my patience is nearly exhausted." Su Ke raised an eyebrow, poised to retort, but Yao Yanyan continued, "I care not whether you harbor feelings for him or not. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you fail to take initiative, then who he chooses to be with or what transpires thereafter will be none of your concern. Do not come to me with grievances when that time arrives." Tang Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Yao Yanyan, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. Su Ke, keenly aware of the aggression and hostility in Yao Yanyan's words, felt her proud nature resist any inclination to bow to anyone. Yet, the weight of Yao Yanyan's message compelled her to remain vigilant. "What do you mean?" Su Ke asked, her voice tinged with unease. Yao Yanyan scoffed. "I am under no obligation to explain myself. Just remember what I said, and do not seek me out to lament later." With that, she intended to recline on her bed, but Su Ke would not permit it, just as she moved to intercept her. The sudden ring of a mobile phone interrupted her action. A flicker of annoyance crossed Su Ke's face. She initially considered dismissing the call, but quickly answered upon seeing the caller ID. "Hello? Mom? Yes, I was delayed by an unforeseen matter. I shall return home shortly, understood." After ending the call, Su Ke let out a deep sigh and turned her icy gaze back to Yao Yanyan, stating matter-of-factly, "Regardless of your intentions, Qin Luo has affection for me, and that is an undeniable truth. I admit I may harbor a slight fondness for him, but I will not take the initiative, nor will I yield to him." Yao Yanyan shrugged and uttered a phrase in English, which Su Ke took a moment to decipher before glaring at her in frustration and departing with her belongings. Once she left, only Tang Yu and Yao Yanyan remained in the 606 dormitory. Tang Yu looked up at Yao Yanyan and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Yao Yanyan replied with a smile, "All four of us have declared her blind to the truth, yet she remains insufferably proud. She clearly likes Qin Luo but refuses to admit it. Very well, let her deny it. I shall not afford her the chance to acknowledge it again." Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Are you planning to pursue a relationship with Qin Luo? Who knows? What if he finds me unremarkable?" Yao Yanyan replied nonchalantly. Tang Yu hesitated, caught between words, ultimately choosing silence. A sense of concern began to creep in, as she worried whether the camaraderie of their dormitory would remain intact once Qin Luo departed from Su Ke's life. "Mom, I'm home," Su Ke announced upon entering her house. The sound of slippers hitting the floor echoed as a graceful and charming woman emerged from the kitchen, her face radiating genuine joy and affection. Kiki has returned. Hurry and freshen up. Look at how thin you are. Haven't you been eating well lately? The food at school must not be to your liking, right? No worries. Dear, I have prepared a delicious pork rib stew and other dishes, all of which you adore. As she spoke, she took the luggage from Suku's hands, embodying the tenderness of a loving mother reluctant to see her child endure even the slightest discomfort. Thank you, Mom, Suku replied obediently. After changing into her slippers, she went to the bedroom to fetch a change of clothes before heading to the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of cascading water. Suku's graceful form was enveloped beneath the shower. Steam rose in gentle wisps as her fingers glided over her enviably flawless porcelain skin, while she gazed at her gradually blurring, exquisite visage in the mirror. It is he who likes me. If he wants to pursue me, he must be the one to take the initiative. If he seeks me again, I would be willing to grant him another chance, Suku murmured to her reflection. Before long, Suku emerged from the bathroom. A towel cocooned her damp hair, its fullness accentuated by beads of water sliding down her temples, cascading onto her collarbone and skin, rendering her beauty even more ethereal, akin to a pure white lotus amidst a snowy mountain, exuding a sanctity intertwined with an otherworldly allure. Just then, her mother, Lu Hui, appeared with a plate of dishes, and upon seeing Suku, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, you are my daughter. So beautiful. Even more so than I was in my youth, she exclaimed. Suku, a bit bashful, smiled and replied, Not at all. I've seen your photos. You were far more beautiful than I am. Surely, you had many suitors back then? At this remark, Lu Hui's smile dimmed slightly, revealing a trace of indifference akin to Suku's usual demeanor. And what of it? In the end, I was deceived by men. All men are liars. There isn't a decent one among them. Suku pressed her lips together, wisely refraining from further engagement. This phrase was a familiar refrain from her mother, one she had heard countless times throughout her life. Suku understood that her mother's bitterness stemmed from being abandoned by her father, a resentment that had only deepened over the years. As a woman herself, Suku empathized with her mother. Although she had never met her father, the thought of her young mother being forsaken while pregnant with her, left to fend for herself, stirred profound sympathy in her heart. The sacrifices her mother made to raise her alone were surely beyond what outsiders could fathom. It was precisely because of this experience that Lu Hui had always instilled in Suku from a young age that men were the most untrustworthy beings in existence. Otherwise, one would face dire consequences in the end. Deeply influenced by her mother, Suku had kept her distance from the opposite sex, even in the presence of admirers. She remained steadfast in her principles, never engaging in excessive interactions with any man, and over the years, had not a single male friend by her side. Suku was acutely aware of the significant influence her mother had on her. In recent days, she found herself pondering whether, had it not been for her mother, she might have already accepted Qin Luo's confession. If that were the case, what might her relationship with Qin Luo look like now? For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of anticipation for such a scenario began to blossom within her. Yet, recalling her mother's tragic past and the lingering resentment that had yet to dissipate, she hastily banished thoughts of Qin Luo from her mind and settled onto the living room sofa. As she contemplated the need to wait a while longer for dinner, she pulled out her phone and aimlessly scrolled through short videos. To her astonishment, the first video struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily stunned. At that moment, a recently posted video unfolded before Suku's eyes. The scene was bustling with energy, surrounded by youths clad in eclectic attire. They had donned various anime character costumes, wielding flamboyant props as makeshift glow sticks in their support. At the center of their adoration stood a man and a woman on stage. The man was tall and well-proportioned, with striking features and a masculine charm rivaling that of a film star. The woman, slender and fair, exuded a captivating aura, her silver hair and pristine white dress forming a radiant halo around her. Even a seemingly ordinary rabbit plush she held added to her allure. Qin Luo and Lu Nian. Suku couldn't help but murmur, a flicker of confusion and disbelief crossing her features. After receiving Lu Nian's call earlier, her thoughts had been muddled by the antics of a certain cad, causing her to forget to inquire under what circumstances Lu Nian had approached Qin Luo. Now, upon viewing this video, she realized that Qin Luo and Lu Nian had indeed encountered one another at an anime convention. Their current engagement in a gaming activity suggested that they had likely arranged to attend together. Lu Nian sought him out to ask a question for my sake. Suku reassured herself, attempting to quell the inexplicable pang of bitterness rising within her. However, as she continued watching, her expression darkened with each passing moment. Especially when she witnessed Qin Luo gazing at Lu Nian with such profound affection, uttering beautiful words, and Lu Nian reciprocating with declarations of her love. Suku's countenance turned increasingly ashen. In a fleeting moment, the image of Yao Yinyan surfaced in her mind. Recalling Yao Yinyan's previous assertiveness instilled a sense of imminent danger within Suku. After watching this video, the weight of pressure intensified, rendering her breaths increasingly labored. It is of no concern. Lu Nian and Yao Yinyan are worlds apart, and she could never harbor any interest in Qin Luo. Suku reassured herself through murmured soliloquies. Having known Chu Lu Nian for an extended period, sharing daily moments together, she was privy to some of his secrets. This knowledge alleviated her burden somewhat, especially when she witnessed the scene where Chu Lu Nian tossed the note at Qin Luo before turning away, which elicited a smile from her. In her view, it was evident that Chu Lu Nian felt those lines were an affront, prompting his irritation. This realization further diminished her anxiety, prompting her to revisit the comments section. Who are these two? Are they celebrities? This gentleman possesses quite the charm, so striking that he nearly rivals my own allure. I had always believed I had a firm grasp on my own attractiveness, yet this video revealed that there exists someone so remarkably close to my standard. Friends, look up. There are a few dreamers above. Let's wake them with a splash of reality. Diabetics, stay away. We must not let them taste sweetness. I'll go first with my golden stream. Family, who understands? I just opened Douyin and was instantly moved to tears by a heavenly beauty. I must say, in an instant, her beauty struck straight to my heart. How is it that she appears so extraordinary, as if she defined her own visage before birth? I glanced at a framed photograph of my own idol from a previous Comic-Con and silently smashed it. Oh, how beautiful the young lady is. And the young man is incredibly handsome as well. They truly complement each other. Especially when they exchanged lines, the ethereal quality of that moment was simply breathtaking. My mother inquired why I was writhing on the bed while watching the video, and I told her, now she too rides beside me. Who truly knows their relationship? This young man captivates me so, I long to be his girlfriend. That young lady moved me to tears. Friends, I need her contact information within the minute. Oh, come on, they are clearly a couple. Even the host recognized them, and it appears they attend the same school. I was present when they left, and the host wished them happiness. This video, captured by a bystander, gained immense popularity, garnering over 100,000 likes and thousands of comments in a remarkably short time. Suku observed the stream of comments, her expression darkening further, particularly when she encountered remarks expressing a desire to be with Qin Luo and suggesting that Qin Luo and Chu Lu Nian were a couple. Her teeth clenched in frustration. The pressure that had briefly subsided surged back, accompanied by a profound sense of crisis, making it challenging for Suku to maintain her composure. Although she understood that Chu Lu Nian was unlike Yao Yinyan and likely would not develop feelings for an ordinary man, who could guarantee such certainty. Moreover, with the assertive demeanor displayed by Yao Yinyan today, coupled with her previous remarks, Suku is now engulfed by an unsettling sensation that Qin Luo might be snatched away at any moment. The mere thought of these two vying for Qin Luo, and the genuine possibility of him being taken from her, causes a tightening in her chest, rendering her breath somewhat labored. For a fleeting moment, a surge of determination rises within her, an urge to proactively seek out Qin Luo. Kuku. The sudden voice jolts Suku back from her tumultuous thoughts to the present. She glances at her mother, who is not far away, and inquires, "What is it, Mom? I called you several times just now, yet you did not respond. What were you doing?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just spaced out a bit." Lu Hui gazes at Suku with a mixture of suspicion and concern but refrains from pressing further, instead inviting, "Come and eat. The dishes are ready." "All right." Suku puts away her phone and obediently takes her seat at the dining table, lifting her chopsticks. The table is adorned with an array of dishes, each more tantalizing than the last. Typically, Suku relishes her mother's cooking, yet for some inexplicable reason, she finds herself lacking an appetite today. Her mind elsewhere as she eats. Seated opposite her, Lu Hui observes Suku's unusual demeanor. As a mother who has nurtured Suku for 20 years, she can easily discern when her daughter is troubled. Thus, she directly asks, "Cuckoo, do you have something on your mind?" Suku feels a twinge of guilt at the inquiry, her gaze drifting. "No, not at all." Lies, Lu Hui states, putting down her chopsticks with a serious expression. How have I raised you? I have always told you to be an honest child, never to deceive your mother. Have you forgotten those lessons? No, I haven't forgotten. Then why won't you speak? Quickly, tell me what is troubling you. Suku shrinks her neck slightly. Her mother has always been gentle and loving. Yet whenever Suku's words or actions stray from her wishes, Lu Hui reveals a more domineering side. For years, Suku has lived under her mother's guidance. Though at times she feels constrained, she understands it is born out of love, so she harbors no rebellious feelings towards Lu Hui. After a moment of contemplation, Suku tentatively asks, "Promise me you won't get angry after hearing this, and I will tell you." Seeing Suku's willingness to cooperate, Lu Hui's expression softens, and she gently replies, "You are my daughter. No matter what you have done, I will forgive you. Go on." Feeling somewhat reassured, Suku hesitates before saying, "Mom, what if I like a boy, what would you think?" "What did you just say?" Suku's words pierced through Lu Hui's wounds like a sharp thorn. She gasped in surprise and abruptly stood up, her exquisite visage instantly shrouded in an icy frost, her eyes ablaze with fury, clearly pushed to the brink of anger. Suku instinctively recoiled, startled by her mother's rare display of wrath, and hurriedly explained, "I was merely saying that. Mom, you promised me you wouldn't get angry." Lu Hui gritted her teeth, uttering a single word, but failing to continue. She fixed Suku with a gaze brimming with ire, then took a deep breath, dispelling the frost and fury that had clouded her face. She returned to her chair, her eyes piercing as she spoke in a low tone. "Cuckoo, do you remember what you promised me before? You said you wouldn't date anyone before graduating from university. Those were your own words. I don't know who you've been associating with lately, or if you've developed feelings for some man, but if that is the case, I strongly advise you to abandon it swiftly. Since you were a child, I have always told you that men are deceivers. There isn't a good man in this world. Have you forgotten the terrible deception I endured back in the day?" She spoke fervently, her pent-up anger barely concealed. And the more she spoke, the more her emotions surged, especially when recalling the past, where a hint of sorrow lay hidden within her words. Suku was taken aback by her mother's intense reaction to such a simple remark and quickly clarified, "Mom, please don't worry. I remember everything from the past. And I haven't forgotten what you told me. I was just asking casually. Really, it was just a random question. Don't overthink it." Lu Hui furrowed her brow, uncertainty shadowing her features as she asked, "Really? You aren't deceiving your mother?" Suku nodded earnestly. Yes, really, I promise I'm not lying." "That is good." Lu Hui exhaled, as if releasing a weight from her heart, her face brightening with a gentle smile. "I'm sorry if I frightened you earlier. I worry about you, fearing you might develop feelings for the wrong kind of man, ending up with a fate similar to mine. But enough of that, let us eat." Suku glanced at her mother, but ultimately refrained from saying anything further, picking up her chopsticks to continue her meal. Yet, the initial surge of determination within her seemed to have been quelled by her mother's earlier demeanor. Chapter 49. Yao Yinyan is advancing. Having spent an uneventful weekend with a few roommates, Qin Luo awoke to find himself the recipient of a 10,000 yuan scoundrel fund. Occasionally, he pondered whether he truly qualified as a scoundrel. It was merely about mingling with various girls, deliberately crafting an atmosphere of ambiguity, and leveraging others' penchant for drama to guide them into taking photographs, allowing those images to proliferate, thus shaping his persona as a scoundrel. Compared to those extravagant playboys who effortlessly squander money, flirt with one girl, shower gifts on two, and indulge with three, Qin Luo feels utterly inadequate. It would be one thing if he were devoid of wealth, as such pursuits require substantial resources. However, the reality is that he is indeed affluent. Furthermore, with his current charm and demeanor, he could easily attract girls with a mere gesture. Coupled with the millions he possesses, there are few who could resist his advances. As he strolled to class alongside his three roommates, who were yawning from a night spent gaming, Qin Luo contemplated whether he should treat himself to a lavish item to enhance his appearance. After all, playboys do flaunt their wealth. And while the phrase may be an old cliché, it undeniably aids in solidifying his persona. He could then casually select a few girls from those who willingly approach him. Engaging in light-hearted games of poker, rotating partners daily, such thoughts seemed rather enticing. With this in mind, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle softly, followed by a sigh. Some things, though understood internally, are simply beyond his capacity to execute. The extent of his current actions represents the pinnacle of what he is willing to do for the sake of maintaining his playboy image. His ingrained sense of propriety forbids him from engaging in such vulgar behavior. To become someone who relies solely on his attributes for promiscuity would not classify him as a playboy, but rather a scoundrel. Qin Luo is resolute in not becoming that kind of person, despite being aware of his own advantages. Indeed, the system is a remarkable entity, and he is willing to make sacrifices to reap its benefits. For instance, he humiliated himself for over 3 months, indulging in flattery towards Suko, an act that he deems the most degrading of his life. Truthfully, being met with disdainful glances while walking down the street, accompanied by taunts of being someone's sycophant, is a sensation that few can truly comprehend. Brother Luo, what is bothering you? Are you perhaps longing for a woman? Wang Chun and Wu Xian noticed Qin Luo's earlier sigh and chimed in with their queries. Qin Luo glanced at them and cheerfully replied, "What is so special about women?" The duo instinctively retorted, "So, you're thinking about men then?" Qin Luo nodded, "Indeed. I'm curious about how things are progressing with that little firecracker and someone else." Upon hearing this, the lethargic Li Chenggang perked up, glaring with intensity. "You scoundrel. Do you dare challenge me?" Qin Luo immediately adopted an exaggerated expression, exclaiming, "Oh, so now you're angry? Who was it that added her and eagerly invited her to play games? Usually, it's just the 4 of us teaming up, but this weekend, you managed to drag me from silver to gold over 2 days of intense gaming. All thanks to your little darling." Li Chenggang's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "How can you blame me? You were the one who gave her my phone number. I had clearly rejected him at that time and even berated him. After which I deleted everything. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wang Chun and Wu Xian. So how did we end up in contact again? He claimed to be excellent at gaming, and you all witnessed it as well. He is a master. So what does that mean? Are you willingly becoming his subordinate? How can you tarnish someone's reputation baselessly? My intentions were purely for the collective good, and he indeed possesses remarkable skills, guiding us to gold rank." Li Chenggang turned red with embarrassment, followed by his incomprehensible remarks about how impressive he was at playing Yasuo, asserting that without his guidance, we would never reach gold. This drew laughter from everyone, filling the path to school with a light-hearted atmosphere. It wasn't until the 4 of them arrived at the classroom that the teasing of Li Chenggang finally ceased. The 3 burly men, having played games all night, slumped over their desks, ready to sleep through the class. Qin Luo, however, was not as fatigued due to his good physical condition. Yet he decided to rest, as the upcoming English lesson seemed rather uninteresting. Just then, the school bell rang melodiously, and a graceful figure suddenly appeared at the classroom door. She wore a leather beret, its brim casting a shadow over her black wavy hair with blue highlights. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye added to her allure. Her delicate fox-like face was enhanced by exquisite makeup, making her even more stunning. Following the elegant curve of her collarbone downwards, her slender form was enveloped in a strapless top, complemented by a black leather jacket. Her flat stomach was exposed, showcasing the enchanting beauty of femininity. The knee-length black skirt had a slight side slit, hinting at her fair skin, captivating the gaze of onlookers. Upon her entrance, several students turned to her, their eyes fixated, unable to look away. As more and more students followed suit, gasps of admiration filled the air. "Wow, a beauty! That face and figure are incredible. Does anyone know who she is? Come on, open your eyes and take a good look. That's the fierce goddess of our school. Wait, why is Yao Yanyan in our class? Is she here for someone's boyfriend? Oh no, she must be after my boyfriend. What? My boyfriend isn't in the same class. Then it's fine. Is there a possibility that she is here for Qin Luo?" One fellow seemed to have struck upon a revelation, causing those around him to pause before simultaneously turning their gazes toward Qin Luo, who was seated in the back. At that moment, Qin Luo was exchanging glances with Yao Yanyan from a distance. Their eyes interwove. The girl smiled, her rosy lips curling upwards, radiating a captivating charm. Qin Luo narrowed his eyes, knowing without a doubt that she was indeed approaching him, and began to ponder the reason for Yao Yanyan's unexpected arrival. Since the first profound interaction with Yao Yanyan, he occasionally accompanied her to class. However, it was the first time Yao Yanyan took the initiative to find him. "Wow, how did Yao Yanyan come here? Luo Go, could it be that she is here for you? Old Qin, tell me the truth, have you two really become involved?" Yao Yanyan's sudden appearance captured the attention of the entire class. Qin Luo's roommates, who were almost drifting into slumber, were jolted awake at the sight. They were well aware of the recent sparks between Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan. and her unexpected arrival in their class left them pondering only one reason. She must be looking for Qin Luo. Qin Luo shook his head in silence, locking eyes with Yao Yanyan from a distance. She smiled at him before addressing the teacher at the podium. Sorry, teacher, I'm late. The English teacher adjusted her glasses, fully aware that Yao Yanyan was not a student of this class, but chose not to comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement to allow her entry. University is inherently a place of freedom, especially in esteemed institutions, where students often attend different classes without facing any objection from teachers unless they are particularly disruptive. Though the English teacher had heard of Yao Yanyan's reputation, she did not perceive her as a troublemaker, so she let it be. With the teacheress' approval, Yao Yanyan gracefully approached Qin Luo, her black-booted legs catching the attention of her peers. She turned to Wang Chun, who sat next to Qin Luo, and inquired, "Hello, may I sit here?" Wang Chun cast a meaningful glance at Qin Luo before promptly relocating to an empty seat in the back. Similarly, Wu Xin and Li Chang, seated on the other side of Qin Luo, hastily joined Wang Chun, abandoning their previous intentions of resting, their eyes wide with curiosity about Yao Yanyan's motives for coming over. "Thank you," Yao Yanyan said to Wang Chun before naturally settling beside Qin Luo. Throughout this exchange, Qin Luo observed her intently, seemingly pondering her inner thoughts. Noticing his gaze, Yao Yanyan smiled and asked, "Do you think I look good?" Qin Luo rolled his eyes and retorted, "What brings you here?" "Class, of course. I've been wanting to improve my English skills, and you've been kind enough to let me join you for so many classes. I hope you don't mind if I sit in today." Her cheerful demeanor was clearly teasing, earning her another eye roll from Qin Luo. "All right, everyone, class is starting now. Please maintain silence during the lesson," the English teacher announced, tapping her desk to redirect the attention of those fixated on Yao Yanyan and Qin Luo, officially commencing the lesson. However, just a few minutes into the class, the very Yao Yanyan who claimed to wish to enhance her English skills was already engrossed in her phone. She appeared somewhat bored, placing her phone face up on her left side, near Qin Luo, after a brief period of playing with it. Subsequently, she produced a handful of sunflower seeds. Perhaps fearing that cracking them with her teeth would produce an unsightly noise, she opted to peel them with her fingers instead. Qin Luo cast a glance in her direction, his gaze settling upon her hands. Yao Yanyan was not only exquisitely made up and beautifully dressed, but her hands also exuded an undeniable allure. Her 10 fingers resembled slender, lustrous jade, elongated and delicate, adorned with dark green nail polish that accentuated their fairness, further embellished with various small ornaments that rendered them both exquisite and opulent. Qin Luo mused that such hands ought to possess other talents. She seemed destined for greatness as a skilled performer, rather than methodically peeling sunflower seeds one by one with such seriousness and focus. At that moment, her phone, resting to the side, lit up, displaying a notification for a WeChat message, though the specifics remained concealed due to automatic folding. Qin Luo glanced over and softly informed her. "You have a message." Yao Yanyan, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "Can you check it for me? I can't free my hands." So utterly absorbed in her task of peeling the seeds, she seemed oblivious to the world around her. Qin Luo curled his lips slightly, feeling a peculiar sensation within. In recent days, he had occasionally visited the library and come across a psychology book. The book suggested that when interacting with others, individuals often harbor a degree of defensiveness. This protective instinct manifests in various ways, such as maintaining intentional distance and deliberately controlling facial expressions and emotional displays. Taking women as an example. If a woman places her backpack to her left side while you are seated to her right, or if she places her phone face down on the table during meals, these behaviors indicate a certain level of wariness towards you. Conversely, if she exhibits none of these behaviors, it signifies a considerable fondness for you, sufficient enough that she does not mind you glimpsing her privacy. In today's society, people are exceedingly protective of their privacy. No one wishes their secrets to be casually scrutinized by others, even if it is merely a photograph in an album or a simple greeting in a chat history. Though seemingly trivial, having someone see these things can be quite uncomfortable. If an individual is unbothered by you witnessing such aspects, it reveals much about their feelings. In Qin Luo's current circumstances, Yao Yanyan not only placed her phone face up near him, but also showed no hesitation in allowing him to view the message she received, which felt rather significant. Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Luo picked up her phone, only to be greeted by the password input screen. He glanced at Yao Yanyan, who without turning her head, stated 521103. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Luo noted the peculiarity of the number 1103, which happened to coincide with his solar birthday. In fact, it was also the password for his own phone. Were it anyone else who set this password, Qin Luo might have deemed it a mere coincidence. However, when that person turned out to be Yao Yanyan, it became rather intriguing. He thought to himself, I must see what schemes you are concocting. As he entered the password to unlock his phone, upon opening WeChat, before he could even glimpse Yao Yanyan's latest message, he noticed his name prominently displayed at the top, with the nickname Aloe beside it. Stealing another glance at Yao Yanyan, who remained focused on deftly shelling sunflower seeds, her exquisite profile radiated an irresistible charm. Qin Luo restrained himself from speaking, instead tapping on the most recent message he had received. He murmured, "The person nicknamed Peach said they covered for you and inquired why you didn't attend class today." At this, Qin Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Though he had frequently sought out Yao Yanyan to attend classes with her during his free periods, it had always been on his own terms. Only when idle did he consult the class schedule he had found on the forum to engage with her. Unlike his previous pursuit of Su Ke, where he would skip class to accompany her, he had never behaved similarly with Yao Yanyan. Yet, it was rather unexpected for Yao Yanyan to skip class to seek him out. Yao Yanyan glanced at Qin Luo and then returned her gaze to her task, saying, "Just tell her that a boy is pursuing me, and I wish to give him a chance." Qin Luo chose not to relay her message verbatim, instead asking her, "The boy you mentioned, it wouldn't happen to be me, would it?" With a smile, Yao Yanyan replied, "Who knows? I've forgotten who it was that asked me if I wanted to be his girlfriend at the girls' dormitory entrance." "That was indeed me," she continued. "But you didn't provide me with a definitive answer back then. What was relevant then may be different now," he mused, narrowing his eyes. Feeling somewhat perplexed by Yao Yanyan's intentions, her behavior today seemed a tad outrageous, leaving him somewhat off balance, not in the sense of being easily conquered, but rather due to an inability to discern her true thoughts. Despite this, Qin Luo concealed his confusion and cooperatively inquired, "So what is your answer now?" Yao Yanyan flashed a radiant smile and countered, "What kind of answer do you desire?" "Surely, it must be a favorable one," he replied. "And what constitutes a favorable answer?" she asked. "You already know what kind of answer I seek, don't you?" Yao Yanyan chuckled without responding, returning to her sunflower seeds, leaving Qin Luo to ruminate, utterly perplexed by her enigmatic nature. At first glance, it appeared she was responding to his prior affections, yet her manner of expression was unlike that of an ordinary woman. Qin Luo recognized that this was likely a ploy, but her unprecedented demeanor instilled in him a doubt that perhaps she genuinely harbored feelings for him. Is this the true prowess of a femme fatale? How terrifying it is. The voices of the two conversing were not loud, yet they reached the ears of Qin Luo's 3 roommates seated in the back row. Li Qinggang appeared somewhat bewildered, unable to suppress his curiosity as he whispered, "What answer? What answer? I don't understand." Wang Chen's expression was not much better. He stared blankly and replied, "I don't know. Don't ask me." Wu Xian adjusted his glasses, a glint of sharpness glimmering behind the thick lenses. "If I'm not mistaken, Yao Yanyan is asking if Lao Qin likes her, while Lao Qin is inquiring if Yao Yan likes him. What nonsense is this about liking? I didn't hear them mention such a word." Li Qinggang widened his eyes, feeling a sudden itch in his brain as if something was trying to emerge, but ultimately, he surrendered to the urge to lay his head on the table, abandoning all thoughts. At this moment, Yao Yanyan turned to glance at Qin Luo and suddenly asked, "Hey, I heard you're quite popular. There have been quite a few girls approaching you lately. Why don't you pick one you like and start dating?" This time, it was Qin Luo's turn to avoid her gaze. He casually replied, "Haven't encountered someone I like. What about you?" He tossed the question back to Yao Yanyan, attempting to regain control of the conversation, reminiscent of their initial deep exchange. However, the spirited and charming Yao Yanyan was evidently not so easily caught off guard. She smiled slightly in response, "I have encountered someone I like, but I'm unsure if he likes me." Qin Luo raised an eyebrow. "Shall I help you ask?" "Sure. Whether I can find a partner depends entirely on you. If it works out, I'll treat you to a meal. But by then, you'll have a boyfriend. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to treat me? I think he wouldn't mind. Would you?" Goodness, truly. Faced with Yao Yanyan's counter-question, Qin Luo secretly clicked his tongue in admiration, recognizing her mastery. Upon noticing Yao Yanyan's current effortless demeanor, he finally realized that their previous verbal sparring was mere childish play. He had thought himself immune to the tricks of a femme fatale, Yet it seemed Yao Yanyan had never taken him seriously before. Now, however, was different. She was evidently earnest. Each word was a gem, every sentence alluring. Though none of her statements were overtly confessional, she wielded the art of ambiguity to perfection, as if weaving an enchanting spell, subtly ensnaring others. No wonder so many couples had been torn apart by her. Qin Luo, who once derided those entangled with Yao Yanyan, now had to admit that some things could hardly be blamed on them. After all, she was undeniably formidable, evading answers with questions, the prowess of a seductress, truly terrifying. In the back, Wu Xian managed to squeeze out a remark, his admiration evident, clearly astonished by Yao Yanyan's prowess. Wang Chun wore a bewildered expression and instinctively inquired, "What does that mean? Did you understand what they were discussing?" Wu Xian shook his head. "I didn't comprehend. But I can assert that old Qin is at a disadvantage." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's confusion deepened, and it seemed as if his mind was about to overheat, protesting against the overload. Consequently, he followed in Li Qinggong's footsteps, leaning on the table and surrendering to despair. Meanwhile, Qin Luo recognized that Yao Yanyan was advancing with ferocity and understood that he could not afford to continue in this manner. Otherwise, the initiative would inevitably be seized by Yao Yanyan, rendering him decidedly passive. Regardless of the hidden tricks Yao Yanyan might possess, he had to reverse the situation. "Are you offering me an opportunity?" Qin Luo boldly posed a question, taking his first step towards an offensive against Yao Yanyan. Unfazed, Yao Yanyan retorted, "Are you confessing your feelings to me?" Qin Luo narrowed his eyes. "Are you flirting with me?" Yao Yanyan's lips curled into a subtle smile, her expression oscillating between amusement and intrigue. "Only those who harbor feelings for me would perceive my words as flirtation." The initial thrust of Qin Luo's advance was thwarted, and the initiative was once again firmly in Yao Yanyan's control, compelling him to abandon the contest of wits. "And what if I do feel something?" Qin Luo launched a direct strike, cleverly using her momentum against her, eager to discover the strength of Yao Yanyan's defenses. Upon hearing his words, Yao Yanyan maintained her serene smile, without any significant reaction. "Feelings, indeed," she elongated her voice, and then, under Qin Luo's slightly puzzled gaze, she suddenly grasped his hand, placing a generous handful of sunflower seeds, which she had just peeled, gently into his palm. "Then let us act," she responded with a smile, her charming visage eclipsing all surrounding brightness. As Qin Luo beheld the handful of seeds resting in his hand, his mouth involuntarily parted slightly. In that moment, despite his inner reluctance, he had to concede that there was an instant when his heartbeat quickened significantly. Behind him, a series of gasps echoed in disbelief. Li Qinggang, Wu Xian, and Wang Chen all widened their eyes, their jaws clenched tightly, yet waves of chill continued to seep through their clenched teeth. As they experienced a profound sense of exhilaration mingled with trepidation, their gazes towards Yao Yanyan were filled with awe. At that moment, they comprehended the sheer power of the school's one true goddess, realizing the despairing strength that lay behind the title of the Minotaur War God. It is no exaggeration to assert that merely her skill in peeling sunflower seeds left them utterly astounded. They introspectively questioned, if they were to have a girlfriend at that moment, and Yao Yanyan approached them with similar intentions, what would the outcome be? A complete rout, without exception. 3 proud men, akin to majestic eagles, lowered their heads and then turned their gaze toward Qin Luo, as though bidding farewell to a warrior about to embark on the battlefield. Their eyes brimmed with tumultuous emotions. "Brother, you must remain steadfast. Do not fall prey to the wiles of this woman." Chapter 51. Reflections on the launch after enduring more than a month of anticipation. The time has finally come for the launch. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to everyone for their unwavering support along this journey. In recent days, I have come to know author friends who have advised me that a proper launch statement should encompass elements such as appeals for votes, subscriptions, and tales of hardship. Hence, without further ado, I shall begin my narrative. I possess a household registration book containing 2 pages, one belonging to me and the other a mere photocopy. At the tender age of 8, my parents divorced, and after a few years, my father remarried a woman who had returned from working away. She was a second wife. Following their union, I found myself with a stepmother, and various conflicts ensued, leading to an increasing estrangement from my family. In my 3rd year of middle school, my stepmother bore a son. My father once confided in me that he had married her because she claimed she could not conceive. Yet, she did give birth. And on that day, she received numerous blessings. I too received congratulations, including a smile from an aunt who said, "How wonderful! You have a little brother now." In my youth, I could not discern whether her words were genuinely congratulatory or otherwise. Regardless, after graduating middle school, I ceased my studies, and the rift with my family widened. Just a month after my stepmother had her son, she departed for the United States, returning only 2 years later. Upon her return, I left my hometown and began a life of solitude, wandering aimlessly for years without a fixed abode. The concept of home became increasingly nebulous to me. I felt indifferent to where I resided as long as it was not my hometown. Indeed, the farther I was from it, the better. During my time away, I refrained from contacting my family and even preferred that they not reach out to me, to the extent of keeping my phone on Do Not Disturb mode for years. It was not until a few years ago that I fell ill, suffering a fever of 41 degrees Celsius, and by the time I reached the hospital, my consciousness was fading. The doctors informed me of the severity of my condition, yet astonishingly, I recovered overnight. It was then that I received a call from my hometown, where a simple yet devastating message awaited me. "Your father has passed away." At that moment, I experienced little emotional upheaval. I merely set down the phone, went to the restroom, and booked a flight. As I stood before the mirror preparing to wash my face, though the faucet had yet to be turned on, my face was already wet with tears. I struggled to contain my emotions and informed the nurse of my urgent need to discharge myself. But she explained that my attending physician was unavailable and that I must wait for his arrival to process my release. In a moment of despair, I shouted, "My father is gone," and dashed out without a second thought. That morning, I boarded a flight, arriving in the capital by noon, and promptly took a taxi back to my hometown, where I arrived in the evening. Upon my arrival, the courtyard of my ancestral home was filled with people, and as I stepped out of the car, they regarded me with a mix of sorrowful, pitying, sympathetic, mocking, and scornful glances. I traversed the crowd and entered the already constructed funeral home, gazing at my father lying in the coffin. The moment I beheld him again, over a year had elapsed since our last encounter. I felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet tears eluded me, compelling me to widen my eyes and part my lips in silence. It was only when someone forcefully patted my back that I finally managed to break into sobs. My first cries in life were uttered in the presence of my family, proclaiming my arrival, and now, my weeping stemmed from the departure of a loved one. Some have attributed my father's demise to my absence over the years, suggesting that his yearning for me ultimately consumed him, leading to his melancholic end. I, too, shared this sentiment, drifting in a haze for several days. When I inquired about the cause of my father's death, I was told it was a heart attack in the dead of night, and by the time it was discovered, he had already passed. I remain uncertain if this is indeed the truth. After all, only my father and my stepmother were at home, and they had been sleeping in separate rooms for many years. Though I advocated for an autopsy, my pleas fell on deaf ears. My father's passing extinguished the last remnants of nostalgia I harbored for this hometown and rendered me truly homeless. After observing the wake for my father, I felt an urge to depart once more. Before leaving, I returned to the home where I had resided for over a decade and instinctively uttered, "Dad, I'm back." There was no response, no figure to greet me. The house lay in utter stillness, devoid of anything. In that moment, the sorrow I felt surpassed even the sight of my father's lifeless form. I pondered whether my previous high fever had been a protective shield from misfortune. Perhaps my father had sheltered me from calamity. Following my departure, I resumed my aimless wandering, during which I met some friends who often expressed envy for my carefree existence. Unburdened by earthly ties, free to roam the world, I merely smiled in response, silently downing glass after glass of liquor, until the following year's Qingming festival. I returned to my hometown to pay respects at my father's grave, contemplating a night spent in my former residence. To my dismay, I discovered that my stepmother had rented it out, while she and her son, along with her parents, resided in another house. The tenants, a group of young individuals working in bars, 6 men and 2 women, had transformed the abode, laden with my few childhood memories, into a chaotic mess. I sought out my stepmother, imploring her to evict the tenants, as I wished to reclaim the space. She refused, stating that she relied on the rental income for sustenance. Consequently, I spent several nights on a bench in my hometown, reflecting on many aspects related to my father. He had once confided in me about his desire for divorce, but abandoned the notion upon the birth of her son. I recalled how she never contributed a single penny to the household, even waiting for my father to purchase toilet paper when it ran out. I remembered how, After having a child, she fled to America, completely indifferent to the family's affairs. Thus, I took the initiative to discuss the matter of separation with her. During the process of handling the necessary formalities for the division, I learned that she had acquired my father's death certificate less than a month after his passing, thereby automatically becoming the head of the household. Moreover, she had rented out the house the very day after I left home. Some have informed me that after my departure, she claimed to others that my father had died from my actions, but I have long ceased to concern myself with such statements. My sole desire is to sever all ties with her and, by extension, with my hometown. However, she refuses to agree to the separation, insisting on waiting until her son reaches adulthood, while others have intervened, resulting in this matter remaining unresolved. Even during these days when I am focused on writing, it continues to trouble my mind, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain a conducive creative state. Lacking any exceptional talents, unable to perform physical labor, and with no understanding of office work, my only value lies in my ability to craft stories. Once my work is published, I shall return to my hometown to confront my stepmother, hoping for initial subscriptions from all, so that I may continue to share my plans for revenge. Do not inquire why I do not seek 50. Today is not a day for frivolity. This is my tale of woe. Any resemblance to reality is purely coincidental. Haha. After jesting for a while, let us return to the matter at hand. In summary, at the stroke of midnight, my work is set to officially launch, with a simultaneous release of 10 chapters. Given that I received approximately 800 monthly votes and around 100,000 in donations last month, I shall additionally release 2 more chapters this afternoon. Future additional chapters will follow this pattern. 800 monthly votes will yield extra chapters, with further increments based on donations. Should there be any patrons or silver supporters on the day of launch, the additional chapters will be doubled. Having shared my misfortunes and solicited initial subscriptions, I believe this constitutes a satisfactory launch statement. The updated release schedule will be 2 chapters at 10 a.m. and 2 chapters at 6 p.m., each comprising 3,000 words, resulting in a daily total of 12 chapters, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Lastly, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support thus far and hope to continue earning your patronage. I shall strive to create captivating stories as a means of giving back to you. Chapter 52. Qin Luo Strikes Back. Qin Luo did not disappoint the expectations of his 3 roommates. This was only natural. He could not be swayed by a few words from Yao Yanyan. Although her recent actions had indeed captivated him, Qin Luo was a man of clarity. He understood the nature of Yao Yanyan, recognizing that her sudden declarations and behaviors were not without reason. Had she been an ordinary girl, he might have believed that she genuinely harbored feelings for him and sought a romantic relationship. But who was Yao Yanyan? A formidable presence at school. She inspired fear in countless girls, some of whom even formed an anti-Yao Yanyan alliance, perceiving her as their ultimate adversary. How could such a woman easily develop affections for another? Although Qin Luo remained unaware of her true intentions, he was fairly certain that her actions were not motivated by any affection for him. Perhaps it stemmed from a playful disposition? It was reminiscent of how she had previously lured away someone else's boyfriend only to discard him without a second thought. Qin Luo hesitated. After all, he was not a married man and, logically, should not be regarded as a target by Yao Yanyan. Several times, he contemplated using his heart-monitoring device to listen to Yao Yanyan's thoughts, but considering that he had only one use left, he deemed it unwise to employ it for such trivial matters and ultimately dismissed the idea. Their encounter concluded with Qin Luo's utter defeat. For the first time, he experienced the formidable intensity of the enchanting Yao Yanyan when she unleashed her full force. He promptly chose to adopt a strategic silence, silently munching on sunflower seeds while feigning attentiveness to the lecture, refraining from uttering a single word to Yao Yanyan throughout the entire class. Yao Yanyan, unfazed, immersed herself in her phone, and thus they quietly coexisted until the class ended. At the sound of the dismissal bell, Qin Luo was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of relief. He instinctively wished to distance himself from this perilous woman, preparing to rise, when Yao Yanyan unexpectedly grasped his hand. He paused, turning to her with an expression of conflict. "What is it?" Yao Yanyan smiled. "Don't rush off. I have something to discuss with you." "Why didn't you mention it during class?" he inquired. "Because I wanted to speak when it was just the 2 of us," she replied, casting a captivating smile at Qin Luo, her naturally alluring eyes shimmering with an intoxicating charm. that rendered him unable to meet her gaze. Overwhelmed by her presence, Qin Luo fell silent and resumed his seat. It was not that he felt compelled to oblige Yao Yinyan. Rather, he was genuinely curious about her reasons for seeking him out. If all went as expected, the answer would soon be revealed by her own lips. As the teacher announced the end of class, students began to disperse in small groups. During their exit from the classroom, their glances lingered on Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan. Some wore subtle expressions, while others bore suggestive looks. Clearly, the prolonged absence of movement between Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan had led them to conjure up some inappropriate scenarios. Qin Luo's 3 roommates exchanged glances at his back, then collectively sighed and rose to leave. As they passed by him, they patted his shoulder and cast him a look that conveyed a sense of impending doom. What are you implying with those expressions that suggest I am about to be ensnared by a vixen? Qin Luo found himself both amused and exasperated by their antics. Before long, all students except for them had departed, leaving the vast classroom eerily silent, with only the 2 of them remaining. Qin Luo broke the silence, saying, "Speak up. What brings you to me?" Yao Yinyan responded cheerfully, "Oh, it's nothing much. I just missed you a little." Qin Luo furrowed his brows and said, "If that's how you feel, then I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he made to depart, but Yao Yinyan once again grasped his arm, a flicker of urgency flashing in her eyes. "Don't go. What do you truly desire? I like you. I wish to be your girlfriend." A look of astonishment instantly enveloped Qin Luo's face. He opened his mouth, utterly astounded that Yao Yinyan could deliver such a candid confession. At that moment, he noticed a delicate blush appearing on her cheeks, and her gaze transformed from mere seduction to one imbued with a touch of shyness. Could this little enchantress truly possess such an emotional side? Qin Luo instinctively swallowed, yet quickly regained his composure. He had not forgotten the nature of Yao Yinyan, and was acutely aware that her greatest talent lay in the art of performance. Thus, he shed his expression of surprise and allowed a relaxed smile to grace his features, teasingly remarking, "If you genuinely like me, then you surely wouldn't refuse this, would you?" As the words left his lips, he leaned in closer to Yao Yinyan's face. In Qin Luo's mind, this was the most potent counterattack against her. Should she choose to retreat, everything she had just constructed would crumble, and this game of wits would conclude with his victory. Conversely, he believed it impossible for her not to evade him. A woman with an exceptional score of 95 would never casually engage in a kiss with a man she did not favor. Convinced that Yao Yinyan would indeed shy away, he acted without hesitation, genuinely intending to press his lips to hers, his eyes glinting with a triumphant mischief. To Yao Yinyan, this scene elicited a moment of surprise on her countenance. However, in the next heartbeat, that astonishment shifted to Qin Luo's expression, for Yao Yinyan did not retreat. Not only did she remain in place, but she even closed her eyes. As her eyelids descended, her long, dark lashes trembled slightly, and her lips, adorned with a glossy hue, appeared irresistibly tempting. Her visible tension was palpable, her allure intoxicating. Qin Luo had intended to halt his advance, but for reasons unknown. Witnessing Yao Yinyan in such a vulnerable state compelled him to draw nearer. As they approached, the heat of their breaths mingled in the air, filling the silent classroom with an escalating tension that drew them ever closer. Just as their lips were on the brink of contact, the classroom door was suddenly thrust open with a loud bang. The door swung wide, crashing against the wall, accompanied by an irate exclamation that rang out, "Yao Yinyan." The sudden sound caused Qin Luo to stiffen, and at the moment that familiar voice echoed, he instinctively turned his head, only to behold an exquisitely familiar and chilling visage. Yao Yinyan opened her eyes, but did not glance over to see who it was. Instead, she gently caressed her chest. As she quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, she felt her heart racing like an unbridled fawn, unable to find stillness. Perhaps it was the recent disjointed chapters that had sown discontent, transforming the grievances into a tangible curse, causing my dear Nyo to suffer greatly. This morning, I was awakened by pain and stumbled as I got out of bed, feeling utterly miserable. The arrival of an uninvited guest shattered the tranquility of the classroom, dissipating the ambiguous atmosphere between Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan. Qin Luo's gaze remained fixated on the figure at the doorway, his eyes awash with a tumult of emotions. She was a strikingly beautiful girl, with long, silky black hair reminiscent of carbon, and a delicately stunning face framed by a side-swept fringe. Her skin was fair and pure, each feature harmoniously exquisite, from her high-bridged nose to her rosy lips and bright, glistening eyes. She resembled the finest work of art, flawless and beyond reproach. As his gaze lowered, he beheld her swan-like neck and delicate figure enveloped in a pristine white dress, the fabric accentuating a breathtaking silhouette. Her slender legs beneath the hem were perfectly shaped, straight and striking, radiating an undeniable allure. At a mere glance, she appeared as a pure snow lotus on Tianshan Mountain, sacred and proud, invoking admiration, yet evoking no desire to tarnish her purity. Regrettably, her eyes now simmered with volcanic fury, and her expression was as cold and unyielding as frost. The collision of fire and ice lent her an even more captivating aura, yet one could sense her profound indignation. Yao Yanyan, Qin Luo Yu. Suke glared at them from a distance, her words emerging through gritted teeth, yet failing to coalesce into a coherent sentence, as if her fury had shattered her reason. Her tightly clenched fists trembled slightly in her agitation. Qin Luo remained silent, merely observing Suke, a flicker of bewilderment in his gaze. He could not recall the last time he had seen her. Since their last encounter at the girls' dormitory entrance, he had not laid eyes on her again. Despite Suke's persistent messages urging him to accompany her to class or assist her in purchasing milk tea, he had only responded perfunctorily, showing no inclination to heed her wishes or meet her again. It seemed only a little over 10 days had passed. Qin Luo felt a sense of uncertainty, for upon encountering Suke once more, he was inexplicably struck by a feeling of having traversed through time. At that moment, Yao Yanyan, standing beside him, rose with a bright smile and teasingly remarked, "Do tell, why did you choose to arrive now of all times? Are you deliberately trying to sabotage my good fortune?" Her words deftly attracted the entirety of Suke's ire. Suke glared at her with a face flushed with anger, gritting her teeth as she demanded, "Yao Yanyan, what on earth do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious?" Yao Yanyan shot a knowing glance at Qin Luo, her expression a blend of amusement and mockery. This provoked Suke further, her frustration palpable. She clenched her jaw and turned to Qin Luo, raising her voice in a fervent inquiry. "Tell me, do you truly no longer have feelings for me? Are you seeking a relationship with Yao Yanyan? Speak." In the face of Suke's interrogation, Qin Luo exhibited little reaction. He bore neither the fluster of being caught in a scandal nor the awkwardness of reuniting with an ex, maintaining an air of indifference. He replied in a calm tone, "This is not the first time I have been posed this question, and you should have received 4 responses already, so I will not repeat myself." Suke bit her lip, unable to respond to his words. Despite having received answers from her 4 roommates, she yearned for Qin Luo's own affirmation. Qin Luo continued, "As for your inquiry regarding my intentions with Yao Yanyan, I wonder what capacity you are asking this, my friend? My girlfriend? Or something else entirely?" Suke was rendered speechless by his question. She gazed into Qin Luo's eyes, hoping to glimpse the warmth and affection she once recognized. Yet, her efforts were in vain. She found only a serene stillness, akin to a placid lake, calm to the point of suffocating. The familiar sense of stagnation returned, and Suke opened her mouth, forcing out a somewhat hoarse voice. "I am neither your friend nor your girlfriend, but you clearly have feelings for me. You must still hold some affection for me. If you have developed feelings for someone else now, then what was I to you? What do you make of the affection you once showed me? The pursuit over the past 3 months? If you can so easily abandon me, then what significance did all your previous actions hold?" Her voice grew increasingly sharp and loud, tinged with a hint of hysteria. Yao Yanyan watched with keen interest, glancing at Qin Luo, seemingly eager to see how he would respond next. Would he soften and revert to being Suke's devoted admirer, or would he maintain his cold demeanor, severing ties with Suke and walking away for good? "Do you believe all my previous actions were meaningless?" Qin Luo asked. "If you abandon me now, then what you did before is indeed rendered meaningless." Suke stubbornly declared, "If you truly like me, you should pursue me relentlessly until I agree, rather than simply giving up. So this is how you feel?" Qin Luo suddenly smiled, a gentle and warm smile. It was a smile familiar to Suke, yet for some inexplicable reason, it now appeared entirely foreign. Even Qin Luo's cryptic words caused her heart to momentarily falter. A certain disquieting emotion blossomed within her, leading to an inexplicable sense of regret. She suddenly felt that she should not have uttered those words, and now, she was disinclined to hear what Qin Luo would say next. However, turning away was not an option, just as Qin Luo's words would undoubtedly resonate within her heart. "To be honest, you are my first love," he softly confided, his voice imbued with sincerity, gentle enough to soothe the anxious hearts around him. During my middle school years, many of my classmates were already in relationships, and I often pondered what the girl I would eventually love would be like. Approximately 3 months ago, I encountered her. She wore a simple white dress, so beautiful that it was almost blinding, and many admired her. I was merely one among them. Fortunately, due to her aloofness, those admirers did not last long, and thus they could not compare to my persistence. Even amidst her cold demeanor, I believed there would come a day when her heart would flutter. For even if she were truly as frigid as ice, there must eventually be a moment when she could thaw. Thus, I began to pursue her in various ways. I diligently researched her class schedule, often running to her classroom to accompany her. Even if I was met with nothing but cold glances and indifference, I welcomed it gladly. I learned how to prepare chicken soup, knowing that she suffered from dysmenorrhea, hoping to provide her warmth and care during her discomfort. I learned of her fondness for a new cake from a local dessert shop, and under the blazing sun, I queued for hours to bring it to her. I understood these gestures were merely self-indulgent acts, but what of it? I willingly embraced this, for I firmly believed that one day she would turn back to look at me. After all, even the moon in the sky is destined to be reflected in the water. With a smile gracing his lips and a gentle tone, Qin Luo openly expressed his feelings, as if narrating a sweet love story. Yao Yinyan, a witness to this tale, could not help but reflect on the myriad of gestures Qin Luo had performed over the past 3 months, leaving her with a sense of melancholy. The same images danced in Su Ke's mind, their impact even more profound. She bit her lips tighter, as if wanting to voice something. Yet her throat felt like a rusty pipe, her words transforming into sharp nails that refused to escape, causing her throat to ache painfully. It has been proven that not every genuine friendship receives a reciprocal response. The moon reflected in the water ultimately remains just an illusion, and there indeed exist impenetrable barriers in this world. She finally mustered the courage to speak, yet Qin Luo interrupted her, denying her the chance to continue. Su Ke bit down on her lip with increasing force, leaving distinct imprints on her delicate lower lip, which turned a deep crimson, as if it might bleed. Qin Luo regarded her with a calm demeanor, his smile gradually fading. When he spoke again, his tone remained gentle, yet lacked the previous warmth. To you, my inability to persist in my affection for you renders all my previous efforts meaningless. However, for me, that was my first expression of friendship in life. Despite its lack of reciprocation, it does not diminish its purity and sincerity. I have never harbored resentment towards you. While I believe that sincerity should always be met with kindness, emotions should not be coerced. At this point, Qin Luo paused, a smile reappearing on his face. Su Ke, I will no longer attempt to grasp the moon. I simply desire the moon that comes to me. In that instant, Qin Luo abruptly turned away. He seized Yao Yinyan's chin, and in the midst of her astonished gaze, he kissed her. In that moment, Yao Yinyan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, her pupils constricting in disbelief at Qin Luo's audacity. Su Ke's eyes widened in shock, his earlier words echoing in her mind. And just as her chaotic thoughts began to settle, Qin Luo's actions struck her like a blow. The classroom fell into an unbearable silence, as if the world had been put on pause. After a few seconds, as Qin Luo's lips brushed against Yao Yinyan's delicate face and finally rested near her ear, he whispered, "Though I cannot discern your thoughts, it would be remiss not to reciprocate. Consider this my response." As his gentle voice reached her ears, Yao Yinyan finally emerged from her stupor. She gazed at Qin Luo, her pupils reflecting his somewhat frivolous smile, her eyes shimmering with a tumult of emotions, and her heartbeat spiraled out of control once more. Her lips moved slightly, as if to speak, but before she could utter a word, Qin Luo had already taken his leave. Yao Yinyan watched helplessly as Qin Luo approached Su Ke, only to pass by without a hint of hesitation or pause. In that fleeting moment, she noticed Su Ke's body tremble distinctly. "No, don't leave," Su Ke managed to utter, her voice strained, as if she had expended all her strength. Qin Luo heard her but continued onward, oblivious, stepping out of the classroom. Then, he noticed 3 girls of varying heights and unique charms standing by the wall. Tang Yu fixed her gaze upon him with a complex and astonished expression, her eyes unwavering, caught between words unspoken. In her hand, Chu Sijin held a bag of snacks, her fingers suspended within, yet she hesitated to retrieve any morsels. Meanwhile, Chu Yunyan, clad in her attire, blinked at him, her smile infused with a hint of surprise, as if witnessing an exquisite performance. Qin Luo's eyes swept over the 3 of them, a subtle smile gracing his lips before he reached into Chu Sijin's snack bag, plucking out a potato chip and popping it into his mouth. Seizing the moment while Chu Sijin was momentarily dazed, he playfully pinched her cheek. "Goodbye," he waved, striding away with a confident demeanor that radiated nonchalance. Tang Yu observed his retreating figure, her complex gaze lingering until he vanished from sight, before she turned to the other two and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Chu Sijin pressed her lips together, hesitantly admitting, "I don't quite know how to express it. I just feel a bit uneasy, lacking appetite." After speaking, she retrieved a chip from the bag, intending to eat it, but ultimately placed it back inside. Chu Liuyan, arms crossed and intrigued, remarked, "Such an act would be considered classic even in an anime. If I ever get to draw a comic, I must include this scene. Perhaps it would become timeless in its adaptation." The fact that the snack-loving Chu Sijin had lost her appetite, and that even the second child, the sharp-tongued Chu Liuyan, regarded it as classic, clearly illustrated the profound impact Qin Luo's earlier actions had on them. Tang Yu's heart was equally tumultuous. From her perspective, Qin Luo's pursuit of Su Ku over the past 3 months seemed a mere youthful infatuation. Yet, as an observer, she could encapsulate it in such simple terms. Who could truly articulate the tangled emotions without stepping into Qin Luo's shoes? Tang Yu found herself at a loss, unable to untangle her thoughts after hearing Qin Luo's words. She felt an unexpected pang of empathy for him. Even regarding his sudden kiss with Yao Yinyan, she harbored no excessive thoughts. Since Qin Luo had resolved to give up on Su Ku, it was only natural for him to turn his affections to another woman. Despite knowing that it was Yao Yinyan who had instigated it all, what she remained unaware of was whether this outcome was indeed what Yao Yinyan desired. "Let us proceed inside," Tang Yu declared as she entered the classroom. Her curiosity piqued more about Su Ku's potential reaction than Yao Yinyan's. Would she feel regret, frustration, emotion? Or would she, as usual, maintain her pride and assert that it was all Qin Luo's unreciprocated affection? Tang Yu's curiosity was quickly satisfied. Upon stepping into the classroom, her feet halted. There, not far away, stood Su Ku. She appeared as though struck by a thunderbolt, her spirit seemingly whisked away by unseen hands, rendering her rigid and numb. Her once fair complexion now bore a pallid hue, reminiscent of a lifeless paper flower, while her eyes, devoid of their usual luster, appeared hollow and vacant. Though accustomed to Su Ku's typically expressionless demeanor, her current state diverged significantly from that familiar coolness. If one were to articulate it, it resembled the brain's activation of a self-preservation mechanism following intense stimulation, leaving her ensconced in a state of emotional detachment. "Su Ku, are you all right?" Tang Yu gently called out, yet received no reply. Su Ku stood there, oblivious to the world around her, frozen in place. Furrowing her brow, Tang Yu glanced over at Yao Yinyan, only to find her in a trance, absently touching her lips, lost in thought. Perhaps sensing Tang Yu's gaze, Yao Yinyan snapped back to reality, her expression shifting back to her usual nonchalant demeanor. She approached Tang Yu and remarked, "It seems the shock she experienced was quite sufficient. We should take her back to the dormitory." Tang Yu regarded her with a penetrating gaze, hesitating momentarily before silently nodding. Subsequently, she and Chu Liuyan supported Su Ku on either side, preparing to escort her back. However, upon exiting the classroom building, Yao Yinyan diverged in another direction, not following them. Tang Yu instinctively inquired, "Where are you going?" Yao Yinyan ignored her question, departing without a word. It dawned on Tang Yu that Yao Yinyan's outward calm merely concealed the tumult within. Qin Luo's earlier actions had repercussions that extended far beyond Su Ku alone. What is wrong with Yinyan? Chu Sijin could not contain her curiosity. Tang Yu shook her head in silence, prompting Chu Sijin to refrain from further inquiries. She silently munched on a potato chip, glancing at her 3 companions before observing the retreating figure of Yao Yinyan, sensing an unusual air about them all. Even for herself, the once irresistible allure of potato chips had waned. Had Qin Luo just pilfered some of her chips? Chu Sijin pondered, opening a bottle of soda to sip. Before long, the group returned to dormitory 606. Tang Yu and Chu Liuyan helped Su Ku into a chair. As they contemplated how to restore Su Ku to her former self, they suddenly noticed 2 streams of tears cascading down her cheeks, seemingly appearing from nowhere. The other 3 gasped in astonishment. After all this time as classmates, it was the first instance they had witnessed her weep. "Su Ku, are you okay?" The kind-hearted Chu Sijin approached her, retrieving a bag of snacks from her bag and gently offering, "Here, Have some snacks. Please don't cry. At last, Suku responded. Her crimson lips parted, as if she were on the verge of articulating something profound. Yet the moment the words escaped her, they morphed into a trembling wail. He cannot simply give up on me. He cannot simply give up on me. The torrent of emotions flowed forth with her voice, as Suka found herself utterly unable to suppress her feelings any longer, allowing the tears to cascade freely and her sobs to reverberate within the confines of the small dormitory. The others were taken aback by Suku's distressed demeanor. They were accustomed to her usual air of icy arrogance, yet they had never witnessed her in such a vulnerable state. Chu Sijin and Chu Yunyan appeared somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to navigate this situation, and thus cast a pleading glance towards Tang Yu for assistance. Tang Yu, unwilling to stand idly by, approached Suku, gently grasping her hand, and inquired, "Do you now understand your feelings for Qin Luo? I'm sorry, I was wrong. I truly like him. Tang Yu, please help me. Help me bring Qin Luo back. He cannot not like me. He cannot not like me." Suku's sobs quivered, and this time, she finally articulated her innermost thoughts. She clutched Tang Yu's hands tightly, as if a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. Her grip so fierce that it left Tang Yu momentarily pained. However, given the gravity of the situation, Tang Yu did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Had Suku uttered these sentiments merely days prior, Tang Yu would have unhesitatingly chosen to assist her. The prospect of uniting star-crossed lovers was not something she would ever shun. Yet now, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Following Qin Luo's declarations in the classroom and his kiss with Yao Yinyan, the dynamics of this emotional entanglement had transformed into a multifaceted affair. Based on her understanding of Yao Yinyan, Tang Yu did not believe that Yao would remain uninvolved. Even though Suku had come to terms with her feelings for Qin Luo, it was ultimately too late. This reminded Tang Yu of a phrase she had once encountered online: "A delayed affection is worth less than a blade of grass." Lacking personal romantic experience, she had previously dismissed this saying with disdain, feeling it unfairly belittled the humble grass. After all, what wrong had the grass committed? Yet now, witnessing Suku's anguish, she grasped the profound truth in those words. If only she had known, why endure such suffering? Enough, Suku. I understand that you are in pain. But, Tang Yu hesitated, striving to help Suku accept the present reality without delivering overly harsh words that might further wound her. But Suku would not let her finish, interrupting with a vehement denial. "No, it cannot end like this. He once adored me. How could he simply claim to not love me? He is only attempting to provoke me, and he has succeeded. I now realize I love him. As long as I seek him out, as long as I openly declare my feelings, he will return to my side. He must." In that moment, she resembled a jester unwilling to confront reality, vehemently rejecting the truth before her. As she observed the escalating emotions of her friend, Tang Yu furrowed her brow and exclaimed, "You need to come to your senses. He no longer harbors feelings for you." It was rare for the typically gentle and demure Tang Yu to exhibit such anger. When her classically beautiful face took on a stern expression, it effectively silenced Suku's protests. Suku bit her lip, seemingly poised to voice further thoughts, but beside her, Chu Sijin suddenly murmured, "I don't quite understand the nuances of affection, but surely, those who are mutually attracted would kiss, right? I just saw Qin Luo kiss Yao Yinyan. So they must be fond of each other, wouldn't you say?" At her words, the dormitory fell into a momentary hush. Suku stood frozen, her expression shifting from confusion to realization, and ultimately, she began to murmur as if in a trance. "Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan are together. How could they be together? They shouldn't be together." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the stillness of the room. As she spoke, she abruptly rose and moved to her bed, resembling a soulless body. While murmuring, she climbed onto her bed, slowly lying down and staring at the ceiling in a daze. Her mutterings grew fainter, leaving the three watching her below, uncertain whether she was lost in thought or had already drifted into slumber. Suku's peculiar demeanor left Chu Sijin feeling uneasy, prompting her to timidly inquire, "Did I say something wrong?" Chu Liunyan shot her a glare and whispered, "What do you think? Suku is in this state, and you still provoke her, as if you fear she hasn't suffered enough?" Such a scenario, where friends confront each other openly, would be explosive in any narrative, except perhaps in certain genres. "I didn't mean to. I merely stated the truth," Chu Sijin replied, feeling aggrieved, and took a bite of her snack. Tang Yu hesitated, appearing to want to speak, yet ultimately remained silent, casting a look of approval towards Chu Sijin. She had refrained from directly mentioning Yao Yanyan to further provoke Su Ku, but it now seemed that this was indeed the most straightforward way to help Su Ku confront reality. The saying better a short pain than a long one came to mind, rather than wallowing in regret and sorrow. It would be more effective to cut through the confusion swiftly. Surely, after a few days of discomfort, Su Ku would recover. After all, these were merely trivial matters of love and affection. Could they truly inflict such deep wounds? Tang Yu reasoned, then gently patted Chu Sijin's head and reassured her, "You are correct. As for Su Ku, she should be fine in a few days." Upon hearing this, Chu Sijin regained her confidence, for she regarded Tang Yu as the most intelligent and reliable individual in their dormitory, far superior to the foolish Chu Yunyan. If Tang Yu affirmed her stance, then she must be right. With renewed vigor, she shot a defiant look at Chu Yunyan and whispered, "See? Even Tang Yu agrees that I'm right." Chu Yunyan curled his lips slightly and remarked, "I did not imply that you were mistaken. Rather, I meant to say it's pointless. Your mind is consumed solely by snacks. And even if I explained, you would not comprehend." Chu Sijin felt offended and retorted, "What do you mean? Are you calling me foolish? Clarify your words." Chu Yunyan shook his head. "With your intellect, it is quite challenging for me to elucidate. Perhaps when Tang Yu is with the person you admire. I shall nudge you then, and you might finally grasp my meaning." Chu Sijin appeared bewildered, and Tang Yu wore a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, within a hotel outside the campus, Yao Yanyan was rolling on her bed, exclaiming in frustration, "How dare that scoundrel kiss me?" Clutching a pillow, she tossed and turned, emitting frustrated sounds that revealed her inner turmoil. This was only to be expected, as she had approached Qin Luo today solely to provoke Su Ku, never intending to place herself in Qin Luo's embrace. Therefore, she felt a sense of relief when Su Ku arrived just in time. However, she was utterly unprepared for Qin Luo's sudden confession of affection towards Su Ku, followed immediately by his kiss on her lips. Such an explosive turn of events was beyond Yao Yanyan's wildest imagination. After kicking all the pillows to the floor and failing to retrieve them, she sprawled across the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. The scene from the classroom replayed vividly in her mind, causing her to unconsciously touch her lips, momentarily reliving the sensation of that kiss. The moist warmth of an unprecedented touch, the fluttering in her heart at that moment lingered in her thoughts. For Yao Yanyan, this feeling was foreign and unparalleled, yet she understood all too well the reason behind her heart's flutter. Yet, she was unwilling to admit it. The reason was simple. I shall no longer attempt to reach for the moon. I only desire the moon that comes to me. If it does not reciprocate, then this shall serve as my token of appreciation. As that soft voice echoed in her ears once more, Yao Yanyan couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Such sweet words. A return gift, indeed. He truly is a scoundrel. She let her hands fall to her sides, striving to erase the imprint Qin Luo had left on her heart. But the more she tried, the clearer his image became in her mind. The events in the classroom resurfaced, and she rested an arm on her forehead, her gaze at the ceiling growing vacant, mumbling to herself in a voice unheard, "You better be a scoundrel." After returning to the dormitory, Qin Luo pushed the door open and sank into a chair, exhaling a long breath. It was the end of the first class of the morning, and the three troublesome youths still had a second class to attend, leaving the dormitory devoid of other occupants. With no one to engage in idle chatter, Qin Luo resorted to entertaining himself. He first sent a few messages to request assistance, then opened his computer to enter the Summoner's Rift. After a series of 3 games, he sprawled onto his bed and succumbed to a state of languor. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, and as Qin Luo gazed at the ceiling, his mind wandered through a myriad of scenes from the classroom, leaving him restless and unable to find tranquility. Initially, he attributed this turmoil to Su Ku, but as his thoughts meandered, an alluring visage began to materialize before him. Unconsciously, he brushed his lips, still tinged with the warmth of Yao Yanyan's kiss. He was uncertain whether this kiss would leave a lasting impression on Yao Yanyan, yet her image was indelibly etched in his memory. Something felt amiss. This was not the mindset befitting a scoundrel. Qin Luo smacked his lips, forcibly erasing Yao Yanyan from his thoughts, and took out his phone to browse the forum, hoping to find amusement in the frivolities of his classmates and to lighten his mood. To his surprise, he stumbled upon something intriguing. Someone had captured a moment of Chu Liunyun passionately berating a third-year female student, likened to 3 gas canisters in her fury. Although it was not a video, and thus lacked the specifics of her words, Her formidable stance with hands on hips and the unsightly expressions of the 3 gas canisters made the outcome unmistakable. Quite impressive. He mused with a smile before returning to the homepage to continue scrolling. He soon encountered more posts featuring Chu Liuyan, but this time accompanied by others. In the photo, Chu Xijin walked ahead while Tang Yu and Chu Liuyan flanked Su Ku, who appeared dazed and expressionless, as if in a trance, with Yao Yinyan notably absent. Qin Luo's gaze drifted over Su Ku, yet his expression remained unchanged. He felt no stirrings within, as if the entanglements with her had been irrevocably severed the moment he left the classroom. With a calm demeanor, Qin Luo closed the forum and turned to short videos. Culinary delights, donkey hoof repairs, wilderness survival, knife forging competitions, beautiful women, black stockings, white silk, lace, fishnet. He had stumbled upon the first 4 himself, while the latter came from the exuberant shares of his friends. I disdain you all. Qin Luo sent them a message, his demeanor one of indignation, before thoroughly enjoying the videos they had shared. As he continued scrolling through trending videos, his attention was captured by one that proclaimed, when pursuing women, one must refrain from being overly forceful. While boldness is commendable, finesse is equally essential. Today, we shall share some subtle techniques for winning a woman's heart. If one seeks to pursue a woman of dubious character, one must maintain a state of acute awareness and rationality. Such a woman perceives emotional connections as mere games, and the interplay with her is akin to a strategic contest. The one who becomes earnest first inevitably loses. Remember, a true femme fatale will never openly display her nature. Should your desire be to court an intellectually astute individual, devise means to sow misunderstandings, leading her cleverness to backfire, thereby cultivating within her a sense of guilt that renders your requests difficult to decline. If your goal is to win over a food enthusiast, one must hone the culinary arts. A man who can cook faces significantly less competition. To capture the heart of a gourmand, one must first capture their palate. As for the animated realm of Genshin Impact, Qin Luo observed with a smirk, his face adorned with disdain, yet his fingers deftly liked and saved the content, even sharing it with his 3 roommates. 5 seconds later, their synchronized response echoed back, "We disdain you." That night, Su Ku found it hard to sleep, while Yao Yinyan did not return home. Qin Luo, however, peacefully processed a myriad of thoughts. Upon awakening, his first act was to adorn himself. What could he possibly be doing so early? There were no morning classes. What scheme is old Qin up to now? His roommates stirred from their slumber, their bleary eyes settling on him, gradually widening in surprise. At that moment, Qin Luo sported a refreshing head of black hair, his brows exuding charisma, and his deep-set eyes contributed to his exquisite visage. From the side, his features appeared strikingly three-dimensional, as though sculpted by the hand of a master artist, leaving no room for critique. Standing at over 6 feet tall, his well-proportioned frame was clad in a white casual shirt and black trousers, 2 buttons of his collar undone, sleeves rolled to the elbows. Such a minimalist ensemble, yet upon him it conveyed an extraordinary aesthetic, radiating an air of nonchalance, reminiscent of a dashing rogue. The debate over the most handsome resident of room 404 had long been contentious, yet in this moment, his 3 roommates could not deny that Qin Luo had temporarily eclipsed them all. However, they were puzzled. While Qin Luo was indeed handsome, he typically exuded a more reserved charm, unlike the unabashed allure he now radiated, with even the slightest tousle of his hair appearing enchantingly beguiling. "Who are you trying to seduce with such flamboyant attire?" The 3 burly men silently scoffed. At that moment, Qin Luo turned to them with a cheerful demeanor and inquired, "Do I look like a scoundrel?" The trio, with forced smiles, replied in unison, "You're just a step away from literally wearing the word scoundrel on your face." Pleased with their response, Qin Luo nodded contentedly and strode away. Chapter 57. What transpired yesterday? What event? At 8 in the morning, when Qin Luo entered the classroom, the male students did not appear overly surprised. During this period, Qin Luo frequently attended classes in their classroom, to the point where one might almost mistake him for a fellow classmate. Particularly yesterday, when Yao Yinyan sought him out for a lesson, many began to speculate that the two had become entangled. However, upon witnessing Qin Luo's appearance today, their gossip resumed. "Here comes Qin Luo again. Surely, he is here to find Yao Yinyan. What other reason could there be? To seek Yuan? It seems this fellow has become even more handsome today, nearly catching up to me. It is undeniable that his charm was encroaching upon my territory, yet I sensed something peculiar about him. Indeed, Merely gazing upon him left an impression of a rogue. Nonsense. Qin Luo was once such a sincere person. How could he be labeled a scoundrel? Exactly. You are merely envious that our dear Qin Luo is more handsome than you. A few male classmates murmured, their louder voices eliciting retorts from several female classmates. The boys, upon hearing this, cast disdainful glances in their direction before lapsing into silence. After all, they were not the emperor of humanity, unable to withstand a blow that could send them to Siberia at any moment. The fellow who had nearly instigated a duel last time was now quite subdued. Meanwhile, the girl who had previously taken a photo of Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan felt an overwhelming urge to capture another moment. Oblivious to the surrounding chatter, Qin Luo strode into the classroom, his gaze sweeping over the students until it landed precisely on Yao Yanyan, who sat in the back row. Today, Yao Yanyan had applied a rather pronounced makeup, which was unusual as she typically favored a more subtle and refined look. This time, however, her eye makeup was distinctly heavier, as if to conceal something. The two exchanged glances across the distance, and in that fleeting moment, neither could discern anything amiss in the other's eyes. All that remained was the familiar, unpretentious connection. It was as if nothing had transpired the day before. Good morning. Qin Luo plopped down beside Yao Yanyan, greeting her with a smile while retrieving a box he had purchased at a convenience store on his way. Yao Yanyan appraised him from head to toe, exclaiming, "You seem like a rogue." Qin Luo took pride in her words, responding with a grin, "I learned it from you." His somewhat frivolous retort prompted Yao Yanyan to raise an eyebrow. She recalled the first time Qin Luo approached her. He had displayed a similarly cheeky and flamboyant demeanor. Although she had refrained from voicing it then, the deliberate pretense was unmistakable to her. This was precisely why she had initially believed that Qin Luo sought to use her as a pawn to provoke Su Ku. As time has elapsed, Yao Yanyan has discerned a subtle transformation in Qin Luo. The previously overtly theatrical demeanor he exhibited seems to have considerably diminished, as if he underwent an overnight metamorphosis. Could it be a consequence of yesterday's incident? Pondering this, Yao Yanyan could not restrain herself from speaking. "You," before she could utter a second syllable. Qin Luo swiftly produced a chocolate bar and thrust it towards her, commanding, "Don't speak, eat." Instinctively, Yao Yanyan, who had just opened her mouth, accepted the chocolate bar, swallowing her unspoken words along with it. As she savored the slightly sweet flavor and the firm texture in her mouth, a flicker of irritation crossed her eyes. Glaring at Qin Luo, she bit down fiercely. With a crunch, the chocolate bar broke in two. Qin Luo's gaze fell upon the jagged edge of the broken piece, and he involuntarily swallowed. Then, with an air of calmness, he consumed the remaining half of the chocolate bar. His actions appeared remarkably effortless, however, to Yao Yanyan. They conveyed an entirely different sentiment. In that moment, her gaze towards Qin Luo became subtly intricate. Yesterday, she had contemplated for an extended period, pondering the sudden kiss he had bestowed upon her. Was it genuine admiration for her allure, or rather a reaction spurred by Su Ku? Despite her extensive deliberations, clarity eluded her. Yet, observing Qin Luo's current demeanor, she sensed that the name Su Ku seemed to be gradually fading from his consciousness. After a moment of chewing, Yao Yanyan swallowed the chocolate bar and spoke. "About yesterday." "About yesterday? What happened yesterday?" Qin Luo interrupted her once more, his eyes blinking innocently at Yao Yanyan, portraying a facade of genuine curiosity. Yao Yanyan gazed intently into his eyes, attempting to unearth some hidden truth, but regrettably, she discovered nothing. Following a brief silence, she slightly curled her lips and smiled, saying, "It's nothing." In the blink of an eye, she reverted to her usual cheerful demeanor, as if an unspoken understanding had been reached between them, and they chose not to mention the momentous kiss that had marked a significant milestone in their lives. Ding! The class bell rang, and the music teacher entered almost on cue, clutching a guitar. Upon reaching the podium, he surveyed the students below. His eyes sparkled upon spotting Qin Luo, and he then cast a reassuring glance towards Yao Yanyan. "Students, the school anniversary celebration is approaching, and many of our classmates have signed up to participate in the performances. Today, the student council will conduct evaluations, so this class will be an opportunity for you to warm up and enhance your performances for the upcoming assessments." Upon hearing the teacher's words, the students below eagerly prepared themselves. The news regarding the upcoming anniversary celebration has long circulated within the school, as it marks a significant milestone of 30 years. The institution plans to host a grand event, attracting not only students and school officials, but also numerous distinguished members of society. Consequently, many students aspire to showcase their talents during this celebration, particularly those from the music department, who yearn to achieve fame and recognition, hoping to catch the attention of someone influential in the entertainment industry. This could pave their way to success, sparing them decades of arduous struggle. Some even contemplate making considerable sacrifices in pursuit of this ambition, which is understandable given the prevailing trends in the entertainment realm. "Allow me to begin," a strikingly attractive female classmate announced. The teacher nodded, preparing to invite her to the front, when suddenly a loud thud resonated in the room. The classroom door had been forcefully pushed open from the outside, but the intruder seemed to realize the rudeness of the act and paused, gripping the doorknob halfway through. All attention shifted to the entrance, revealing a stunningly cold-faced beauty. "What a quintessential vase," someone exclaimed. "Is that Suko? How did she end up in our class?" The murmurs escalated, as every gaze fixated on the newcomer, eyes widening in astonishment and breaths caught in anticipation. This reaction stemmed not only from Suko's reputation as the school's belle, but also from the striking transformation in her appearance. Typically, Suko donned simple dresses or casual jeans. Today, however, she graced the room in a chic, linen-hued Korean-style blouse that hugged her delicate frame. The blouse, partially unbuttoned at the bottom, revealed a hint of her midriff, complemented by a black and brown plaid skirt that concealed her abdomen while exposing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair thighs. Elegantly clad in over-the-knee black stockings that accentuated her flawless leg contours, the allure of her absolute territory was simply irresistible. A mere glance could elicit a surge of emotions. The visual impact was exponentially magnified by Suko's presence, especially considering her previously aloof demeanor. In the past, she had exuded an air of cold indifference, her expression often devoid of emotion, and her distant gaze dissuaded many from approaching her. However, the Suko before them was transformed, despite her still impassive expression. The chilling aura that once surrounded her had significantly diminished. A single glance was enough to send hearts racing and stir a whirlwind of emotions. In that moment, countless male classmates felt their hearts quicken, while many female classmates lowered their heads in embarrassment. Everyone is aware of Suko's reputation as the campus beauty, yet not all have had the privilege of encountering her up close. In fact, many have only glimpsed her photographs on forums. These individuals once believed that, no matter how beautiful a woman may be, there must be a limit. Suko might indeed possess striking beauty and an alluring aura, but surely she could not ascend to the status of a goddess? Hence, they naturally assumed that her title as the campus beauty was somewhat exaggerated. However, upon witnessing Suko in person, all their doubts were swiftly dispelled. Merely by standing there, she captivated the attention of everyone present, as if she were born with a halo of charm, exuding an irresistible allure that lingered in the minds of those who beheld her. Yet, after a moment of observation, many noticed that today Suko was somewhat different from the resplendent campus beauty they had known. Firstly, her complexion appeared somewhat dull, with noticeable dark circles around her eyes. Despite the traces of makeup attempting to conceal them, the dark shadows remained prominently visible. Additionally, an air of resentment seemed to emanate from her, and her typically cool gaze now appeared even more piercing, making it difficult for onlookers to meet her eyes. With her arrival, an eerie silence enveloped the classroom. The eyes of both teachers and students fixated upon her, their expressions betraying a mix of surprise and curiosity regarding her sudden appearance. Someone couldn't help but glance at Qin Luo, speculating whether Suko had come looking for him. Yet, upon further reflection, they deemed it improbable. After all, Qin Luo had pursued Suko for an extended period without receiving so much as a glance in return, and now that he had ceased his pursuit, it seemed even more unlikely that she would approach him. Was it perhaps because of Yao Yanyan? That too seemed implausible, while everyone knew they were roommates. Suko had never sought out Yao Yanyan for class before. If she wasn't looking for Yao Yanyan or Qin Luo, then what could her purpose be? Suko felt the weight of others' gazes upon her, yet she had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny and paid it no mind. At that moment, she simply stood with her hands clasped behind her back, quietly observing a corner of the classroom. Qin Luo sat there, a distance away, locked in a gaze with her. Suko's eyes sparkled with a myriad of complex emotions, while Qin Luo was taken aback. After all that had transpired the previous day, he had anticipated that they would either never meet again or, should they cross paths, it would be as strangers. Qin Luo had begun to extract her from his world entirely, yet to his surprise, here she was again, just a day later, and under circumstances where he had come to find Yao Yanyan for class. Given her unwavering gaze fixed upon him since her entrance, Qin Luo knew without a doubt that she had come seeking him. Although unaware of her intentions, Qin Luo couldn't help but admire Su Ke's striking appearance today. His appraisal was devoid of emotional influence. It was a purely aesthetic response. Even someone accustomed to the beauty around him found himself compelled to retrieve his magical glasses. Name: Su Ke. Attractiveness: 99. Figure: 92. Special trait: 99. Hobby: none. Skill: none. What an epitome of superficiality. Qin Luo couldn't suppress his disdain as he tucked the glasses away. He had scrutinized the 5 most beautiful girls at Moda University with his magical glasses. And while he had previously believed their allure to be quite comparable, the numerical evaluation revealed that Su Ke indeed possessed the highest beauty score. However, there was one glaring flaw. She lacked both hobbies and skills, indicating that aside from her striking looks, she was utterly unremarkable. Even someone like Chu Sixian, a glutton, had a notable talent for eating, yet Su Ke appeared to have nothing. Was this not the very definition of a mere ornament? Qin Luo couldn't help but mentally critique her. Su Ke, it's class time now. What brings you here? The teacher at the podium finally spoke up, his voice laced with confusion. Su Ke glanced at the teacher, her expression impassive as she replied, I apologize for the interruption, but may I attend this class? Huh. The teacher was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in hesitation. What about your own class? I have already taken leave from that class, she explained. I have a profound passion for music and was eager to attend your lesson. So I made a special effort to come here. Thank you for your understanding. Su Ke displayed no signs of retreat, like a warrior poised for battle. Her steely demeanor concealed an unwavering determination, and her tone was unassailable. The teacher, moved by her sincerity and earnestness, regarded her with a hint of admiration and responded with a smile. Very well, feel free to take a seat. Thank you, teacher, Su Ke replied politely, then made her way toward Qin Luo and Yao Yanyan. Her movements captured the attention of everyone present, drawing the gaze of her classmates, who were filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Some seemed to sense something amiss, unable to resist whispering among themselves. Could Su Ke be here to find Qin Luo? No way. She doesn't like him, does she? Besides, Qin Luo is no longer pursuing her. He is after Yao Yanyan now. Why would she come looking for him? You don't understand, do you? Some women are like that. They may not like you, but they want to allow you to like someone else. Seriously? Is she really going to confront Yao Yanyan? Surely not. With Su Ke's personality, would she actually fight another woman over a man? I used to think it was impossible. But now it's hard to say. Let the chaos commence. I wish to witness a river of blood. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes glinting with mockery, while others exhibited a palpable excitement, their eyes nearly sparkling with anticipation. When they turned their gaze towards Qin Luo, their expressions were a mix of admiration and envy, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, as they had already begun to concoct scenarios of his impending misfortune. Yet, the protagonist, Qin Luo, remained unfazed by the scrutiny of those around him. He simply observed Su Ke as she approached, then removed his glasses and averted his gaze, his face devoid of expression, his eyes betraying no emotional turmoil, as if the approaching figure bore no significance to him. Despite Su Ke casting a resentful glance in his direction, along with Yao Yanyan, who also fell within the scope of her disdain, Yao Yanyan exhibited no signs of negativity due to Su Ke's presence. Instead, she mirrored the sentiments of their classmates, her gaze towards Qin Luo brimming with mischief, as if eager to witness how he would navigate the unfolding drama. At long last, she took a seat beside Qin Luo under the watchful eyes of their peers. In that moment, countless eyebrows were raised, and even the teacher displayed an unmistakable interest. They noted that after Su Ke settled in, she neither glanced at Qin Luo nor whispered to Yao Yanyan, as though her sole purpose was to simply attend class. However, everyone present was acutely aware that a tempest of intrigue had quietly begun to brew, though they stood on the periphery of this brewing storm. Their inability to discern its nature did not hinder their enjoyment of the spectacle. Among them, a few overly eager individuals exhibited such fervor that it seemed they might as well have branded their faces with the words "Let the fight begin," as if they were watching a breaking news story titled "A Cad Caught Between Two Lovers Faces Reckoning." Yet, Qin Luo, the central figure, displayed no awareness of the tempest surrounding him. Despite being ensnared in a delicate predicament, he maintained an air of calm, his demeanor unflinching as if a mountain were crumbling before him. This composure earned him silent admiration from many of his male classmates. Everyone, please settle down. Now, let us return to our lesson. If anyone wishes to come up and sing, please feel free to do so. The music teacher coughed lightly, attempting to restore order to the class. Upon hearing the invitation, a female student made her way to the podium, glancing back repeatedly, her gaze lingering on the trio of Qin Luo, Su Ku, and Yao Yinyan. She wore a melancholic expression, reminiscent of a reader who had just encountered an unexpected plot twist in a gripping novel, her demeanor reflecting both regret and frustration, her performance lacking vitality. Even the teacher could not focus on her singing, his attention diverted towards the trio, his desire to witness the unfolding drama rivaling that of the students. Unfortunately, the three remained unperturbed, particularly Su Ku and Qin Luo, who appeared deeply engrossed in listening to the girls sing, their mutual avoidance of eye contact since Su Ku had taken her seat. Meanwhile, Yao Yinyan paid little mind to the girl on stage, instead taking a keen interest in Su Ku. Due to their proximity, she could distinctly sense the profound resentment and bitterness concealed beneath Su Ku's impassive facade. This lingering animosity enveloped her surroundings, engulfing both Yao Yinyan and Qin Luo, creating an atmosphere so palpable that even the classmates seated further away felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as though a specter had entered the classroom. Yao Yinyan, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Qin Luo's mind, found the situation rather amusing. After contemplating for a moment, she rose abruptly once the female student on stage concluded her performance, declaring, "Teacher, I would also like to sing a song." The crowd turned to her in surprise. Noting Yao Yinyan had stood from her seat, her face adorned with a cheerful smile as she gazed at the teacher with an eager expression. Her classmates, taken aback, recognized her talents all too well. In terms of beauty, physique, and charm, none could rival her in the class. Even the male students found it hard to resist her allure. However, when it came to singing, Yao Yinyan was undeniably at the bottom of the class. They were well aware of this, and thus did not anticipate her sudden desire to perform, with some displaying faint disdain. The teacher, equally astonished, cast a glance at Yao Yinyan, his expression tinged with skepticism as his gaze flitted between Qin Luo and Su Ku, pondering whether he had unwittingly become entangled in their affairs. Yet, recognizing the student's eagerness to perform, he felt compelled to oblige, nodding in agreement. "Very well. Come up and give it a try." Yao Yinyan smiled and made her way towards the podium. The seating arrangement, resembling a cinema layout with connected folding chairs, made it difficult for her to navigate around Qin Luo without squeezing through the narrow space between him and the desk. Although Qin Luo had a lean physique, the limited space made it challenging for him to rise and grant her passage. Just as he decided to stand, Yao Yinyan pressed her hand on his shoulder. Meeting her teasing gaze, he watched as she deftly maneuvered into the narrow gap between him and the desk, her half-body brushing against him as she awkwardly edged her way out. Su Ku, seated on the outer side, had just stood to clear the path, but upon witnessing this scene, she froze momentarily, memories of Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan's kiss from the previous day flooding her mind. In that instant, her resentment deepened, her icy eyes fixated on Yao Yinyan. Ignoring the hostility directed at her, Yao Yinyan merely offered a slight smile as she passed by Su Ku. The latter instinctively raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of provocation in Yao Yinyan's smile. Gritting her teeth, she turned and pressed both hands firmly on Qin Luo's shoulders. Chapter 60. Su Ku and Yao Yinyan. Su Ku's unexpected action caught Qin Luo off guard. He instinctively inquired, "What are you doing?" Su Ku gritted her teeth, her voice laced with indignation and defiance. "I want to sit inside." As she spoke, she squeezed into the narrow space between Qin Luo and the desk. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow but refrained from reacting, his gaze subtly fixed on the proximity of Su Ku. It is well known that the forces of attraction are reciprocal. The unfamiliar sensation caused her heart to race, her limbs to weaken. Although the distance was minimal, merely a step to pass by Qin Luo, she felt an inexplicable sense of being ensnared, as if she might sink into a quagmire at any moment. A distinct flush crept from her ears to her cheeks. Su Ku bit her lip and finally managed to push through the metaphorical mire. She plopped down on the chair, lowering her head as she gasped for breath, allowing her chest to rise and fall with an uncharacteristic fervor, striving to quell the unprecedented turmoil within her. The surrounding classmates collectively inhaled sharply, contributing significantly to global warming. They glanced back and forth between Qin Luo and Su Ku, then at Yao Yanyan, their tongues clicking in disbelief. At that moment, they wished fervently for popcorn and soda to accompany the unfolding drama. Yao Yanyan, too, had cast a teasing glance at Su Ku as she squeezed past Qin Luo, before withdrawing her gaze and leisurely making her way to the podium. The teacher, evidently astute, recognized that this subtle conflict should not be meddled with, and thus transformed into a figure of indifference, embodying a calm demeanor. Once Yao Yanyan reached the podium, he retrieved his phone while asking, "What song will you be singing? Do you need accompaniment?" Yao Yanyan responded with a smile, "You are the April day in the world. There's no accompaniment available online, so I'll sing it a cappella." Upon hearing the familiar title, the expressions of the classmates became significantly more nuanced. The teacher, struggling to maintain his composure, suppressed the urge to glance at Qin Luo and Su Ku, and calmly remarked, "Indeed, Qin Luo's song is quite remarkable. After hearing it last time, I also wanted to practice, but unfortunately, I lack the sheet music." Having said this, he could not resist casting a wistful glance toward Qin Luo. Ignoring the teacher's gaze, Qin Luo remained unmoved, while Su Ku, stirred by the well-known song title, couldn't help but look up at Yao Yanyan on the podium. At that moment, Yao Yanyan parted her crimson lips and began to sing the love song that Su Ku had secretly listened to countless times. Initially, many classmates approached the performance with a dismissive attitude, but as the song progressed, their expressions shifted to surprise. They realized that Yao Yanyan's rendition was surprisingly commendable. While it may not rival the talents of the more skilled classmates, it was certainly a marked improvement from her previous performances. Several classmates mused that she must have practiced in secret. The teacher nodded in involuntary agreement, sensing Yao Yanyan's evident progress. Regrettably, if Yao Yanyan possesses only such a level of talent, then even if she registers for the anniversary event, her application would likely not pass the scrutiny of the student council. Qin Luo listened intently to Yao Yanyan's singing. From a professional standpoint, he could effortlessly discern her strengths and weaknesses. Yao Yanyan's resonant voice and alluring timbre are her natural advantages. In a different context, she could be considered quite skilled. Even unfamiliar songs, as long as she stays in tune, would sound pleasant when paired with her voice. However, upon deeper inspection, her proficiency falls short of being noteworthy. At first glance, it may seem commendable, yet in comparison to the classmates who had performed prior, her abilities appeared lacking. This caused Qin Luo to furrow his brow, not out of dissatisfaction with Yao Yanyan, but rather due to his heightened musical discernment, which rendered her performance somewhat unimpressive. Beside him, Su Ku gazed at Yao Yanyan with a look of discontent for a moment before turning her attention back to Qin Luo, only to find him lost in thought. His brow knitted in contemplation. Was this expression an indication of his dissatisfaction with Yao Yanyan's singing? Su Ku blinked, as if a brilliant idea had struck her. A smile began to form, easing some of her earlier resentment, as Yao Yanyan concluded her song. Despite the collective consensus that her skills were inferior to those of most peers, many still offered her polite applause. The teacher then spoke, "Not bad. Are you interested in registering for the anniversary event?" Yao Yanyan did not respond immediately. Instead, she glanced at Qin Luo in the distance before smiling and saying, "Yes. I would like to register." "I see." The teacher hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to advise Yao Yanyan that her current level might be insufficient for such an endeavor, but ultimately refrained, wishing not to dampen her confidence. "Very well. After class, you may join the other students who are registering for the review by the student council. Whether you succeed depends on your own efforts." "All right. Thank you, teacher," Yao Yanyan replied politely, then made her way to the back of the classroom under the gaze of her peers. Throughout her walk, she smiled at Qin Luo, but her expression turned somewhat skeptical as she looked at Su Ku. This was not due to Su Ku occupying her space, but rather she noticed Su Ku was also watching her, exhibiting an eager demeanor that betrayed a fierce competitive spirit. This made Yao Yanyan hesitant. She feared that Su Ku might lose her composure and cause a scene in the classroom, an outcome Yao Yanyan wished to avoid, as it would create an awkward atmosphere for everyone. While most girls might refrain from such behavior, Su Ku was unpredictable. Based on Yao Yanyan's previous experiences with Su Ku, she would not have acted so impulsively in the past. However, her current demeanor seemed erratic, suggesting that anything could happen if it involved Qin Luo. After all, who could forget how the once aloof campus beauty had taken the initiative to approach men? What then was impossible. As Yao Yinyan sat beside Qin Luo, she murmured to herself, while Su Ke suddenly sprang up from her seat. Instinctively, both Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan turned their attention to her, only to find that she did not appear angry. Instead, she directed her request toward the teacher, saying, "Teacher, may I come up and sing a song?" Upon hearing this, Qin Luo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, while Yao Yinyan quickly grasped the underlying meaning of her words, her expression shifting to one of unexpected intrigue. The teacher at the podium was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "You wish to participate in the anniversary celebration? In that case, you should consult your class teacher." Su Ke shook her head. "No, I simply wish to sing a song." "Is that permissible, teacher?" The teacher hesitated, feeling a dull ache in her molars, but ultimately relented. Gritting her teeth, "Very well, you may come up." Su Ke expressed her gratitude politely before swiftly maneuvering past Qin Luo without waiting for his response. With familiarity bred from previous encounters, Su Ke still felt slightly awkward, yet her movements had become significantly more adept. The fleeting sensation between the two was palpable despite its brevity. Qin Luo maintained a stoic expression, while Su Ke feigned calmness. She then turned her gaze toward Yao Yinyan, attempting to ward her off with a glance. In the face of Su Ke's seemingly assertive demeanor, Yao Yinyan showed no inclination to rise. Instead, she quietly asked, "Do you wish for Qin Luo to reconsider?" Su Ke narrowed her eyes, refraining from answering, and directly pressed down on Yao Yinyan's shoulder, slipping past her as Yao Yinyan's gaze flickered. At the moment their eyes met, Yao Yinyan could distinctly sense the competitive spirit emanating from Su Ke, yet she remained unfazed, smilingly locking eyes with her. Soon, Su Ke reached the podium. Before the teacher could inquire about her chosen song, she announced, "You are the April day of the human world." The teacher swallowed the words she was about to utter, while the students' expressions ignited with excitement upon hearing her declaration. In that ephemeral moment, the unspoken rivalry seemed to escalate, with the man at the center of this conflict remaining composed. As the two women opted to compete through the same song rather than resorting to hair-pulling or clothing tearing. This unforeseen path was unexpected for their peers, yet they had to admit it was far more captivating than mere bickering or fighting. Under the enthusiastic gaze of their classmates, Su Ke took a deep breath and began to sing with a light and enchanting voice. The teacher and students were taken aback, for it was their first time hearing Su Ke sing. Initially harboring no expectations, they were pleasantly surprised by her stunning vocal performance. Qin Luo found himself nodding involuntarily. In his eyes, Su Ke and Yao Yinyan shared a common innate advantage. Both possessed commendable vocal qualities. However, Su Ke's voice carried an ethereal quality that was conspicuously absent in Yao Yinyan's singing. This is not to imply that Su Ke outshone Yao Yinyan entirely. In contrast, while Yao Yinyan may not have reached the same level, her singing was sufficiently engaging, whereas Su Ke's voice lacked emotional depth, making it difficult to resonate with the audience. From this perspective, Qin Luo believed that Su Ke's potential was somewhat constrained, likely linked to her indifferent demeanor. At that moment, their gazes entwined across a distance. Su Ke sang while quietly observing Qin Luo, reminiscent of how he had once sung while locking eyes with Yao Yinyan. Yet, Qin Luo swiftly averted his gaze, seemingly disinterested in her performance. Su Ke noticed this shift, and her voice began to falter, her negative emotions seeping through the melody, transforming the once beautiful song into something inexplicably melancholic. Beside them, Yao Yinyan glanced at Qin Luo and suddenly inquired, "Who sings better, the two of us?" Qin Luo shot her a sidelong glance. "Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie?" "A lie?" she asked. "You sing beautifully. And the truth? Come on. Don't tease me." Yao Yinyan paused momentarily, then covered her mouth with her hand, stifling a laugh. Her eyes sparkled with delight, showing no signs of displeasure at Qin Luo's assessment. "I actually believe she sings better than I do. By the way, I just remembered something," she said. "What is it?" "I think your return gift yesterday lacked sincerity." Her sudden mention of the previous day's events took Qin Luo by surprise. Nevertheless, he skillfully concealed his reaction and, with a half-smile, asked, "What would constitute sincerity, then?" Yao Yinyan responded with a playful smile, "What do you think?" Qin Luo fell silent, his gaze fixating on her crimson lips, his eyes glimmering with subtle intrigue. He then shifted his focus to her eyes, hoping to uncover emotions of tension or shyness. But regrettably, Yao Yinyan maintained her cheerful demeanor, even returning his gaze with a hint of teasing, showing no particular reaction to his intense scrutiny. "Oh, Truly a master of flirtation, Qin Luo mused internally, verbalizing instead, speak plainly. Yao Yinyan laughed, as though victorious in a silent contest, and boldly stated, I wish to participate in the school anniversary celebration. You shall help me compose a song. As she spoke, she winked at Qin Luo, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qin Luo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, found it quite reasonable. During their initial class meeting, he had casually remarked that Yao Yinyan was suited for acting, which had evidently delighted her, leading Qin Luo to deduce that she harbored dreams of stardom. If the facts are indeed as such, then it is only natural for Yao Yinyan to aspire to gain fame through her performance at the school anniversary celebration. Qin Luo pondered this thought, yet he did not immediately acquiesce to Yao Yinyan's request. Instead, he smiled and remarked, the value of my song is not to be underestimated. His words seemed to carry a deeper meaning, but Yao Yinyan paid it no mind, cheerfully responding, my first kiss is also quite valuable, you know. Who hasn't had their first kiss? Qin Luo nearly chuckled but refrained from voicing it. He simply gazed at Yao Yinyan for a moment before lowering his head to retrieve paper and pen, asking, what kind of song do you desire? A heartfelt one? A cheerful tune? A melancholic ballad? Have you composed many songs? I suppose, Yao Yinyan replied, appearing somewhat surprised. She had considered that Qin Luo possessed considerable musical talent. Yet his current demeanor clearly suggested an exceptional skill. His words conveyed a familiarity with various musical styles. Although Yao Yinyan had yet to witness them, she could sense his profound confidence. How much more does he conceal from me? Yao Yinyan squinted and contemplated before stating, I would like a song that requires no particular skill or technique, something with a lively melody, catchy and easy to learn, a true earworm. Qin Luo cast her a curious glance, and Yao Yinyan seemed to sense his unspoken thoughts. With a smile, she added, you've heard my level of ability. Perhaps you've written exquisite songs, but given my limitations, I may not do them justice. Rather than that, why not take an unconventional approach, don't you think? Qin Luo nodded, firmly agreeing with Yao Yinyan's sentiment. The worth of a song lies in the depth of its lyrics and the quality of its arrangement. As long as one grasps these two elements, crafting a good song becomes feasible. However, no matter how splendid a song may be, it still requires a capable voice to bring it to life. If a diva were to sing a simple tune, she might transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Yet, asking someone with little singing prowess to perform a world-renowned piece would undoubtedly hinder the song's inherent charm. Yao Yinyan's abilities were rather average, so even with a great song, she might struggle to perform it well. Yet, if provided with a catchy tune, her image and vocal characteristics could yield impressive results. This woman possesses a certain clarity of thought, Qin Luo mused. He then took out his paper and pen, beginning to weave his magic. As the pen danced across the page, musical notes sprang to life, intertwining into enchanting melodies. Yao Yinyan watched intently, her gaze flitting over the lyrics and score, her expression growing increasingly satisfied. Before long, a song was completed. Just as Qin Luo was about to inquire about Yao Yinyan's thoughts, he noticed she was not focused on the sheet of lyrics and music, but rather her eyes were fixed upon his face. When their gazes met, Yao Yinyan suddenly leaned in close to Qin Luo's ear, her breath fragrant and gentle as she whispered, a serious man is indeed quite handsome. Qin Luo's lips twitched briefly before he regained his composure and leaned closer to Yao Yinyan's ear, whispering, the first kiss of a woman in love is indeed quite sweet. This time, it was Yao Yinyan whose lips curled in response. Her expression shifted to one of subtle complexity for a fleeting moment before transforming into a cheerful smile. Do you really believe it's my first kiss? Huh, men are so easily deceived. Qin Luo regarded her with an air of indifference, his gaze akin to that of a caretaker observing a foolish fawn. This caused Yao Yinyan to struggle to maintain her smile, prompting her to disregard him entirely and snatch the sheet of paper inscribed with lyrics and musical notes. The somewhat brusque motion bore a hint of vexation, a side of her rarely displayed. Qin Luo studied her with keen interest before softly uttering, would you believe me if I said it was my first kiss too? Yao Yinyan chose to ignore him, her entire focus seemingly fixated on the paper. Yet, under Qin Luo's watchful gaze, a faint blush crept across her ears. Wishing you peace in my absence. Just then, Su Ku, who had been singing, experienced a noticeable falter. Although she continued her performance, the ethereal charm that had characterized her voice vanished, replaced by a monotonous recitation devoid of emotion. The audience, initially captivated, cast bewildered glances her way. But Suku remained oblivious to their reactions. Her attention was solely directed at Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan, who were now closely huddled together, whispering secrets. To Suku, the sight ignited a smoldering fury within her, reminiscent of a spark igniting long-buried explosives, casting a shadow upon her countenance. She instinctively clenched her jaw, the tension eliciting subtle cracking sounds. Inevitably, her song came to a halt. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Suku's fists tightened and relaxed, but ultimately, she could no longer suppress the tumultuous anger within her and stormed out of the classroom. The eyes of the onlookers followed her until she vanished from view, after which their attention shifted back to Qin Luo. Their expressions mirrored that of individuals who had just witnessed an extraordinary spectacle, their faces etched with disdain for the so-called scoundrel. Qin Luo paid little heed to the stares of those around him, his demeanor unperturbed as though Suku were a stranger to him. The commotion had stirred not a ripple of emotion within him. He merely addressed the teacher with a polite apology. "I apologize, teacher, for the inconvenience." This was not an apology on Suku's behalf, but rather an acknowledgement of his own responsibility, a gesture of respect owed to the teacher. The teacher's lips twitched slightly as he raised his hand to gesture towards Qin Luo, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh, opting for silence instead. He then beckoned the other students eager to participate in the school anniversary celebration to take the stage and sing one by one. It was only when the bell rang to signal the end of class that the teacher, appearing relieved, sighed once more and remarked, "Students who signed up for the anniversary celebration, remember to head over to the student council for the program review. Class dismissed." With that, he departed, and the students, not lingering any longer, began to exit the classroom in groups, their conversations buzzing with speculation predominantly revolving around the names Qin, Su, and Yao. Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan did not tarry in the classroom. They naturally walked together, lingering at the rear of the throng, occasionally whispering to one another as they strolled. Unlike their previous trivial exchanges, this time their conversation bore a more serious tone. Yao Yinyan intended to head to the student council for the program review immediately, eager to learn the song that Qin Luo had composed, and thus she peppered him with questions. However, while others could not discern the content of their dialogue, they perceived the intimacy of their demeanor, akin to a couple in the throes of romance, even as they walked closely together. In a fleeting moment, many classmates who witnessed this scene could not help but murmur in astonishment. Rumors of Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan's budding relationship swiftly circulated, and the news of Suku catching them together appeared on the forum, further solidifying Qin Luo's reputation as a cad. "Look, isn't that Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan? Why are they walking together? Qin Luo has been frequently seeking Yao Yinyan out for classes lately. Did your village just get internet? It's just attending class together. No need for such intimacy. If one didn't know better, they might think they were a couple. You all should check the forum." Just moments ago, Qin Luo sought out Yao Yinyan for class, and Suku showed up too. The two girls even sang the song that Qin Luo had written. The most outrageous part was that Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan were all lovey-dovey in front of Suku, who stormed off in a fit of rage mid-song. So exhilarating. Isn't Suku supposed to dislike Qin Luo? Why did she go over there? I genuinely don't understand this. What sort of love triangle is this? Can that scoundrel just disappear? In this age of information, the speed at which news spreads is undeniably rapid, especially in an environment filled with whimsical university students. Once a matter involves a few notable figures, the news is likely to circulate within mere minutes. As Qin Luo and Yao Yinyan traversed the corridor, the whispering continued unabated. Qin Luo paid no heed to the chatter, while Yao Yinyan teased him, saying, "Looks like you've become the villain now." Qin Luo merely smiled in silence as he exited the teaching building alongside Yao Yinyan. It was at this moment that an overwhelming wave of resentment surged towards him, creating a peculiar sensation of a sudden drop in temperature, despite it being a bright June day. Yao Yinyan, standing beside him, evidently shared the same sentiment, prompting both to glance towards a nearby tree. There, Suku concealed herself behind the sturdy trunk of a tree, her icy gaze fixed intently on the two individuals before her. The expressionless demeanor, coupled with the pronounced dark circles beneath her eyes, evoked an unsettling chill. Was she about to transform into a vengeful spirit? Qin Luo could not help but grimace, feeling a palpable discomfort. Yao Yinyan, equally perturbed, twitched at the corners of her eyes, contemplating whether to return to the hotel from the previous night, fearing that Suka might turn violent while she slept. At that moment, Suku approached, scrutinized under the subtle glances of the two. "Who are you spending Chishi with?" she inquired, her voice frigid. As she advanced step by step, rather than directing her attention to Qin Luo, her focus remained unwaveringly on Yao Yanyan. "Are you together with Qin Luo?" she demanded. In response to her antagonistic stance, Yao Yanyan, abandoning her usual nonchalance, retorted coolly, "What business is it of yours?" Suka narrowed her eyes, her voice dripping with resentment. "Qin Luo likes me." Yao Yanyan twitched in annoyance. "What does that have to do with me?" "You're insane," she replied, dismissing Suku with indifference. Not wishing to prolong the confrontation, she turned to leave, while Suku refrained from stopping her and instead shifted her gaze to Qin Luo. In that instant, her expression remained steeped in melancholy, though the overt hostility previously directed at Yao Yanyan had subsided, replaced by a palpable hope emanating from her words. "Qin Luo, tell me, you still like me, don't you?" She fixed her unwavering gaze upon him, her swirling emotions manifesting as a kaleidoscope of colors in her eyes, ultimately coalescing into anticipation and yearning. Qin Luo, his face devoid of emotion, cast a brief glance in her direction before silently turning away, as if too weary to utter a single word. Suku's eyes widened slightly, watching his figure recede until it vanished from sight, taking her glimmer of hope with it. "I will not give up," she muttered through clenched teeth, her fists tightening, just as she prepared to leave when she suddenly noticed a girl lurking behind a nearby tree. Suka furrowed her brow and strode purposefully towards the girl, who was giggling while fiddling with a camera. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over her. The girl instinctively looked up, only to meet Suku's frigid gaze, which sent her expression spiraling into panic. She instinctively attempted to flee. "Stop!" The cold command halted the girl in her tracks. She bit her lip and turned to face Suku, her demeanor now dejected and somewhat disheartened. "Indeed, I apologize. I momentarily succumbed to temptation. The photographs were truly splendid. As long as you permit me to retain them, I am agreeable to anything." Suku disregarded her, her frosty gaze fixated on the camera clutched in the girl's hands. In a tone both stiff and frigid, she commanded, "Hand over the camera." Upon hearing this, the girl's expression shifted dramatically. Like a protective mother hen, she cradled the camera to her chest and hastily protested, "No, this is my lifeline. You may demand my head, but you cannot take my camera." Suku's demeanor darkened. "You must be aware that taking surreptitious photographs is illegal. Therefore, relinquish the camera to me, or I shall contact the authorities immediately." This statement left the girl in a state of distress. Although she understood that her photographs did not cross the line into illegality, she feared the complications that could arise should Suku insist on pursuing the matter. As Suku began to reach for her phone, the girl, in a moment of panic, surrendered the camera, her voice trembling as she cautioned, "Please be careful. Do not scratch it with your nails. It is as delicate and vulnerable as I am, a precious little girl that cannot withstand any harm." Suku's heart did not soften at the display of the girl's fragility. Instead, she seized the camera and began to peruse the images within. The most recent photograph captured her and Qin Luo together, followed by a group shot of herself, Qin Luo, and Yao Yanyan, taken at the entrance of the teaching building and the classroom they had just occupied. Other images featured varying backgrounds, with Qin Luo as the central figure and the female leads including Tang Yu and Chu Xijing. Suku observed the photographs with an impassive expression, skimming past most until she lingered on the recent image of herself and Qin Luo, her gaze becoming inexplicably distant. The girl, standing anxiously by, timidly interjected, "I am truly sorry. I couldn't resist capturing the beautiful moments. I merely wished to document beauty itself, with no ulterior motive. If you must assign blame, let it be for your striking looks." In conclusion, she seemed to abandon her defiance, asserting herself with a bold statement. Suku remained silent, focusing intently on the photographs. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Are you the one known for your penchant for photography, Nana?" My name is Wang Xiaona. Nana is my nickname." "But how did you know?" Suka let out a cold chuckle. She recalled that during Qin Luo's initial encounter with Yao Yanyan in class, it was this very photography enthusiast, Nana, who had captured their picture, leaving a lasting impression on her memory. Thus, she probed further. "Were those photographs of Qin Luo on the forum taken by you?" Wang Xiaona appeared somewhat intimidated by Suku's stern demeanor, retracting her neck as she spoke. "No. I primarily take photographs for personal collection and rarely post them in forums," perhaps only once or twice. I am merely an innocent photographer. Capturing beauty is my instinct. At worst, I will be more cautious next time to ensure you do not discover my activities. Her timid tone contrasted amusingly with her words. Unfortunately, Suku was not easily amused. She remained silent, her gaze shifting between the camera and Wang Xiaona, her brow furrowed as if deep in contemplation. Beside her, Wang Xiaona felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Suku might, in a fit of anger, smash her camera, just as she was about to plead for mercy. Suku finally spoke, "I need your assistance with something. If you agree, I will overlook your previous indiscretions and will also provide you with opportunities to photograph in the future." Wang Xiaona blinked, timidly inquiring, What is it?" Suku replied nonchalantly, "It's quite simple. I want you to help me take some photographs." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaona released a breath she didn't realize she was holding. She had anticipated a more daunting request from Suku, yet it was merely about taking pictures. This revelation nearly made her leap with joy. She had not expected Suku to be so accommodating, not only refraining from deleting her photos, but also offering her a chance to continue shooting. The only thing she needed to do was assist Suku, which, to her, was not a burden but rather a delightful surprise. It was undeniable that Suku's striking beauty captivated Wang Xiaona. From a young age, she had been enamored with all things beautiful, often lamenting how such wonders succumbed to decline for various reasons. Thus, she aspired to immortalize their most exquisite moments through her lens. Previously, she favored capturing landscapes, but now she was particularly drawn to handsome men and beautiful women. For instance, Qin Luo, who frequently appeared in her camera's frame, alongside various stunning women, including Suku, who naturally belonged to this illustrious group. Eagerly, Wang Xiaona responded, "Of course. What kind of photos do you want? Portraits? Private room shots? Artistic photos? Or perhaps a group photo?" Suku interjected. Wang Xiaona paused. "A group photo? With whom?" "You will know in due course. Just give me your number," Suku instructed. All right," Wang Xiaona said, curiosity mingling with trepidation at Suku's formidable presence, so she refrained from asking further questions and obediently exchanged contact information. Meanwhile, in the student council president's office, Tang Yu had been furrowing her brow for quite some time. "I just learned that my 20,000-word manuscript is about to drop off the new book list. Unfortunately, my best ranking was only second place, and it seems unlikely I'll reach the top unless something akin to a golden or silver phenomenon emerges, reminiscent of the dream I had yesterday." With a sigh, Tang Yu shifted her gaze from her phone, rubbing her furrowed brow that had been tense for half the day. In order to gain a comprehensive understanding of the students' living conditions and various desires, the members of the student council often browse forums during their idle moments. Tang Yu, who initially lacked such interest, usually delegated the task of compiling important matters to her subordinates and then selected a few issues deserving of her attention. However, recently, due to Qin Luo's various antics, her frequency of forum browsing has increased, and she finds herself irresistibly drawn to any topic related to him. Tang Yu once read in a book that when a woman begins to take an interest in a man, it signifies her imminent downfall. She scoffed at this notion, firmly believing that her fascination with Qin Luo was merely a byproduct of her friends engaging in a subtle war. For instance, the rivalry between Suku and Yao Yanyan over a suitor has recently spread across the forum, and Tang Yu stumbled upon it while browsing. After grasping the situation, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. She recalled the deep affection Qin Luo once held for Suku, a sentiment so poignant that even Tang Yu was moved. Yet, Suku had always remained indifferent. Now, having come to his senses and ceased his pursuit of Suku, she finds herself regretting her earlier stance. Tang Yu could empathize with Suku's current state of mind. It was merely that Qin Luo's words from the previous day had awakened her to her true feelings, prompting her desire to win him back. But matters are rarely so straightforward. If he merely wished to abandon Suku, that would be one thing. Yet, he has entangled himself with Yao Yanyan, and Suku's intrusion at this juncture would likely lead to an unfavorable outcome. Had she known this would transpire, why had she acted as she did? Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh, forcibly attempting to dismiss these tangled thoughts and seeking to calm herself. Yet the more she tried not to think, the more those issues swirled in her mind, inducing a headache. She recognized that her temperament was at play, yet she felt helpless. The few girls in dormitory 606 were her only friends in this school, and with Qin Luo now included among them. 3 of them had become embroiled in this tumultuous emotional conflict, leaving Tang Yu unable to remain indifferent. However, her lack of romantic experience was a significant drawback. The usually adept vice president, skilled at handling matters with ease, found herself at a loss in this situation, unable to devise a suitable solution, which hindered her focus on her current responsibilities. At this moment, a member of the student council knocked and entered. He respectfully announced, "Senior, students from the music department are here to perform. The student council is responsible for the review. Would you like to attend?" This task was normally assigned to the arts department, and Tang Yu harbored little interest in it. She initially intended to decline, but reconsidered and replied, "You go ahead. I will join you shortly." "All right," the young man responded with a single word before turning to leave. After he departed, Tang Yu swiftly tended to her tasks, and with the intention of shifting her mood, she leisurely made her way to the room designated by the student council for program evaluations. The room was spacious, already filled with a considerable number of attendees. Seated at a long table were the head and deputy head of the arts department of the student council, along with several other members. This year's school anniversary celebration was spearheaded by Tang Yu, and these individuals were her diligent subordinates, specifically tasked with the program evaluations. The student council member who had just approached her greeted her as she entered. "Senior Tang Yu, you're here. Please take a seat over there." Tang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and was about to walk over when her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Yao Yinyan? What is she doing here? Tang Yu felt a flicker of confusion because, to her knowledge, Yao Yinyan had no intention of participating in this year's celebration. As her roommate, she certainly would have been informed otherwise. If that was the case, what brought Yao Yinyan here? Did she wish to join the celebration? With her mediocre skills? While Tang Yu pondered these questions, Yao Yinyan seemed to sense her gaze, casting a cheerful glance in her direction. Neither of them exchanged greetings. After a brief moment of eye contact, Tang Yu merely nodded, suppressing her curiosity, and quietly sat down at the long table with the other student council members, engaging in casual conversation with an air of calm. The head of the arts department cheerfully remarked, "Chairperson Tang, this year's anniversary celebration has not only garnered significant attention from the school leaders, but also enthusiasm from the students. The number of participants has notably increased compared to previous years, and this is all thanks to you." His compliments flowed effortlessly, revealing his adeptness in social interactions despite his young age. Tang Yu offered a modest smile and exchanged a few polite remarks. Yet her thoughts involuntarily drifted to Qin Luo's visage. Remembering the assistance he had provided, Tang Yu could not help but feel a sense of gratitude, acknowledging that regardless of his connections with others, his support had been tangible. If she were to assume the role of student council president at the beginning of the term, it was only fitting that Qin Luo played a part in that achievement. At this moment, Tang Yu glanced once more at Yao Yinyan amidst the crowd, her brows slightly furrowing in curiosity. Given that Qin Luo had previously sought Yao Yinyan for a class, could her unexpected presence here somehow relate to him? Her curiosity was soon quashed as the head of the arts department announced the commencement of program evaluations, prompting students to take turns performing. After approximately half an hour, Yao Yinyan stepped forward. A fellow council member inquired, "What song will you be singing? I can assist you with the accompaniment." Yao Yinyan casually replied, "No need. There is no accompaniment available online for this song. I'll sing it a cappella." A classmate of hers immediately recalled the moment Yao Yinyan had sung in class not long ago, naturally assuming she would perform the piece "You Are the April Day of the Human World." The members of the student council shared a similar sentiment. Yet one of them inquired, "Are you referring to the song You Are the April Day of the Human World?" "No, the song is titled Learning to Meow Like a Cat." Yao Yinyan replied, shaking her head, her smile suddenly taking on a mischievous quality. By the way, this song was also composed by Qin Luo. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding individuals immediately displayed expressions of astonishment. Alongside their surprise, a profound sense of anticipation surged within their hearts.